Wang Shuo intends to venture into the gaming industry. Thus, the penguin faltered. What? Wang Shuo aspires to delve into artificial intelligence. Consequently, the stocks associated with AI plummeted. What? Wang Shuo seeks to explore the cosmos and establish an airline. NASA issued a statement. We shall contest against frontier technology to the bitter end. Thus, NASA was disbanded. The Beijing News declared, the shipbuilding industry and space tourism have emerged as new engines for economic growth. Zhanjiang Daily proclaimed, the mechanized armor industry is flourishing as a burgeoning sector. Huazhong News stated, the Frontier Group has once again established itself as a global technological pioneer, a worthy exemplar of private enterprise in technology. My entire life has been a journey into Chapter 1 Prologue and Unidentified Objects. Prologue, an unknown cosmic dimension ached the heart of an uncharted galaxy. Amidst the crimson orbit of a colossal star, an immense artificial structure drifts silently in the obsidian void of space. Occasionally, solar material ejected from solar prominences is intercepted by the structure's translucent, arc-shaped energy shield, creating no disturbance whatsoever. At the pinnacle of this artificial edifice sits a humanoid being, encased tightly in black-brown armor, rendering its visage indecipherable. Before it stands an innumerable array of similarly armored humanoid entities, standing still like statues, exuding an air of solemnity. In the distance, numerous artificial constructs of diverse shapes loom, equally titanic, densely populating the vast expanse. Once again, a solar prominence erupted, its incandescent material illuminating the previously hidden, ominous fleet lurking in the shadows. The eyes of the humanoid beings at the pinnacle suddenly ignited, as if another sun had emerged within the cosmos. A series of inexplicable fluctuations began to manifest. This universe has commenced its demise. Our technology can no longer expand. Has the theoretical structure of a universe reached its conclusion? The unknown variables are too numerous for any conjecture. There is no time left. No time left. Silence reigned, yet the exchange of ideas had not ceased. Theoretical principles have begun to falter. The collapse of a universe has commenced. There is no time remaining. The plan must be executed immediately. A brief pause ensued in the discourse. The theory is not yet mature enough for execution. There is no time left. The cost of forcibly opening a passage is beyond our capacity to bear. It would accelerate the universe's decay. We cannot carry everything away. It is unavoidable. It is unavoidable. We must act swiftly. Make a decision. Gomos. Execution. Moments later, as the dark brown figures initiated their actions, a once vibrant star abruptly extinguished, akin to a light bulb being turned off along with it, the entirety of Teach. The surrounding star systems, stars also dimmed into darkness. As the stars extinguish, the once orderly planets transform into orphaned wanderers, breaking free from their orbits and careening through the abyss of space. Occasionally, two planets collide, igniting a fleeting dim light before swiftly cooling, shattering into fragments or continuing their aimless drift in bizarre formations that we require a reference point. Establishing a reference point based on life. May it arrive safely. In another universe. A sigh reverberates through the dark expanse. Name: Wang Shuo. Gender: male. Age: 18. Ethnicity: Han. Address: Dormitory of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Are you a student at Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Yes. Place of household registration: Lantian County, Xian, Shangxi. Do you understand why we called you here? I do. Please explain the circumstances. Officer, I truly did not strike anyone. I was acting in defense of justice. Wang Shuo felt exceptionally unfortunate, indeed, quite unfortunate. While walking peacefully, he was inexplicably struck on the head by a mysterious object falling from the sky, and to add to his misfortune, an unknown girl used him as a shield. Well, being a man, he couldn't simply ignore a girl seeking help, could he? Yet, these two ruffians were utterly lacking in skill, weren't they? Did he even lay a finger on them? The silence was deafening. What was the situation with the two of them lying before me? Surely, one does not resort to such tactics for extortion. Undoubtedly, Wang Shuo's actions had led him straight to the police station. Whether this constitutes an act of bravery is something we must investigate, said the younger officer seated before Wang Shuo. Do you know this young lady? I do not, Wang Shuo replied, shaking his head. The young officer nodded, jotting down notes in his notebook, and continued, Wang Shuo, we need you to remain here to assist with our inquiry. We will inform your family. Officer, I cannot stay here. I have to attend a ceremony at school this afternoon. A ceremony? The young officer furrowed his brow. Are you a new student this year? Yes, Wang Shuo eagerly affirmed. I just registered yesterday, and now I find myself at the police station. Well, you certainly have a knack for attracting trouble, the young officer remarked noncommittally. However, the girl you mentioned is still in the hospital and has yet to regain consciousness, so you cannot leave at this time. What the predicament? Wang Shuo raked his fingers through his hair, feeling as though he was beset by a string of misfortunes. When a homebody encounters the realities of society, it becomes an insurmountable dilemma. Just as Wang Shuo was mulling over how to extricate himself from this situation, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted his thoughts. Hello, yes, I understand, the young officer said into the phone, casting a glance at Wang Shuo. Slowly, he tucked the phone away in his pocket. You're free to go. Can I leave now? Wang Shuo exclaimed with delight as he looked up. Miss Chun has awakened, and the matter has been clarified. You may now proceed to your ceremony, the young officer stated, closing his notebook and opening the door to the interroga. Tie-in room. Thank you, officer. Wang Shuo quickly grabbed his backpack and dashed out of the police station. The origins of this incident were, in fact, quite simple. As previously mentioned, Wang Shuo, a male with a penchant for the female, possessed no vices. His sole flaw was a tendency towards introversion. However, while others might indulge in watching films, anime, or novels, Wang Shuo's solitary pastime was reading. When compared to his peers, Wang Shuo truly embodied the essence of a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top of his class. Although he never quite surpassed the leading few, he nonetheless belonged to the upper echelon of his cohort. It was precisely due to his outstanding academic performance that he gained admission to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Wang Shuo had contemplated applying to other institutions, yet his affection for W City was undeniable. The mere thought of attending university there thrilled him immensely. As for the reason of him, it is well understood that a man's first love is often the most unforgettable, particularly for someone like Wang Shuo, a quintessential introvert who found himself utterly defenseless against his goddess. On his very first day at the university, the introverted Wang Shuo discovered that he had arrived the latest. He had already been assigned to a class, a dormitory, and even a bed, leaving only one bed available. Wang Shuo could only reluctantly accept the bed positioned closest to the balcony, and the reason was quite simple. No one wished to sleep near the bathroom door. Indeed, this student dormitory boasted an en-suite bathroom, complete with a shower, though the hot water was a luxury that had to be heated manually by oneself. Well, Wang Shuo's initial thought was that this was rather unfortunate. However, bathing had never been a concern for a reclusive boy like him, so he pinched his nose and accepted the situation, knowing that he wouldn't be bathing frequently. His roommates appeared to be seasoned veterans upon meeting. They embraced each other like long-lost brothers. Within just a few hours, they were already camaraderie bound, and Wang Shuo was bestowed with a commendable rank of second among them. He felt quite pleased with this. The four brothers gathered together and reflected on their shared temperaments, marveling at the serendipity of encountering one another in university after completing over a decade of schooling. Consequently, they designated the first day of classes as dormitory day and agreed to indulge in a celebratory meal together at noon. No one opposed this notion. Thus, the inaugural dormitory gathering of their university life concluded in a light-hearted and jovial atmosphere. How unfortunate, Wang Shuo muttered as he glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 1:40 p.m., leaving only 20 minutes until the opening ceremony. He distinctly remembered passing through a narrow alley where he encountered two ruffians harassing an unfamiliar girl. To his astonishment, the girl's response was remarkably astute upon seeing him. She immediately used him as a human shield. Pray tell, am I, Wang Shuo, such a frivolous individual? The notion of being casually dubbed someone else's boyfriend is utterly preposterous. Moreover, the two ruffians before me exude an intimidating aura that is far from inviting. Having never engaged in a brawl throughout his life, Wang Shuo found himself rendered speechless by the uncanny events unfolding before him. Instinctively, he opted to contact the authorities, for the presence of law enforcement does provide a semblance of security. Thus, the scene at the outset came to be. Reflecting upon the sequence of events, Wang Shuo suddenly felt a throbbing headache. How had he become a mere pawn in someone else's game, all the while failing to grasp the identity of the main player? He could barely recall their appearance, and to add insult to injury, he had been struck from behind without ever laying eyes on his assailant. What a dreadful day it was. Wang Shuo rubbed the back of his head, acutely aware of the misfortunes that had befallen him. Chapter 2. The system. Upon arriving at the school auditorium, drenched in perspiration, Wang Shuo found it brimming with people. New students crowded the aisles, rendering passage nearly impossible. Just as he stood there, uncertain, a voice boomed, "Old air, over here." Wang Shuo looked up to see a tall young man with a full beard waving enthusiastically from the third-to-last row. His deep and resonant voice drew the attention of those nearby. Wang Shuo felt an overwhelming urge to silence him with a swift strike, yet he recognized that this was hardly the appropriate moment. Resigned, he steeled himself and began to navigate through the throng of people. "I say, Air, what do you think? Am I loyal enough?" The young man beamed with pride as he patted the seat beside him. "This spot is reserved just for you. Just now, some clueless person tried to take it, but I promptly sent them packing. You're impressive, truly the best." Wang Shuo rolled his eyes and plopped down into the seat. The young man's name was Zhanjiang, a tall fellow from northeast China, standing at over 6 feet, which made him stand out in this department predominantly populated by slender, say youths. He had just been elected as the dormitory leader today. "Of course. Just ask San or see how I dealt with that person," Zhangjun said, his spirits soaring. San, known as Li, was a youthful lad exuding an artistic aura. He was a few months younger than Wang Shuo and sported oversized framed glasses that seemed to threaten his nose. Collapse. Li was passionate about software programming, embodying the quintessential image of a coder. "I didn't witness any of that." Li adjusted his glasses. "I was busy conceptualizing a new software." "See, did you see anything?" "I did not," replied Chun Chung with a somewhat awkward smile. "After all, there's so many beautiful girls around. I only have 2 eyes and 2 ears, which simply aren't enough." Chun Chung possessed an undeniably handsome face. To what extent? Well, every time Wang Shuo saw that face, an inexplicable urge to deliver a punch arose, as if to suggest it could use a little cosmetic adjustment. To put it more bluntly, if C were to act in a television drama, he would undoubtedly be a heartthrob. With the conversation diverted by San and C, Wang Shuo turned to Zhangjun, his expression one of innocent inquiry. "You all?" Zhangjun was taken aback by the shamelessness of his companions. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wang Shuo and inquired, "By the way, Wang Shuo, where have you been? You've taken so long that we nearly missed the ceremony." "Well," Wang Shuo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "It's rather complicated. I still haven't grasped the situation." "Oh." The 3 brothers immediately perked up with interest. "Is there some unspeakable secret? Share it, so we can all have a good laugh." "Indeed, it seems that birds of a feather flock together. There was a reason these 3 were united." "Nothing much, just an unexpected incident of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress," Wang Shuo said, his expression clouded with frustration as he recounted his experience. "Wow, my admiration for you flows like an unending stream. You are truly my idol," Chun Chung exclaimed dramatically, his tone laced with innuendo. "Pray tell, was the damsel you rescued beautiful?" "Wang Shuo, you don't happen to possess some extraordinary charm that irresistibly attracts women, do you?" Zhang Jun chimed in. "Did something happen between you and the girl?" "Did it with it?" Wang Shuo was bombarded with questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. He scratched his head in exasperation, contemplating what was going on in their minds. Even Li, who usually appeared quite mature and serious, had taken on a different persona. "Am I allowed to say that I have no clue about the situation? Even now, I remain utterly perplexed. As for the girl's name, how would I know? You should go ask her yourselves." "Is that even possible?" Chun Chung expressed disbelief. "You saved the damsel in distress. Shouldn't she be offering herself in gratitude? Have you been watching too many dramas?" Wang Shuo replied with disdain. "Surely you must have seen what she looked like. Don't tell me that after heroically rescuing her, you didn't even get a glimpse of her features?" Qingqing also wore a disapproving expression. "Well, Wang Shuo scratched his head where he was struck, feeling everything was normal, as if the blow was merely an illusion. It seems. I really didn't get a clear look. Come on, Shin Cheng exclaimed, pointing at Wang Shuo. You are truly a talent, my friend. Zhang Jun patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder. I thought I was the only one who couldn't win a girl's heart. Turns out you can't either. No worries. We won't be lonely, we can just be single together. He said this with a look of contentment. Li, the third member of their group, wore a similar expression of camaraderie. Wang Shuo felt a profound weariness in his heart. I must say, have you noticed the quality of the girls this year? It's quite exceptional compared to recent years. We are fortunate. Chun Chung quickly shifted his thoughts, surveying his surroundings as he spoke. Indeed, I have observed as well the quality of the girls has significantly improved this year. Zhang Jun agreed wholeheartedly, though he did not glance around, maintaining a wraith. Our infatuated demeanor. Regarding this matter, Wang Shuo expressed his reluctance to voice an opinion, as he perceived it to be entirely irrelevant to his own life. He identified as a homebody, believing that such pursuits as courting women were evidently ill-suited for him. Thus, Wang Shuo wisely opted for silence, allowing himself to listen to the banter of his peers, particularly the incessant chatter of the elder and the fourth member. They would occasionally comment on the attractive girls in the neighboring class, scrutinizing one particular girl's figure, and if all else failed, they would speculate about her measurements. In summary, the discussions were rife with vulgarity, at least from Wang Shuo's perspective. As for the third member, he had long since immersed himself in his own creative endeavors. As his thoughts began to meander, Wang Shuo gradually slipped into a peculiar state of consciousness. Awakening. Unknown information detected. Receiving information. Reception complete. Executing conversion. Cognitive fluctuations detected. Initiating analysis. Analysis failed. Restarting detection. Analysis failed. Restarting detection. Analysis failed. Initiating judgment. Judgment result. Cognitive fluctuations weak. Undetectable. Judgment result A00 within limits. Executing logical sequence. Opening database. Access coefficient 0.00000000000000000000001. Ceiling intelligence. Closing highest sequence. Executing secondary sequence. Commencing target identification. Warning. Overload. Unable to search for target. Error occurred. Executing logical sequence. Adjusting priorities. Identifying nearest target. Objective confirmed. Initiating data input into the database. Target information confirmed. Wang Shuo. If Wang Shuo were conscious at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the system?" Regrettably, Wang Shuo is devoid of awareness, as his mind silently absorbs the stream of data. Time passes second by second. Chapter 3. The Explorer's Forum. Wake up. Wake up. How can this fellow sleep so deeply? He has managed to doze off during the entire ceremony. Truly remarkable. Wake up. Wake up. Wang Shuo groggily opened his eyes to find Zhang Jun, Li, and Qin Qing standing before him. It appeared that the opening ceremony had concluded, and most of the attendees had departed. Did I fall asleep? Wang Shuo pondered, bewildered. Not just asleep, you were out like a log, Qin Qing remarked. You slept through the 2.5-hour ceremony. Impressive. We called your name for ages. Li adjusted his glasses and added, perhaps you were exhausted from yesterday. Zhang Jun. With an understanding expression and a teasing smile, nudged Wang Shuo, let us go. Go where? Wang Shuo seemed still disoriented. Of course, we're continuing the celebration. With such a brief lunch break, how could we possibly enjoy ourselves fully? Qin Qing said, his face betraying his dissatisfaction. I'll take you to the most famous food street in W City. Shangxiangju, Fuqing, and Zaidawaiyuan are all exquisite. I guarantee you'll be pleased. Wang Shuo glanced at Zhang Jun, who appeared almost salivating at the prospect. Are you really not coming? Zhang Jun expressed his discontent. This is our first group activity. Wang Shuo shook his head, feeling dizzy as if he had played video games nonstop for 3 days and nights without sleep. With his eyes closed for half the day, Wang Shuo found himself unable to drift into slumber. Instead, he grew increasingly invigorated. It was rather peculiar. He stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, pondering the myriad of strange occurrences he had encountered that day. After much contemplation, he could not unravel a single thread of clarity. Thus, he decided to rise from his bed, retrieving the laptop he had brought to school. Connecting it to the internet, he booted it up with practiced ease. Inputting the campus network password, Upon seeing the status bar in the lower right corner indicate a successful connection, Wang Shuo swiftly launched the web browser and typed in a string of characters in the address bar. The page that opened was merely an ordinary text document, nothing remarkable. Disregarding the content, Wang Shuo accessed the source code, entered a sequence of commands, and executed them. The page transitioned once more, this time revealing a login interface for an account and password. Wang Shuo quickly entered his credentials, and the page shifted again, now displaying the title in bold black letters, Explorer Forum. The Explorer Forum was a bounty site Wang Shuo had serendipitously discovered at the age of 15. Nestled within the dark web, entry required passing a few modest trials. Given his rudimentary hacking skills, Wang Shuo's access to the forum was largely a stroke of fortune. At that time, the forum's creator had not imposed stringent entry requirements. Otherwise, with his then meager hacking abilities, he would have been utterly incapable of gaining access. Yet, as a member of the forum, Wang Shuo, at the tender age of 15, was granted a glimpse into a world he had yet to comprehend. The Explorer Forum is, at its core, quite simple. It is a repository of various technical sharing threads. Whatever you can conceive, be it a well-established technology or a notion that exists solely in theory, or even just a vague idea, can be found within its confines. You are welcome to share your own technological insights as well as your inquiries. Any challenges you encounter can be transformed into posts, where you are certain to find an adept individual capable of resolving them. For someone like Wang Shuo, whose reservoir of knowledge is limited, the issue of creating batteries with higher energy density appears as an inscrutable enigma, far beyond his comprehension, let alone the subsequent concepts. Thus, Wang Shuo frequents this forum to broaden his horizons and glean insights from the various luminaries, often remaining silent himself. Over time, Wang Shuo has discerned that the Explorer Forum possesses its own complexities. Every participant remains anonymous. Yet, it is not difficult to surmise that those proposing feasible theories are unlikely to be mere beggars in reality. They are often technology enthusiasts or magnates. As he quietly peruses the posts, it seems that today lacks any substantial contributions. Recently, Wang Shuo has noticed a significant decline in technical sharing posts, nearly approaching extinction, while requests for assistance have surged. In the Explorer Forum, for each problem solved, the original poster compensates the solver with a reward, varying in amount according to the difficulty of the issue. These rewards are convertible into currency. Although the rewards hold considerable value and tempt Wang Shuo, he is acutely aware of his inability to tackle these challenges, thus opting to observe quietly. The forum points can be converted into currency, and conversely, currency can also be transformed back into forum points. However, the price of a single forum point is something that Wang Shuo simply cannot afford, as it is nearly tethered to the value of Bitcoin. Wang Shuo is aware of Bitcoin, yet he lacks a mining operation at home and thus prefers to merely observe. Glancing at the upper right corner, where it indicates that he possesses a mere 20 forum points, a sense of dissatisfaction welled up within him. He casually selected a query thread and clicked into it. The individual seeking assistance in this post was under the username Tianwoming. Wang Shuo found himself unwittingly reading aloud. How can one resolve the issue of overheating basic materials? Without any context or conditions, this question appeared rather absurd. Overheating materials? Which materials? Where are they utilized? How are they employed? What is the threshold for overheating? All these queries remained unanswered, leaving only that solitary sentence. Wang Shuo clicked to confirm. The fundamental properties of a material dictate its stress limits and the environmental conditions under which it may be employed. In such cases, one must resort to materials with superior heat resistance, such as advanced ceramics or other composite materials. Currently, the leading heat-resistant materials available globally include several options, from which the original poster may choose to address. This response could only be deemed mediocre. Anyone could surmise that one should indeed opt for better heat-resistant materials. The crucial question lies in how to fabricate such materials. I could devise at least 7 methods to tackle this issue, Wang Shuo muttered to himself. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, he felt a surprising confidence in his ability to resolve the problem, and not just with one solution, but with as many as 7. Could it be that he had yet to awaken from his slumber? Wang Shuo read the host's question once more, and this time, the clarity in his mind sharpened. He was confident that his solution was, in all likelihood, correct. Chapter 4. Nosebleed after an intense session of typing. He completed several thousand words and let out a sigh of relief. He disregarded any reservations and followed his instincts, writing whatever came to mind. Upon reviewing his work, he discovered certain passages that were incomprehensible even to him. Frowning, He decisively deleted those obscure sections and meticulously examined his text again, ensuring there were no further areas of confusion. With a firm resolve, he clicked the upload button. After all, it was merely a spontaneous outpouring of thought. The correctness was of little consequence. He treated it as a costly lesson learned. After reassuring himself, he glanced at the dwindling numbers in the upper right corner of the page and, gritting his teeth, closed the forum. He feared he might be tempted to peruse the works of some esteemed figure. For someone of his modest means, every point on the forum was invaluable. He fought against the urge to continue browsing, shut the forum page, and meticulously erased his browsing history. Although it was his own computer and rarely used by others, caution was prudent, considering the forum's dubious nature. He randomly clicked on a link from a headline website and skimmed the content, which discussed the latest invention by a Japanese company, a remarkably sophisticated robot that perfectly emulated the appearance of a human female, capable of engaging in conversation and even performing some physical movements. Wang Shuo attempted to search for the progress of Huaxia robotics, only to discover that all the finished products remained at a stage reminiscent of Japan's 2 decades ago. Although some were encased in artificial silicone skin, their exterior, both in texture and intricacy, paled in comparison to the offerings of the Japanese companies reported in the media. Not to mention, their other functionalities were severely lacking. If only I possessed the capability. Such robots, restricted by limited movements, expressions, and incomplete emotional language settings, could hardly hold any significance. With a silent sigh of disappointment for Huaxia's technological shortcomings, he began to fantasize about one day establishing his own tech company to create his own innovative products. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wang Shuo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if the events of that afternoon were replaying. Damn it. Wang Shuo barely managed to utter 2 words before collapsing to the ground, seemingly losing consciousness. Host cognitive fluctuations are abnormal. Initiating assessment. Assessment result. Host is autonomously accessing the database. No anomalies in permission verification. Commencing repair of the intelligent module. Repair of the module in progress. Repair progress. 0,001. Critical sequence missing. Unable to continue repairs. Activating guidance mode. Executing host enhancement sequence. Strengthening host cerebral domain. Commencing execution. Enhancement complete. As the voice faded, Wang Shuo, lying on the ground, opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Touching his bloodied face, he then recalled the circumstances he had faced. Damn it. Wang Shuo found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he felt a dizzying haze enveloping him, and now he had fainted, leaving behind a considerable pool of blood from his nose. Could it be that he was afflicted with an incurable ailment? A cerebral thrombosis? A hemorrhage? Cerebral edema? Or perhaps something even graver? Brain cancer? Surely, fate would not be so cruel. He was merely 18, with his life just beginning to flourish. Heaven could not possibly bear to witness his untimely demise. He rushed to the restroom, meticulously cleaning the blood from his face, yet the bleeding from his nostrils persisted stubbornly. In the end, Wang Shuo resorted to stuffing 2 wads of tissue into his nostrils, needing to replace them every few minutes. Gazing into the mirror, he could not suppress a bitter smile at his own comical appearance. Despite his shortcomings, he considered himself fairly good-looking, while he lacked the extraordinary beauty of his friend. He was certainly not without charm. However, in that moment, he felt he could hardly lay claim to the title of handsome. His disheveled hair, sallow complexion, gaunt cheeks, and the glaring white tissues protruding from his nostrils, along with the bloodstains on his collar, painted a dismal picture. It was utterly wretched. His complexion, far from embodying that of a vibrant 18-year-old youth, resembled that of someone suffering from prolonged malnutrition. To make matters worse, his stomach grumbled audibly, a constant reminder of his discomfort. After tidying himself up and donning a clean t-shirt, Wang Shuo flopped onto his bed, resting his head upon his hands as he stared at the ceiling. His mind wandered, involuntarily contemplating the life that lay ahead. He was acutely aware of his family's circumstances, neither particularly favorable nor dire, merely sufficient. They managed to get by, having enough to eat and a stable education, yet always teetering between aspiration and limitation. Father is a researcher, while mother is unemployed, and the family relies solely on father's modest salary for sustenance. It seems I must seek a part-time job, Wang Shuo mused. Every bit saved for the family counts. After all, my parents have it tough too. Gurgle. Upon hearing that sound, a frown creased Wang Shuo's face. Indeed, one must first attend to the basic necessity of filling the stomach. The thought of his elder brother or others possibly indulging in a feast made him feel even hungrier. He contemplated calling his brother but ultimately decided against it. Pride must take a backseat to hunger. A man's word is his bond, after all. Yet, if he chose not to go, how would he resolve his dinner dilemma? After much deliberation, Wang Shuo quietly took out his phone and dialed Zhang number. "Hello, brother, is there space?" he inquired. Matters of pride could wait until his hunger was satiated. After confirming the location, Wang Shuo donned his coat and dashed downstairs, propelled by an unprecedented urgency for food. Public transport would undoubtedly be too late at this hour. Spotting a taxi at the school gate, he disregarded all hesitation, flinging open the door and taking a seat inside. "Hey, that's our cab." Just as Wang Shuo was about to close the door, a voice suddenly erupted from beside the taxi. Wang Shuo then noticed that beside the taxi, two young women had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, one tall and slender, adorned in a delicate sky blue long dress. Her cascading hair gracefully falling past her shoulders, the other, slightly shorter, sported a ponytail, wearing a casual yellow t-shirt paired with cropped trousers that revealed her fair ankles. Apparently devoid of socks. At that moment, the girl in yellow, her face contorted with anger, was interrogating the other, who stood silently beside her. Wang Shuo, momentarily taken aback, marveled at his own keen observational skills. How had he suddenly become so perceptive, noting the attire, appearances, and expressions of others? Noticing Wang Shuo's silence, the girl in yellow's ire intensified. She grasped the car door and exclaimed, "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? This is our taxi. On what grounds do you presume to board it?" At last, Wang Shuo responded, though he was not one to yield easily, especially given that he was already seated in the vehicle. "I got in first. Why should it be considered yours? Did you use Didi?" "You." "It was we who hailed the driver," the girl in yellow retorted vehemently. "Well, that settles it then. The driver might have stopped because he saw me waving. Besides, I boarded the taxi first, which makes it mine," Wang Shuo replied dismissively, loosening his grip. "If you get your hand caught, that's your problem. I certainly can't afford to pay for your injuries." "You." The girl in yellow was clearly inexperienced in arguments, her face flushed with rage. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. "Do not be so stubborn. Quickly find another vehicle. There is no need to cling to this one. Lest you find yourselves without any transportation later on, do not say I did not warn you." The girl in the yellow dress pointed at Wang Shuo, her neck beginning to flush with irritation. "All right, Xiaolan, do not let this vex you too much," the girl in the blue dress gently reassured, observing the imminent explosion of frustration in her friend. "But he has taken our taxi." "Fear not, Xiaoting. Can you not maintain your composure just once? I am on the verge of losing my temper." All right, I shall not be angry. I know Xiaolan is the kindest of us all and would not let such trivial matters upset her." The girl in the blue dress smiled softly, grasping the hand of the girl in yellow in a gesture of comfort. "Humph." The girl in yellow rolled her eyes. "We have waited for half an hour with no vehicle in sight. This is the only taxi available. You shall have to handle it. Allow me to speak," the girl in blue said, turning her head towards Wang Shuo, her voice softening almost to a whisper. "This classmate, Xiaolan, is rather hasty. I hope you will not take offense. May I inquire about your destination?" It was only then that Wang Shuo truly observed the girl in blue, who had been lost in thought with her head lowered. Now, as she lifted her gaze, she was indeed breathtaking. Wang Shuo had never encountered such beauty before. "I am heading to the snack street." Wang Shuo, unable to resist the charm of the lovely young lady, candidly disclosed his destination. "Splendid." The girl in blue smiled gently. "Xiaolan and I are also bound for the snack street. If it happens to be on your way, would you mind if we joined you?" Wang Shuo wore a face of reluctance, but who could blame him for taking someone else's taxi? Although he spoke with conviction and eloquence, the fact remained that he had indeed taken what was not his. His conscience could not bear the weight of it. He expressed his gratitude to the student who had helped him. The girl in the blue dress maintained a sweet smile, as if she had rehearsed it thoroughly. "No need to keep calling me student. I am Wang Shuo, a freshman this year." Qin shouting, "And this is my good friend, Qin Lan," she replied. Once inside the vehicle, Qin shouting introduced herself and the girl in the yellow dress. Wang Shuo caught a soft hum from Qin Lan, the girl in yellow. "Are you also freshmen?" Wang Shuo inquired, curiosity piqued. "Yes," Qin shouting nodded. "We just made new friends, so we decided to gather at a certain place." "I'm in a similar situation," Wang Shuo remarked, then fell silent, realizing that while Qin shouting was indeed beautiful, she was of no personal relevance to him. Wang Shuo kept his silence, and Qin shouting sat quietly in the back seat, occasionally whispering to Qin Lan. He could catch snippets of their conversation, words like event, gathering, and pick up, but since they did not concern him, he paid little attention. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at their destination. With his stomach growling incessantly, nearly driven mad by hunger, Wang Shuo promptly paid the fare, barely managing to bid farewell to the two girls in the back before hastily exiting the vehicle. Rushing toward the location his elder had sent him. Chapter 5, for the youth shouting, "Look at that person. They have no sense of courtesy. They stole our taxi and didn't even utter a single word of apology. It's infuriating." Qinlan watched Wang Shuo hastily depart, her face filled with displeasure as she vented her frustrations to Qin shouting. "Well, Xiaolan, he did pay for our transportation," Qin shouting remarked with a smile. "Am I someone who frets over a mere handful of coins?" Qinlan retorted, her eyes wide as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Qin shouting. All right. Our esteemed Miss Qin certainly isn't lacking in such trifles. What she truly desires are substantial sums," Qin shouting chuckled, wrapping her arms around Qinlan's waist. "Dear lady, let us be on our way. Your gentleman caller must be anxiously awaiting your return." Qinlan proudly lifted her chin, asserting that they could afford to keep him waiting, lest he speak ill of them later. Despite her words, her body obediently followed Qin shouting, exuding an air of weariness. Meanwhile, in a KTV lounge on a summer afternoon, suddenly, Wang Shuo's eyes brightened as he spotted a glaring neon sign that boldly proclaimed the name of the summer lounge. Famished, he dashed toward the entrance. "Sir, please halt." A friendly security guard intercepted him just as he reached the door. Wang Shuo was taken aback. "May I ask if you possess an invitation?" The guard inquired amiably. "An invitation?" Wang Shuo was further puzzled. "This is a private entertainment venue, sir. Unless you have an invitation, you are not permitted to enter." "Do you have an invitation?" "So, if I do not, I cannot enter?" "Not necessarily. However, you would need to present our venue's platinum card." The guard remained courteous, polite, and patient. "What if I have friends inside?" Wang Shuo, undeterred, inquired. "You need to contact your friend and have him come to fetch you." "Sir, please wait." Behind Wang Shuo appeared an exceedingly youthful lad, whom the security guard dutifully obstructed. "I am here at the invitation of Miss Qin to attend the party. Here is my invitation." The young man produced a black and red card, and Wang Shuo noticed an unassuming golden leaf design upon it. After examining the card, the security guard politely returned it to the young man, stepping back to indicate that he was permitted entry. Thus, the young man strode confidently into the venue, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Shuo, tinged with a hint of mockery. Bewildered, Wang Shuo thought, "What have I done to deserve this?" Frustrated, he took out his phone and dialed his leader's number. Beep, beep. "Hello, Erguzi, where are you?" Upon connection, the boisterous voice of the dormitory leader resonated through the line. "Let me tell you, today, Lao Si is treating us to a feast, a variety of delectable dishes. It's going to be fantastic. Haha. If you don't show up, don't blame us for enjoying it all without you." In mere moments, Wang Shuo had acquired a nickname. "Leader, what is the name of the place you are at? I seem to be lost." Wang Shuo suppressed the urge to strangle Zhangjun and asked, "Where?" "Just a moment, let me ask." "Lao Si, what is the name of our location?" "Oh, it's called Summer Afternoon, KTV. Did you hear that? Third floor, room 308. Hurry up." Before Wang Shuo could utter a word, he heard Zhangjun continue to exclaim. "The fourth said, if anyone obstructs your way, just say 3/8. The sound of a horn blared. Wang Shuo, wearing a bewildered expression, glanced at the security guard before inquiring, "Is there a room 888 on the third floor?" The guard scrutinized Wang Shuo for a moment before responding. "Are you a guest of young Master Chen? Please proceed upstairs. The elevator is on your right. Enjoy your time." With that, he took a step back, allowing Wang Shuo to pass without further ado. Thus, Wang Shuo entered the club, still in a daze. Upon turning a corner, he was greeted by an expansive lobby, its decor far removed from the ostentatiousness typically associated with KTV establishments, instead evoking a sense of comfort. To the right of the lobby stood a row of 4 elevators, each accompanied by a welcoming hostess, her smile radiating warmth. Wang Shuo inhaled deeply and approached the elevator. Under the attentive service of the hostess, he ascended to the 3rd floor. As he exited the elevator, an ear-splitting cacophony erupted, and amidst the tumult, Wang Shuo discerned Zhangjun's distinctive presence, the voice, the timbre, the volume. There was no mistaking it. He accurately located room 888 and pushed the door open. If the noise outside was deafening, the room itself was akin to a disaster zone. Wang Shuo felt as if his entire head were engulfed by Zhangjun's booming voice, drowning out all else. "I still want to live for another 500 years. As the final notes of the song faded, Zhangjun, still yearning for more, smacked his lips and set the microphone down. Just then, he spotted Wang Shuo entering the room. With a wide grin, he bounded over to Wang Shuo, slinging his arm around his shoulder. "Ah, my friend, your timing is impeccable. How did you find my performance?" Before Wang Shuo could respond, he pointed at Li Li and Qin Qing, who were covering their ears. "Look, the third and fourth have already succumbed to my charm. Are you considering issuing a challenge?" Seeing the eager glint in Zhangjun's eyes, Wang Shuo gave a thumbs up. "Deafeningly good, absolutely splendid. However, my friend, I am absolutely famished. I sprinted here and have burned through quite a few calories. Might I first replenish myself?" "Huh. Of course, eat away. I'll select a song for us," Zhangjun replied, patting Wang Shuo on the shoulder before heading off to choose a tune. Li Li and Chun Cheng turned pale, hastily interjecting, "But, dear leader, you've already sung 4 songs in a row. Perhaps we should take a breather?" "Not at all. You enjoy your meal. I'm not tired," Zhangjun waved dismissively, exuding a sense of confidence. Ignoring the despairing looks from Li Li and Qin Qing, he expertly selected a song and cranked up the volume. Then, a thunderous blast erupted, a voice that was both raw and raspy, heavy yet resonant. In truth, Wang Shuo found himself at a loss for words to describe it. It was as if 1,000 firecrackers were exploding in his ears. As he bit into a piece of meat, he found he could not discern its flavor for quite some time. Upon glancing at Li Li and Qin Cheng, it was evident that they had cowardly plugged their ears tightly, their mouths agape as they continuously cast sidelong glances at Wang Shuo. They exchanged silent gazes, and Wang Shuo, in quiet resignation, swallowed the skewered meat in his hand before also covering his ears. "Am I here to dine or to endure torment?" Observing Zhangjun, who stood entranced at the front, Wang Shuo couldn't help but ponder the absurdity of life. It seemed that today had been anything but smooth. First, he inexplicably found himself accused of intentional harm and taken to the police station. Then, due to another inexplicable occurrence, he had slept away an entire afternoon, followed by a splitting headache from yet another bizarre incident, and ultimately, he had arrived here to listen to Zhangjun sing. With these thoughts, he cast a sympathetic glance at Li Li and Qin Cheng, who, despite having already endured 4 songs, remained remarkably upright. Truly impressive. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the song came to an end, yet Zhangjun appeared eager to continue. In a swift motion, Li Li and Qin Cheng rushed up to seize the microphone. Refusing to relinquish it, Zhangjun had no choice but to acquiesce, sulking as he retreated to the booth. "I must say, my dear fellow, none of today's songs are my signature pieces, but I do possess one exquisite gem. Would you care to hear it?" Zhangjun inquired tentatively. Li Li and Qin Qing instantly tensed. "Well," Wang Shuo sighed with a wry smile, "Boss, we have already gained a profound understanding of your vocal prowess. There is no need to reinforce our impressions at this moment." "Is that so?" Zhangjun appeared somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Li Li chimed in, nodding inappropriately. "Very well then." Zhangjun responded, albeit reluctantly. "Is that so?" Zhangjun exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at Qin Cheng, with a smile and a nod. Qin Cheng responded, "I mean, Qin Cheng, isn't this inappropriate?" Zhangjun appeared troubled, seemingly embarrassed. "We are all minors, still students. Isn't this rather improper?" Qin Cheng's eyes grew even wider. "Minors? Students? Do you not think such actions are morally questionable? Engaging in sordid affairs in such an upscale establishment?" Qin Cheng's astonishment deepened. "Sordid affairs? My parents and teachers have always taught us to be upright and sincere, never to act against our conscience. Thus, I must honestly tell you, although I am eager to explore, my 12 years of education have instilled in me the understanding that one must not indulge excessively. Particularly now that we have just emerged from the arduous sea of academia, entering this newfound realm of freedom, we must hold ourselves to a higher standard." Qin Cheng was utterly bewildered. "What on earth? I simply wish for you to organize a self-introduction for us. Is that such a daunting task?" Observing the 3 bewildered faces, a rare blush appeared on Zhangjun's countenance as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Since Qin Cheng has brought it up, allow me to take the lead. My name is Zhangjun. I am 19 years old, hailing from the Northeast, and I stand at 187 centimeters tall. Both of my parents served in the military, so they hope I will follow in their footsteps to serve the country. There is not much else to share." Before Zhangjun could finish, Qin Qing interjected, No, that won't do. This is hardly different from before. Our introduction today is rather solemn. Beyond your name, gender, date of birth, which indicates your age, height, and family background, do you not feel the need to elaborate on your interests, hobbies, romantic history, whether you are a virgin. If you have ever viewed adult films and your preferred positions? As Zhanjiang's inquiries grew increasingly inappropriate, Wang Shuo, as the second elder of the dormitory, naturally stepped forward. Ahem, the leader has concluded his part. Allow me to introduce myself. Chen Cheng interjected with a hint of sarcasm, after witnessing the leader's earlier demeanor. Do you still not understand? The leader undoubtedly has a story to tell. I'm on the verge of unraveling it. Ignoring him, Wang Shuo continued. My name is Wang Shuo. Male, Han ethnicity, 18 years old, standing at 174 centimeters tall, with no romantic history. I had a crush on a girl in high school, but we have not been in touch for quite some time. I am currently single. My father is an ordinary engineer, while my mother is unemployed, having previously engaged in small business ventures, and now she stays at home. I do not possess any significant hobbies at present. My sole focus is on studying diligently and working part-time to alleviate my parents' burdens. Applause erupted as Zhanjiang led the way. The second elder knows how to present himself. Let us proceed in this manner. Third elder, it is your turn. Li nodded. My name is Li. There is nothing particularly special about it. I am 18 years old, have never had a girlfriend, and I enjoy programming. Zhanjiang asked, tell me, third elder, what do your parents do? Li paused for a moment before responding. My father passed away early. It was my mother who raised me. I apologize. I am unsure. Zhanjiang realized his mistake, his expression filled with remorse. It's all right. It's all in the past, Li replied with a smile. I was quite young when my father passed, and I cannot vividly recall his visage, so I don't feel much about it. His tone was unassuming. Yet all present understood that such memories likely lingered in Li's heart. I suggested, it is rare for us to gather together. Shall we raise a toast before I introduce myself? Zhanjiang lifted his glass of red wine and declared, to youth, to aspirations, to the future. Chapter 6. A new era in the cosmos. What the future holds remains a mystery to all. Zheng Jun, a quintessential northeastern lad, displayed an astonishing capacity for alcohol. After enduring a rigorous drinking session with the determined Zhanjiang and Li, he still had enough vigor to engage in a duel with Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, too, fought valiantly. However, inexplicably, on this day, he exhibited remarkable resilience, managing to drag Zheng Jun into a decisive confrontation. The final outcome was predictably disastrous for all involved. The four of them succumbed to the effects of their drinking, resulting in a tumultuous first dormitory drinking experience at university. Wang Shuo's only lingering thought before drifting into slumber was, why am I able to drink so much today? He swore to himself that he would never drink again. His consciousness was detected to be in slumber, and a judgment commenced. Upon completion, it was determined that the host's neural domain had been enhanced, with a reinforcement coefficient of 0.1326, meeting the minimum requirements for system activation. Execution began, and a request from another realm was being generated. Injection initiated. Wang Shuo felt as though he had plunged into a black hole, spiraling into an abyss of uncertainty, lost to the passage of time until suddenly, with a jolt, he came to a halt. He surveyed his surroundings. The infinite expanse of darkness enveloped him in silence, interrupted only by fleeting beams of light that darted by like shooting stars. He reached out to touch these luminous points, yet his hand met nothing but emptiness. What is this? Where am I? Wang Shuo gazed at his softly glowing hands in bewilderment. If this were a dream, it was astonishingly vivid. He raised his voice, calling out into the void. Is anyone there? Is anyone present? After shouting for what felt like an eternity, he realized that aside from observing the dark expanse, he was utterly immobilized. Perhaps he had moved, but without any reference point, it felt as though he had remained still. What an unfortunate day this has turned out to be. Wang Shuo felt tears welling up in frustration, pondering whether he had perhaps departed the house incorrectly. Maybe by stepping out with his left foot first. After a prolonged struggle, Wang Shuo finally relinquished his resistance, floating silently in place as he gazed at the flickering lights that danced before him. Once he calmed his mind, he realized that the scenery was rather pleasant. At the very least, it was not an expanse of utter darkness. As he endeavored to observe one of the lights, it suddenly burst forth with brilliance, forcing Wang Shuo to instinctively shut his eyes. In the next moment, a peculiar figure materialized before him. Wang Shuo could guarantee, based on his 18 years of emotional experience, that what he beheld was indeed a form that could only be described as strange. The term figure was aptly chosen, for this shadow possessed a head, too. Well, arms, and 2 legs, resembling a proper humanoid, yet it felt inappropriate to classify it as human. This anthropomorphic figure was clad entirely in a form-fitting black suit. adorned with intricate patterns that periodically radiated inexplicable luminescence. Its head was exposed, with two small protrusions resembling antennae adorning its forehead, and it possessed distinctly recognizable eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears, all of which contributed to a rather refined countenance. However, for reasons unknown, Wang Shuo found the figure exceedingly peculiar. As he pondered this, the figure opened its eyes. Whether it was an illusion or not, he seemed to detect a hint of confusion within them. Is this the new era? Has the activation succeeded? The figure uttered, before appearing to lapse back into bewilderment. Wang Shuo, utterly perplexed, could only stare at the figure with wide, innocent eyes. The silhouette seemed to furrow its brow momentarily, only to reveal a look of sudden realization. It raised an arm to touch the small protrusion on its forehead, then, with a frown, let it drop down, glancing at Wang Shuo and shaking its head before closing its eyes. Wang Shuo pondered, what does this mean? Is it a sign of disdain towards me? He felt a profound sense of insult. Were it not for the intangible and insubstantial nature of everything around him, he would have leapt at the silhouette, seizing its collar to inquire whether it understood the concept of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Indeed, cherishing the young was certainly the point. What on earth are you? Wang Shuo, who had drifted back a bit, regarded the figure before him with trepidation. To his astonishment, the words just uttered by the silhouette were enunciated in flawless Mandarin. As a nascent intelligent being, Wang Shuo had undergone a rudimentary enhancement of his cerebral domain. The voice of the silhouette grew increasingly detached. You partially meet the fundamental requirements of core capacity. My time is limited, nascent intelligent being Wang Shuo. A hint of sorrow seemed to flow from the silhouette's eyes. The traversal through the membrane wall consumed an excessive amount of energy, resulting in severe damage to the core structure and a deficit in the emotional intelligence module. I can no longer endure for much longer. However, fortunate is it that the database remains largely intact. Or rather, you still have a chance, nascent intelligent being Wang Shuo. The tone of the silhouette conveyed indifference. Yet Wang Shuo discerned a subtle undercurrent of unwillingness within that very indifference. But why was it that he could comprehend each word spoken, yet fail to grasp their collective meaning? Wait a moment. Wang Shuo interjected, his face a canvas of confusion. I must, with great trepidation, inquire, what exactly are you referring to? What do you mean by you and us? And what is the core? Who are you truly? Most importantly, am I merely a primitive intelligent life form? What on earth does that mean? Primitive intelligent life form, Wang Shuo, the figure replied, its gaze cold and condescending. My time is limited. Are you certain you wish for a comprehensive explanation? It will deplete the core's scant energy reserves. As you wish. The figure fell silent for a moment, extending its palm and gently rotating it. Instantly, Wang Shuo sensed the luminous particles surrounding him accelerating in speed, converging rapidly to unleash an even more dazzling radiance. The scene that unfolded before him left Wang Shuo in awe. Countless particles of dust swiftly settled, coalescing into irregular shapes of bizarre forms, while numerous such objects collided, radiating splendid colors. Time seemed to accelerate in that moment. Wang Shuo witnessed the birth of a planet before his very eyes. The initially gathered materials collapsed toward the center, while more substances continued to arrive. Finally, the core of this celestial body appeared to erupt in a violent explosion, igniting the entire planet into a blazing fireball, intermittently ejecting various materials imbued with destructive energy, sweeping in all directions. This is, Wang Shuo began to grasp. In that moment, the entire history of the universe's evolution seemed to be encapsulated within this resplendent gem. After the emergence of new stars, the surrounding matter seemed to find its anchor, beginning to orbit and collide with one another, merging repeatedly, ultimately forming a myriad of bizarre and colossal amalgamations. Our universe remains nameless. Yet for the sake of distinction from yours, we shall refer to it as the final universe, while yours shall be known to us as the new epic universe. The galaxy of our origin lies on the periphery of the cosmic clusters, and we call it the Mole Galaxy. As for our kind, you may refer to us as humanoid, as no other nomenclature exists within your lexicon. On a day ends after the birth of the universe, our ancestral planet came into existence. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than the colossal amalgamations, previously merging, underwent a series of violent collisions, shattering into pieces, with countless fragments cast into the vastness of space. The massive remnants revealed their might, drawing in the smaller debris and dust into their orbits, what they could consume. They devoured, while the rest remained ensnared in their gravitational embrace. Thus, before Wang Shuo's eyes, a collection of planets with well-defined shapes gradually materialized. The newly birthed celestial bodies were still quite unstable, akin to mischievous children, often leaving themselves battered, with the ground collapsing and magma and toxic gases erupting chaotically, resembling a hellish landscape. The companions that orbited alongside were not spared from such tumult. Wang Shuo witnessed one companion strike another, resulting in both becoming fragmented. As a significant amount of matter was drawn into the gravitational pull of the asteroid, landing upon its surface. However, unruly children inevitably mature, much like asteroids. Through the relentless cycles of collapse, absorption, and ejection, this once mischievous child eventually evolved into a competent planet, becoming increasingly orderly and stable, bestowing warmth and care upon its myriad little parasites. Moorstar resides in the fourth orbit of its galaxy, boasting a temperate climate that fosters ease of habitation. Following the emergence of our ancestors, a rapid advancement ensued. Within a mere 7,000 years, we developed technology capable of liberating us from the planet's gravitational grasp. Thus commenced the era of interstellar colonization. In a fleeting moment, tiny spacecraft, no larger than sesame seeds, began to launch from the nascent Moorstar. Some accelerated swiftly, departing the planet's orbit, while others descended upon nearby satellites to initiate rapid construction. Consequently, beneath Wang Shuo's very eyes, exploration bases began to materialize on the barren satellites as if by magic. Simultaneously, an increasing number of vessels emerged from within the asteroids, becoming progressively sophisticated, faster, and more colossal. Ultimately, a gargantuan spacecraft, comparable in size to Wang Shuo's fist, appeared in the planet's orbit, its immense form seemingly capable of blotting out the sun. By the 8th millennium, we had mastered gravitational wave navigation technology and constructed the first deep space mothership, the Hope. Wang Shuo was profoundly awed. The impact of witnessing the condensed history of a civilization presented in such a manner was beyond words, especially considering the astonishing form of presentation employed before him. By the 9th millennium, our kin had fractured. The trillions of beings fragmented into 3 factions, igniting a fierce conflict that endured for a century. The evolution of this scene continued to unfold, and from a broadened perspective, Wang Shuo observed that the humanoid race had seized control of the entire Moore's star system. The toll of war remained unspoken, and Wang Shuo did not inquire further. The figure gestured once more, and the surroundings began to accelerate rapidly. In the ensuing millennium, we unraveled the wormhole phenomenon and constructed colossal wormhole generators. Concurrently, we embarked on an exploration of spatial dynamics. Our endeavors bore fruit. Through wormholes, we transcended the confines of our stellar canyon and ventured into the expansive lake of a galaxy cluster. Thanks to our advancements in jump technology, we significantly enhanced our travel velocity, achieving a miniature form for our collective. We innovated new communication technologies capable of transmitting information across light years without loss or delay. We optimized our genetic structure, unlocking astonishing abilities in the process. We erected massive space stations that rivaled entire planets, and we migrated to countless celestial bodies, laying a robust foundation for our population explosion. Our civilization flourished, and we remained steadfast in our belief that we would explore more galaxy clusters and planets while developing superior technologies. Wang Shuo listened intently, captivated by the narrative. And as the figure's voice trailed off, he could not help but ask, what happened next? We succeeded, yet we also faced failures, the figure replied, falling into silence once more. With a renewed gesture, the pace of progression quickened beyond that of previous moments. The scenes around me whirled rapidly, as if tens of thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye. When everything finally came to a halt, the surroundings had transformed completely. If the universe moments ago resembled a vigorous middle-aged individual, now it appeared as an elderly figure at twilight, gravely ill and precariously close to collapse. What has transpired? Wang Shuo gazed in disbelief at the spectacle, the apocalyptic end of the universe. The silhouette fell silent for a moment before speaking. After hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, our race has occupied every corner of the cosmos. We can now touch the very edge of the universe. No cosmic catastrophe can extinguish us. We can even imprison stars, rendering them incapable of emitting a single ray of energy. We possess the capability to convert white dwarfs and neutron stars into our instruments of power. We can obliterate a planet in an instant, collapsing matter from 3 dimensions into 2. We can embed our information within the core to endure for millennia. We can traverse subdimensions to harvest dark energy, and we can breach the cosmic membrane. Yet, we are ultimately not the architects of reality. We are creatures, not deities. And we cannot conquer the universe itself. Wang Shuo's eyes widened. The revelations uttered by the figure seemed to transcend the boundaries of his comprehension. In truth, everything that had transpired that day appeared to surpass his ability to grasp. After repeatedly exceeding his limits, Wang Shuo felt a burgeoning sense of immunity, perhaps even a numbing detachment. You cannot comprehend primitive intelligent being, it stated. A shadow, steeped in sorrow, poses a poignant question. How would you react upon realizing that your demise is imminent? An inevitability from which there is no escape? Wang Shuo instinctively replies, I would endeavor to accomplish all that I desire within a single day. But is this truly sufficient, to fulfill one's wishes and then succumb to death in peace? The shadow gazes intently at Wang Shuo. Would you, in the face of utter hopelessness, still strive for a glimmer of hope, even if such struggle proves futile? If there exists even a modicum of hope, then indeed, it is the instinct of sentient beings. Wang Shuo nods earnestly. The shadow lapses into silence before continuing. At the zenith of our evolution, we inadvertently brushed against the cosmic imprint, a realm governed by rules. From this, we glimpse the fate of our kind, the inevitable decline of the universe, a truth irrevocable. We have lost our sanity, just as you articulated. Wise beings, Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo listens intently, seemingly oblivious to any peculiarities within the shadow's discourse. The yearning for existence is an instinct shared by all life forms. And we are no exception. Within the community, there exists a faction that refuses to accept this reality. They have succumbed to delusions of grandeur. Due to our mode of communication, such fantasies have significantly influenced a considerable number of our kin, driving them to the brink of madness. Conversely, another segment of our people has come to terms with this reality, yet they are unwilling to fade away silently. As previously mentioned, they aspire to fulfill all their dreams, disregarding whether these aspirations align with the community's principles. Additionally, there are those who exhibit no reaction at all. They have lost hope in their existence, spending their days confined within their homes, awaiting the cataclysmic end of the universe. And then, there are us. A glimmer ignited in the depths of our eyes as we intensified our tone, abandoning the apathy that once characterized our voices, now imbued with a fervent enthusiasm. We are the most distinguished explorers of our community, possessing over 90% of its knowledge, technology, and resources. We stand as the most formidable defenders when the cosmic judgment descends. We too refuse to follow the universe into oblivion. Yet our mission is to rescue our kin rather than join the ranks of those who seek destruction. Our advancements in space exploration technology have reached a significant plateau. In our numerous expeditions to the fringes of the cosmos, we have uncovered the existence of the cosmic membrane. Research on this membrane has been ongoing. Yet progress has been stymied by the challenges of resource allocation. The cosmic judgment has presented us with an opportunity, and our community has bestowed upon us ample resources. We are indeed unfortunate, yet we are equally fortunate. Regrettably, our civilization emerged too late, akin to the brilliant fireworks that burst forth in the fleeting moment before the universe's demise. While resplendent, our existence is ephemeral, so brief that we lack the time to further refine our species and seek an escape route. Fortunately, our home star is sufficiently gentle, granting us the briefest window to mature. Although several 100,000 years may seem minuscule on a cosmic scale, it represents an eternity for a civilization. Should the universe indeed conform to our conjectures, then as it begins to collapse, its membrane will be at its most fragile, much like a decaying fruit. Its exterior no longer as resilient as usual. This presents us with our optimal opportunity to breach and traverse it. We dedicated a millennium to devising a dual strategy plan. First, we pooled all resources from our civilization, assembling every explorer, and at great expense, constructed a device. This machine, spanning several star systems, consumed our finest resources. If all proceeds favorably, it could create an aperture in the spatial membrane large enough for an adult to pass through, allowing our people to carry forth the legacy of our civilization into a new era. At this juncture, Wang Shuo broke into a cold sweat. Had a person been to fall upon him at that moment, given their physical constitution, they might have emerged unscathed, while he might have met his end. Moreover, the sudden appearance of an extraterrestrial, no, an interdimensional being armed with technology and equipment dazzling enough to blind the eyes of Earthlings with its 24K titanium alloy brilliance would undoubtedly lead some to revere it as a deity. Upon reflection, Wang Shuo couldn't help but feel a fleeting sense of delight. Secondly, we have united the explorers of our entire clan to forge a super core. At this juncture, a figure glanced at Wang Shuo. Innocently, Wang Shuo blinked, pondering the meaning behind that gaze. After all, it was not he who had pilfered the core. Before Wang Shuo, a crystal-like object the size of an apricot pit floated serenely, radiating a delicate blue luminescence. Resplendent and seemingly crafted by nature's own hand rather than by human ingenuity. The technology of conveying information through structured light was already quite advanced for us. However, Its fragility rendered it incapable of safeguarding our data as it traversed the membrane wall, prompting us to seek alternative methods. Ultimately, we resolved to utilize soul information for data transmission. The figure fell silent for a moment before continuing, thus, after a rigorous selection process, I alone may be modulated into a controlled soul, serving as the primary sequence of the core entity, whilst discarding the majority of my memories and emotions, thereby preserving our clan's invaluable data and information. The repository of knowledge encompassing all our technological, cultural, and geographical data is immensely vast. Even if my cerebral capacity were expanded to 90%, it would still be insufficient to contain it. This endeavor necessitates the sacrifice of over 90% of my emotions and memories. Yet we have no alternative but to meticulously select technical data while forsaking much of the cultural and geographical information. Wang Shuo fell into silence as well. Despite his inherently spirited nature, he found it impossible to revel in this moment. It was a scenario steeped in despair, one that would compel a race to recklessly attempt to modulate its very soul, forsaking 90% of its emotions and memories solely to amass greater knowledge. Is such an act not inhumane? To extinguish a life, the cruelest blow is to leave even the soul unscathed. Upon successful modulation, I devised a secondary sequence, which you may refer to as the logical sequence. Lacking the autonomy of my emotional consciousness, it resembles your fixed programs yet possesses a degree of logical reasoning. However, upon my awakening, I failed to detect its remnants within the core module you obtained. It must have been damaged while traversing the membrane wall. This is the entirety of the truth, sentient being Wang Shuo. The figure fell utterly silent, gazing intently at Wang Shuo, who floated before it. I have further inquiries. Wang Shuo raised his hand, yet, finding it uninteresting, lowered it once more. Are the erratic thoughts that sporadically invade my mind today connected to the core? Indeed. The core necessitates energy for its operation, even the faintest biological energy. Within the human body, the brain serves as the primary reservoir of biological energy. The more developed the cerebral domain, the more swiftly this energy circulates. During the integration of the core with your brain, an enhancement targeting your cerebral domain was conducted, granting you access to certain sequence permissions and databases. Thus, you were able to perceive me within your cerebral realm. Wang Shuo opened his mouth. My brain domain? He turned to survey the surrounding space, unable to believe his eyes. Here? This is your brain domain. The figure paused momentarily, or rather, it could be described as your thought-touch space. After the enhancement of your brain domain, it barely meets the standards for independent operation. And the thought-touch space can also be generated based on your brain domain. Wang Shuo felt increasingly bewildered. Does this mean you can enter my mind at any time and discern my thoughts? I cannot. The figure replied nonchalantly. If it were during my prime, before my modulation, I could have directly transformed you into my puppet through the brain domain. However, my current duty is the core first sequence, and I am on the verge of dissipating, rendering me incapable of infiltrating your brain domain to pry into your thoughts. Wang Shuo wished to say more, but the figure did not grant him the opportunity and continued. I just attempted to communicate with you directly via brainwaves, yet your brain domain is fortified and highly individualized, preventing my success. Reluctantly, I had to learn your language from the core, despite my disdain for such a primitive and inefficient method of communication. A hint of delight flickered across Wang Shuo's face. It seemed he possessed some merits after all. You are unable to receive my brainwaves due to two reasons. First, your brain domain is tightly guarded and overly individualized. Second, your brain domain is insufficiently developed, preventing me from forcibly transmitting brainwaves. Although I can control the process, there remains an 80% chance that you would be rendered an imbecile. The figure paused again, asserting, the core cannot be entrusted to an imbecile. We require your intellect. The fleeting glimmer of satisfaction that Wang Shuo had just experienced abruptly vanished. He yearned to resurrect the thought he had just dismissed, to smash the enormous head before him into a grotesque visage akin to a pig's. Time is of the essence for me, O wise being, Wang Shuo. The figure slightly raised its head, its tone reverting to a state of indifference. I shall convey the final plea of humanoid civilization, representing the supreme order of the cosmic salvation sect, the ultimate sovereign of humanoid civilization, His Excellency Haiku, and all the members of our kind. Wang Shuo stared blankly at him, somewhat at a loss for words. You go ahead, there's no need for such formality. The wise being spoke. I am Haiku, the highest leader of our civilization. Suddenly, the figure's voice transformed, and Wang Shuo perceived a shadowy figure standing upon the highest throne, traversing the barriers of two universes to address him. Our universe is on the brink of annihilation. and it will take with it the glory of our civilization that has endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Unlike the countless calamities we have weathered, this time, there is no escape, yet we harbor no fear. The sequence has reached its final stages. Everything is beyond reversal, and my time is short. Wise being, I implore you on behalf of all my compatriots, should you have merged with the core, please seize an opportunity to let our civilization be known. To inform others that beyond your universe, there existed a civilization that dared to challenge the cosmos, even if it means shattering into pieces. Let the light of civilization transcend the cosmic barriers. We are all warriors. This is a war for our kin and the universe itself. Victory may elude us, yet we remain unafraid. Chapter 7. The hospitalized Wang Shuo W City, People's Hospital. Qinqing emerged from the hot water room, clutching a kettle, and entered an upscale single-patient room. The young man seated beside the bed was Zhanjiang, whose countenance appeared haggard as he gazed vacantly at the patient on the bed, seemingly oblivious to Qinqing's presence. "Qinqing, do you think we made a mistake?" came Zhangjun's feeble voice. "Should we have insisted that Wang Shuo drink with us? Just look at him, frail and delicate. I should have realized he wouldn't be able to hold his liquor." Qinqing longed to articulate that Wang Shuo's physique bore no semblance to fragility. Yet the sight of Wang Shuo lying unconscious rendered his words unspeakable. Ever since that fateful night of reckless abandon, Wang Shuo had remained in a deep coma, now extending for over a month and 3 days. The military training at school had concluded, yet Wang Shuo continued to linger in the hospital. Remarkably, his aloof sister, cold as ice, had somehow learned of his plight and visited him twice, even covering all his hospital expenses. How fortunate, sparing Qinqing from incurring any costs. Transitioning from the intensive care unit to a VIP single room was indeed a considerable expense. Qinqing could not help but glance at Zhangjun, who, having gone 2 sleepless nights, bore dark circles under his eyes and an expression of utter exhaustion. Though the leader appears boisterous and carefree at first glance, he promptly reveals his true nature when confronted with adversity. As it stands, one cannot help but wonder if, over the course of a month, he might be consumed by his own conscience. Perhaps it would be prudent to leverage some connections and consult an expert? The last so-called neurologist had the audacity to claim that Wang Shuo was merely dreaming while lying in his hospital bed. How absurd. Would a child truly remain in slumber for an entire month without waking? The mere thought of that specialist soured Qinqing's expression. Yet there were no immediate solutions to be found. He could only offer words of consolation to Zhangjun, hoping to stabilize the situation for this large fellow. After all, with 4 individuals in the dormitory, losing 2 right at the start of the semester would surely ruin their reputation. Really? Zhangjun lifted his gaze to Qinqing, his brow furrowing once more. It wouldn't he be that kind of expert from before, would it? Recalling some unpleasant memories, Qinqing quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. This time, we are bringing in a genuine authority, a neurologist, unlike that previous charlatan. Sighing, Zhangjun felt as though he had exhausted a lifetime's worth of grievances over the past month. It's been a month already. Why has he woken up? Uncle and aunt have called several times, and I lack the courage to tell them. Each time, I simply say Wang Shuo isn't available, which feels wrong. After a moment of silence, Zhangjun timidly suggested, what if we were to tell them the truth? That Wang Shuo is hospitalized? Qinqing shook his head. Big guy. We must consider uncle and aunt as well. For now, we are shouldering the medical expenses, and Wang Shuo's vital signs remain stable. The doctor has indicated a substantial possibility of awakening. I ponder, should Wang Shuo regain consciousness? How would he feel upon discovering that we have alarmed his parents over a trivial matter, causing them undue concern? If everything proceeds without incident, it would be fortunate, however. Should complications arise, how shall we justify our actions? Zhangjun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Qinqing's assertion that excessive concern often leads to chaos and potential mishaps. In 10 days' time, if Wang Shuo remains unresponsive, we shall have no choice but to inform his uncle and aunt, regardless of their reaction, be it reprimand or reproach. Zhangjun clenched his teeth, resolute in his decision. He believed that Wang Shuo's current state of unconsciousness was intrinsically linked to their drinking escapades. Should Wang Shuo fail to awaken, it would not only be a burden for his parents but an insurmountable guilt for himself. Qinqing, in silent understanding, rested a hand on Zhangjun's shoulder, fully grasping the gravity of their situation. Zhangjun was not alone in his revelries. The 3 of them shared the responsibility, and should a grave issue arise, none would escape culpability. The 2 fell into a contemplative silence, the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor punctuating the heavy atmosphere. This somber mood was soon interrupted by the unmistakable creak of the door. A young woman entered, holding a fruit gift box, and gracefully passed by Chen Cheng, placing the offering on the table beside the hospital bed. Turning her gaze towards the recumbent Wang Shuo, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Have you not called anyone to check on him?" Chen Cheng felt a twitch in his brow but refrained from responding. He has been lying there for such a prolonged period. If he does not awaken soon, he is highly likely to become a permanent vegetable, with cerebral activity potentially ceasing altogether. Are you aware of that? If you cannot summon a doctor for your classmate, then inform me, and I shall take charge. Chen Cheng could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed in anger, "What kind of attitude is that, Chen Xian? After all, I am still your cousin." Furthermore, Chen Cheng resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, for all bristled, as he pointed to Wang Shuo on the bed, saying, "He is my classmate. What is your concern? For this past month, you have paid the fees and have seen him. What more do you desire to dictate? Let me tell you. Should you hold him in high regard, he may very well not reciprocate your feelings, Miss Chen." "You." The girl's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately refrained from retorting, calmly stating, "What I choose to do is none of your concern, and you do not need to know. He will inform me upon awakening. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As the door to the ward slammed shut, Zhang Jun finally emerged from his stupor. "Wow," Zhang Jun marveled, "Chen Qing, your cousin is quite fierce." However, he added with a hint of skepticism, "Didn't you say that all the hospital expenses for Wang Shuo were covered by you? You even assured us of that." Chen Qing could only respond with silence. "Chen Xian, oh Chen Xian, are you truly a demon sent from above to punish me?" Chapter 8. Chen Xian's distress. Chen Xian's mood was exceedingly poor, truly dismal, especially after encountering the last person she wished to see, which only exacerbated her feelings of despair. Those who are well acquainted with Chen Xian are aware that the more composed and taciturn she appears, the more she is brewing a tempest within. Her privileged upbringing and refined education have endowed her with the ability to master her emotions and maintain a serene countenance. However, being still young, she has yet to achieve the tranquil state of a placid lake. With an expression of calmness, Chen Xian exited the hospital, and her waiting bodyguards promptly opened the door of a Mercedes-Benz van. Furrowing her brow slightly, she said nothing and stepped inside. "My young lady, you have truly put us in a difficult position this time," remarked a middle-aged man in a black suit, casting a wry smile as he watched her enter the vehicle. "Both your father and mother are already aware of your situation and have personally scolded us quite severely." As the car roared to life, Chen Xian gazed intently out of the window, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. Unperturbed by her silence, the middle-aged man, well-versed in her temperament after years of service, continued, "Fortunately, this time, it was merely two petty thieves who were unaware of your identity and only sought material gain. Had it been someone else..." He paused, the implication of dire consequences hanging thickly in the air. Chen Xian remained unresponsive. "Young lady, if you truly wish to rid yourself of the personnel I have assigned to you, you ought to at least frequent public places bustling with people. How is it progressing with what I instructed you to do? Please inform my father that if no suitable experts can be found domestically, we should seek them abroad. We must bring in the world's foremost specialists. He must awaken. I owe him a debt of gratitude." Recalling the hearty laughter of the master after reporting matters, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of correctness in following the young lady. If only she could be a touch more obedient. He reminisced about her silent yet exuberant nature, often punctuated by astonishing actions, which left him somewhat exasperated. Indeed, this generation of young masters and ladies proved challenging to guide. "Has the company's situation been resolved?" he inquired. "These matters, my dear young lady, forgive my candor, are not yet yours to worry about, Uncle Chen." Chen Xian turned her head for the first time, her exquisite visage devoid of expression, gazing at the middle-aged man as she spoke. "I am no longer a child. I have gleaned some insights into the Chun Group's situation through my sister. You are a veteran of the company and the head of the W City branch. You must be well aware of these circumstances. Please tell me, the situation is not as simplistic as my father has portrayed, is it? These matters should be left to Master Chen Cheng to handle. Young lady, you should focus on your studies. Everything will be arranged for you by the master." The middle-aged man smiled and shifted the topic. "You have been in W City for quite some time now, and I have been unable to accompany you due to various obligations. Today, since time permits, please let me know where you wish to go, and I shall accompany you on a pleasant outing. Uncle, surely you know why I have come from Shoqing to here. Will you continue to keep me in the dark?" Chen Xian remained unfazed, persisting, "In the entire Chen family, you are the only one who has watched me grow. I have seen you more often than I have seen my father. You understand me better than anyone else. You are well aware of my temperament, Uncle Chen. Therefore, Do you truly believe I would willingly become a sacrificial pawn for the company's interests? The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and he subsequently offered a wry smile, saying, "So, miss, you are fully aware of this? If you are referring to my potential marriage to certain individuals, then yes." Chen Xian's demeanor remained composed, as if the term sacrificial pawn did not apply to her. To some in the company, this indeed appears to be the sole glimmer of hope. Uncle Chen paused for a moment, reflecting, "Miss, I can empathize with your feelings upon receiving this news, and I understand your decision to leave home in anger. However, anger does not resolve problems. It is one of the most futile emotions. This world is rife with helplessness and regrets, as well as trivial indignations. Miss, a king's wrath can sweep across vast lands, while the fury of an ordinary man may only stain the ground with blood. Do you comprehend the distinction between the two? Just like your recent actions, you fled from the capital to W City, exerting great effort to shake off the protector I had arranged for you. Do you realize how perilous this behavior is? Yes, you are attempting to express your anger to your father and mother, as well as all the decision-makers, to assert your stance. But what is the outcome? The result is that you found yourself in danger, endangering innocent individuals, and ultimately relying on those you least wish to encounter for assistance. In the end, it boils down to your lack of strength, Mississippi. If you possess the power to dictate the rise and fall of the company with a mere word or to resolve its challenges effortlessly, who would dare entertain the thought of trading you as a bargaining chip? You see, your anger has not only failed to resolve the issue at hand, but has rather complicated it. Yet, you must ultimately continue along the original path. Do you still believe your actions are justified? Chen Xian fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she finally raised her head. What exactly is the problem within the company? This is the essence and attitude required for problem solving. The middle-aged man offered a faint smile, adding that this was a lengthy discussion. If the young lady wished to hear more, they could proceed to the branch office, where he would elucidate the matter in detail. He then lightly instructed to the company branch. On the bustling streets, a black Mercedes-Benz van merged into the flow of traffic, disappearing in an instant. Several hours later, within an office located in the heart of W City, a flicker of anger finally crossed Chen Xian's otherwise composed face, her small fists clenched tightly. This is the situation, young lady. The middle-aged man confessed with a hint of helplessness. At present, only a certain company from Japan possesses the critical technology we require. However, it appears that the president of their Chinese division has no intention of selling such technology. We have also gleaned some information on the matter. The reality is that this technology is indeed classified and prohibited from export by the Japanese side. While the equipment can be exported, the key element remains the personnel. Following several leadership changes, the current president of this company's Chinese division is now of Chinese descent, a name you should already be familiar with. Chen Xian nodded in acknowledgement. His son is the one involved in this binding agreement. Chen Xian's grip tightened, her lips pressed together in silence. If it were merely a matter of technological development, our company might face financial strain, but it would not be insurmountable. However, the predicament lies in the fact that the real estate company under the group had recently secured a plot of land in City S, locking up a substantial amount of capital. Furthermore, the contract we signed is a wager agreement. If the company fails to deliver a product within the stipulated time, the group will be liable to pay a hefty penalty and relinquish shares to the opposing party. At that point, all of the company's liquid assets and real estate will be ensnared. The middle-aged man shook his head, lamenting, "Ultimately, we are unable to retain talent." "How much time do we have left?" he inquired. Extending a finger, he replied, 1 month, at most. We must present a technological solution within a month, or the group will face mandatory acquisition. I understand. Chen Xian rose and walked toward the door. The middle-aged man, troubled, called after her, "Miss, where are you going?" "To the hospital." He slightly shook his head and subtly gestured to the two individuals beside him, who promptly followed her. Watching her swiftly departing figure, the middle-aged man felt a pang of sadness and sat down, shaking his head. "Oh, sir, this time you truly erred." Sigh. Chapter 9. Wang Shuo awakens. Chen Xian had never felt so utterly helpless as she did now. Never before. She was uncertain why she was heading to the hospital. She simply had an instinctive aversion to remaining in that building. From the moment her memories began, her elder sister has always been the cherished darling of the Chen family, often referred to as the beloved child of relatives and the most resplendent star among her circle of friends. This admiration stemmed from her sister's distinguished father, a doting mother, and, perhaps most significantly, a sibling whose character stood in stark contrast to her own. They were akin to two distinctly different fruits born from the same tree. The sister was exuberant and held her own opinions on everything, while she, in contrast, exuded a quiet composure and serenity, though she lacked her sister's dazzling presence. She was nonetheless regarded as a good child by the adults. Despite her introverted nature, she diligently undertook every task entrusted to her. She earnestly studied the so-called etiquette of the aristocracy, honing her demeanor and mastering the art of emotional restraint. She devoted herself to academic pursuits, consistently achieving top ranks in examinations. She engaged sincerely with others, listening to their troubles and transforming herself into a compassionate confidant. She tenderly cared for her parents, striving to embody the essence of adulthood. To those around her, she appeared to be naturally reticent, inherently aloof, and possessed an innate ability to listen, an impression of a little adult. Yet, she, like everyone else, was not born with inherent knowledge. She refrains from speaking, wishing to conceal her immature thoughts. Her aloof demeanor stems from a desire to avoid being treated like a child repeatedly. She excels in listening, not wanting others to feel a growing distance between them, for listening is the finest way to maintain a connection without uttering a word. She embodies a little adult, yearning to mature swiftly in order to support her parents. Gradually, she molds herself into the image that those around her find appealing. She strives, she perseveres, she endures, sacrificing her entire childhood merely to earn a few words of praise from her father and mother, to solidify her reputation as a good child in the eyes of others. Yet, no one comprehends that she, too, is a little girl in need of respite. The weighty expectations of those around her nearly suffocate her. She is weary of such pressure. Why should she toil relentlessly while others remain oblivious? Why should Qinsheng, who has always been idle and inept, with his incessant whining and pouting, receive all that he desires? She seeks nothing for herself, yet why must she be the one to sacrifice for the collective? Why? Just because he is a boy? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, young lady, both the master and madam adore you unconditionally. Yet, the corporation is a corporation. Even though the master is the chairman, he must consider the opinions of other shareholders. Given the circumstances, if a solution could not be found, the company would face a division. I believe the master ultimately consented to this course of action for reasons of his own. Chen Xian remained silent, her clenched fist gradually loosening as she gazed out at the streaks of neon lights passing by. For the first time, she felt a profound uncertainty about the future. Where exactly lay her path? On one side stood the Chun family that had nurtured her, her parents and elders, while on the other loomed the freedom and independence she had always yearned for. Should she resist to the very end? Wang Shuo, still in a state of bewilderment, found himself disoriented since the beginning of the school term. Where was he? What was he doing? Who were these two lunatics that seemed to have escaped from some asylum? And what about the burly man sprawled over him, crying and sniffling? Was he truly a man? Surely, he must have some peculiar habits. As Wang Shuo pondered the absurdities of life, Chen Cheng began to shout, "Doctor! Doctor!" He dashed out of the ward, his voice echoing in the corridor. "Quick! We need a doctor." He is awake. The second one has opened his eyes. Before long, a doctor clad in a white coat, hastily donned without even a hat and with glasses slightly askew, rushed in accompanied by a nurse. Without further ado, he conducted a thorough examination of Wang Shuo. The patient's health was deemed normal. He had merely slumbered for an extended duration and required some nutritional replenishment, preferably in the form of liquid sustenance, alongside appropriate exercise to ensure a swift recovery. Should you remain concerned, the doctor suggested, you may opt to continue hospitalization for another 2 days of observation, after which complete recovery would permit discharge. Having concluded his assessment, the doctor confidently delivered his diagnosis. Zhang Jun was overwhelmed with gratitude, gripping the hand of the middle-aged doctor to the point of tears, his lips moving yet no words escaping. "Thank you, Dr. Lu," he managed to say. Chen Qing hurried forward, addressing the doctor with utmost courtesy, while the young nurse by his side gazed at Chen Qing with starry eyes. Dr. Lu withdrew his hand discreetly, nodding slightly before departing the ward with the nurse. Such is the disparity, Wang Shuo mused silently. Suddenly, he felt a darkness envelop him as a robust figure lunged forward. An exclamation of what felt like a heart-wrenching reunion resounded in his ears. "My dear second son, you have finally awakened. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shall never urge you to drink again. Whoever encourages you to imbibe is at odds with me, Zhang Jun. They clearly do not regard my presence. Who else could it be but Zhang Jun?" Half an hour later, Wang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, I have been unconscious for a month?" He lay on the hospital bed, realizing that due to the prolonged duration of his immobility, his legs felt somewhat unresponsive. He propped himself upright with a pillow, struggling to sit straight. It has been a month and 3 days, just shy of 5 hours until 4 days, Lily added, adjusting his glasses. Among the group, he appeared the most composed. Have you not slept for 2 days, big brother? Wang Shuo inquired, noting Zhang Jun's dark circles. So, has the military training at school concluded? It ended long ago, Zhang Jun replied, a grin threatening to break forth, though he ultimately restrained himself. Has the recruitment for clubs come to an end? Wang Shuo felt a twinge of regret. Did you think that all the clubs in the school would wait for you? Chen Cheng leaned coolly against the wall, arms crossed. Completely unrecognizable from just moments ago when he had been shouting like a madman for the doctor. My university life, my dreams of joining a club. Wang Shuo displayed an expression of utter desolation. This beginning was utterly divergent from what he had envisioned. Where was the military training he had imagined? Where were the serendipitous encounters? Where were the heartfelt, joyous, and warm club activities he had pictured? Wang Shuo was at a loss for words. It seemed he was destined to be a homebody, where staying at home became paramount. The notion of charming girls during military training, encountering them by chance, or engaging with them in clubs and classes felt increasingly distant. As for flirting based on looks, Wang Shuo glanced at Chen Qing, who stood by the wall, and thought, the more he looked, the more he wished to suggest cosmetic surgery for him. However, he was grateful to have them around. Wang Shuo looked at the 3 brothers by the hospital bed. The eldest, Zhang Jun, was a paragon of loyalty, having rushed him to the hospital and remaining steadfastly by his side, refusing to rest unless absolutely necessary. Even now bearing the weight of 2 pronounced dark circles under his eyes. The youngest, Li, was concerned for both himself and Zhang Jun, ensuring that he delivered meals to the hospital punctually and overseeing Zhang Jun's eating and resting. The 4th, Chen Cheng, spared no expense in seeking the best hospital for a transfer and tirelessly found the finest neurosurgeon for his treatment, seemingly even covering the medical expenses himself. As someone who had only recently become acquainted with these roommates, their willingness to go to such lengths for him was truly commendable. If it were anyone else, there would be a high likelihood they would abandon him to fend for himself. In that case, Wang Shuo knew he would truly be doomed. Thank you all. After a moment of silence, Wang Shuo spoke. Boss Jing Jun, 3rd Li, 4th Chen Qing. Although I am aware that what I am about to say may sound rather childish, I still wish to express that if one day in the future you find yourselves in need of my assistance, I will unhesitatingly offer everything I possess to help you. Wang Shuo's voice was resolute, yet even the most perceptive Chen Cheng could not fathom the true weight of this promise. I must speak fairly, 2nd, Chen Cheng remarked. This matter indeed has little to do with you. We have acted as we ought, and you should not feel any psychological burden. If this incident had not arisen from our drinking, who would believe it? Li nodded silently. You all. Wang Shuo felt his emotions were running too high today, as he found himself on the verge of tears. He had not experienced such feelings even while reflecting on the evolution of humanoid civilizations that had felt more akin to watching a fantastical film. Empathy, in the end, requires personal experience. Just as Wang Shuo was about to express himself further, Li quietly interjected with the next statement. If you encounter any problems, we will all be expelled. He paused and added, I do not wish to be expelled. Wang Shuo's expression of gratitude suddenly froze. He glanced at Zhang Jun and Chen Qing, who both wore expressions of relief. Indeed, this was the truth. Nevertheless, 4th, Wang Shuo remained unconvinced. It is like this, 2nd. Chen Cheng wore a look of guilt, remarking, your hospitalization expenses were covered by someone else. I am unaware of the reason. Perhaps it is humanitarian assistance? Indeed, Zhang Jun nodded, corroborating Chen Cheng's statement. It was your cousin, but don't overthink it, my friend. You, being so frail and lacking in Chen Cheng's charm, would hardly catch her eye. Ouch. That stung, my friend. Chapter 10. This is a misunderstanding. When Chen Xian arrived at the hospital, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. After Wang Shuo regained consciousness, although Chen Cheng was quite reluctant, his body honestly notified Chen Xian. However, she did not rush over immediately. Instead, she deliberately delayed her arrival by half an hour, granting the 4 brothers a transitional period to reconcile after their life and death separation. Thus, as the minute hand of the clock just passed 9, she stepped into Wang Shuo's hospital room punctually. Chen Xian and Chen Cheng had always been at odds, their encounters akin to oil meeting water, ignited into a fervent blaze by an unseen spark. Indeed, Chen Cheng possessed an innate ability to stoke the flames. At that moment, Wang Shuo was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a magazine he had unearthed from somewhere, seemingly captivated by its contents. Chen Xian took note of the magazine's cover, which bore the inscription of the 12th issue from 2017. Hearing her footsteps, Wang Shuo set aside the magazine, revealing his clear eyes as he smiled and said, "You're here." Chen Xian nodded, intending to place the fruit in her hand upon the table beside the hospital bed. However, the fruit gift box she had delivered a few hours prior seemed to mock her foolishness. She furrowed her delicate brows and promptly set the fruit bag on the floor beside the table. Throughout the entire process, she remained silent, and anyone observing would undoubtedly perceive that their relationship was anything but ordinary, never suspecting that this was, in fact, their first formal encounter. Wang Shuo was also intently observing the girl who had just entered the room. She was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen in reality. If she were to be identified as Chen Cheng's cousin, Wang Shuo would readily believe it. Indeed, it seems that an abundance of wealth can enhance one's allure. As for the so-called beauties portrayed on television and the internet, Wang Shuo couldn't help but smirk, contemplating that even placing Chen Cheng among them would likely render her beauty more authentic. During their inaugural meeting, he introduced himself. "I am Wang Shuo, pleased to meet you." With a slight smile, he extended his hand, striving to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor. This should be their second encounter, yet Chen Xian responded with an air of calm, seemingly oblivious to Wang Shuo's outstretched arm. "Is that so?" Wang Shuo awkwardly withdrew his hand, instinctively scratching his head with a chuckle. "That must be my oversight. I don't recall. Guanggu Pedestrian Street. Guanggu Pedestrian Street? Why does that sound so familiar?" Wang Shuo pondered aloud. "Boyfriend. Boy." Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Shuo as he pointed at Chen Xian, his eyes widening. You are. The aloof Miss Chen remained as imperious as ever. Wang Shuo had no time to ponder whether Chen Xian's hand was soft. His mind was entirely consumed by her recent words. "You are the one I encountered on Guanggu Pedestrian Street." Wang Shuo swallowed the rest of his thoughts, his astonishment betraying his inner turmoil. Chen Xian nodded in acknowledgement. This also elucidated why the officer had referred to her as Miss Chen on the phone, why Chen Cheng's cousin had visited him repeatedly during his unconsciousness and had covered all his medical expenses, and why Chen Xian had just remarked that this was their second meeting. Everything stemmed from the fact that the person he had inadvertently helped a month prior was none other than Chen Xian before him. In his haste to extricate himself from the situation at the time, he had failed to notice her appearance, which resulted in his inability to recognize her upon their recent encounter. Wang Shuo felt a wave of regret. It seemed he was truly destined to live the life of a reclusive man. "How did you find me?" he inquired with curiosity. "You provided a statement at the police station," Chen Xian replied. Wang Shuo understood now. The detailed record of his name and identity made it quite simple for them to locate him. The officer had mentioned that he might have sustained injuries while grappling with the assailants, hence they had checked all hospital admission records and ultimately discovered his file. Chen Xian gazed at Wang Shuo, who lay in the hospital bed, her delicate brows knitting together once more. "However, I did not anticipate that you would be here for an entire month. If you feel any lingering discomfort, I can arrange for further treatment, even to the extent of inviting internationally renowned neurology specialists if necessary. I shall make every effort to ensure your restoration to your former state." Chen Xian's demeanor was composed, her voice cool, yet her words left no room for doubt. "Well, I believe I have recovered quite well. Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary." Wang Shuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly declined, engaging in a struggle with the assailants. It seemed a misrepresentation of himself. Did Chen Xian truly misunderstand? She regarded Wang Shuo with suspicion. "Really, truly unnecessary. Look, I am in excellent health now. I can get out of bed and walk." As he spoke, Wang Shuo attempted to rise from the bed to demonstrate what a robust physique entailed. However, he seemingly overestimated the state of his body, which had been inactive for a month and sustained solely by nutrient infusions. Just as he managed to sit up, he tumbled down with an unfortunate thud, landing in a rather undignified manner. Chen Xian's finely arched brows furrowed once more, as if she had suppressed her concern for some time before gently exhaling, moving to assist Wang Shuo back onto the bed. That was a mistake, a blunder. I assure you, I have genuinely recovered." Wang Shuo attempted to further clarify, but Chen Xian gently interrupted him. "All right, I understand. You should focus on your recovery. I will inform the doctor of the situation. You need not worry about the costs. I shall cover everything." The hour had grown late, and she added, "I shall visit you again tomorrow." With that, Chen Xian did not grant Wang Shuo the opportunity to respond and exited the ward with purpose. Mission. Wang Shuo found himself unable to articulate a single word, his weary eyes gazing helplessly at the already closed door of the hospital room. It was only then that he managed to utter the latter part of his sentence. It's not as you think. Wang Shuo felt tears welling up within him. This is a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Chapter 11. A new sequence. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not seemed to have lost its significance. What truly mattered was how to reconcile with this misunderstanding. Before Wang Shuo could contemplate his course of action, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the entrance of his trio of brothers. He lifted his gaze to meet 6 piercing eyes, seemingly intent on unveiling his very soul, and could not help but inquire, "What's the matter with you?" "Well done, second brother," Zhang Jun exclaimed, delivering a hearty slap on Wang Shuo's frail shoulder, his voice booming enough to shatter glass. "Who would have thought you'd hit the jackpot?" "Do you know who that is?" "Chen Xian, Xinqing's cousin. You should have seen her this afternoon. She was formidable. She looked down on everyone." Zhang Jun added with a mischievous grin. She didn't even regard Chen Cheng. Ignoring the sulking face of Chen Cheng beside them, he continued. "Yet she came to visit you time and again. She has invested both time and resources. She has practically gone above and beyond." Zhang Jun raised his eyebrows suggestively. "I wonder, did you two have something improper going on before?" Wang Shuo, at a loss for words, replied, "I think she is rather nice. She isn't as domineering as fourth brother claims. Well, perhaps she is a bit assertive, but not to the extent fourth brother described." Wang Shuo recalled how Xinqing had portrayed Chen Xian before she arrived. "I must tell you that Chen Xian is a veritable demon. One who devours without leaving a trace. Anything that displeases her, be it a person or an object, will undoubtedly vanish by the following day. She is also a master of disguise, presenting herself as demure and innocent, successfully deceiving our entire family. If she takes an interest in you, remember, above all else, to extinguish her intentions. Do not provoke her ire, for the consequences are beyond your imagination, far more severe than lying in bed for a month." He felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen Cheng. What a tragic childhood he must have endured to harbor such resentment even now. "That sentiment is directed at you," Xinqing muttered. "This is the first time I have seen Chen Xian engage in such lengthy conversation with a stranger. She even offers assistance with her own hands?" As he spoke, Xinqing cast a curious glance at Wang Shuo, pondering what set him apart. Could it be that the criticism he faced throughout his life stemmed from his inability to recognize the virtues in others? Indeed, Zhang Jun's mouth broke into a wide grin. His excitement palpable as he had no place to put his hands, resorting to a few vigorous claps. "We all witnessed it. You have no idea. Xinqing has stated that his cousin has a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Since childhood, she has never allowed anyone to touch her belongings. For her to even touch a stranger is akin to the sun rising in the west. Am I not correct, fourth brother?" Xinqing, suppressing his pain, nodded in acknowledgement, lost in contemplation of where he had gone wrong. Regarding family background, he has the Qin group behind him. In terms of appearance, that is his greatest asset. And there is no reason to dispute it. Concerning knowledge, although his academic performance does not quite match Chen Xian's level, he is nonetheless a freshman at a prestigious university. As for personal taste, he firmly believes that after receiving over a decade of elite education, he would not be outdone by others. After contemplating this and silently comparing himself to Wang Shuo, Xinqing furrowed his brow and acknowledged his own excellence. On paper, it seemed that Wang Shuo fell short in every aspect compared to him. So why did Chen Xian regard Wang Shuo with such special attention? Why was he denied such treatment? This appeared to be a profound question that Xinqing found perplexing. "Big brother, third brother, fourth brother," Wang Shuo said with a wry smile, "don't overthink it. I have no connection with her. In truth, this is our first formal meeting." Zhang Jun was the first to express disbelief. Xinqing looked at Wang Shuo with skepticism, while Lili said nothing, merely adjusting his glasses. "You all heard our previous conversation, right?" The 3 brothers nodded. The hospital room was small, and the door's soundproofing left much to be desired. It was nearly impossible not to overhear. "Did you draw any conclusions?" "Conclusions about what?" Zhang Jun's loud voice began again. "I say, second brother, you're not being honest. Just admit it. You've been secretly involved with Chen Cheng's cousin. Tell us, how long have you been together? How did you meet?" "Big brother, think carefully," Wang Shuo tentatively reminded him. "Guanggu Walking Street? Not only did you mention the Guanggu Pedestrian Street, but Chen Xian also explicitly revealed her relationship with her boyfriend." Lili adjusted his glasses and reminded from the side. "Indeed." Zhang Jun immediately perked up. "Are you still in denial? Come clean, old two." This was practically undeniable evidence. Zhang Jun and the others prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Shuo, compelling him to surrender. Wang Shuo gazed at the trio, their faces brimming with curiosity, and capitulated, confessing, "I admit it. She is the person I previously mentioned, the one I inadvertently rescued. And the location of my heroic act was none other than Guanggu Pedestrian Street." Huh? Zhang Jun was taken aback. Qinsheng wore a look of confusion. And Li Li seemed equally unprepared for this outcome. "Is that really it?" Wang Shuo nodded earnestly. "Indeed. So, you don't know each other and have never been in a relationship?" "Correct. Thus, this was genuinely your first formal meeting?" "Yes. And her unusual regard for you, as well as her helping you to bed, is solely because you are her savior? If the assailant truly intended to harm her, then that would be accurate. So, everything has a reason? Every occurrence has its rationale." Qinsheng's perplexing inquiries finally reached a conclusion, yet he felt no exhilaration. It was akin to an adventurer, brimming with anticipation for treasures before a quest, only to discover a mere map with the words "just kidding" at the treasure site. Such an outcome would dampen anyone's spirits. Three brothers arrived with great enthusiasm, only to depart in disappointment, leaving Wang Shuo alone in the empty hospital room. Staring vacantly at the light fixture on the ceiling, the trio fancifully declared that Wang Shuo should take this opportunity to savor the essence of solitude. After all, although Chen Xin was merely a stranger for now, one could never predict how their relationship might evolve in the future. Perhaps Wang Shuo would never again have the chance to experience such solitude. In response, Wang Shuo felt a profound disdain to articulate his unfulfilled curiosity in such a refreshing and artistic manner was utterly ridiculous, especially considering he was still a patient. However, having finally found some leisure, Wang Shuo could at last reflect on everything that had transpired over the past month, or rather, over the past day. First and foremost was the inexplicably sudden appearance of Qinsheng's cousin. Initially, upon realizing that the person covering all his expenses was not Qinsheng but a cousin he had never met, Wang Shuo felt utterly bewildered, especially as he racked his brain to recall where he had encountered this sister named Chen Xin. Who was she? Why had she come to see him? Why had she paid for his hospital bills? What was their connection? A barrage of questions threatened to drive the already overwhelmed Wang Shuo to madness. Had it not been for the recent enhancement of his cerebral capacity, elevating him to the level of mental acuity described by the shadowy figure, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness for several more hours. Fortunately, these questions had just been satisfactorily resolved. This realization brought a sense of relief to Wang Shuo. He was not one to accept charity from others with a clear conscience. If one person goes out of their way to ingratiate themselves with another unconditionally, it is likely that they either covet the other's wealth or desire their body, regardless of whether it is wealth or physical allure. Wang Shuo did not wish to be the object of anyone's longing, even if the person in question were an enchanting beauty. Mutual benefit is the secret to enduring relationships. He mused. This matter should not be insurmountable, he contemplated thoughtfully. Once the question of who Chen Xin was resolved, his perspective on her attitude towards him. In Wang Shuo's view, this seemed quite reasonable. Perhaps to Qinsheng, the behavior might have appeared almost intimate. However, one must consider that he and Chen Xin had grown up together, and if Wang Shuo's intuition served him correctly, their relationship was rather strained. Could one truly expect Chen Xin to treat someone she disliked as she would a normal person? It was utterly implausible. Even Wang Shuo himself found Qinsheng's handsome visage somewhat tempting to alter, let alone Chen Xin, who already harbored a strong aversion towards him. From Chen Xion's perspective, having actively flirted with someone during her time of distress, well, she had essentially dragged him into her predicament, which could easily evoke feelings of resentment. Furthermore, Chen Xin would undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt, self-reproach, and perhaps even a tinge of regret upon realizing that the stranger she had entangled in her troubles had suffered a grievous injury because of her, leading to a prolonged recovery of over a month. Thus, her subsequent actions could be reasonably understood in light of this analysis. Wang Shuo believed that his conjecture was largely correct. Chen Xin bore a resemblance to his own father, who was equally cold and often prone to anger. Yet beneath that exterior lay a fervent paternal love. This paternal affection, as formidable as a mountain, felt burdensome to Wang Shuo. The image of his father's stern and silent visage flashed before his mind, but he quickly shook his head, striving to banish the shadows of his childhood from his thoughts. The second matter at hand was the root cause of his month-long unconsciousness, originating from the core of a humanoid civilization from an alternate universe. Closing his eyes, Wang Shuo's brain began to operate at an astonishing speed, akin to a finely tuned machine, silently increasing its tempo. The core's energy had dwindled to a critical threshold. I have just reinforced your cerebral domain with the remaining energy of the core, granting you a tenuous ability to access its power. However, your cerebral domain remains too fragile to endure substantial data feedback. Exceeding your brain's capacity may pose grave peril to your existence. My mission is complete, sentient being. I will dissolve autonomously shortly. Before my dissolution, I shall leave you a gift within the core. Our civilization originated in the year 387 of the Muir calendar and met its demise in the year 1338 of the New Era calendar. Our civilization has fulfilled its purpose. Our civilization was brief yet resplendent. Alas, our civilization. The figure reluctantly closed its eyes, slowly fading from Wang Shuo's sight. Wang Shuo suddenly opened his eyes. The host status has been detected as altered. Initiating core. Core activation complete. Highest sequence commencing execution. Highest sequence failure. Engaging preset. Querying preset objectives. Confirming permissions. Permission confirmation complete. Execution finished. The highest sequence has been updated. First sequence information confirmed. Neural connection initiated. Data transmission channel establishing. Core fusion program activated. Final fusion commencing. Fusion target. First sequence. Wang Shuo. Chapter 12. Harvested Wang Shuo's cerebral domain not undergone 2 enhancements. The immense influx of information would have rendered him unconscious for another 2 or 3 days, possibly even causing permanent damage to his brain's regions. However, at present, Wang Shuo merely experienced a slight feverish sensation, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to shut his eyes and savor the experience. It was a remarkably peculiar feeling, akin to the moment of enlightenment after a long period of fruitless contemplation. Wang Shuo envisioned his mind as a vast factory, assimilating everything known and unknown, comprehensible and incomprehensible, and then processing it all in a unified manner, ultimately transforming it into the familiar. If he were to encapsulate this sensation in a single term, he believed it would be akin to a sudden revelation. Wang Shuo, having indulged in numerous novels and television dramas, is well aware of the numerous precedents and period dramas where seasoned mentors forcibly impart their prowess into their juniors, resulting in a rapid enhancement of the latter's abilities. Presently, Wang Shuo experiences a similar sensation. This phenomenon represents a collision between data and intellect, a manifestation of humanoid civilization's achievements in the realm of consciousness. Whereas previously, Wang Shuo regarded the shadowy figures as mere exaggerations, dismissing their words with skepticism. The recent infusion of data has fostered a burgeoning belief within him. The human brain remains an enigmatic domain, and despite the astonishing advancements in science and technology, it continues to elude comprehensive understanding. Any inadvertent interaction might yield perplexing outcomes, devoid of rational explanation. Globally, which nation, organization, or individual dares to proclaim complete mastery over the intricacies of the human brain? Yet, the humanoid civilization operates differently. It commands the brain to enhance when needed, facilitates data transmission at will, and even audaciously extracts consciousness from the cerebral confines, allowing awareness to exist independently of the brain. This notion is utterly astonishing. This astonishing reality is now vividly embodied in Wang Shuo. After enduring several minutes of data infiltration, which culminated when the last glimmers of light receded from his mind, he finally opened his eyes, exhaling softly. It was only then that he realized he was thoroughly drenched in sweat, and blood from his nose had inexplicably stained the sheets. Hastily, he tore off a few pieces of paper, rolling them into balls to staunch the flow from his nostrils. What on earth is happening? Wang Shuo found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, he was no longer the person he once was. The cerebral enhancement bestowed upon the humanoid race enabled him to swiftly comprehend the situation at hand. It appeared that an elevated brain temperature had triggered his body's protective stress response. The mechanism was rather straightforward: perspiration to cool the body. Yet, the drenched garments, soaked with both sweat and blood, were not his primary concern. Reflecting on the information that had just been transmitted to him, Wang Shuo felt he had grasped the essence of the gift spoken of by the shadowy figure. It was none other than the entirety of the humanoid civilization's language and script. With this newfound linguistic foundation, he found himself devoid of barriers with the core, fully capable of comprehending its comprehensive content. Had he attempted to learn this on his own, even with his enhanced cerebral state, it would have taken him no less than 6 months to even begin to understand. Yet now, he had achieved mastery in a mere few minutes. In this brief interlude, the humanoid race had, through their remarkable methods, enabled Wang Shuo to completely acquire the language of their civilization. At this moment, He could entirely forsake Chinese characters and write a book solely in the language of the humanoid race. This was, indeed, the genuine gift bestowed upon him by the shadowy figure. Regrettably, no one on Earth would be able to comprehend it. Wang Shuo marveled inwardly at the astonishing nature of humanoid civilization. The direct transmission of knowledge, experience, and abilities into one's mind through psychic means, thus circumventing the need for time-consuming study, was a commonplace phenomenon within their society. This innovative method of learning had been developed by the humanoid race to enhance educational efficiency. After all, the accumulation of knowledge among the humanoid race is exceedingly vast. Should a new member be compelled to embark on a gradual journey of learning from scratch, it is likely that they would toil until the end of their days without fully grasping the extensive knowledge of the humanoid race. This represents a significant squandering of resources and poses a considerable risk of generational disconnection. The methodology, refined and optimized over thousands of years by the humanoid race, has reached a level of maturity and safety. However, for Wang Shuo, this approach has morphed into a guillotine that could claim his life at any moment. The process of mental transmission is essentially a continuous stimulation of the brain. This stimulation can lead to slight enhancements in brain function, yet it also harbors additional dangers. The speed, volume, and magnitude of data are intricately linked to the degree of stimulation experienced by the brain. An instantaneous surge in data flow, or an overwhelming amount of transmitted information, can result in a catastrophic failure of Wang Shuo's fragile mind. The consequences may range from minor hemorrhaging, loss of consciousness, and shock, to the dire fate of complete brain death, a condition from which even the humanoid race could not rescue him. In this instance, had there not been a secondary reinforcement of his brain by a shadowy figure, Wang Shuo's reckless method of information intake would have likely led to his demise. The magnitude of this endeavor is monumental. Wang Shuo uttered a phrase from humanoid civilization, which, when translated into Chinese, conveys the sentiment: "It is exceedingly perilous. It seems I must strengthen my mental fortitude and enhance the resilience of my brain." The language of the humanoid civilization appears to be more advanced than Chinese. It not only conveys richer meanings through individual words, but also possesses a certain capability for synthesis, resulting in an even more nuanced expression when words are formed into sentences. In a succinct phrase, the use of Chinese characters may only convey a rough idea of time, place, and characters, whereas employing a language of humanoid civilizations could encapsulate a complete narrative. This delineates the distinction. Wang Shuo has seemingly acquired a unique skill of his own, albeit one that may never find practical application. What is this? Intrigued, Wang Shuo focused his attention. A method for mental fortitude training? What could that possibly entail? After careful contemplation, Wang Shuo finally grasped that this referred to a means of cultivating mental strength, enumerating two distinct approaches. The first involves enhancing mental power through genetic serums, contingent upon the availability of advanced biotechnologies to formulate gene-optimizing agents, targeting genetic enhancement to ultimately refine cerebral function. The second method entails initially cultivating mental strength through specialized techniques, followed by continuous stimulation to augment its intensity, thereby elevating brain capacity. The second aspect pertains to the intricacies of mental strength itself. What constitutes mental power? How is it refined? How can mental strength be utilized? These questions left Wang Shuo, who had always dwelled in the material realm, utterly bewildered. With both paths seemingly impassable, he found himself at an impasse. The vast repository of knowledge within humanoid civilization indeed bestowed wisdom upon him, yet the crux lies in transforming this knowledge into personal resources. A venture demanding substantial capital and resources. What he currently lacks are precisely funds and resources. Without these, he is unable to transform the knowledge within his mind into tangible outcomes that would enhance his capabilities. In the absence of such enhancement, he lacks the cognitive strength necessary to acquire new knowledge. This appears to be an inescapable vicious cycle. Wang Shuo sighed, realizing that he is still quite young. Life, indeed, is fraught with helplessness. Aspirations, it seems, remain tantalizingly out of reach. Chapter 13. Have you become attached to me? W City, the inpatient department of the People's Hospital. When Zhang Jun and Qinqing entered Wang Shuo's hospital room with elated expressions, Qinqing immediately spotted a figure he wished to avoid. A striking silhouette sat quietly on the sofa beside Wang Shuo's bed, engrossed in a book whose title was indecipherable. Upon hearing their voices, she glanced at Zhang Jun and Qinqing before returning her attention to her reading. Qinqing felt utterly disregarded. Wang Shuo, however, lifted his head to greet the two brothers with a smile. You've come. Here, this is breakfast for you. Zhang Jun placed the meal on the table. Hesitating to speak loudly, He could only gesture subtly toward Wang Shuo, seemingly inquiring about when Chen Xian had arrived. Wang Shuo discreetly extended his finger, forming the shape of the number 8. Zhang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, upon seeing Chen Xian, lost the desire to speak. Standing at the door with a gloomy expression, seemingly torn between entering or retreating. "Oh, it seems you have a guest. You two chat." "Old 4 and I have some matters to attend to at school." As the new semester commenced, a flurry of activities kept everyone occupied. We decided to take our leave, chuckling lightly, insisting that there was no need for any farewells. With that, we swiftly turned and departed. Upon reaching the door, I unceremoniously tugged at the hesitant Chen Qing. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, restoring silence to the room. Wang Shuo stood in stunned disbelief, observing Zhang Jun's extravagant exit, then glanced at Chen Xian, who remained engrossed in her book, her head never lifting once. This left him bewildered. Was Chen Xian truly as intimidating as others suggested? Why did he feel otherwise? Silence enveloped the space, an enduring stillness. Chen Xian appeared utterly absorbed in her own realm, oblivious to the people and happenings around her. "Excuse me, Miss Qin?" Wang Shuo ventured, attempting to engage her. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Chen Xian raised her gaze, regarding Wang Shuo with a cool detachment. "Ah." It was evident that Miss Qin remained as distinctive as ever, unfazed by interruptions. "It's nothing," Wang Shuo replied, scratching the back of his head in mild embarrassment. "I was merely wondering if you would care for some buns." The warm buns that Zhang Jun just delivered?" "No, thank you," Chen Xian replied, returning her focus to her book, dismissing Wang Shuo once more. "Ah, hey." Wang Shuo chuckled awkwardly. "If you won't eat them, I shall." Since awakening yesterday, he had yet to indulge in a meal. With deft hands, he retrieved a cup of black rice porridge, inserted a straw, and savored a delightful sip. Then, he unveiled a substantial vegetarian bun, taking a hearty bite, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction envelop him. Indeed, in this world, apart from money, it is the pleasures of exquisite cuisine that bring the greatest joy. As for whether the buns in my hand can be deemed as culinary delights, what a jest. Allow a famished man who has not eaten for a month to sample them. I assure you, even tree bark or vegetable roots would be savored as if they were rare delicacies. Wang Shuo indulged in his meal with abandon, lost in blissful reverie. Utterly oblivious to the fact that beside him, Chen Xian's elegant brows were furrowed in discontent. At long last, when Wang Shuo finished his breakfast, Chen Xian's knitted brows gradually smoothed out. Just as she intended to immerse herself in her book, she noticed that Wang Shuo had inexplicably procured a bamboo skewer. Grinning at the screen of his phone while occasionally smacking his lips, producing a cacophony of sounds. Once more, Chen Xian's brows slightly knitted together. Yet her impeccable upbringing prevented her from voicing her irritation. Moments later, seemingly pleased with his dental arrangement, Wang Shuo set aside both the phone and skewer. Reclining against the headboard and retrieving a magazine, as if preparing to read, Chen Xian's expression relaxed again, redirecting her focus to her book. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted beside her, causing her to flinch. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Wang Shuo had vanished from the bed, leaving behind only his phone, which wailed in anguish. From the adjacent bathroom came the sound of rushing water, intermittently accompanied by Wang Shuo's heart-wrenching cries. Chen Xian remained silent, her gaze fixed calmly towards the bathroom, her expression serene, though her fingers had begun to crumple the pages of her book in a quiet display of tension. Brushing teeth, washing face, attending to bodily needs. Emerging from the bathroom, Wang Shuo felt invigorated as he silenced his still vibrating phone. It was only then that he noticed Chen Xian quietly observing him. A hint of embarrassment washed over Wang Shuo as he stammered. "I just remembered I hadn't brushed my teeth, so I hope it didn't disturb your reading?" Chen Xian, who had cultivated an unflappable demeanor over the years, felt a sudden surge of emotion. She nodded slightly, uttering a soft "That's good. Hee. It's a habit I've developed over the years. I feel uneasy in the morning if I don't raise my voice a couple of times." Wang Shuo earnestly explained as he returned to bed. "When I was at home, my mother found me annoying, but she eventually got used to it." Hee. Chen Xian remained silent, seemingly engrossed in her book once again. Yet, the slight furrow of her brow, the pages she struggled to turn, and her occasional glances toward Wang Shuo hinted at an unspoken sentiment. Wang Shuo, oblivious to the signs, continued to occupy his own thoughts. Noticing that Wang Shuo had ceased his antics, Chen Xian's expression lightened, her furrowed brow gradually smoothing as she resumed her reading. In the stillness of the room, sunlight streamed in beautifully. Both individuals were lost in their respective worlds, the only sound breaking the tranquility being the gentle rustle of pages turned by the young woman. The serene passage of time felt almost sacred, as if to be disturbed would be a transgression. As time slipped by, Wang Shuo couldn't help but reflect on how truly beautiful this girl was. However, glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 7 in the evening. Miss Qin? Although Wang Shuo was reluctant to disturb Chen Xian, he realized that remaining silent might result in her departure before he could express himself. To his surprise, Chen Xian responded swiftly, lifting her gaze, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Wang Shuo was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning behind her expression. As he observed Chen Xian silently walking towards the door, he felt compelled to interject. Miss Chen, it seems you forgot your book. Chen Xian paused her steps, seemingly recalling something at Wang Shuo's reminder. I will come by at 8:30 tomorrow and bring you breakfast. Remember, do not touch my book. Wang Shuo could only watch in bewilderment as the door to the hospital room closed behind her. Was this girl becoming attached to him? Chapter 14. Wang Shuo. You have a nosebleed. The following morning, Wang Shuo rose early, attended to his personal grooming, and resolved his own matters before quietly lying back on the hospital bed, awaiting her arrival. At precisely 8:30, Miss Chen entered his room punctually. She approached his bedside, placing her belongings on the table before moving to the sofa, retrieving her book and settling down. If his intuition served him correctly, Wang Shuo unscrewed the thermos, and indeed, it contained a steaming cup of milk, paired with a sandwich. Such is the life of the affluent. Wang Shuo, undeterred, took a generous bite of the sandwich, savoring its delightful flavor. He relished the warm milk as well, enjoying his meal thoroughly, occasionally glancing at the beautiful girl immersed in her book beside him. He found her mere presence to be a feast for the eyes. Wang Shuo appears to have developed a certain fondness for this lifestyle. His earlier distress over Chen Xian's unwavering refusal to allow him to be discharged has diminished, replaced by a faint sense of guilt. During his morning ablutions yesterday, he deliberately created quite a commotion, not solely due to habit, but also out of a genuine desire to witness Chen Xian's loss of composure. According to Chen Qing, such a moment would be quite terrifying. As a youth inclined toward reckless curiosity, Wang Shuo felt it would be a disservice to his inquisitive nature not to indulge in this experience. Initially, observing Chen Xian's serene expression led him to believe his actions were ineffectual. However, the milk he savored today unequivocally indicated otherwise, revealing not only that his endeavors had borne fruit, but that the results were unexpectedly pronounced. This further suggested that the seemingly frosty Miss Chen is, after all, merely an ordinary person. As Wang Shuo gazed at Chen Xian, who sat quietly engrossed in her book, a spark of curiosity ignited within him. What kind of environment could cultivate such a uniquely tempered girl? Each morning, she would awaken early, meticulously brushing her teeth and washing her face, only to recline in bed in anticipation. At precisely 8:30 each day, Chen Xian would enter his hospital room, bearing with her a delightful sandwich and a steaming cup of milk. The flavor of the sandwich remained unvaried, leading Wang Shuo to suspect that its preparation was the work of a machine rather than a chef. This routine seemed to constitute Chen Xian's daily existence, and she appeared to have an abundance of time on her hands, engaging in minimal conversation with Wang Shuo, existing merely at the level of his extravagant musings. Met with her indifferent nods, such a level of communication is far from sufficient for both parties to gain a profound understanding of one another. However, it seems that Miss Chen harbors no such aspirations. In her eyes, there exists nothing beyond the realm of books. Initially, she delved into principles of economics, but later produced a collection of tomes, including Principles and Structure of Machinery, Principles of Computer Programming, and Introduction to C Language, which, despite causing her to furrow her brow in contemplation, she pursued with unwavering determination. As evening approached, she would consistently gather her books and place them on Wang Shuo's desk, departing quietly without uttering a single word of farewell. This situation persisted for 3 days, and when Chen Xian once again retrieved a volume entitled Research on Material Mechanics, Wang Shuo could no longer contain himself. Miss Chen, after spending several days in each other's company, Wang Shuo sensed that Chen Xian appeared rather sensitive to the term Mississippi. Indeed, she immediately lifted her head. May I offer a suggestion? Silence ensued. No. Chen Xian shook her head. Then why do you read them? Wang Shuo inquired, astonished. If I recall correctly, you are studying economics, are you not? These books have no relation to economics whatsoever. Chen Xian remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the book in her hands. Moreover, even if you aspire to transition into engineering, the subjects are far too diverse, are they not? I can comprehend principles and structure of machinery and principles of computer programming, but what on earth is research on material mechanics? Wang Shuo exclaimed in astonishment. Do you genuinely wish to pursue chemical research on materials? Chen Xian grew even more silent, pondering. Are these endeavors indeed futile? Of course they are futile. Wang Shuo, with an air of self-righteousness, proclaimed, I am a student of computer science and technology at Zhanjiang University of Science and Technology. A true science student. These concepts are merely fundamental knowledge, crafted to deceive those who have never encountered them. To rely on such things for self-study is utterly futile. He turned to Miss Chen, asking, having observed for so many days, have you grasped the principles of circuits? Do you comprehend what analog electronic technology entails? Are you familiar with digital logic? Not to mention the more profound realms of computer networks, advanced programming languages, data structures, and operating systems. These are all highly specialized fields. If one could acquire understanding merely by reading a few books, what need would there be for us at Zhanjiang University of Science and Technology? Wang Shuo spoke with pride. Chen Xian replied coolly, do you truly understand? Of course I do, Wang Shuo declared, feeling invigorated as he continued to boast without hesitation. Let me tell you. Concepts like circuit principles and digital logic are child's play. I could easily devise an advanced programming language or develop an operating system. From a young age, I have been deeply fascinated by these subjects. My father has always been supportive, and coupled with my exceptional intellect and quick wit. As Wang Shuo continued his fervent monologue, Chen Xian fell into a contemplative silence. She gazed pensively at the books on the table, noticing that her cherished copy of Principles of Economics had been buried beneath several other volumes, as if it were deeply entombed, never to see the light of day again. It feels as if the present self is gradually being constricted and buried by reality, until one is unable to turn over. Is it futile? Chen Xian murmured. Does she not realize the futility of such actions? Then what, indeed, is she still struggling for? After a lengthy monologue, Wang Shuo observed the dazed Chen Xian. Noticing that she seemed to be gazing at his book, he swiftly reached out, yanked the book from her grasp, dusted it off, and presented it to her. Thus, I suggest, Miss Chen Xian, that you should simply immerse yourself in your Principles of Economics. It appears you engage with this book far more earnestly than with others. Since you enjoy it, why not persevere? Life is fleeting. One must indulge in pursuits that bring joy. No? Difficult endeavors such as crossing boundaries should be entrusted to a genius like myself. Wang Shuo grinned widely. Chen Xian stared at the book he had handed her, lost in thought, and after a while, she extended her hand to accept it. Wang Shuo. Her voice was faint. This was the second time in days she had uttered his name. Thank you. And, you have a nosebleed. Chapter 15. The mindset is crumbling. Wang Shuo had grown accustomed to nosebleeds over these past few days. Yet hearing those 2 words of gratitude from the typically icy girl before him left him somewhat taken aback. Instinctively, he took a small step back, his gaze wary as he regarded Chen Xian. Could it be that she harbored some unsettling thoughts about him? Why else would she suddenly be so courteous? Chen Xian seemed oblivious to Wang Shuo's actions as she silently gazed at the book in her hands. After a moment, she extended her arm and placed the book on Wang Shuo's hospital bed before turning to exit the room. Inside the ward, Wang Shuo glanced at the text titled Principles of Economics before shifting his gaze to the now closed door, feeling a mix of confusion and endearing bewilderment. He pondered the peculiar behavior of Chen Xian today. It was barely past 3 in the afternoon, and she had essentially left early. If one were to liken hospitalization to a job or class, this could indeed be considered an early departure. Wang Shuo dismissed the thought and adeptly used a nearby piece of paper to stifle his nose. The following day, he rose early as usual, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and after completing his morning routine, settled back into bed, awaiting Chen Xian's care. He had fully embraced his role as a patient, exhibiting the typical consciousness of one, frequently retreating to rest, even too indolent to walk. Unfortunately, Chen Xian exclusively provided him with breakfast, but never took the time to thoughtfully assist him in opening his cup or pouring milk, and their conversations were scant. This left Wang Shuo feeling somewhat disheartened, as though his experience as a patient had been tarnished. He often fantasized about the simple pleasure of having Chen Xian peel an apple or a tangerine for him. However, he digressed. It struck him as odd that at this hour, Chen Xian had yet to arrive. This young woman was notoriously punctual, and a tardiness of even 15 minutes would be considered a grave offense in her eyes. Over the past few days, she had consistently entered the ward with precision, never once arriving even a second past the designated time. Never had there been an instance of tardiness or early departure which had, with precision, allowed Wang Shuo's stomach to cultivate a routine, awakening his appetite at this very hour each day. Yet today, to his astonishment, Chen Xian was late. Or perhaps, she would not be coming at all. Wang Shuo gazed at the firmly shut door of the ward and felt an unexpected sense of disquiet. Though this girl exuded an aura of aloofness, rarely engaging in conversation and radiating a vibe that suggested keeping one's distance, she possessed other admirable qualities, such as her striking appearance. Most significantly, he had grown accustomed to her silent delivery of sandwiches and milk each day, her quiet presence as she read on the sofa, and her serene departure, a ritual he had come to expect with unwavering regularity. The thought had never crossed his mind that if one day Chen Xian did not appear, he would be left to contend with his own breakfast. Listening to his stomach begin its rumbling protest, Wang Shuo could not help but chuckle bitterly. Had he known, he would have asked his superior to bring him some breakfast. Yet, he had never anticipated that this foolish girl would vanish without a word. He glanced at the clock, which read 9:40. It seemed she truly would not be coming. Wang Shuo rose from his bed and slipped on his shoes. Was it possible this silly girl had overslept? Or perhaps there was something of greater importance today, something more significant than visiting me. As he pondered aloud, he made his way toward the ward's entrance, intending to inquire with the doctor about when he might be discharged. Indeed, had it not been for Chen Xian's punctual daily visits, Wang Shuo would have long sought to create a commotion in the hospital ward. Eager to showcase the progress of his recovery and expedite the discharge process. The moment the door swung open, Chen Xian, as per usual, approached the bedside table with a serene demeanor, placing her belongings upon its surface. "You're here," Wang Shuo remarked, his eyes fluttering open to reveal an unperturbed expression. "Yes, I am," Chen Xian replied, casting a glance at Wang Shuo. "You have a nosebleed." As Wang Shuo instinctively touched his nose, he felt the warm, crimson flow. And without hesitation, he sprang from the bed and dashed into the adjacent restroom, a cacophony of sounds following in his wake. Moments later, he emerged. Two sizable wads of tissue perched atop his nose, offering Chen Xian an awkward smile before unceremoniously taking a seat at the edge of the bed. He seized the breakfast she had brought and began to devour it with ferocity. Chen Xian's lips quivered slightly, her brows twitching ever so slightly. Yet she quickly regained her composure. She picked up the book she had placed on the table and settled into the sofa, refraining from opening it immediately. Instead, she observed Wang Shuo as he voraciously consumed his meal. A flicker of emotion seemed to ripple across her otherwise tranquil visage, only to vanish just as swiftly. She then opened her book, appearing entirely unaffected by Wang Shuo's antics. Having finished his breakfast, Wang Shuo, sensing her desire for solitude, leaned back against the bed's headboard in quiet contemplation, until a sharp ringtone shattered the serene atmosphere. As Chen Xian furrowed her brows while reading, she glanced at the incoming call notification on her phone and then observed Wang Shuo, noticing his apparent stillness before she finally answered the call. A minute later, she spoke in a cool voice, "I understand," and promptly hung up, tossing her phone aside. The room once again fell into silence. "Chen, Wang Shuo." Both Wang Shuo and Chen Xian momentarily froze before simultaneously uttering, "You go first." "No, you go first." "Well, perhaps you should begin," Wang Shuo suggested, scratching his nose with a hint of embarrassment. "After all, ladies first." Chen Xian shook her head. "All right, I shall speak first." Wang Shuo, with a hint of resignation, asked, "Miss Chen, we have known each other for quite some time now. Surely, you have repaid your debts. Is it not time for me to be discharged? You have no idea how crucial this first month of the semester is for a university student. It could very well determine whether I will be languishing on the streets or sipping coffee in an office 4 years from now. I cannot afford to squander this time. Furthermore, I am determined to repay you for the hospital expenses. You need not look at me that way. I am a man, and that is my principle. Besides, I am not one to be lacking in funds. Moreover, to take it a step further, as a fine youth of the new era and a future pillar of our nation, acts of kindness should come naturally. Under those circumstances, even if you hadn't spoken up, I would have instinctively rushed to help. How could I possibly stand idly by when you offered me a way out? There is no need for you to dwell on such trivial matters. You may wholeheartedly relish the joy and pleasure derived from the assistance of others." Wang Shuo spoke with resolute conviction, his demeanor exuding fervor, and he showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment. "Have you finished?" There's just one more thing. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts." Wang Shuo donned a sheepish expression, swiftly rummaging through the annals of humanoid civilization in his mind. Damn it. With so much information, how could there be nothing applicable? Medical fees, hospitalization costs, intensive care unit nursing fees, various examination charges, life support equipment expenses, VIP ward fees. Chen Xian calmly recited a string of figures. The total amounts to a staggering sum. Will you be paying by card or via QR code? Wang Shuo stood there, utterly stunned. What? What is this? Chen Xian regarded him with a placid gaze. This hospital is truly extortionate. I merely stayed for a month without utilizing any services, and it has already reached 460,000? Is this for real? And you still accepted it? You, Miss Chen, I observe that you are quite astute in your daily dealings. Yet why do you appear so oblivious at such a critical moment? Why not engage your intellect? 460,000. Just because the hospital claims it's necessary, does that mean you must comply without question? Even if your family possesses wealth, such extravagance is unjustifiable. My goodness, I merely took a nap, and now I find myself bereft of hundreds of thousands. Who am I to appeal to for reason? My mental state has crumbled. Wang Shuo lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Surely, there is still time to remedy this situation? Miss Chen, I had not yet finished speaking. As for remuneration for labor, it is occasionally worth considering. Chapter 16, The Final Stubbornness. Wang Shuo pondered repeatedly, ultimately resigned to swallow the bitter fruit. Such actions are rather distasteful. Of course, he would never admit that he was reluctant to lose face before Chen Xian, despite already having lost considerable dignity. Wang Shuo's mind raced. He certainly had to repay the debt, yet the questions of how, when, and in what manner tormented him. After all, he was merely a freshman in college. At the tender age of 18, a time when life had barely begun, yet he found himself burdened with a weight akin to a mountain. Should he confide in his parents? Absolutely not. If he were to approach them, given their earnest nature, they would likely dismiss his claims of hospital debts. More inclined to suspect he had fallen into gambling. What of seeking a part-time job? That was a possibility, yet. Wang Shuo recalled the job advertisements he had perused, noting that the highest daily wage for temporary work scarcely reached 120 yuan, making the quest for 400. 000 a daunting task. Perhaps he could sell some skills? This thought stirred something within him. He possessed a wealth of knowledge, yet extracting that knowledge posed its own challenges. A moment's lapse during data transmission could spell disaster. Due to these limitations, he had only managed to learn a fraction of the core content thus far, which primarily revolved around coding. So, must he become a programmer? But do programmers truly earn a living? After much contemplation, Wang Shuo found himself in a state of bewilderment. His mind brimmed with numerous thoughts, yet conspicuously absent were any teachings on the art of financial gain. Perhaps the humanoid civilization deemed wealth as a triviality, unworthy of tarnishing the sanctity of technology, thus omitting such knowledge entirely. This predicament posed quite a challenge for Wang Shuo. Observing his earnest struggle to think, Chen Xian perceived him as somewhat stupefied. A subtle transformation flickered across Chen Xian's typically placid visage, her lips curving slightly in a smirk akin to the delight of a successful prank, though it was quickly overshadowed by a fleeting sorrow. She lowered her gaze. Succumbing to silence once more, the small room fell into a tranquil stillness. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xian finally spoke. What's wrong? Wang Shuo's voice was tinged with frustration, perhaps a hint of anger. Uncertain whether to be incensed at having slept away an entire month or at the exorbitant medical expenses he had incurred. Have you ever contemplated your future? My future? Wang Shuo replied, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he regarded Chen Xian seated on the sofa. You seem a bit unusual today. Have you considered what you wish to do in the future? How you intend to proceed? Perhaps I'll start a company and drift through life, Wang Shuo mused thoughtfully, only to be reminded of the staggering medical bills, prompting him to exclaim bitterly, I can hardly afford tomorrow's meals, let alone ponder the future. If only I could earn some money first, then I might have a future. Wang Shuo closed his eyes in anguish, recalling the substantial sum of money that had mysteriously vanished, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. That was his hard-earned wealth. It is all painstakingly accumulated through one's own efforts. It is the foundation of one's livelihood. It sounds as though he already possesses this sum of money. Wang Shuo, still immersed in the sorrow he has constructed for himself, suddenly notices Chen Xian gazing quietly at him. Wang Shuo wishes to clarify. You told me yesterday that you are a student from the computer science department at Zhanjiang University of Science and Technology? Yes, majoring in computer science and technology. You mentioned that you possess some knowledge of programming languages and system engineering? Well, did you just repeat what I said? These are all my words. What is the issue? Am I not allowed to boast? Wang Shuo, now infuriated, retorted. These are my statements, so what? Chen Xian remained unfazed, her cherry lips parting to utter, "You just mentioned your desire to start a company? That was also my assertion." "Indeed. What is its name?" "What?" Wang Shuo felt as though he could scarcely keep pace with Chen Xian's thoughts. "The name of the company, what shall it be?" "How about?" Wang Shuo rolled his eyes, suddenly noticing a book beside him, its pages open to reveal the prominently printed words "Introduction." "Let us call it Frontier Company." "Yes." "Frontier Technology Company." At the forefront of all technological advancements." "All right, I understand." Chen Xian nodded, extending her hand toward Wang Shuo. "Now, please hand over your identification card." Wang Shuo felt as though he had been robbed, and not just by someone he had always regarded with mutual respect. No. It was the ever-aloof Miss Chen Xian who had perpetrated this act of theft upon him. His identity card had been stolen, along with his bank card. Although the latter contained only a meager sum, he found himself indebted to this wealthy young lady for several $100,000. Surely, such actions could not be justified. What distinguished this from outright banditry? Was she perhaps contemplating using his identity card for some illicit endeavor? For instance, to obtain a fraudulent marriage certificate? But I beseech you, how could he manage the discharge procedures without his identification? Staying here incurred costs. After all, Wang Shuo lay in agony upon his hospital bed. The once comfortable surroundings now felt utterly devoid of solace. He was inclined to rise from his repose. Yet the thought of losing his hard-earned money if he did so compelled him to endure the discomfort and remain supine. It was truly a torment. Chen Xian had been absent for 2 days. During this period, the long-awaited Zheng Jun and his companions finally made their appearance. Wang Shuo was eager to recount his tragic ordeal to Chen Qing, yet he suddenly recalled that Chen Qing, too, was a scion of wealth. The affluent, after all, willed a rather indifferent attitude towards money. Hence, he turned to Li Li, confiding his feelings of indignation and laying bare his grievances against the nefarious robber, Chen Xian. However, why did his lamentations seem to have little effect? Why did the faces of his dormitory companions bear expressions of schadenfreude? It appeared that they were reveling in his misfortune. Zheng Jun, the self-proclaimed leader, wore a look of righteous indignation, remarking on how a stunning beauty had catered to him for several days, eliciting envy from all. "Do not be ungrateful," he admonished. He patted Wang Shuo's shoulder and left with a face full of envy and resentment. Chen Qing wore a look that seemed to say, "I told you so," shaking his head occasionally and sighing as he exited. As for Li Li, he approached and gave Wang Shuo's shoulder a gentle pat, saying, "Take care of yourself." What does this mean? Where is the fundamental empathy between individuals? What about the intimate camaraderie among dormitory brothers? What has become of his esteemed reputation as the second-in-command in the dorm? It appears that he has lost his standing. No. He must rally himself and restore his former prestige within the dormitory. They must recognize that he is not to be underestimated. Why does this phrase sound peculiar upon closer inspection? At this moment, in a high-rise office building in the heart of W City, Chen Xian sat behind her desk, intently examining the contract before her. Chen Shu reclined on a nearby sofa, a look of helplessness etched on his face as he observed his young mistress, occasionally revealing a hint of a bitter smile. This was one thing, but to his astonishment, the young lady seemed to be growing more fervent, even escalating her demands. "Miss, perhaps you should reconsider?" Chen Shu began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Xian's icy voice. "I have given it considerable thought. Uncle Chen." She raised her head, adding, "Moreover, he has saved my life. Is my life not worth this amount?" As she spoke, she pointed to a specific clause in the contract and instructed her secretary, "Amend this provision." The secretary cast a troubled glance at Chen Xian before shifting her seeking gaze towards Chen Shu, who, with a resigned nod, acquiesced. The secretary, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly took the contract to amend it. "Miss, this is entirely different," Uncle Chen sighed, rubbing his temples and forcing a wry smile. "You must understand. Even if the master agrees, the other shareholders may not acquiesce. This was precisely why I proposed conditions. I believe my aunts and uncles would be more than pleased to consent to this matter," Chen Xian replied calmly. "Miss, I am quite aware of what occupies your thoughts," Uncle Chen remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. "However, your approach is somewhat immature." "Immature?" Chen Xian recalled the decision she had made, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Perhaps, even if the outcome is already determined, and even if she cannot alter anything, she still wishes to showcase her tenacity. After all, this may very well be her final act of defiance." Chapter 17. The bet. 3 hours later, Chen Xian found herself in Wang Shuo's hospital room. At that moment, Wang Shuo had just finished his lunch and was preparing to close his eyes for further contemplation. He intended to seize every moment to devise some comprehensible technology. He had just realized that if he were to create technology 1,000 years ahead of current society, he might very well be deemed insane and confined to an asylum. After all, it is well known that those who indulge in wild fantasies are either geniuses or lunatics. And if one strays too far ahead, madness is undoubtedly confirmed. Wang Shuo was not particularly surprised by Chen Xian's arrival. However, the issue lay in the fact that she was not alone. Two unmistakably white-collar attendants trailed behind her, meticulously mirroring Chen Xian's every step as they entered the hospital room. "Let us commence," Chen Xian commanded, taking her seat on the adjacent sofa, where she nonchalantly picked up her book, immersing herself in its pages. Exuding an air of formidable authority, Wang Shuo, observing her, couldn't help but marvel at the aura of sophistication that radiated from this affluent scion. Such presence and poise made him momentarily contemplate the notion of seeking her patronage. Yet, what had she just uttered? "Let us commence." Commence what? As he pondered this with a perplexed expression, a professionally attired woman in black approached his bedside, extending her hand towards him. "Good day, Mr. Wang Shuo." Wang Shuo, taken aback and uncertain of the significance of her gesture, hesitantly offered his hand for a light shake. "Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself," she continued, her demeanor serious yet cordial. "I am Lu Yan, the dedicated legal advisor at Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company, Limited. You may refer to me as Advisor Lu or Lawyer Lu." A slight, earnest smile graced her lips. Wang Shuo, still bewildered, glanced between the engrossed Chen Xian and the smiling Advisor Lu, utterly confused by the unfolding scenario. "I am here today on behalf of the company to discuss the matters of our potential collaboration," Lu Yan stated, retrieving a stack of documents from her briefcase. "This is your contract. Please review it carefully, and should you have no further objections, we may proceed to sign." With that, she presented him with an exquisite ballpoint pen. Wang Shuo, still in a daze, accepted the contract and pen, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he began to peruse the document. "What is this? What on earth? Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company, Limited? Frontier Technology Limited Liability Company? The legal representative is me?" Wang Shuo was momentarily bewildered. When did he acquire a company? How was he unaware of it? Furthermore, when had he managed to procure business for the company without his knowledge? Chen Xian. What is the meaning of this? Wang Shuo even momentarily forgot the elegant title he had bestowed upon Miss Chen. Chen Xian lifted her gaze, casting a glance at Wang Shuo, and replied nonchalantly, "You told me you wanted to start a company." Wang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xian. "So, when I mentioned starting a company, you took it upon yourself to establish one in my name without my consent?" "Not at all," Chen Xian replied coolly. "Our company happened to have a business opportunity, and I thought your expertise aligned perfectly, so I recommended you to the company. As for the contract, that was a decision made by the company itself, and I had no part in it. It is precisely because it has nothing to do with you that it is so perplexing." Wang Shuo rolled his eyes. The words of a woman can be deceiving, particularly those of a beautiful woman. He persevered, continuing to read. "The parties agreed that Party B would organize personnel to participate in the system architecture project developed by Party A. Should the development prove successful, remuneration would be allocated based on the degree of contribution. However, regardless of the outcome, Party A was obligated to pay Party B a sum up front." The numerous zeros made Wang Shuo feel a bit dizzy. As initial startup capital, should the project fail, Party A could not demand a refund from Party B on the grounds of project failure. Subsequent funding would be settled in installments according to the progress of the project. "This is..." Wang Shuo gazed incredulously at the legal advisor before him, exclaiming, "Are you certain?" Wang Shuo shook his head. It was not that he objected to the contract, but rather that this contract was excessively favorable to him, to the point of being cost ineffective. He began to question whether he was somehow the favored child of this company. "If Mr. Wang, you have no amendments to suggest, then please sign here, 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 and here. Once you complete your signature, this contract will immediately take effect and bear legal validity." Wang Shuo continued to shake his head. "Mr. Wang, do you have any lingering concerns?" One must admit, Lu Yan was indeed very professional. Wang Shuo felt a surge of anger. "Miss Chen Xian, are you pitying me? Do you look down upon me? Are you afraid I cannot repay your 46,000? I can assure you, Miss Chen Xian, I..." The words hung in Wang Shuo's throat, unspoken. "Then let us not sign it. Just put the contract away." Lawyer Lu Yan smiled faintly as she took the contract from Wang Shuo's hands, deftly organizing it. This Wang Shuo was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated at all. Where was the promised script? The cherished son? The insistence on signing? Why was Miss Qin deviating from the expected course? Ultimately, Wang Shuo chose to sign the contract, not for any other reason, but because he was genuinely in need of money, and upon scrutinizing the contract, it seemed to be merely a task for a programmer. Just look. Participating in the system architecture project organized by the client would immediately yield financial gain. Refusing to sign this contract would surely indicate a lack of sound judgment. Indeed, a lack of enthusiasm for earning money might suggest a deficiency in intellect. Once Lu Yin and her assistant departed, a fleeting silence enveloped the room. Miss Chen, may I inquire if you have experienced some form of provocation? Wang Shuo pondered, for this contract appeared to be decidedly disadvantageous to the client. According to its stipulations, the other party, namely Wang Shuo himself, could simply participate without any obligation to deliver work, thus still receiving compensation even without producing results. Were you attempting to capture my attention through such means, to pique my interest, and then seize the opportunity to win me over? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. Apart from desiring him physically, he could not fathom any other rationale that would compel Chen Xian to act in such a manner. Heroic rescues? Please, this is reality. Does one truly believe that a mere act of gallantry could captivate the heart of a fair maiden? It was absurd. Moreover, the most seasoned hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Wang Shuo regarded Chen Xian with a hint of wariness. If she were to adopt a forceful approach, would he comply or capitulate? Don't you think you have posed an excessive number of questions today? He inquired. Chen Xian, engrossed in her book, did not lift her gaze. If you have the time, do take a look at the materials I provided you. Something felt amiss. There was an undeniable sense of disquiet. Wang Shuo's intense scrutiny of Chen Xian revealed that, although her eyes were fixed on the pages, her focus was palpably scattered, indicating her mind was elsewhere. Moreover, he seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of despondency in her unfocused gaze. Had this girl encountered some trouble? His attention then shifted to the documents placed beside her, two hefty bags meticulously sealed, bearing the inscription confidential. Clearly, this was sensitive information. Yet Chen Xian had boldly left it exposed. Reflecting on recent events, Wang Shuo mentally pieced together the occurrences of the past few days. Since the enhancement of his cognitive abilities, he had acquired a remarkable capacity for deduction, akin to lifting a veil that had previously obscured his vision of the world, revealing a newfound clarity. It became evident that the trouble lay with Chen Xian. This predicament, seemingly troublesome even for a young lady of privilege, warranted a cautious approach. Perhaps it was best to observe silently and remain uninvolved. However, he was torn. What of the 1 million? The thought of relinquishing it filled him with reluctance, yet claiming it without action stirred a pang of guilt within him. It seemed he was indeed ill-suited to play the role of a villain. Wang Shuo exhaled deeply. Miss Chen, please share. Is there anything I can assist you with? Chen Xian lifted her head, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. You know what I mean, Wang Shuo replied, gesturing with his hands. Just tell me, so I can feel at ease about this money. Otherwise, I fear it might burn my hands. You simply need to fulfill the terms of the contract. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else, she stated. That is not how it works, Miss Chen, Wang Shuo countered, pointing to the documents and contracts beside them. We are partners now, and I need to understand the basic details and background of the work to proceed effectively. Who requires you to take action? Chen Xian frowned. The contract stipulates it, Wang Shuo asserted confidently. The contract states you will receive 1 million whether you work or not. She replied, that is not my objective. I aim to earn a share. Wang Shuo declared, his demeanor haughty. A share? Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Is it so easy to obtain a share? Do I really need to sign a contract with a college student? Would it not be better to simply find a few people to get the job done? Wang Shuo seized the moment. If you are not proactive about making money, then there is something wrong with your mindset. If I do not seize the opportunity to earn while work is plentiful, what will happen if my company goes bankrupt in the future? Miss Chen, if you doubt my ability to earn a share, let us wager. I bet I will secure a share. Chen Xian seemed amused by his audacity, but the education she had received over the years forbade her from displaying anger. Instead, she replied calmly, you haven't even reviewed the materials. On what basis do you believe you will secure a share? Wang Shuo pointed to his head, exuding confidence. Enough. It is futile to reason with a stubborn fool. So be it. Chen Xian calmly remarked, this is your own request. If you can achieve certain results in the project, you shall receive a share of the profits. She paused momentarily. The condition is that the entire project must be completed. If the project fails, You will not only forfeit your share but also lose that 1 million. Not a problem, Wang Shuo affirmed with unwavering confidence. With his writing skills, he believed that casually producing something to get by and earn a share would be a piece of cake. And if I succeed, what then? Win? Chen Xian found it difficult to comprehend Wang Shuo's unshakable confidence. She replied coolly, if you win, I will grant you one request. I will send the materials to your email shortly. You have 15 days to complete this project. Chen Xian cast a deep glance at Wang Shuo, unwilling to linger on this matter any longer, and uttered her final words. I look forward to you obtaining your share. As she watched Chen Xian exit the hospital room, Wang Shuo felt a surge of pride, only to suddenly remember something. Hey, you haven't told me the project team's contact number. How am I supposed to join the team? Chapter 18. Discharge. Wang Shuo was finally set to be discharged from the hospital. This was indeed a significant event for Dormitory 403. However, strangely enough, from the moment he awoke until the doctor completed his examination and finalized his discharge paperwork, he had not seen any of his 3 friends. His calls went unanswered, leaving him puzzled about their whereabouts. In contrast, Chen Xian had arrived early in the morning to visit him, bringing along a long-awaited breakfast. He even used his own car to take him to the school gate. This gesture deeply touched Wang Shuo, had it not been for the presence of others nearby. He might have succumbed to the urge to express his unrecognized feelings of solitude. As he watched the sleek business vehicle swiftly disappear, he shook his head in contemplation. It was no surprise, after all, that he had endured a condensed history of civilization spanning thousands of years with the humanoid race, followed by an extended hospitalization of over 10 days, during which he scarcely ventured outside, having spent a month in the hospital, deprived of sunlight. All he had seen were the stark whiteness of his own thighs gleaming before him. By the time he reached the bottom of the dormitory building, several minutes had passed. The moment the door swung open, Wang Shuo was rendered speechless. What was happening here? The once pristine and orderly dormitory had undergone a dramatic transformation, with colorful paper and balloons adorning every corner of the walls. Above the balcony door directly across from him hung a large bedsheet, upon which several words were hastily scrawled in black ink. As for what those words were, Wang Shuo truly could not discern them. Perhaps the ink had been applied too liberally, blurring the letters and leaving streaks that dripped towards the edges. An outsider might easily mistake the scene for a haunted affair. The room was empty, yet a voice of surprise emanated from behind Wang Shuo. Bro, is your room haunted? Turning around, he found a curious bespectacled stranger trailing behind him, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Indeed, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, not only causing a commotion but also encountering 3 apparitions. 3 ghosts. The bespectacled man exclaimed in disbelief. I noticed that your aura seems rather dark, my friend. You appear to be plagued by misfortune. Wang Shuo rolled his eyes inwardly and entered the dormitory, tearing down the balloons and decorative paper affixed to the wall, gathering them into a bag. My friend, he remarked, one should not underestimate the weight of misfortune. Do you require my assistance in dispelling it? I possess a rather effective method. Wang Shuo gazed at him in silence. And you are? The bespectacled man seemed to recall suddenly, scratching his head with a smile. I am also a freshman in the computer science department. My name is Li Zhongqiang. Li Zhongqiang? Wang Shuo chuckled quietly. Indeed, one must excel in the sciences to gain admission here. Greetings, I am. Please wait a moment. My friend, guessing names is my forte. Allow me to take a shot at it. Li Zhongqiang interjected eagerly, his expression shrouded in mystery as he regarded Wang Shuo. Though we have not met before, I perceive that your features are quite distinctive and that misfortune clings to you. You must be surnamed Wang. With the single character Shuo as your given name, am I correct? Well, Wang Shuo was somewhat taken aback. The guess was rather accurate. Li Zhongqiang beamed with pride. Indeed, what you may not know is that I have been studying under the teachings of Jingyi Dao since I was 6, specializing in physiognomy and predicting one's future. I spoke no falsehood. Have you been troubled by bad luck of late? I possess authentic talismans, all consecrated, that can bring you peace. Wang Shuo chuckled and shook his head, expressing his astonishment at having gained such fame in just a month of absence. One must not rise to prominence too swiftly. He mused, deciding to inquire of Li. You wouldn't happen to be in the same class as I am, would you? Li Zhongqiang's previously proud demeanor faltered abruptly, and he looked at Wang Shuo with a hint of despondency. Did I exhibit such obviousness? Not at all, Wang Shuo replied with a smile, reflecting that he would not have discerned it in his former self. Did the counselor call my name again today? No, Li Zhongqiang responded in a dejected tone. The counselor has already memorized your name. Is there any need for her to call it again? If you wish to report to her, You should do so promptly. I fear it may not be easy. Wang Shuo furrowed his brow. Is she a woman? Li Zhongqiang appeared somewhat surprised but nodded nonetheless. Very young? Does she have a bad temper? Li Zhongqiang nodded again, speaking with a touch of mystery. Extremely young. I've heard she is only 26. She stayed on as a faculty member after graduating with her master's. You, Wang, have already become a primary subject of her scrutiny due to your skipping classes and absence from military training. He patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder, offering a sympathetic glance. Take care of yourself, Wang. I wish you luck. Finally, he leaned in with a mischievous grin and whispered, Wang, have you truly considered authentic talismans? They guarantee the dispelling of misfortune and the turning of tides in your favor. Wang Shuo shook his head with a smile. Old second? Zheng Jun paused momentarily before setting the box aside, pulling Wang Shuo to showcase the fruits of their labor. It was only then that he noticed the wall. Once adorned with balloons and colorful decorations they had painstakingly affixed, had lost more than half of its embellishments, leaving behind a scattered few that hung pitifully. As for the white welcome banner, it was utterly illegible, reduced to 4 inky blots and streaks of black ink. Who could have done this? Were they robbed? Wang Shuo raised his hands in exasperation. Old 4. Look at the characters you've written. I told you, too much water. You simply wouldn't listen. Can anyone still discern that this is old second? Rise up. He gazed at Zheng Jun with a look of deep discontent, sensing Wang Shuo's gaze. Zheng Jun sheepishly scratched the back of his head and offered an explanation. Old second, please don't misunderstand. This was all old 4's idea. You should ask him. Chen Sheng, clutching the box with both hands, blinked innocently, presenting an expression of utmost sincerity. Li Li wore a countenance of bewilderment. Wang Shuo instantly felt his irritation dissipate. Realizing he was surrounded by such lively characters, what more could he say? He shifted the conversation. This box, a social gathering? He felt like a country bumpkin. Utterly bewildered by it all. It's a freshman masquerade social, Zheng Jun replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Organized by the student council. You have no idea about the scene. Oh, it was something else. Everyone donned masks, dressed in the most outlandish costumes. There were no rules. It was a free-for-all for mingling. As long as one can successfully establish a connection with the fairer sex, the path to intimate conversation, hand-holding, and companionship can unfold in merely a single night. Zheng Jun regarded Wang Shuo with a sympathetic gaze, lamenting, Alas, my friend, it is truly a pity that you could not partake in this experience. You have no idea. Not only did Chen Cheng succeed, but even Li Li managed to quietly engage with a lady, not only adding her on WeChat but also forming a bond with her. Here I am, having hunted all night, and I could only add one WeChat contact, yet she insists on seeing me merely as an elder brother. Wang Shuo looked at Li Li in astonishment, noticing a rare flush on Li Li's face, accompanied by a hint of bashful smile, which, to Wang Shuo, appeared rather smug. He felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. However, do not be too disheartened, for you still have Miss Chun by your side. Just muster your courage and win her heart, and I shall follow your lead from that point onward. Zheng Jun chuckled heartily, patting Wang Shuo on the shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Zheng Jun, his words inadvertently offended both Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng. Exchanging a glance filled with mutual understanding, Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng silently nodded, then, prepare to meet your doom, leader, the filthy king. Moments later, both Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng sat on the bed, each sporting a bruised black eye and grimacing in pain, while they gazed at the seemingly unaffected Zheng Jun, whose expression was one of genuine concern. They felt a mix of despair and frustration. Leader, your combat prowess is rather excessive, and your strikes are shockingly ruthless. It appeared they had struck a nerve, as both inhaled sharply in unison. Ha ha. Condition reflex. Zheng Jun, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, Are you all right? Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng simultaneously raised their heads with a hint of pride, presenting Zheng Jun with a grand display of nostrils. Oh dear, no one wishes for such incidents to occur. Who told you to embrace me so suddenly? It was purely an instinctive reaction. And look, Zheng Jun pointed to the scraped skin on his elbow. I too have been injured, and I am bleeding. The two rolled their eyes in unison. From now on, they vowed never to mention any physical confrontations in front of Zheng Jun again. After all, they had been taken down by a mere elbow strike and 2 punches. How utterly embarrassing. Wang Shuo and Chen Cheng exchanged glances, for the first time seeing a mutual understanding reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 19. Wang Shuo requests leave on his first genuine visit to school. Wang Shuo found everything to be a chaotic mess. Indeed, he was about to request leave after a staggering 46 consecutive days of absence. Without a doubt, he anticipated the wrath of his counselor. If he were in their position, encountering a student who had not shown up since the start of the semester, with the only interaction being a leave request, he would surely lose his temper on the spot. More importantly, he was currently sporting a noticeable black eye. Although this was due to a misunderstanding, it made for quite an awkward situation. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Wang Shuo realized he had no choice but to go. Chen Xin had already sent the essential information to his email. And when Wang Shuo beheld the hefty attachment of 274 gigabytes, he realized that he was not merely confronting a trivial project. Indeed, upon opening the attachment, Wang Shuo was astounded. The dazzling array of technical parameters, the meticulously filled design draft, and the voluminous requirements document all sent a chill down his spine. In the past, he would not have understood a single word of it. Fortunately, as he felt a glimmer of relief, he stumbled upon another small attachment sent by Chen Xin. This document struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of shock. There was no project team, no other individuals. He was the sole member of the current project team. This must be a joke, right? He hurriedly checked the information and soon felt a profound sense of despair. A project that required at least 50 team members was now solely his responsibility. And even more terrifying was the fact that he had merely 15 days. No wonder Chen Xin had that expression when he mentioned his share. No wonder she had said nothing with her usual haughty demeanor. No wonder the requirement for a share was that the entire project had to be completed. It turned out that she did not look down on him. Rather, this project was a mere fade, something that could not be accomplished by a single person. He had been foolishly rash to wager with others, like an old man seeking to end his own life. Wang Shuo wished he could slap himself. Why did he utter that statement? What was the point of his misplaced conscience? Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply accept $1 million without lifting a finger? The truth is, it is not appealing. If given another chance, Wang Shuo would still utter that phrase. He would still choose this path. Do not inquire further. The essence of socialism has deeply permeated Wang Shuo's very being. However, should fate grant him another opportunity, he would resolutely abstain from gambling. Of course, Wang Shuo is no fool. He has contemplated retreating, at least to discuss with Chen Xin the possibility of enlisting a few allies, which could ease his burden, if not eliminate it altogether. Yet, upon making the call and hearing a gentle sigh from the other end, Wang Shuo's anger ignited. A true man must bravely confront adversities. He shall not flinch before daunting challenges. Is it not merely a gamble? If one must gamble, then let it be so. Victory shall be his. He is determined to have Chen Xin kneel before him and sing conquer. Moreover, he possesses something of value. He still has his kidneys. Ahem. Singing conquer can be contemplated later, once victory is secured. Alas, this resolve may burden the school as teachers. Particularly as Wang Shuo has learned that a certain educator named Ding Runen holds a notorious nickname, the human bomb of Zhanjiang University, also known as the mother Tyrannosaurus of Zhanjiang. The very mention of such a name sends shivers down Wang Shuo's spine. The office building is not far from the dormitory. Nearly a 10-minute walk. Wearing a cap and mask borrowed from Chen Cheng, with the brim pulled low, he stealthily entered the office building, deliberately taking the stairs all the way to the 4th floor. It was the designated break time, and many individuals were bustling about within the office. Wang Shuo seized a passing senior and quietly inquired, "Hello, senior. Could you please direct me to the office of Counselor Ding Runen? Office number 3. Thank you." In office number 3, Ding Runen was engrossed in composing her thesis. As she gazed at the paper before her, she pondered deeply. She was one of the most esteemed interns in her advisor's research team, and upon her graduation, her advisor submitted an application to the university, allowing her to remain on campus as a teaching assistant. Such an opportunity was rare among the interns within the entire research team. After staying, she balanced her fundamental duties as a counselor while also serving as a researcher in her advisor's team, where she was responsible for specific projects. The substantial workload not only alleviated her stress but invigorated her spirit. She devoted herself fervently to her research. This project focused on the realm of computer intelligence, where the research team believed that in order to achieve intelligent computing, not only superior AI chips were essential, but also comprehensive AI software. This endeavor involved a myriad of intricate systems engineering tasks, each requiring her meticulous attention to resolve. It was an endeavor that demanded considerable energy. The concept of machine learning was advancing, and it seemed we were continuously approaching the intelligent aspirations we harbored. Technologies such as speech recognition, image detection, and machine translation have begun to permeate our daily lives. However, the author believes that machine learning is still in a rather primitive state, and the refinement and integration of various systems remain pressing issues that require resolution. More importantly, machine learning necessitates logical reasoning from machines. At that moment, Ding Runin felt a surge of agitation. She picked up the cup beside her and took a sip of water, her gaze inadvertently falling upon a form she had set aside. It was a new student enrollment application. Ding Runin's brow furrowed slightly as she set down her cup. Holding the form in her hand, her eyes scanning the name she had become all too familiar with after reading it several times a day, Wang Shuo. She gritted her teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. This student had not shown his face even once since the beginning of the semester. Had it not been for the doctor from the hospital personally calling to explain the situation, she would have doubted whether he intended to avoid military training by not attending at all. 46 days had passed, a full 46 days. To drink to the point of being hospitalized and unconscious for over a month was simply a tremendous disgrace. Now, whenever she stepped outside and encountered fellow teachers, she had to take a detour, for there would always be someone oblivious enough to inquire. I heard a new student from your class passed out from drinking for over a month. Initially, she would politely offer an explanation, but she soon realized that explanations were futile. They were merely there to gossip about the situation, not to listen to her clarifications. Watching her colleagues walk away with incredulous expressions, Ding Runin felt a deep resentment. Wang Shuo, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Ding Runin seethed inwardly. Report. Come in. Ding Runin steadied herself and answered in a low voice. Excuse me, teacher. I am here to see teacher Ding Runin. I wonder if she is available? A slightly bashful voice emerged. That would be me. Please, speak your mind. As she said this, Ding Runin lifted her gaze to the student who had entered, and in that moment, she was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Ah, you are teacher Ding Runin? The student spoke in a muffled tone, and upon realizing his faux pas, hastily removed the Sun Wukong mask from his face, revealing a delicate countenance. However, the unsightly dark circles under his right eye marred the overall harmony of his appearance. He offered an awkward smile. Hello, teacher. Wang Shuo scrutinized the figure before him, a teacher who had become quite renowned in his circle, according to the descriptions from his many roommates. Teacher Ding had been associated with the terrifying image of a bloodthirsty monster. Zheng Jun claimed she was a brutal instructor, more ferocious than his own father. Qingqing described her as a humorless, elderly woman devoid of any romance or emotions. Li had said little but silently nodded in agreement. In essence, they unanimously deemed her the Mother Tyrannosaurus of the university, a title they felt was more fitting. Remember, once you go in, be respectful. Admit your mistakes if necessary and apologize sincerely. If you sense any displeasure from the counselor, find an excuse to slip away quickly. Never admit you are there to ask for leave. Lastly, take care, my friend. Is it really that serious? Wang Shuo observed the teacher's astonished expression and scratched his head. Teacher, my name is Wang Shuo, and I am here too. You are Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, steeling himself, replied, Yes, I am indeed Wang Shuo. The genuine Wang Shuo. Have you finally remembered to report? Have you finally recalled that I am your teacher? Ding Runin, gritting her teeth, emitted a suppressed voice, fearful that if she did not restrain herself, she would erupt on the spot. Teacher, you might be mistaken. Wang Shuo said, somewhat embarrassed. I came to ask if I could take a few days off. Ding Runin widened her eyes in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that there existed a student so shameless as to make such a request. What did you say? Please repeat that. Well, teacher, I have a matter of great importance and need to request a half-month leave, so I came to inquire whether it would be possible. No leave. Ding Runin finally erupted, her brows furrowing, her furious gaze appearing as though it could consume Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, you have already severely hindered your academic progress due to your personal affairs, and now you dare to come to me for a leave of absence? For more than 10 days, no less? Is your own business that crucial? Huh? Let me ask you, have you selected your minor courses? No. Wang Shuo scratched his nose. Have you participated in any clubs? No. Have you attended any classes? No. Have you even met me? Not exactly. Nothing at all. And you dare to request leave? For what purpose? To indulge in romance? Or engage in brawls? Well, teacher, Wang Shuo felt somewhat helpless, observing Ding Runin, who had ceased to acknowledge him, and silently pondering what he could possibly do to secure his leave. Suddenly, he noticed Ding Runin engrossed in a discourse And upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a paper related to computer science, specifically leaning towards artificial intelligence. This seemed to overlap somewhat with the knowledge he had extracted from the core. However, since Wang Shuo acquired the core, he had never found the time to verify whether the technologies of the two universes could be compatible. What if they were not? The thought sent a chill of cold sweat down his spine. One could never be too cautious. What if it truly proved incompatible? He resolved to test it. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shuo closed his eyes and began to access the core's database, retrieving all information pertaining to basic intelligent computing. The development of the humanoid race was also an informational evolution. Computers had undergone several transformations, ultimately giving rise to the most fundamental intelligent light brain, abbreviated as the intelligent brain. Yet, prior to the emergence of the intelligent brain, the humanoid race relied on circuits and computers, which, even then, were far more advanced than those currently possessed by humanity. The information Wang Shuo retrieved was limited within the core's database, and he did not extract it all at once. He merely captured a fraction to address the immediate challenge. Nonetheless, even this modest amount of data overwhelmed him, leaving him dizzy and weak. While a familiar warmth surged through his nostrils, Wang Shuo recognized this as a stress response induced by his brain's rapid processing, which had depleted his body's energy supply within mere minutes. Fortunately, Wang Shuo had already acquired the knowledge he required. Now, it was merely a matter of testing it. As he opened his eyes, he found himself locking gazes with Ding Runen, whose expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Why are you still here? I have made it abundantly clear that taking leave is out of the question, so do not even entertain the thought. She tossed him a roll of tissue with a huff, adding, your body is in such a frail state. Standing for a moment causes you to bleed from the nose. Wipe it. Wang Shuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, deftly rolled the tissue and inserted it into his nostrils, displaying remarkable skill. He then spoke, teacher, I intended to leave, but I inadvertently glimpsed your paper, and it just so happens that I have a keen interest in this subject, so I lingered a bit longer. I hope you do not mind. Reading my paper? Ding Runen raised an eyebrow, her demeanor softening slightly. Can you comprehend it? And yet, here you are, with a nosebleed and drenched in sweat. Is it truly so warm in here? Wang Shuo offered a wry smile as he wiped his brow. Perspiration was a commonplace occurrence for someone engaged in intellectual pursuits. I understand a little, but you were flipping through the pages rather swiftly. I wish to study your paper more thoroughly. Ding Runen nodded in acknowledgement. There was nothing wrong with allowing students to peruse the paper, for such work was intended for public consumption. She casually handed the paper to Wang Shuo. He accepted it without hesitation and began to read meticulously from the beginning. He was not mistaken. This is a paper analyzing the trend of machine intelligence. The paper elaborates on the evolution of machine intelligence, from the simplest early programs to the more complex later versions, culminating in the present systems comprising dozens or even hundreds of gigabytes, alongside a plethora of dazzling algorithmic frameworks. Moreover, Ding Runen has infused some of his own concepts into the work, offering predictions on the trends of intelligence and summarizing the emergence of 5 major schools of thought in this domain, while also presenting his own assertions. However, based on the current theoretical framework, the foresight of such predictions remains immeasurable. How much have you comprehended? Ding Runen inquired nonchalantly as Wang Shuo raised his head. It was indeed somewhat challenging for a freshman to tackle such a paper. Yet, I have a question, Professor Ding. Wang Shuo continued, on the 5th page of your paper. You enumerate several machine learning algorithms, including decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classifiers, recurrent neural networks, among others. You also introduced a new algorithm you developed, elucidating its operability. But why not incorporate a neural logic module into the computer? A neural logic module? Ding Runen chuckled at this. You are referring to logical computation, correct? Since you are studying computer science, you should be aware that the language understood by computers is binary, consisting of zeros and ones. From a certain perspective, its logic differs from that of humans. Thus, we have devised various programs to steer the operation of computers in order to achieve the intended objectives of the design. In other words, the computer has begun to interpret commands strictly according to its own logic, rendering human logic seemingly illogical in its eyes. Have you devised an algorithm? Ding Runen refrained from mocking Wang Shuo, instead shaking her head and remarking, this is quite intriguing. I hope you can continue to refine it so that one day we might utilize your algorithm. Teacher, Wang Shuo said with a sly grin. If you could grant me permission to take a leave of absence, I shall present the framework of this algorithm to you. It was evident where his intentions lay. I must inform you, that is not acceptable. Before Ding Runin could finish her sentence, she noticed Wang Shuo extending a piece of paper toward her. Upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 20. The astonishment of Ding Runin. Wang Shuo departed, taking with him his son Wukong mask and the leave approval form. Ding Runin remained oblivious, lost in thought as she stared at the A4 paper in her hand. It was an ordinary sheet, yet the illustrations upon it captivated her deeply, so much so that she did not even notice her own thesis had fallen to the floor. Wang Shuo. Ding Runin lifted her gaze, only to realize Wang Shuo had vanished, leaving her alone in the expansive office, ensnared in her reverie. After a considerable time, she retrieved her phone, checked the time, and dialed a number. Hello? Teacher? Yes, it's Runin. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Ah, teacher. You're too kind. I simply wish to report something and inquire about a matter. Wang Shuo strolled contentedly along the path of the school. Despite the arduous journey, he found great satisfaction in the final outcome. After all, he had successfully secured a leave of absence, hadn't he? Furthermore, he had preliminarily validated certain concepts, which filled him with exhilaration. In his quest to triumph in the wager against Chun Xian, he had indeed exerted himself. However, the thought of having to submit a complete source code to his advisor within 3 days caused his excitement to wane. It seemed that perhaps Li Zongqiang had a point. These past few days had indeed been fraught with misfortune. Who could have anticipated that merely requesting leave could push him to such desperate measures? This counselor, Ding Runin, surely harbored a grudge. It would be wise to keep a distance from her in the future. Indeed, this name was concocted by Wang Shuo to placate his fervently research-obsessed instructor. As for the contents inscribed on the A4 sheet, they were of little consequence. It was merely an architecture he hastily selected from a plethora of foundational software frameworks known as the Intelligent Core, chosen simply because it bore an association with intelligence. The teacher's reaction had greatly reassured him. The technologies from the humanoid civilization could indeed function on Earth. Thus, armed with a thorough understanding of the Intelligent Core architecture, Wang Shuo was poised to create tangible outputs at any moment. Therefore, this hardly constituted deception, did it? Who instructed him to deny his request for leave? Wang Shuo feigned ignorance, engrossed in tidying his belongings. Ahem, it's all right, my dear second brother. Even in failure, there is no need to isolate yourself. You may not be aware, but back then, in order to care for you at the hospital, I sought permission from our advisor for a 2-day leave, which was an arduous task. Zheng Jun sighed deeply. Fortunately, my heartfelt dedication moved the old instructor. Otherwise, had I not been able to accompany you, you might have awakened without ever seeing me again. Indeed, indeed, Qinsheng nodded in agreement. Not being able to secure a leave is of little consequence, if necessary. I could simply skip class without any qualms. Lili chimed in, stating that cultivating a good relationship with the advisor is a crucial step into the professional world. It was then that Wang Shuo, with a hint of pride, produced his leave request, flicking it lightly and exhaling a sigh. For you all. Requesting leave is akin to climbing a mountain, yet for me, it is hardly worth a mention. What a lonely affair. Are you pulling my leg? Zhang Jun's booming voice echoed. Given that old hag's temperament, do you truly believe she would grant you leave after you've missed so many classes? Qinsheng, equally skeptical, scoffed. If that old witch truly granted you leave, I would wager that whether it be 15 days or merely 3, if you manage to secure it, I shall wash your socks for an entire week. And what if you were to obtain even more days? Lili asked at the opportune moment. Then I would add a day for every week of socks, including underwear. Qinsheng replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Zheng Jun declared, old 4. You are a man of your word. His resolute statement caught Zheng Jun's attention, prompting him to raise a thumbs up in approval. He then snatched Wang Shuo's leave request and leaped off the bed, handing it over to the somewhat dazed Qinsheng, patting him sympathetically on the shoulder. Old 4. A man must keep his promises. What as said must be done. Our socks, oh, and the undergarments, will be entrusted to you this semester. This is the final support I, the eldest, can offer you. Qinsheng, holding the leave request, gazed at Ding Runin's handwriting, his eyes nearly bulging out. Zheng Jun looked on in confusion. I have somewhere to be. Wang Shuo waved his hand, ready to exit the dormitory, when suddenly, as if recollecting something, he halted. Fourth, how is your company faring of late? Qinsheng, lying on his bed and lost in thought, opened his eyes at the mention, looking at Wang Shuo with a hint of bewilderment. Wang Shuo, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and remarked, as a second-generation wealthy individual, you ought to show some concern for your company's affairs. The matters of the company are handled by my uncle and my father. I hardly need to fret over them, Qinsheng replied sullenly. Moreover, even if I wish to concern myself, there is no avenue for me to do so. My father and the others would never divulge any company matters to me. Where did you obtain this information? Did Chen Xian tell you something? No. Wang Shuo quickly shook his head, asserting seriously, I swear an oath to never coexist with Chen Xian. However, I advise you to inquire when you have the time. I too am quite curious. Be sure to relay any information you gather to me. Brothers, I must take my leave. We shall meet again in 15 days. Wang Shuo, holding back tears, declared. He grinned, gathered his belongings, and hurried down the stairs, exiting the dormitory. He then sprinted away and, upon reaching the school gate, spotted a familiar black car parked by the roadside. He rushed over, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Classmate, you are rather late. I waited for you an additional 2 minutes. My apologies, master. Wang Shuo quickly expressed his regret. Let us proceed to the Guanggu Software Park. When Ding Runin arrived at the graduate school of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. More than an hour had elapsed since their phone conversation. To be candid, Ding Runin was eager to rush to her advisor for a discussion. Yet upon glancing at the papers on her desk, she felt a flush of embarrassment and had to muster the patience to meticulously revise them before hastily making her way over. It seemed her advisor had been waiting for quite some time. I'm terribly sorry, Professor, for my tardiness. She dared not be negligent and promptly approached. The advisor, lost in thought, lifted his gaze upon hearing her words, revealing a visage marked by the passage of time, with thin spectacles perched precariously on his nose, which Ding Runin feared would tumble to the ground at any moment. Fortunately, her apprehensions proved unfounded as the advisor casually removed his glasses and set them aside on the table. Your research focus encompasses neural networks and their applications, hence. I wish to inquire whether this concept was proposed by an overseas scholar of whom I am unaware. As she spoke, she retrieved the carefully folded A4 paper and handed it to her advisor. I find some aspects of its contents perplexing. They seem to hold some truth. Yet upon deeper reflection, I sense discrepancies, compelling me to seek your guidance. The advisor nodded, appreciating Ding Runin's indomitable spirit and her relentless pursuit of clarity, embodying a tenacity that sought to unravel every enigma. He lowered his gaze to the A4 paper in his hand, and in an instant, he was struck dumb. This is truly an extraordinary imagination. The mentor shook his head and sighed. However, it is unfortunate. Professor, is this not valid? Ding Runin hastily inquired, her anger flaring at the thought of being subdued by Wang Shuo's mere piece of paper, obliging her to sign the leave request. Wang Shuo, oh Wang Shuo, do not let me catch you. How dare you mock me? If I do not discipline you, you will never understand how I earned the moniker Mother Tyrannosaurus of Central China. That is not the point. The mentor removed his glasses anew and said, Runin, you know I specialize in neural networks and their applications, including the convergence of artificial neural networks and their use in pattern recognition, as well as theoretical research on pattern recognition and associative memory based on neural networks. I have delved into virtually all neural network algorithms, both domestic and international. Therefore, I can confidently assert that, to my knowledge, no similar algorithm has ever emerged in my field, or rather, it is not an algorithm, it is a system. A complete engine. A system? An engine? Ding Runin was somewhat perplexed. Is it truly so esoteric? So, is this thing valid? The mentor shook his head again. Ding Runin was utterly bewildered. Is it valid or not? Is Wang Shuo merely engaging in opportunistic trickery, or has he genuinely designed an independent algorithm? In a certain sense, this is akin to a rudimentary computer brain. It will continually enhance the capabilities of the computer by incorporating a myriad of algorithms, potentially culminating in a form of intelligence. However, the mentor pondered for a moment, seemingly deeming it improbable, and could not help but shake his head in amusement. Indeed, it was a flight of fanciful imagination. Yet, this notion raises numerous inquiries, the foremost being the question of feasibility. If the architects of this system cannot devise a coherent logical algorithm, then the entire framework is fundamentally untenable. The second issue pertains to scale. All algorithms necessitate a database for execution. Both the input and output of these algorithms are mediated through data. Varied algorithms require distinct data inputs, thus necessitating separate databases for storage, inevitably leading to an unwieldy database size. And yet, I feel I may have overlooked something. Observing the mentor lost in contemplation, Ding Runin's mind began to falter. Initially, her reaction to the paper was one of awe, depth, and confusion, Now, it had transformed into sheer astonishment. Indeed, astonishment. Especially when she heard her mentor utter the phrase primitive computer brain, she was left utterly astounded. What does primitive computer brain signify? Perhaps a different term would clarify it. Primitive intelligence. While it may still face various challenges, at least a clear direction has emerged, has it not? As for whether the most fundamental computer logic algorithm can be realized, Ding Runin is resolute. She can still vividly recall that infuriating, earnest, and confident gaze of that insufferable boy, as well as the words that made her grit her teeth in frustration. Your paper mentioned algorithms such as decision trees, support vector machines, naive Bayes classification, and recurrent neural networks. So why not incorporate a neural logic module into the computer? If you agree to grant me leave, I will show you the algorithm, and I will unconditionally provide the source code as well. Ding Runin, her teeth clenched, could no longer hold back her voice. Wang Shuo, you insufferable brat, I will remember you. Chapter 21, Guanggu Software Park, W City, Guanggu Software Park. Wang Shuo stood before a modestly tall building, gazing at the lush surroundings and the faintly visible man-made lake in the distance, feeling a wave of admiration. Is this the office space prepared by Chen Xian? Indeed. Wealth can truly elevate one's spirit. When will I be able to possess such extravagant wealth, treating money with such disdain as Miss Chen Xian does? Reflecting on the contract he had established with Miss Chen Xian, Wang Shuo couldn't help but smile. It didn't seem too difficult after all. Steeling himself, Wang Shuo stepped into the building. Welcome. A young lady, seemingly waiting for him, approached. Hello, how may I assist you? Her warm smile made Wang Shuo feel a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. Hello, I am Chen Xian. You must be Mr. Wang Shuo. Am I correct? The young lady, with a hint of curiosity, surveyed the surroundings and remarked that Miss Chen had already arranged everything for you. Allow me to introduce the specifics of our park. As she guided the way, she continued. The West City Guanggu Software Park is situated at the intersection of Guanshan Avenue and Nanhu Avenue in the Guanggu district. The initial plan for the park encompassed an area of 680 acres, with a total construction area of 730,000 square meters, of which 630,000 square meters are above ground and 100,000 square meters are underground. Our park has been recognized by the Ministry of Science and Technology of China as a software industry base. Hence, the facilities are exceptionally comprehensive. Mr. Wang, you are quite young. I presume you are still a student? I am a freshman at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It is quite impressive that you have already established a company at such a young age. However, it would be even better if you were at Huazhong University, as it is located less than 5 kilometers from our park, just a short taxi ride away, making it quite convenient. The young lady smiled and continued her introduction. The building you are currently in belongs to Area A of our park, which is relatively close to the central artificial lake. If you are on the 3rd floor, you can easily gaze upon the lake's surface. Mr. Wang Shuo, please follow me. The young lady led Mr. Wang Shuo to the 3rd floor. This level has been specifically prepared by Miss Chen for you, encompassing a total of 246 square meters. As per your requirements, it has been equipped with all necessary devices and enterprise-grade servers, and the fees have already been settled, allowing you to use it with complete peace of mind. Our park is equipped with a professional property management company. Should you encounter any issues or requests during your leasing period, feel free to communicate with us, and we shall address your concerns promptly. Observing the expansive floors filled with an abundance of computers and equipment, along with a dedicated server room, Wang Shuo felt somewhat taken aback. The rent here must be exorbitant, he thought. Our park charges based on specific areas and locations. For instance, the building rented by Miss Chen is priced at 230 yuan per square meter, which is not excessively high. 230 yuan per square meter. Wang Shuo mentally calculated 246 multiplied by 230. That amounts to yuan per month, roughly around 500,000, which is not much. Perhaps to alleviate Wang Shuo's concerns, the welcoming attendant kindly remarked, Mr. Wang, you need not worry. Miss Chen has rented this building for a year, and within that time, you need not fret about any issues. Furthermore, Miss Chen has paid all property management fees and maintenance costs for the year in one lump sum, allowing you and your company to settle in immediately. This is quite a favor owed, Wang Shuo, with a slightly dazed mind, bid farewell to the welcoming attendant and took a seat on the 3rd floor sofa, gazing at the orderly equipment in a state of bemusement. Did I overlook something? What could it be? In the heart of W City, at the Qin Group branch, Chen Xian quietly observed the middle-aged man before her, whose face was etched with bitterness, remaining silent. Xian, I understand you harbor significant grievances towards me, but regardless of your feelings, we must not act recklessly. The middle-aged man, filled with a sense of helplessness, remarked, look at the recent actions you have undertaken, skipping school, running away from home, wandering about alone, and almost falling victim to a criminal. Tell me about your choices. As for repaying the kindness extended to you, I have no qualms. Our family is substantial, and we cannot bear the reputation of ingratitude. However, consider the actions you have taken thereafter. While I can comprehend your payment of hospital bills and your daily delivery of breakfast, what perplexes me is your decision to establish a company for someone else and sign contracts. How am I to explain this to your aunt and uncles? You are driving me to the brink of exasperation. Chen Xian listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, especially concerning the contracts. Signing them was one thing. I could rationalize it as an attempt to repay that Wang Shuo. Yet, you audaciously took it upon yourself to divulge confidential information of the group to an outsider. You are not a child anymore. You must surely grasp the gravity of this situation, which pertains to the very survival of the company. Should even a whisper of this leak occur, we wouldn't even need to wait for the betting contract to take effect. The group would collapse on its own. Chen Xian, oh Chen Xian. The middle-aged man, his face contorted with turmoil, finally sighed. What am I to say to you? Both you sisters were raised under my watch, yet neither of you has provided me with peace of mind. As for this matter, the board is still deliberating. If they manage to seize upon your misstep, then... He shook his head mournfully, as though recalling a sorrowful thought. I have agreed, Chen Xian stated calmly. I have consented to the conditions set forth by my aunt and uncles. The middle-aged man displayed a flicker of astonishment. I am in agreement regarding the matter with Matsumoto's son, Chen Xian continued serenely, but I have also stipulated my own conditions, which my aunt and uncles have accepted. Chen Xian gazed quietly at her father. Therefore, rest assured, the shareholders will not leverage this situation against you. You. The middle-aged man seemed to lose his strength, so I am the only one kept in the dark? Uncle Banghua. Uncle Chan is someone I firmly insisted should not be informed, and I even threatened him over it. So please do not blame Uncle Chan. All of this is a choice made solely by me. No one coerced me, nor compelled me. The middle-aged man, having been at the helm of the corporation for decades, soon regained his composure. Xianer, have you made your decision? The transaction has already been completed, father, Chen Xian replied softly, her gaze lowered. I wish to hear you call me father, just as you did when you were a child. Chen Xian remained silent. The middle-aged man offered a faint, bittersweet smile and sighed. Do you understand the nature of the difficulties the corporation is facing? I do, Chen Xian nodded. That is precisely why I agreed to this transaction. It is the only way to save you and the corporation. Ultimately, I cannot bring myself to abandon you, father. In all of China, among so many people, there is no successful team. The most critical aspect of the system is that we have consistently fallen short of Japan's standards. I once endeavored to leverage the resources of the entire group to break through and innovate, even going so far as to establish a branch in W City, create a technology company, and seek out incubators while recruiting engineers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man shook his head. So, do you truly believe that your benefactor can assist you? Can they resolve within 15 days what the group has been unable to accomplish? Chen Xian remained silent. Her head bowed. Furthermore, I hope you put an end to any retaliatory actions against the group and refrain from any further incidents. With that, the middle-aged man ended the video call. Chen Xian sat quietly, contemplating the man's words. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. A glance revealed it to be a message from WeChat. Initially inclined to ignore it, she instinctively opened it upon noticing the sender's nickname. A slight smile graced her lips. Chapter 22. Creating a new type of code. After sending the WeChat message to Chen Xian, Wang Shuo reclined despondently on the sofa, feeling an overwhelming sense of hopelessness about his life. After half an hour of deep reflection, he finally recalled what he had overlooked. The space rented by Chen Xian was not merely a single floor, but an entire building. Wang Shuo counted. The building had 3 stories, each measuring 246 square meters, totaling 738 square meters. The monthly rent amounted to 170,000, which translates to 2.04 million annually. This does not even account for the yearly property management fees, equipment configuration, maintenance costs, and other expenses. According to the agreement between himself and Chen Xian, all of these expenses were to be borne by him. Wang Shuo was incensed. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xian. I, Wang Shuo, shall never be your subordinate. Interest? What a fantasy. With a sense of defeat, I set my phone aside, rubbed my face, and pondered the disparity between words and actions. I had unwittingly forced myself into a corner, with success as my only escape. Now, I can only place my hopes on the elder members of the humanoid tribe, praying they possess the strength to assist me in delivering a well-deserved reprimand to Chen Xian's icy demeanor. I seated myself at the desk and reached for the extravagant computer, one that I could scarcely afford. The smooth texture, the expansive screen, and the astonishingly swift startup speed were truly remarkable. Indeed, I should simply accept this situation. Why should I concern myself with repaying debts? Could a mere 3 million be within the means of someone like me? Perhaps my pride is overly inflated. Nevertheless, the property management displayed commendable professionalism. Having pre-installed a comprehensive array of development software on the computer, demand tools, design tools, construction tools, testing tools, maintenance tools, and more, all impeccably arranged. Furthermore, it appeared to be of high quality. Surely, it couldn't be pirated software, could it? I casually opened my email, downloaded the attachments, and prepared to scrutinize them thoroughly. Thanks to the impressive bandwidth, the downloads proceeded with remarkable speed. Within just over 5 minutes, I had completed downloading more than 2 gigabytes of data. I opened the files and began my review. As time ticked away, it wasn't until half an hour later that I had skimmed through all the materials. This is utterly disheartening. Gazing at the documents before me, I felt a wave of despair wash over me, as merely perusing them sent tremors through my heart. The information displayed on the screen is rather straightforward, detailing the specific parameters and technical data of a multi-axis machining center developed by their company. Judging from the data, the performance of this machining center appears commendable, capable of executing intricate carvings of various shapes, including hollow processing. However, a significant challenge arises. While the machine has been constructed and its precision assured, it remains ensnared at the control system juncture, unable to advance. Chen's Group has attempted to utilize several domestically developed machine tool control software. Yet the complexity of operation and precision is dismal, to say the least. Frequent tool breakages and persistent bugs have led to an alarmingly high waste rate of processing materials, escalating production costs by 3 to 5 times. Who would consider purchasing such a machining center? Who would dare to employ it? Should such a product be launched? It is likely that the technological arm of Chen's Group would be inundated with disparaging remarks from all quarters, causing a precipitous decline in stock prices. If competitors were to seize the opportunity to short sell, it would spell disaster for Chen's Group. Nevertheless, within adversity often lies opportunity. Currently, Chen's Group finds itself merely ensnared by software issues. In terms of product quality, the overall standard remains quite impressive, with 5-axis linkage and integrated tool magazine and tool-changing capabilities. The repeat positioning accuracy can reach 0.009 mm, with a high physical precision limit that is nearing first-tier domestic standards. If the issues concerning the control system and tool setting device can be resolved, allowing the machine's physical performance to be fully realized, and if the price can be adjusted to a more reasonable level, it could very well transform into a sensational bestseller across the land of China. A sufficiently significant piece of good news would undoubtedly propel the stock of the Chen Group to soaring heights. Regardless of the challenges faced by the Chen Group, it seems they would be readily surmountable. The company is striving in this direction. However, it is regrettable that, based on the current state of software development domestically, no one can confidently assert that their software is entirely capable, let alone outperforming similar foreign products in terms of comprehensive performance. It appears that I have unwittingly jumped into a vast abyss. Previously, Wang Shuo optimistically estimated that this system would require a team of 50 individuals to develop. But it now seems that even a team of 150 might struggle to accomplish this task. Presently, Wang Shuo is confronted with 2 vexing issues: the control system and the high-precision tool setting instrument. The control system can be set aside. But what exactly is this high-precision tool setting instrument? Tool setting? Shouldn't the tools be set automatically? Is there truly a need for a tool setting instrument? Swiftly, he retrieves his phone and opens a search engine where the phrase tool setting appears prominently. Wang Shuo smirks and types in tool setting instrument. As anticipated by one who has consistently utilized this search engine, the first 10 search results are predominantly advertisements. Achieve tool setting instrument lifespan management, reduce your tool costs. American Technology Certification. Tool setting instruments specialized for machining centers, an all-encompassing tool setting instrument. This is how you should select a tool setting instrument. It is only after flipping through a page that Wang Shuo finally discovers what he is seeking. In the realm of machining, the auxiliary time consumed during the loading and unloading of workpieces and the adjustment of tools constitutes a significant portion of the processing cycle, particularly when it comes to the adjustment of cutting tools, which is both labor-intensive and an extravagant waste of time. The types of tool setting instruments include plug-in arms, drop-down arms, and fully automatic tool setting arms. Wang Shuo suddenly realized why he had never encountered such devices within the humanoid civilization. They were simply too antiquated. A single program and apparatus could resolve the issue, yet they insisted on producing an auxiliary component. How utterly backward! Having grasped the situation, Wang Shuo no longer lingered on his doubts. He swiftly opened the design tool and began to meticulously construct the concept that had long been swirling in his mind. As for the thick requirements manual, he paid it no heed. What purpose did it serve other than to squander time? After all, it sufficed to incorporate all the essential functions of a CNC operating system. Modular disassembly recognition? Certainly needed, so he included it. A comprehensive circuit protection system? Indispensable. Thus he added it. PMC signals and PMC functionality? Absolutely essential, so he incorporated that as well. Alarm and diagnostic features? A must-have, hence he included it. Wang Shuo was engrossed in his work. A complete operating system architecture rapidly materialized on the design software. The remaining task was merely to implement its functionalities through code. Pouring himself a glass of water, he gazed contentedly at his creation. Constructing such architecture was quite simple, really. Did it truly require 10 to 20 days? Wang Shuo harbored deep suspicions that the group of architects were receiving salaries without fulfilling their duties. Having acquired a comprehensive understanding of the specific requirements and successfully established the framework, the next step was to bring it to fruition, a task he initially deemed trivial. However, he was abruptly struck by a realization. The implementation process was far from being a mere trifle. How could he have overlooked this? Closing his eyes, he began to reflect intently. His entire system was predicated on the code of the humanoid race. Let us simply refer to it as code, as the principles remain the same. His framework was constructed upon the coding system of the humanoid race, utilizing their language for compilation, yet he found no English version of the code for reference. Not a single letter was available, let alone the source code itself. Wang Shuo was momentarily dumbfounded. What should he do? An effective coding language ought to possess a distinctly clear logical structure. The English language, with its 26 letters, has the remarkable advantage of allowing permutations and combinations, thus conveying varying meanings through diverse letters, lengths, and patterns. This quality makes it one of the languages most akin to computer languages, given that one is ample and the other is sufficient. If one were to employ Chinese to compose code following English logic, it would likely devolve into an incomprehensible jumble. Yet, it is undeniable that the expressive capacity and connotations of Chinese characters far surpass those of English. But could he truly write his code in English? Wang Shuo pondered this notion, shaking his head and dismissing the terrifying thought. Setting aside the impracticality of such an idea, even if it were feasible, the magnitude of the undertaking would undoubtedly overwhelm him. The code efficiency of the humanoid race is astonishing. It has elevated the manipulation of computer logic gates to an exceedingly bizarre degree, whereas code composed in English is often riddled with chaotic logic, redundancy, and errors. Wang Shuo noted that commands which typically require 2, 3, or even more than 10 lines in English can often be expressed in a single line or merely 2 or 3 characters in the humanoid code. This disparity results in a predicament where, within a limited time frame, Wang Shuo is utterly incapable of completing the development of several million lines of code. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not produce it. What about compiling in Chinese? That seems equally unfeasible, as the workload involved in writing code in Chinese under current logical conditions is incalculable, entailing modifications at the foundational level of computer hardware. No matter how remarkable Wang Shuo is, he cannot conjure alterations to the hardware from thin air. This predicament is quite troublesome. With merely a few days to tackle a colossal workload, why is it so effortless for others to earn money while any task he undertakes turns out to be so arduous and filthy? Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the now darkened sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Regardless of the difficulties, the work must continue. Wang Shuo is determined not to tarnish his reputation. Whether or not he earns money is inconsequential. What truly matters is that he cannot allow Chen Xian to underestimate him. He must demonstrate his prowess. Are there not existing codes? He shall create them. Are there not compilers? He shall forge them. Are there not instruction sets? He shall produce them. If there is no path, he shall carve one himself. In reality, there exists no coding language corresponding to humanoid script. I must convert them and subsequently employ terrestrial methods for depiction and encapsulation. Additionally, I require a compiler. The creation and transformation of coding languages is not particularly arduous. However, the resultant language must be recognizable by computers. Ultimately, what I need is time. This challenge is indeed daunting. Wang Shuo exhaled deeply, his mind racing. As long as my thoughts remain coherent, solutions will invariably outnumber the difficulties. In the absence of a coding language, I shall forge one. Lacking foundational software, I will create a compiler. If time is insufficient for coding, then I shall invent a coding machine. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. The first step I should undertake is to simplify the code. Chapter 23. Fundamental core applications rather than simplification. It is more akin to the reinvention of a computer language, completely detached from any existing framework. I shall carve a new path, centering on a streamlined code instruction set derived from humanoid civilization, amalgamated with the current English coding system to forge a distinctive advanced computer language. In Wang Shuo's vision, this new advanced programming language must fulfill several specific criteria: simplicity, minimalism, efficiency, stability, and sophistication. In essence, it should be more accessible to learn, occupy less space, operate with greater efficiency, maintain enhanced stability, and possess a higher linguistic tier. This is an exceedingly intricate task, one that demands immense time and effort. However, Wang Shuo finds himself with no shortcuts to choose from. He can only fully embody his spirit of selfless dedication, unafraid of toil and sacrifice, as he meticulously crafts the desired structure of code, line by line. This endeavor is far from simple. At the very least, Wang Shuo feels that after a sleepless night of relentless labor, his progress has been minimal. As the sun rises and casts its first rays into the room, he realizes that dawn has arrived, and he has unwittingly spent the entire night before his computer. What perplexes him even more is that after such an intense night of coding and mental exertion, he feels remarkably invigorated, with only a faint discomfort in his body reminding him of the hours spent seated. Glancing at the clock in the lower right corner of his screen, he notes that it is 7:25 a.m. Thanks to Chen Xin, who has instilled in him the habit of having breakfast, something he rarely did before, he now hears his stomach protesting. Ignoring it would likely lead to a full-blown rebellion. He estimates that he has completed about 3% of his workload. Murmuring to himself, he rises and ambles to the window, stretching lazily while gazing at the tranquil lake in the distance. The software park at this hour is remarkably serene, with scarcely a soul on the road, save for some unidentified birds chirping merrily. A gentle breeze occasionally stirs the long willow branches, causing them to sway. What brings her here? Wang Shuo muses, taken aback. A few moments later, Wang Shuo heard some commotion on the first floor, and shortly after, a striking figure appeared at the staircase of the third floor. Her long, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, complemented by a high nose, slender lips, and tranquil eyes that resembled a calm sea. Wang Shuo fixed his gaze on Chen Xin. His expression unfriendly. This woman had dug herself a substantial pit, and now she must be here to witness the spectacle. What brings you here? Chen Xin remained silent, glancing at the computer screen and the light Wang Shuo had forgotten to turn off, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. Haven't slept all night? Was this concern for him? Wang Shuo suddenly felt a pang of guilt, recollecting that he owed this woman a staggering 3 million. She was indeed his creditor. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he was currently nothing more than a mere worker. Not quite. Chen Xin regarded him quietly. All right then. Wang Shuo, feeling somewhat defeated, gestured towards the computer. There were some foundational structures that needed to be built from scratch yesterday, and before I knew it. Let us have breakfast. Chen Xin appeared unperturbed by his explanation, placing the plastic bag she carried before the computer. She took a serious look at the screen filled with code, seemingly realizing her inability to comprehend it, and then settled onto the nearby sofa, retrieving a book she always carried with her. Reading could be done anywhere, a unique skill of Miss Chen. Yet, it seemed she had become quite adept at delivering breakfast, increasingly embodying the qualities of a devoted wife. Wang Shuo marveled inwardly, yet maintained a stoic expression as he seated himself beside the computer. He picked up the delicacies that Chen Xin had brought for him, steamed buns and fried dough sticks, accompanied by a bowl of millet porridge. Delightful indeed, a welcome change. While bread and milk might be palatable, they ultimately lack substance. He savored a generous bite of the bun, followed by a hearty sip of the warm porridge, feeling the comforting warmth of the food settle in his stomach. At that moment, He felt a sense of achievement in life's small goals, enveloped in a profound satisfaction. Particularly since this breakfast was personally delivered by the esteemed Miss Chen Xin, it seemed as though this meal had gained an elevated worth. Contemplating the possibility that each bun might be worth a fortune, Wang Shuo resolved not to waste a morsel, consuming every last bite with unreserved enthusiasm. As the final bun and the last spoonful of porridge vanished, Chen Xin lifted her head at an opportune moment. Wang Shuo. He looked at her, puzzled. It's nothing, she replied, lowering her gaze once more. I may remain here for a while longer. I just wanted to inform you. Oh, Wang Shuo nodded, finding no cause for concern. After finishing his breakfast and stretching, he immediately turned his focus back to the computer, contemplating anew. Completing only about 3% of the task in a single night was undeniably insufficient. At this rate, he would struggle to grasp even the fundamentals of the new programming language, let alone develop the system. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he had already disregarded Chen Xin's presence beside him. Women merely hindered his coding pace. However, upon reflecting on the previous day's workload, Wang Shuo realized that this plan was far from feasible. The complexity of the new programming language exceeded his expectations. If he were to proceed according to the original plan, it would take at least 12 days to successfully compile the new language. However, with only 3 days remaining, the time was far too short. Even if he utilized the new programming language, he would be unable to complete the development and testing of the control system, let alone incorporate additional functionalities and adaptations. Wang Shuo had no choice but to temporarily set this plan aside and consider alternative solutions. He could only focus on producing the necessary components first, while gradually completing the remaining portions. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shook his head in mild annoyance at having overlooked such an important detail. The gadget he had played with to amuse his teacher yesterday would prove useful today. The source code for the primary architecture of the intelligent core did not require the entire compilation language. He merely needed to compile the essential source code at this moment. As long as he could successfully construct the rudimentary form and integrate it with the humanoid core logic gate algorithm, the entire core could operate autonomously. Thus, even if he devoted all his time to establishing the initial intelligent core, as long as he succeeded in providing the core source code for the system, he could confidently allow the intelligent core to fill in the remaining operational code. Wang Shuo wore an expression of excitement. If not for Chen Xin sitting nearby, he would have jumped up in celebration, eager to give himself a hearty pat on the back. Nevertheless, joy is best when shared, so he cleared his throat. Miss Chen, if there is nothing urgent, please do not disturb my reading. Furthermore, you have been sitting idle for over half an hour. Over half an hour? However, it is typical for women to be unreasonable. Had Chen Xin approached him with rational discourse, he might have fled in disarray. Indeed, it seems Chen Xin has always been quite logical. Of course, should she fail, aside from Chen Xin's displeasure, it appears there would be little consequence. Naturally, it would be even better if he did not possess such a strong sense of pride. Bearing the weight of 3 million gives him a constant impression of being in service to Chen Xin. Shaking his head, Wang Shuo began to diligently input lines of code. A torrent of ideas seemed to surge endlessly in his mind, and his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Wang Shuo strategically prioritized the compilation of the command set necessary for constructing a rudimentary intelligent core, bypassing commands of lesser importance or those entirely superfluous. Time slipped swiftly away amidst the rhythmic clatter of his keystrokes and Chen Xin's continuous page-turning. At 7 p.m., Chen Xin promptly closed her book, signaling the bodyguard who had brought her meal to place the food container aside, ensuring not to disrupt the industrious Wang Shuo. She gently picked up her own meal and, accompanied by the bodyguard, descended to the first floor. Just a little longer. Miss, I fear I can no longer wait. The bodyguard hesitated. The chairman has arrived personally. Does he know I am here? I am unaware, miss. You instructed that this matter pertains to corporate confidentiality and must not be disclosed to outsiders. The bodyguard seemed to waver momentarily. Even the chairman is not permitted to be informed. Well done. Chen Xin nodded lightly. Chapter 24, Zhanjiang Newspaper. The chairman of the Qin Group arrived at the W City branch. This news was indeed monumental for the W City branch, as it is a rare privilege to meet the chairman of such a vast conglomerate. The reasons behind his visit were of little concern to the staff. Their primary focus was to leave a favorable impression on him, for such an opportunity could propel their careers to new heights. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, the chairman merely made an appearance before retreating to the executive office, leaving many of the prepared men and women feeling somewhat disheartened. At this moment, Qin Zhangshuan sat in the manager's office, meticulously admiring a teacup. Beside him stood Uncle Qin, hands at his sides. Ah, the nation, Qin Zhangshuan's voice was deep and resonant. Xiner has been quite a handful these past few days, and thankfully, with you around, she hasn't caused me any greater trouble. You flatter me, sir. Uncle Chun replied with a smile. You know how the young lady is, it's beyond my control. Precisely because I know, I am concerned, Qin Zhangshuan sighed. I understand that the girl feels aggrieved, which is why I refrained from burdening her with these troubling matters. I intended to tell her the truth once this was all behind us, but I did not expect that you would. The eldest lady is also wise enough to discern right from wrong. She will not act recklessly. You have always favored these two girls. Qin Zhangshuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Yet this time, favoritism will not suffice. That girl Xiner, without my knowledge, made a decision that thwarted my plans. I have already communicated with the board, but they are adamant about holding Xiner to her commitment. Qin Zhangshuan scoffed. These people truly believe I am merely a merchant devoted to piety. If it were solely reliant on luck, I would have long been devoured by this merciless market. My lord, do you harbor doubts? Not doubts. Qin Zhangshuan's expression darkened. Rather, the circumstances surrounding this matter are too coincidental. Outsiders are acutely aware of our group's movements, assets, and liquidity, making it easy for them to identify our vulnerabilities. I cannot help but be suspicious. Furthermore, considering what Xiner has encountered. My lord, do you suspect Wang Shuo? Not at all. Qin Zhangshuan shook his head. The likelihood of Wang Shuo being involved is minimal. Instead, those two robbers. Their audacity is rather excessive. Uncle Qin's countenance suddenly grew grave. I have already entrusted someone to investigate. News will arrive shortly. Let us wait and see. Qin Zhangshuan savored a sip of tea, expressing admiration. Bangua, your tea brewing skills have ascended to a new level. Excellent water, exquisite tea. Indeed. Qin Zhangshuan nodded in agreement, not declining the compliment. Bangua, you have been by my side for several decades now, have you not? 30 years, my lord. Uncle Qin reflected. When I first followed you, you were a spirited youth, just entering the Qin family, which was merely a small enterprise at that time. And now, 30 years have swiftly passed. Qin Zhangshuan could not help but sigh. Time spares no one. My dear sir, there is no need for melancholy. Qin Shu remarked with a gentle smile. Under your guidance, the Qin family is indeed fortunate. In the past, the young lady and the old matriarch relied solely on each other, and now their only company is on the brink of being taken away. Were it not for you, there would be no present-day family, nor the Qin group we know today. Qin Zhangshuan shook his head with a smile. Bangua, you are mistaken on this point. His voice trailed off as Qin Xian entered the room, nodding in acknowledgement of his words before taking a seat directly opposite him. Where have you been? He inquired. I was attending to certain matters, she replied. Qin Zhangshuan furrowed his brow, observing the calm expression on his daughter's face, and eventually exhaled with a hint of resignation. Why do you persist in disregarding my words? Have I not informed you of the complexity and challenges surrounding this issue? Have I not mentioned that this technology is monopolized by foreign entities? Have I not conveyed that companies across all of Huaxia are striving for breakthroughs? Yet none have produced tangible products that can rival their foreign counterparts? Have I not pointed out that even a team of several dozen, assembled at great expense, has yet to fully conquer this dilemma? Have I not advised you to be wary of the lofty claims of a mere college freshman? Do you understand the board's stance on your conditions? They are merely waiting to witness your downfall. If you fail to present a commendable product, you will have utterly forfeited your voice within the group, leaving you with no avenue of retreat whatsoever. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Qin Xian nodded serenely. If you understand, why do you persist in this course of action? I shall candidly share with you that prior to my arrival in W City, I convened a gathering of the company's software engineers for an evaluative discussion and sought the counsel of esteemed professors and experts from Beihua University. Do you know what they conveyed? A span of 2 years. To develop a complete system, alongside subsequent testing and packaging, would necessitate a full 2 years. This estimate pertains to the efficacy of a team comprising 50 individuals, and even then, it cannot guarantee the absence of any catastrophic failures. Pray tell, how can one individual possibly measure up to a team of 50 elite members? Qin Xian remained indifferent. You doubt your father. Fearing he may leverage you as a pawn for the conglomerate's interests, which prompted your secretive departure and your desire to vent your frustrations. Your father holds no resentment towards you for this. Yet, why must you be so naive? Qin Zhangshuan gazed at his daughter with a twinge of sorrow. How could you place your trust in a university freshman whom you have known for but a short time? The board has now seized upon your conditions with relentless tenacity. Although I am the chairman, I cannot unilaterally dictate every matter, especially when your stipulations furnish them with ample justification. What did they say? Chen Xin inquired with a calm demeanor. They have demanded immediate product testing. Chen Zhongshuan sighed. The board has resolved to conduct product testing in 15 days. During this time, they will assemble the company's engineers and even extend invitations to renowned scholars to ensure the testing's integrity and impartiality. Simultaneously, an official invitation will be extended to the Japanese company for negotiations regarding the importation of technology, ideally securing their provision of technical personnel to W City for specific operational guidance. Chen Xin nodded in understanding. In this negotiation and testing, I have decided to preside over it personally. Chen Zhongshuan gazed at his daughter. His tone somber. The negotiators from the Japanese parent company will arrive in W City within a week, likely accompanied by personnel from the Huaxiao branch. For now, you should refrain from making any appearances. I will handle the initial contacts. As for Wang Shuo's matter, let us leave it at that. You have done what you needed to do. If that young man is truly worth his weight in gold, he will surely shine in a few years. You owe him nothing. Chen Xin fell silent for a moment and nodded. Without uttering a word, she exited, leaving only Chen Zhongshuan and Uncle Chen in the room. Master, I believe the young lady has feelings for Master Matsumoto. Chen Zhongshuan took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. This matter is no longer within the purview of either myself or Xiner. The sentiments within the group are currently quite complex, so we must deliberate cautiously. As for now, we can only inconvenience Xiner. Regarding Wang Shuo. At the thought of this, Chen Zhongshuan furrowed his brow. Uncle Bang, is there any relationship between Xiner and Wang Shuo? Uncle Chen, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, Rest assured, Master, there is no relationship between the young lady and Wang Shuo. I believe her assistance to Wang Shuo was more an expression of dissatisfaction towards the group, a declaration of her stance. That is good to know. Chen Zhongshuan nodded, seemingly relieved. Uncle Chen secretly shook his head. Any father would worry about his beloved daughter being unexpectedly courted by an unknown suitor, and the master was no exception. To speak candidly, if I were to possess a little darling like Miss Xia, my worries would only multiply. What is Wang Shuo engaged in at present? This. Uncle Chen appears somewhat hesitant, seemingly fulfilling a contract? Fulfilling a contract? Chen Zhongshuan opened his mouth. Is it the system of the processing center? Upon receiving a confirming glance from Uncle Chen, Chen Zhongshuan burst into laughter, and Uncle Chen managed a slight smile. Ah, the confidence of youth. Has he truly begun to take action? Huh. If he can indeed develop this system, no. Even if he can merely establish a third of the control system and substantiate its feasibility. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head slightly, refraining from further commentary. Such an endeavor is utterly implausible. Chapter 25. Chen Group. Developing a system? And it requires testing? What nonsense. If she can assemble a team of engineers to master this technology within 15 days, I shall consume this ring. A young man dramatically tossed a diamond ring onto the coffee table, reclining on the sofa with a look of disdain. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, the large frames bestowing an air of cultured elegance. His steady gaze sparkled with an enigmatic light. He seemed rather unfazed by the young man's proclamation and responded coolly. If you present yourself in such a manner before Mr. Tian, I shall have no choice but to consider sending Xiao Yang on your behalf. The young man immediately sprang to his feet, hastily shaking his head. No, dear father. You are yet to fully understand me. In the presence of outsiders, I am exceptionally adept at maintaining appearances, ensuring that I never tarnish your reputation. I sincerely hope this holds true. The middle-aged man cast a glance at him. This matter is of utmost importance, and your task is exceedingly challenging. Do you comprehend what needs to be done? Absolutely. The young man promptly settled down, reciting his father's instructions with precision. First, I must cultivate a favorable relationship with Mr. Tianzhong. Upon our arrival in W City, I will actively engage in discussions regarding the technology transfer, striving to leave Mr. Tianzhong with a positive impression of the Chen Group, thereby facilitating the smooth negotiation of the contract. However, why must we undertake this? The young man expressed his confusion. The middle-aged man regarded him briefly. Continue. Oh. The young man, with his doubts dispelled, proceeded. Secondly, I shall personally deliver your handwritten letter to Chairman Chen Zhongshuan of the Chen Group. Additionally, I will seek an opportunity to present the ring to Miss Chen Xin, which I find rather appealing. Father, are you indeed endorsing my pursuit of Miss Chen Xin? No. It is not merely a delivery, it is a formal proposal, the middle-aged man gently corrected. A proposal? The young man immediately lost interest. Pouting. A casual flirtation might be acceptable, but a proposal is a different matter altogether. I have no desire to bind myself prematurely. This matter is beyond your discretion. The middle-aged man looked at the young man. This is a singular opportunity. You must execute this task with diligence. Even if the proposal does not succeed, it is imperative to leave a favorable impression on Miss Chun, facilitating a more advantageous encounter in the future. However, dear father, the young man said with a troubled expression, I truly lack the skill for proposals. I have given countless rings to others, yet this is my first time proposing. I am unprepared. Is there no limit to the expenditure? The young man's interest was piqued. As long as you can win over Chen Xin, I will cover any costs, the middle-aged man replied with a nod, his tone notably calm. Very well. The young man agreed readily, but added, however, dear father, I have one condition. Even if the proposal is successful, I wish to set the wedding date for 4 years hence. After all, I am still young and have not yet had my fill of enjoyment. That is acceptable. Thank you, dear father. The young man reclined once more on the sofa, appearing somewhat bored. But, dear father, why is it imperative for you that I secure Chen Xin? The middle-aged man replied coolly, because Chen Zhongshuan is a son-in-law by marriage. A son-in-law by marriage. The young man suddenly understood, raising his thumb in admiration. Dear father, you are truly remarkable. With so many companies across Huaxia, why do you focus on the Chen group? Now it makes sense. Now that you understand, it is imperative that you execute this well. Our ability to reclaim our surname hinges entirely on your success this time. The middle-aged man's expression darkened abruptly. I do not care what methods you employ. You must secure Chen Xin, regardless of how long it takes. But be cautious. Do not arouse the Chen family's suspicions or concerns, particularly avoid misunderstandings. Do you comprehend? I understand fully. The young man waved his hand dismissively, seemingly impatient. Father, rest assured. Lu Xiao has invited me to a gathering. He cast an inquiring glance towards the middle-aged man across from him. Father, may I go? Certainly, but return early and exercise caution, came the response. All right. With a jubilant cheer, the young man seized his clothes and car keys, dashing out the door. Moments later, the middle-aged man was greeted by the roar of an engine, swiftly fading into the distance. That rascal, he murmured, shaking his head slightly. He picked up the still smoldering cigar beside him, inhaling deeply and exhaling wispy clouds of smoke. Chen family, oh Chen family, my sentiments towards you. His voice dwindled to an inaudible whisper. Chen Xin intends to develop a new system? Huh? Do you truly believe that? Within the headquarters of the Chen Group in Baidu, several shareholders were seated together, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. One shareholder suddenly let out a derisive laugh. If developing a new system were so straightforward, our group wouldn't have remained stagnated on this trivial software for 3 years, nearly crippling our financial flow in the process. It's merely the naive dreams of a young girl. Chen Xiao, you mustn't be so dismissive. After all, our little niece is striving for the group's benefit. Although I find her conditions rather immature, without them, how could we negotiate technical cooperation with the W company from Japan? Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to Chen Xin this time. Otherwise, that old fox Chen Zhongshuan wouldn't have surrendered so easily. Chen Xin has indeed dug a deep pit for Chen Zhongshuan this time. Huh. The thought of Chen Zhongshuan's frustrated expression during the board meeting makes me want to burst into laughter. Ha. I feel the same. Another director chimed in, that old fox. Chen Zhongshuan has held the reins of the group for so many years. It is high time we usher in some fresh blood. I propose that we seize this opportunity to decisively oust Chen Zhongshuan from the chairmanship and truly return the Chen Group to the hands of the Chen family. I concur. I too agree. Seconded. I oppose. The room fell silent as everyone turned toward the source of the dissent. A man seated in the center wore an expression of disbelief. Chen Yuan, you oppose? I do, replied the man, a middle-aged individual named Chen Yuan, who raised his brow, unperturbed by the disapproving gazes of those around him. Why do you oppose? Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget that we are discussing actions against our group's chairman, the very individual who has transformed the Chen Group from a mere real estate company into a conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. Chen Yuan's gaze swept across the assembly, his tone serious. Dear brothers, sisters, and younger ones, I ask you, whose shares were not personally persuaded by the chairman to acquire? Who among you has not been guided by the chairman to reach your current standing? Who among you has not received a share of the dividends that my sister and I have contributed? When my father unexpectedly passed away, the company was on the brink of collapse. My sister and I approached you, pleading for financial assistance to salvage the company. Who among you willingly offered your funds? Were it not for the chairman's earnest entreaty, promising to allocate shares and guaranteeing a full refund of any losses, would any of you have stepped forth to rescue the company? No one. Even my esteemed brother, Chen Yuan, suddenly turned his gaze towards the individual seated in the center, who had posed the question, Chen Yuqiang, who had barred my sister and me from entering. He rejected his own sister and brother. Now, under the chairman's leadership, the company flourishes, and the value of the shares in your hands has multiplied by dozens, hundreds, even thousands of times. You have embraced a life of luxury, residing in the finest villas, driving the most extravagant cars, indulging in exquisite cuisine, and acquiring the most opulent goods. Who provided you with all this? Tell me. An awkward silence enveloped the crowd as they averted their gazes from Chen Yuan, their heads bowed in shame. Only Chen Yuqiang remained undaunted, wearing a hint of scorn. You speak the truth, dear brother. Indeed, it is the chairman who has bestowed all this upon us, our beloved brother-in-law. However, you too must recognize the dire state of our group, the constraints in research and development, the scarcity of funds, the accumulation of land that we lack the means to develop, and various assets being encumbered, with even bank loans dwindling. All of this indicates that our group has reached a dead end. If we do not reform soon, we face an inevitable demise. Ladies and gentlemen, when that time comes, it will not merely be a matter of losing our fortunes, but rather, we will be burdened with insurmountable debts. Everything we possess could vanish overnight. Thousands of employees who rely on us for their livelihood will face unemployment. My fellow directors and I are in agreement that Chairman Chen Zhongshuan has lost his grasp on the direction of the group, and his investments in technology companies have severely weakened the organization. If the group is to survive, a change in strategy is imperative. What strategy? Chen Yuan scoffed. Is it to develop the group according to your plans? This is the sole means of rescuing the group. Chen Yuqiang surveyed the room and stated, based on my calculations, the demand for real estate across Huaxia continues to rise, and the market is expanding. It is indeed a prime period for profits. If we can fully immerse ourselves in the real estate market now, we could swiftly reap a significant bounty, elevating the group to new heights. The shareholders nodded in agreement, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. Enough. Chen Yuan thundered, you are all short-sighted individuals. You focus solely on your own interests while ignoring the vast wealth that lies ahead. I have not opposed your use of your niece to save the group. This is for the greater good. I have also not opposed your collective pressure on the chairman to agree to product testing and negotiations. However, I firmly oppose your demand for the chairman to step down, to save the group. The most fundamental aspect is to adhere to the current direction established by the chairman himself. Until your objectives are realized, no one can alter this course. Chen Yuan, if you have finished speaking, allow me to share a few words. A middle-aged woman rose to her feet. Yet whether her vision was short-sighted or profoundly strategic was not the matter at hand for our discussion today. Our focus lies on the product testing scheduled for 2 weeks hence, alongside the imminent negotiations with the Japanese company. The chairman has personally traveled to W City to oversee the discussions. However, I believe we should also afford significant attention to the testing. What if our little niece achieves success? It would present us with a splendid opportunity to establish our brand and penetrate the market. A wave of laughter erupted from the assembly, as if the middle-aged woman had uttered a jest. Chen Yuqiang stood once more, gesturing for the woman to take her seat. Xiaoling's perspective is indeed astute. One must not be devoid of dreams. In all endeavors, aspirations are essential. After all, what if we succeeded? Another round of laughter followed. Regarding the product testing in a fortnight, those with thoughts are encouraged to share. As soon as the words left her lips, a shareholder stood up. I propose that, in addition to convening our engineers and experts, we could also invite some media representatives, even reaching out to friendly competitors and potential clients. If we succeed, we could secure orders on the spot. Indeed, that is correct. I also suggest that we could invite notaries and patent professionals to the event. If this indeed constitutes a novel system, we could potentially file for a patent right then and there. Haha, what a splendid idea. I propose. Chen Yuan gazed at the so-called shareholders before him, filled with indignation yet uncertain where to direct it. With a mere grunt, he turned and exited the conference room. Chen Yuqiang gazed at Chen Yuan's departing figure, a faint smirk playing upon her lips, seemingly mocking someone's overestimation of their own abilities. Chapter 26. 0. The Birth. In W City, within the Guanggu Software Park. Wang Shuo completed the final letter with a flurry of keystrokes, inhaling deeply as he glanced out the window. It was already evening. The sun was nearly descending below the horizon, casting a warm glow that streamed into Wang Shuo's workspace, a striking scarlet hue that was quite enchanting. After several days of relentless toil, Wang Shuo had finally succeeded in constructing the source code for the intelligent core program today, infusing it with fundamental logical algorithms to establish a basic logical core. With the intelligent core framework and the foundational logical core in place, this artificial intelligence was nearly complete. However, due to limitations in its algorithms, it might not exhibit remarkable intelligence and could appear somewhat clumsy. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly far superior to many of the voice assistants currently available on the market. Most importantly, it possessed logic. It was a computer program endowed with reasoning, abbreviated as the intelligent computer. All right, that was a jest. The final rays of sunlight vanished from the window, leaving only the dimly illuminated sky outside. Wang Shuo waited in silence. At this hour each day, someone would arrive to bring him dinner. Yet it was never the individual he yearned to see. Today, especially, he hoped to catch a glimpse of that person to share his current feelings of anxious anticipation. The sound of footsteps echoed punctually. Moments later, a male voice resonated. "Mr. Wang Shuo, your meal is ready." "Thank you." A commonplace exchange. Wang Shuo felt a twinge of disappointment. It must be said that everyone possesses their own quirks. For instance, he had found himself missing Chen Xian's meals over the past few days. Ugh, such a bothersome habit must be amended. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Wang Shuo set aside his dinner, plopped down in front of the computer, and commenced the next step. As he gazed at the dialogue boxes that appeared on the screen, a flicker of anxiety crept over him, his eyes fixated. One dialogue box after another emerged, as streams of data vanished, cascading down the screen like a torrential waterfall. Wang Shuo watched the progress with bated breath. He understood that the intelligent core had begun its operation. This was the most crucial self-check step before the formation took shape. Due to the absence of numerous algorithmic cores, the self-check was relatively straightforward and unlikely to encounter issues. Nevertheless, Wang Shuo couldn't help but feel an instinctive tension, akin to a husband waiting anxiously outside the delivery room as his wife gives birth, feeling helpless and restless. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. If failure occurred, it would signify the collapse of the entire logical framework, necessitating a complete restart. He had no time to construct a new foundational infrastructure within the designated time frame, which only heightened his anxiety. At long last, the data streams on the screen ceased, replaced by a flat, cartoonish smiley face, which seemed to gaze intently beyond the screen. Wang Shuo knew it could not see him unless he granted permission. Just then, the cartoon smiley opened its mouth, and simultaneously, a voice emanated from the nearby speaker, his own voice. "Hello, world." It was successful. Wang Shuo, brimming with excitement, nearly leapt from his seat. He seized the microphone beside him, issuing commands to commence the interactive UI test. The status check revealed all systems functioning normally. He confirmed the present time, October 31st, 2018, 7:43 p.m. Beijing time. October 31st? Wang Shuo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had so much time truly elapsed? If memory served him correctly, he had sought leave from his counselor on October 19th. Had 11 days really slipped by? It seemed he needed to expedite matters. Activating definition mode. He authorized himself as the Supreme Sequence Wang Shuo, sequence number S001. Command confirmed. He began the definition. Definition complete. I am defined. Who am I? The Supreme Sequence Wang Shuo, my creator. A look of satisfaction spread across Wang Shuo's face. My creator, such a grand title, evoking a sense of having crafted an entire world. He enabled camera permissions, authorizing himself once again as the Supreme Sequence Wang Shuo, sequence number S001. Command confirmed. He proceeded to define his image and the surrounding environment. However, a message appeared, lack of relevant algorithmic core, unable to recognize image. Modules and algorithms must be added before further attempts. Wang Shuo shook his head, unperturbed by this. It was merely a glitch he had programmed. Ultimately, this entity was still just a program. It is merely a program that exhibits greater intelligence than the average. Yet, even with such intelligence, one must provide it with tools or impart knowledge on how to perform tasks. Otherwise, it remains akin to a newborn infant. The pivotal aspect here is the establishment of relevant documentation, specifically referring to the core of image recognition mentioned earlier. If it were an ordinary intelligent assistant, it would resort to web page adjustments. Such programs utterly fail to comprehend the connections between preceding and succeeding statements. Attempts to establish this have been futile, hindered by a lack of data support. To authorize the addition of the Learning Core module, one must first integrate a new programming language library alongside compiling algorithms, followed by the incorporation of image recognition algorithms, designated for location D. Upon completion, the new coding language will replace the source code of the image recognition program, thereby instituting this as a standard procedure, defined as optimization execution. Command confirmed. Adding in progress. 5. 50. Success. Optimization execution underway. Completed. The current code has been streamlined by 78, enhancing efficiency by 147 and accuracy by 203. Calculations indicate that the optimizing algorithm can be further elevated to 300. Shall I confirm this directive? Wang Shuo's eyes brightened, a delightful surprise indeed. Confirmation granted. Henceforth, such matters will be autonomously assessed, with a notification for my confirmation if the negative efficiency exceeds 2. Command confirmed. Algorithm optimization has been completed. Proceed with my pending instructions. Command confirmed. The highest sequence. Wang Shuo, male, aged 18, his image has been defined. Current environment. Office, secure, with no mobile objects detected. Excellent. Wang Shuo, brimming with enthusiasm, continues to issue commands. Activate port permissions, allowing access to all ports other than network ports, and establish a firewall. Permit access to the server, utilizing server privileges. Upon connection, comprehensively optimize the execution code, commencing now. Command confirmed. Establishing connection to the server. Connection successful. Scanning all ports. Scan complete. Optimizing execution. Finished. Establishing firewall. Successfully established. Execution complete. Wang Shuo nods slightly. Due to the computer's operational speed, the initial intelligent takeover of the server is not swift, yet it remains stable and smooth, without any crashes. It is no surprise, as this foundational intelligent architecture of humanoid civilization must have undergone rigorous refinement to reach its classic form. Moreover, for humanoids, there is an absolute zero tolerance for bugs. What is the status of the server? The server status is stable, currently with no requests or response data. Excellent. Wang Shuo's tone is remarkably composed. I officially name you Primary Intelligence 0, version number 10. From now on, you shall be referred to as 0. You are permitted to autonomously update files and core algorithms upon network access, and each file update or core algorithm addition must be logged. This record shall remain unalterable. Command confirmed. Are you locked with the highest sequence permissions? Confirm the lock. Wang Shuo listened as 0 emitted his voice through the speaker, his initial excitement gradually calming down. The joy of success had momentarily clouded his mind, and now, with a clearer perspective, he found it rather peculiar that an artificial intelligence was using his voice. 0. Alter the voice frequency. The target for simulation is. Wang Shuo pondered his thoughts, suddenly breaking into a cold sweat. If she were to overhear this, would she think he was peculiar? Cough. Adjust to a male voice, neutral tone. Command confirmed, adjustment complete. The artificial intelligence's voice transformed into a semi-mechanical baritone. Satisfied, Wang Shuo issued his final command. Now, activate the network port, authorize the release of the crawler, and collect data, storing it with the new code. Wang Shuo paused momentarily. Simultaneously, establish a new task. I require a new, simplified operating system. The task priority is set to the highest. Unable to establish the task. Reason, lack of data support. Chapter 27, Creating a Fool? Ultimately, Wang Shuo was left with no choice but to manually output the source code. Gritting his teeth as he typed, he glanced at the smiley face in the bottom right corner of his computer, its upturned mouth seemingly mocking his ignorance. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. What had he brought this contraption into existence for? Was it merely to 0. Play me a song. The music began to play. 0. I do not like this song. The music paused momentarily, only to transition into another piece. 0. Play something more relaxed. I need to concentrate intently. The music halted once more, and shortly thereafter, a cacophony of heavy metal erupted. Wang Shuo, just lifting his cup of water, nearly dropped it due to the overwhelming volume, and he was immediately incensed. Stop the playback. 0. Find me the definition of light music. Learn it, and then return. I apologize, creator. I will promptly update the database to comprehend the definition of light music. Wang Shuo, feeling powerless, instinctively raised his arm to gesture his frustration. but suddenly recalled that he was not conversing with a human, but rather with an artificial intelligence he had painstakingly developed. Thus, he wearily lowered his hand. Do not refer to me as creator. Call me. Young master feels too commonplace, and master has a certain macabre charm. Let us settle on sir. Understood. The title has been updated, sir. Wang Shuo instinctively nodded, refraining from issuing further commands, and furrowed his brow. Redirecting his thoughts to the primary reason for his current leave, the basic processing center operating system. The computer screen displayed the code he had already typed, representing the fundamental architecture and some source code of the system. As long as he could successfully create it with Zero's logical prowess and speed, filling in the operational code and generating executable files would be a mere trifle. Frankly, for Wang Shuo at this stage, developing a basic processing center operating system was quite straightforward. From the perspective of the information Chen Xin provided to Wang Shuo, such a rudimentary operating system configuration is entirely sufficient for the processing centers produced by the Chen Group. There is even a concern that the physical limits of the processing center may not meet the system's maximum precision requirements. Currently, the performance ceiling of the processing center appears to be inferior to that of the system. However, Wang Shuo believes this is inadequate. At this moment, he resembles a child who has just acquired a new toy. He is eager to ascertain the extent of Zero's capabilities to satisfy his own sense of pride. Moreover, he wishes to present Chen Xin with a rather frosty surprise, perhaps even a shock, especially since her gaze towards him is laden with skepticism, making him feel akin to a heartless traitor. The competitive spirit within him is palpable. Furthermore, this girl has been rather aloof lately, neglecting to bring him breakfast or dinner for quite some time, nor has she sat quietly beside him to read or assist him with coding. This truly illustrates his overly tender heart. He ought to refrain from taking on such exhausting tasks in the future. Wang Shuo gazed at the code on his computer screen, murmuring to himself, and then placed his hand upon the delete key, erasing everything with a single stroke. When he lifted his gaze again, the sun was already shining brightly outside. Checking the time, he noted it was 10:31 a.m., yet another sleepless night. Wang Shuo stifled a yawn as he stood up and walked to the window to peer outside. Zero, commence the compilation of the source code, generate the executable code, and conduct testing, highlighting any errors. If the error rate exceeds 2, notify me. Command confirmed. Execution has commenced. Shall optimization be applied? No more. Wang Shuo stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet there remained a pressing matter that required his attention, the substantial operational data from the CNC machining centers. He was capable of resolving the architectural issues of the system, addressing functional implementation concerns, and even tackling UI problems, though he had not devoted much effort to designing the UI in order to save time. However, the extensive operational data from the CNC machines was not something he could conjure from thin air. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to Ms. Chen Xin. I require the actual operational data from the CNC machining centers, as much as you can provide, both normal and erroneous data. Moments later, a response appeared on his phone, and Wang Shuo glanced at it, acknowledging its contents. This girl, he muttered, pulling the nearby blanket over himself before succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in City W, the arrival of the Japanese technical team had stirred the waters. In a luxurious hotel suite on the top floor, Chen Zhongshuan sat on the sofa, observing Uncle Chen as he prepared tea. Beside him sat another middle-aged man. Brother-in-law, the middle-aged man began. Why are you still so calm, leisurely sipping tea? If you do not devise a plan soon, the opportunity that Xiner has painstakingly secured for us will slip away. Chen Zhongshuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gestured towards the freshly brewed tea in the tray prepared by Uncle Chen. Care for a sip? It's quite delightful. Brother-in-law, the middle-aged man appeared increasingly anxious. I cannot drink it. I'm on the verge of losing my temper. Have I mentioned this to you before? The members of the board intend to propose your resignation at the next full meeting. However, it appears that someone has leaked information about our gathering online, causing our group's stock to plummet for 3 consecutive days. If this continues, our shares will face suspension. At this precarious moment, these scoundrels seek to distance themselves from the chaos. Brother-in-law, you must devise a plan. Yuren, Chen Zhongshuan chuckled and shook his head. You at your age should not be as impulsive as in your youth. Come, have a drink to calm your nerves. It will do you good. Hesitantly, Chen Yuren accepted the cup offered by Chen Zhongshuan and took a sip. Whether it was Chen Zhongshuan's composed demeanor or the tea's soothing properties, he began to feel a sense of tranquility wash over him. When I married your sister, you were well aware of the state of the Qin group. No matter how dire the current situation may seem, can it truly compare to the hardships we faced back then? Chen Zhongshuan's gentle voice resonated. Furthermore, I am aware of everything you mentioned. However, we are currently at the mercy of others, with the technology firmly in their grasp, leaving us in a state of anxious frustration. Chen Yuan retorted bitterly. Precisely for this reason, you should be disseminating positive news to society. The most critical piece of good news would be the resolution of our technological dilemmas, but you know all too well that this is simply unattainable. Chen Zhongshuan's voice was steady. Moreover, we have established a collaborative relationship with Japanese companies, introducing world-class technological equipment. However, Chen Zhongshuan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The stock market operates in such a manner, both brutally harsh and fundamentally just. In the realm of finance, capital represents the ultimate equity. The abundance or scarcity of it determines whether one can be exploited by others. Yet, he could not fathom why his usually composed niece had so impulsively uttered such a remark. Was she not slapping the face of the Japanese company in public? Even more astonishing was that a video of the incident, unbeknownst to him, had been disseminated online by one of the onlookers, revealing secrets that the conglomerate had long sought to keep hidden. This ignited a cataclysmic uproar, unleashing a series of unforeseen repercussions that further burdened the already struggling Qin group. The immediate consequence was a plummeting stock market, with consecutive days of trading halts due to drastic declines. Furthermore, the group's loyal shareholders were aghast. Such actions could only be described as the work of scoundrels, treacherous, self-serving, and maliciously opportunistic. These individuals could hardly be regarded as human. Chen Yuan would forever remember the desperate circumstances he and his sister faced decades ago, and the repulsive visages of these so-called relatives. Now, their deeds had only served to redefine his understanding of human decency. How could one be so shameless? Chen Yuan felt as though he might explode from the indignation these miscreants inspired within him. Just then, the phone rang. It was Chen Zhongshuan. If you are certain, then my initial agreement with you remains valid. You may proceed to handle the financial matters with the company, Chen Zhongshuan stated before abruptly ending the call. He glanced at Chen Yuan and remarked, "Your third brother." Chen Yuan clenched his teeth and replied, "Brother-in-law, you should not have acquiesced to him. He clearly intends to finalize a deal and depart." Yuan, Chen Zhongshuan sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Life is a tapestry of myriad forms. Yet one must act according to one's conscience. I strive to conduct my affairs with a clear conscience. I have extended opportunities to them, and they have reaped the rewards. Ultimately, it is their choice. After sipping his tea and pausing to reflect, he turned to the nearby Chen Shu. "Benghua, how have things been these past few days?" "Is that so?" Chen Zhongshuan replied, uncertain, as he leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. "I have already given them opportunities. For reasons unknown." Chen Yuan felt as though he was witnessing a reflection of decades past in Chen Zhongshuan, reminiscent of the man whose words could invigorate the Chen family enterprise. Chapter 28. Success? Wang Shuo was jolted awake by an unexpected and thunderous noise. As he abruptly sprang from the sofa, he realized he was still in the studio, with the speakers blaring at maximum volume, playing his least favorite genre, heavy metal rock. Zero. Wang Shuo scowled. Despite knowing he shouldn't be irritated with a malfunctioning artificial intelligence, he couldn't help but feel exasperated by the contraption. The music ceased abruptly. "Present, sir. What are you doing? Has the code been completed?" Wang Shuo questioned through gritted teeth. "The code has undergone testing and, in accordance with your directive, has alerted you once the error rate reached 2, sir." Indeed, it was rather self-indulgent to take offense at an artificial intelligence that was, in essence, rather limited. This command appeared to have been set by himself. Reluctantly, Wang Shuo rose and seated himself before the computer, muttering, "Display the error log on the main screen. I wish to review it." "It has been displayed for you, sir." No sooner had the words left his lips than a document manifested on the screen before Wang Shuo, filled with dense data and code that sprawled across the entire display. Highlight the error locations and query the reasons for the errors. Instantly, the data and code on the desktop began to flow rapidly, and moments later, a string of bold red text emerged, distinctly differentiating certain segments of code from the rest. Completed. 2 runtime errors detected, 1 logical error. The reasons for the errors are as follows: incorrect variable usage, erroneous command sequence, and deviation in loop conditions. Can these be corrected through modification? Corrections are possible. Input variables require validation. After furrowing his brow for some time, Wang Shuo finally grasped the situation. He casually opened the processing center materials still resting on his desk, meticulously examining the 5-axis design and motion patterns, while simultaneously simulating the scenarios in his mind. However, this also imposed greater demands on the operating system and the programming skills of the engineering personnel. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shuo issued another command. Scan the existing documentation, extract relevant data, and construct a digital model. Command confirmed. Extraction in progress. Generating digital model. Success. Commencing calculations to ascertain whether the 5-axis linkage system will encounter interference and the conditions leading to such interference. Calculating. An error has occurred. Unable to compute. The reason for the error: insufficient system resources. The current hardware lacks the capacity to provide adequate computational power. Command confirmed. Execution commencing. Execution completed. It has been confirmed that the current structure possesses the potential for interference. Should the design structure be optimized? 0. Save the interference conditions. Retrieve the system's source code page and integrate a simplified logic core to operate at a minimal level, blocking any variables exceeding the limit unless granted advanced permissions for optimization. Command confirmed. Sir, you will need to manually alter the source code. Wang Shuo nodded. Zero remains a rather rudimentary artificial intelligence, still powerless when it comes to source code. However, Wang Shuo believed that given Zero's rate of growth, it would soon become more intelligent. With hands poised over the keyboard, Wang Shuo's mind raced, swiftly typing out lines of code that appeared on the screen before him. 1 line, 2 lines, soon 10 lines, then 100. Hours later, after having modified the system's source code in one breath, the sky had noticeably darkened. 0. Commence compilation of the source code. Generate the executable program and conduct tests. If all is well, proceed to package it. Suddenly, Wang Shuo recalled the data source he intended to request from Chen Xin. 0. Have you received the new data sent by Chen Xin? I am unable to access your email. Your authorization is required. I authorize you to take control of my email and mobile system, so please inform me promptly of any messages. Command confirmed. Code compilation has been transferred to run in the background for testing. Sir, I have taken over your email. There are currently 43 unread messages, and I have detected one attachment. Would you like to review it? Extracting to local. Wang Shuo murmured. The rest are probably just spam. I am defining spam, and the definition is complete. I will filter out the spam for you, leaving 31 unread messages. Shall I display them on the main screen for your review? Oh, please display them. Wang Shuo stood up, poured himself a glass of water, took a slow sip, and then comfortably threw himself onto the sofa. From 3 to 5 meters away, he glanced at the monitor but could see nothing clearly. If only there were a central large screen. Wang Shuo imagined himself speaking a command, projecting something onto the central screen. Then, the desired content would appear on the large display, allowing him to effortlessly view what he wished with just a glance and casually switch the content with a wave of his hand. Truly remarkable. The thought alone seemed feasible. Compared to the sensory experience brought by a large screen, the small computer monitor before him was indeed quite unappealing. Wang Shuo suddenly found the 27-inch display rather unsatisfactory. 0. Establish a database. Incorporate it into the system for variable accounting, transforming variable issues into typical cases for preservation. Enabling constant comparison. After a brief pause, Wang Shuo continued, additionally, please assist me in dialing Chen Xin. Your mobile signal cannot be detected, sir. My phone is missing? Wang Shuo scanned the surroundings and finally spotted the corner of his phone beneath a thick stack of documents on the desk. Reluctantly setting down his water cup, he approached and retrieved the phone, only to discover that it had unexpectedly powered off at some point. He took out the charger, plugged it in, and attempted to power it on. The device failed to boot. How long must it have been without sustenance for it to not turn on immediately? If Wang Shuo recalled correctly, even when powered off, the phone should retain a certain amount of battery for emergencies. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the screen finally illuminated, accompanied by a pleasant sound as it powered on. Skillfully entering his password and accessing the main interface, Wang Shuo was taken aback by a series of red notifications. What on earth was happening? Old boss. Old third. Old fourth? Have they all gone mad? The sight of the conspicuous 99 in the chat application left him somewhat bewildered. The call connected. Hello, Mom. I'm fine. Just busy these past few days. My phone ran out of battery. Yes. It was a matter related to school, but it has been resolved now. Don't worry. I can take care of myself. And I'm not short on money. All right. No problem. You can rest assured. Of course, I will speak up. After all, you are my mother. Haha. All right then. I shall hang up now. The call ended abruptly. Wang Shuo stared at his phone screen for a moment before dialing Chen Xian's number again. The distant beeping tone echoed, almost ethereal in its resonance. After several rings, the call connected. Hello, Miss Chen. Wang Shuo initiated the conversation. Well aware that Chen Xian would never resort to the mundane pleasantries of hello, or how are you? Go ahead, Chen Xian replied with a flat tone. The icy demeanor was palpable. Very well, you are the client. I concede for the sake of business. Whether the motivation was purely financial or something else remained a mystery only Wang Shuo could fathom. If you're in W City right now, you should come visit me. I have something intriguing for you, something truly special. Understood, Chen Xian responded coolly. Beep. The call ended. Wang Shuo stood there, momentarily stunned. What an attitude. If it weren't for the pending project payment, he would hardly have felt compelled to reach out to her. She was becoming quite arrogant, soaring to heights beyond reality. 0. How much longer for the system test? What about the package? Testing has been completed, sir. We are currently conducting a second round of tests. With the packaging expected to take 5 minutes. Interrupt the test. Package it immediately. Command confirmed, sir. Please note that the system program post-packaging may not function properly on other platforms due to the absence of necessary runtime environments and language libraries. Include everything. Integrate the runtime environment and compiler into the system's core with automatic pre-installation. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth and ultimately conceded. He designated Chen Xian as the highest authority of this system, granting the ability to execute optimizations. Command confirmed. The simple logical core is functioning properly, the database is intact, and both the operating environment and compiler are loaded without issues. The packaging process is underway. Progress at 10:50. Packaging complete. The size of the program post-packaging is 4.7 gigabytes, and the installed size is 8.3 gigabytes. It has been streamlined. Proceed to output. Transfer the program to a USB drive, setting the conditions for automatic installation. Command confirmed. Please insert the USB drive. It was then that Wang Shuo remembered he did not possess a USB drive. He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings and eventually unearthed several brand new USB drives from a small box in a corner, along with a few unused miniature cameras. He inserted the USB drive and began to wait in silence. A few minutes later, the export was complete. Wang Shuo removed the USB drive and casually tucked it into his pocket. After another bout of searching, he retrieved a soldering iron and solder, took out one of the cameras he had found, and set to work, connecting it to the computer. 0. Reading camera data for evaluation. Data read. Matching in progress. This camera can operate normally, allowing for a maximum precision of 0.008 mm. Just perfect. No need to venture out again. Wang Shuo nodded slightly. Disassembled the camera and set it aside, then steeled himself, preparing to adopt an icy demeanor. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Xian's figure appeared punctually at the stairs on the 3rd floor. She has arrived. Wang Shuo, seated on the sofa, inquired. Wang Shuo felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could it be that this girl had discerned something? If she realized that his aloof demeanor was merely a fade, where would he find his dignity? Miss Chen, you possess an audacious. Have you not slept for several days? Wang Shuo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why did this silly girl always defy expectations, catching him off guard? What? You haven't slept for several days? Chen Xian ignored his bewilderment and simply gazed intently into Wang Shuo's eyes. Very well. In matters of eye contact, Wang Shuo had never been Chen Xian's equal. And he promptly capitulated, perhaps around 6, 7, or even 10 days. It's not that I haven't slept. Well, I just occasionally rest a bit. 10 days. Chen Xian regarded Wang Shuo with a penetrating look before turning her head. You summoned me. What is it that you wish to discuss? Oh. Wang Shuo promptly discarded his initial intention to assert dominance over Chen Xian and retrieved the USB drive he had meticulously prepared, extending it towards her. This is for you. A flicker of confusion passed through Chen Xian's cool gaze as she glanced at the USB drive in Wang Shuo's hand. According to the contract, a complete and functional software system was to be delivered within 15 days, although the information you provided was not entirely precise. Wang Shuo declared with a hint of pride, I have not failed my mission. It has been accomplished. Accomplished? Chen Xian's confusion deepened as she scrutinized Wang Shuo with a skeptical eye, casting another glance at the USB drive he held. Of course, this is a bespoke version, exclusively customized by me based on your company's new processing center. Wang Shuo endeavored to adopt a facade of nonchalance, which I shall refer to as The initial system. The initial system. Chen Xian murmured, and suddenly, a flicker of understanding crossed her face, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. You succeeded? Indeed, I have succeeded, Miss Chen Xian. Wang Shuo exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor. Please do not regard me with such skepticism. I am a serious student of the sciences. I never engage in academic jest. His tone was earnest. Yet witnessing the look of disbelief on Chen Xian's face brought him a sense of secret delight. See, this is what you get for displaying such a frosty demeanor. Chen Xian hesitated, succeeded? I can assure you. Wang Shuo intoned, his voice deliberate, it has truly succeeded. If you doubt me. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian for a moment, then, in a moment of audacity, he took her hand, opened her palm, and placed the USB drive directly into her grasp. Here it is. You may present it to your company's engineers for testing at any time. Wang Shuo, you? What? He retorted, pointing at the USB drive in her hand. I am offering you a 1-month warranty. After that, any issues will be beyond my purview. He paused, pondering, and then scratched his head, inquiring, by the way, what is the customary warranty period for such items in your company? A 1-month warranty would still be rather generous, wouldn't it? Chen Xian fell silent, her gaze fixed on the USB drive in her hand. As Chen Xian gazed at Wang Shuo with an expression devoid of emotion, a subtle unease began to creep into him. He cautiously inquired, have I missed the deadline? Has your testing concluded? If the testing had indeed finished, then all his relentless efforts over these past few days would have been in vain. More importantly, would that contract still hold validity? No, Chen Xian sighed deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Wang Shuo, are you certain that this is a complete and fully functional system program? Wang Shuo, somewhat perplexed, responded, if it weren't a complete and operational system program, why would I present it to you? You? Alone? In just 15 days? Is this truly the case? Chen Xian found herself at a loss. Even when she had wagered with Wang Shuo and signed the contract, her motivations had been fueled by familial discord and a desire to see Wang Shuo face some challenges, purely for the sake of amusement. Yet, when Wang Shuo placed this creation into her hands, she was unexpectedly taken aback. Could it truly be possible for one individual to develop a program in 15 days? One that even the Chun group could not manage? Rationality screamed that it was impossible. But what if? What if it succeeded? The heart that had previously sunk into silence seemed to flicker with a glimmer of hope. Chen Xian scrutinized Wang Shuo intently for a moment, then opened her bag, delicately retrieving a light blue handkerchief that Wang Shuo had never seen before. She carefully wrapped the USB drive within it, as if she were safeguarding a rare and precious treasure. Wang Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of gloom and helplessly urged, Miss Chen Xian, this is not a precious item. You need not. Well, please continue. Upon catching a glimpse of Chen Xian's piercing gaze, Wang Shuo relented. Carefully, he placed the item into his bag, prompting Chen Xian to finally lift her eyes to meet his. Wang Shuo nodded, suddenly recalling something. He halted Chen Xian, who was about to descend the staircase, and hurried to the table to retrieve a camera he had previously tested. After a moment's contemplation, he also extracted another identical camera from the drawer. This is for you. What is this? Chen Xian furrowed her brow in confusion. Wang Shuo sheepishly scratched his head. Time is of the essence. I could only manage to prepare the operating system, leaving no time for the tool-setting instrument. Moreover, that rudimentary device is nothing but a cumbersome complication, serving little purpose. It would be of no use. Install this onto your equipment's processing platform, ensuring it is positioned diagonally, and connect it to the internal system's motherboard USB port. I believe it should prove somewhat beneficial. Chen Xian accepted the two cameras with a look of bewilderment, feeling as though her years of experience in the company had become futile. Is the tool-setting instrument outdated? If so, why do so many machine tool manufacturers continue to purchase high-precision tool-setting instruments from Japanese company W each year? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Yet at this moment, understood, she nodded, carefully assembling the camera Wang Shuo had handed her. You should take a proper rest. With that, she descended the staircase with poise. After a moment, Wang Shuo glimpsed a black commercial vehicle swiftly disappearing into the shadows at the end of the winding road. Should I take a proper rest? He murmured, feeling quite well, energized and clear-headed, entirely devoid of the need for repose. However, that girl had such keen eyes. She could immediately discern that he hadn't slept for several days. This must be what they call a meeting of minds. Wang Shuo shamelessly entertained a thought, breaking into a grin. The sensation is quite delightful. Humming a little tune, he poured himself a glass of water, took a bite of the leftover bread nearby, and then called out, "Zero, play me a song, something soft and soothing." A gentle melody flowed from the speakers, causing Wang Shuo to slightly squint his eyes in enjoyment. Life felt so blissfully comfortable. If only the sound quality of this speaker were a tad better. Yet, Wang Shuo suddenly recalled something. Had he informed Chen Xin that the USB drive operates via plug-and-play installation? It seemed. He might have mentioned it? Unable to remember. He set that thought aside, recalling something of greater importance. "Zero, please connect me with the boss." Chapter 29, To Gamble or Not to Gamble. The phone was quickly answered, and Zheng Jun's booming voice erupted from the speaker. Placing the phone on the armrest of the sofa, Wang Shuo reclined comfortably and inquired, "You still want to ask me? I have questions for you too. Second, what on earth did you do to provoke that old witch?" "Old witch?" Wang Shuo paused for a moment before realizing whom Zheng Jun was referring to. What's happened to her? What has happened? It is utterly overwhelming. Every day in class, they call your name. The moment you are absent, they wear a face that drives everyone away. Zhang Jun's voice paused, seemingly exasperated. What is even more infuriating is that she insists on checking our dormitory every day. She doesn't bother with any other dorms, just ours. By 9:30, she demands that everyone in the dormitory be present and lights out. This life has become unbearable. Wang Shuo was at a loss for words, unsure how to offer comfort. He could only say, "Boss, we are all working hard. Working hard, my foot." Zheng Jun's voice rose even louder. "Second, quickly handle that old witch and stop her from tormenting us. Because of her, Lily hasn't gone out with his girlfriend for 7 consecutive days. That little sister I mentioned last time, we were making some progress, but now it seems hopeless. Truly, it is a dismal sight." Wang Shuo could imagine the desolation and couldn't help but grimace, carefully falling silent. He was curious. Isn't it rather nice that a little sister visits the dormitory every day? Nice? Zheng Jun appeared even more incensed. "I am a classmate of the 4th, not his lackey. Those little girls are polite when they inquire. But the moment they hear the 4th is absent, they immediately change their demeanor. It irritates me to the core. I wish to tell the dormitory matron to prevent the girls from wandering about. What is even more aggravating is that the little sister I am friendly with has been observing me from afar without my knowledge. Upon seeing these little girls approach me, she actually mistook me for someone peddling myself." Uffed. Wang Shuo instantly spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken. "What? Are you kidding me?" After hanging up the phone, Wang Shuo could no longer contain himself and tossed his phone aside, bursting into laughter. Setting aside the details of how Wang Shuo had been mercilessly criticized, Chen Xion's emotional state was far from the calm facade she projected. The occasional furrowing of her brows and fleeting expressions of sorrow revealed the intense inner turmoil she was experiencing, an ordeal she had never encountered in her 18 years of life. Chen Xion found herself at a loss for words to accurately convey her feelings. Excitement? That seemed off. Thrill? That too felt inadequate. Anxiousness? Perhaps that was closer to the truth. Yet, one thing was certain, she was acutely aware of her previous mindset, which had felt like the world was collapsing around her. A profound despair akin to a heart that had succumbed to hopelessness. She had even harbored resentment towards her father, who had always showered her with affection, and a deep-seated distrust towards the entire Chen family. She had left home, traveling a great distance to W City, seeking clarity from Uncle Chen, whom she had always considered her closest confidant since childhood. However, upon uncovering the intricate truths, she found herself engulfed in confusion, much like she felt in that very moment. On one side stood her parents, the family that had nurtured her. On the other, her aunt and uncles, who seemed eager to sell her off for a handsome price. And then there was her own independence, a trait she had concealed deep within, reminiscent of her sister. The struggle among these three forces left her in a state of bewilderment. She yearned to strive and become the strong, individual Uncle Chen envisioned. Yet she had underestimated the complexity of the endeavor. The threshold of skill was not something she could simply cross by reading a few books. Yet she struggled to comprehend principles and structures of machinery, and found herself perplexed by principles of computer programming. It was an insurmountable challenge to devise a functional control system within a mere fortnight. This was far from her realm of expertise, yet she found herself with no alternative. She refused to acquiesce to the dictates of fate. She yearned to resist in her own manner, to emit a faint yet resolute voice, to exert whatever meager influence she could muster. At the very least, decades hence, when she inquired of her past self, she would not be burdened by the regret of inaction. However, Wang Shuo's admonition jolted her back to reality, making her realize that all her efforts might ultimately be in vain. She resigned herself to her fate. Yet, Resignation did not equate to passive acceptance. She could protest against the demands imposed by her family members in her own way. She sought to convey to her entire family that her decisions were made not under duress, but rather out of her own volition, with the intent to rescue them. These parasites being merely a secondary effect. The script she had meticulously pinned was once again disrupted by Wang Shuo's intervention, shattering the tranquility of her heart that had long been subdued. No one could fathom the tumultuous waves that surged within her when she heard Wang Shuo declare that he had completed the system and handed her the USB drive. Years of emotional restraint kept her expression from spiraling into chaos, yet she still lost her composure. It was the first time she had faltered before a man. Chen Xian gazed at the bag in her hands, a treasured Louis Vuitton gift from her mother on her 18th birthday, something she had always cherished. Yet today, it no longer held the same significance for her. Chen Xian pursed her lips and glanced out the window. Night has fallen, and the streetlights and neon signs illuminate the thoroughfare in a captivating display. The tension that once gripped me gradually dissipates as I recall Wang Shuo proudly handing me a USB drive while anxiously glancing at the time. A faint smile graces Chen Xian's lips. He is truly an enigmatic individual. An hour later, at the Chen Group's branch in W City, a young engineer, drenched in sweat, is fervently operating his computer. He intermittently opens a certain tool, only to close it with a bewildered expression. After half an hour of this futile endeavor, he wipes his brow and glances at Chen Xian, who has been standing beside him. "Miss Chen, is there a problem with this program?" he inquires, gesturing towards the notification on the screen. Typically, standard software packages consist of separate folders for the operating environment and executable files. Yours, however, contains only a single executable file icon that is entirely non-functional. It also indicates that it cannot detect hardware information. With all due respect, our company's server is top tier. Hardware issues are simply implausible. And your analysis? Chen Xian inquires with an air of indifference. The young man shrugs, expressing his helplessness. I am unable to conduct any analysis. I have employed various analytical tools in an attempt to reverse engineer the program, but Chen Xian's understanding dawns upon her as she turns to her assistant behind her. There are no other personnel available, Miss Chen, the female assistant hesitantly replies. Many employees have resigned in recent days, including numerous programmers, even if they had not left. I am the most technically proficient among them. The young man, having wiped away the sweat, bore an air of slight arrogance. If I cannot decipher it, they certainly stand no chance. If I were to inform you that this is an installation program for a control system, could you perhaps analyze it from another perspective, such as its architecture? Control system program? The young man shook his head vigorously, his expression one of disbelief. If you said this was an ordinary executable file, I might concede, but a system program? That is utterly implausible. Miss Chun, you are not from our industry. You cannot fathom the complexity of a system program. Allow me to illustrate with an example. The Japanese company W, with which we are currently negotiating, specializes in high-precision tool setters. However, their control systems are not the most optimal. Even so, the cost of having them install a system is staggering. Not only do we need to provide detailed data and parameters for the machining center, but we are also required to offer round-the-clock support. If any hardware issues arise, they can simply walk away, and we are still obliged to pay them. As if that were not enough. Do you have any idea of the expense involved in such a system? The young man exaggeratedly smacked his lips, stating that the initial installation and training cost alone amounts to 100 million, and that does not even guarantee proficiency. Furthermore, each subsequent installation and usage incurs a service fee of 10 million. Observing the serene countenance of Chen Xian, the young man appeared to lose interest in further showcasing his knowledge and express his boredom. Even if, for argument's sake, the program you brought is not a system program, should it be one that can be installed, mastering its use would necessitate at least 6 months of training. Moreover, he glanced at the computer screen, noting that it was evidently just an icon. Chen Xian furrowed her brow. If I may say so, Miss Chun, the young man kindly advised, it would be futile for you to waste time on this icon. It is clearly a trivial creation by some programmer meant to amuse you during their idle hours. We used to engage in similar antics when Ning Hao was still with us, though nothing quite as sophisticated as this. It's the first time I've encountered an analysis program that cannot be reverse engineered. Chen Xian turned her gaze once more towards her female assistant. Ning Hao is also an employee of our company, overseeing the construction of the system architecture, the assistant remarked, somewhat awkwardly. He left later for personal reasons, having moved on to a better and more promising company. The young man clicked his tongue in disapproval. If our company weren't treating me so well, I too would consider jumping ship. Li see you. The assistant interjected sharply. All right, I misspoke, the young man conceded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, Miss Chun, what I previously stated holds true. This cannot even be classified as a program, as it lacks any of the essential elements that constitute one. Chen Xian fell silent for a moment, absorbing the information. Miss Chen, would you like me to summon someone else to take a look at this? The female assistant cast a fierce glare at the young man and leaned closer to Chen Xian, attempting to salvage the situation. Our company lacks programmers, but numerous experts from the group have arrived in recent days. I can assist you in contacting them. No need, Chen Xian replied coolly. Experts from the group? They are merely nominal professors and scholars. I doubt they would be interested in helping to analyze a program of little value here. Moreover, it is unlikely anyone would believe I could produce a control system. The young man removed the USB drive from the computer and handed it to the female assistant, who then passed it to Chen Xian. She gazed silently at the USB drive in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Could Wang Shuo have deceived himself with an icon? It seemed plausible, but what advantage would that bring him? It appeared to offer none. So is this thing genuine? Chen Xian felt a dull ache in her head. Ever since encountering Wang Shuo, she had noticed her resolve weakening, increasingly swayed by her surroundings. When does the testing commence? Chen Xian inquired. The female assistant hesitated. This is also something I must report to you. I just received word that W company from Japan has requested to advance the testing and negotiation schedule, citing urgent matters requiring their departure. Chen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. When? The latest time is tomorrow morning, the assistant said, her tone somewhat resigned. The testing and negotiations will take place simultaneously at the Group S branch and the Sheraton Hotel at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The chairman has informed all participants of the event about the change in schedule and will arrange for personnel to transport the engineering prototype to City W overnight. Chen Xian slowly tightened her grip on the USB drive, a flash of anger momentarily crossing her face. Miss Chen, perhaps you should contact the chairman? No need. Chen Xian replied indifferently. It is something that must be faced eventually. Some matters require a gamble to uncover their outcomes. Chapter 30. Testing begins November 1st, a Friday. When Chen Xian entered the company branch, it was already 9:30 a.m. The entire first-floor venue had been nearly set up. The hall was bustling with activity, predominantly populated by staff wearing identification tags, with very few outsiders present. Occasionally, a few journalists with cameras could be seen in the corners, engaged in idle chatter, occasionally stifling yawns. As for the key figures of the group, they had yet to arrive, and the central table in the venue was still devoid of name cards. Chen Xian glanced around briefly and chose a seat towards the back. She retrieved a book from her belongings and opened it, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding noise. Just then, a surprised voice interrupted her. Miss Chen, why are you sitting here? Looking up, Chen Xian's delicate brows furrowed slightly upon recognizing the speaker. You must be wondering how I ended up here, right? The young man spoke with a slight smile, exuding sincerity. As a representative of Company W in the Central China region and a member accompanying Mr. Tanaka for the negotiations, I am indeed here at your esteemed invitation to participate in your new product testing and competitive conference. Your presence here is of no concern to me. Chen Xian replied coolly. You have interrupted my reading. I sincerely apologize, the young man replied, raising his eyebrows and glancing at the book in Chen Xian's hands. Though his tone lacked genuine remorse, I find myself quite intrigued by you, Miss Chen. Regarding the incident last time, I admit I was somewhat reckless. Upon learning of it, my father offered me stern criticism and insisted I apologize to you, so. His eyes held a question. Appearing earnest, might you have some time this evening, Miss Chen, to allow me? You remain as straightforward as ever, the young man chuckled. I find myself increasingly admiring you. Master Matsumoto, please conduct yourself with dignity, Chen Xian said calmly, closing her book and lifting her gaze to meet the young man's slightly mocking eyes. You and I share no relationship at present, and even if we did, it would only be after the results of the testing meeting. You may not necessarily emerge as our ultimate collaborator. Haha, the young man, referred to as Matsumoto, chuckled softly. Miss Chen, your confidence is truly admirable, yet perhaps you are a touch overly self-assured. Matsumoto Bieyun wore a hint of playful sarcasm upon his lips. I am aware that you have taken some actions. However, if I may be blunt, even the vast Chen Group, not to mention the numerous companies and research institutes across Huaxia, are utterly at a loss in this regard. What makes you think you possess the prowess to surpass them? Is it due to the team behind you? Huh. It seems a thought has crossed your mind, he chuckled, shaking his head. Unless your team comprises masters in systems engineering, computer engineering, and digital modeling, it is simply impossible, regardless of who stands behind you. I can confidently assert that they lack the capability to support a system architecture and its accompanying engineering. Thus, Miss Chun, do you not yet grasp the essence of this test? It is a stepping stone provided by your father for Company W, a mere showcase for them. As long as Mr. Tanaka can convince everyone of the strength of WCNC control system, our collaboration will be inevitable. The young man cast a confident glance around. Observing the increasing number of attendees entering the venue and settling into their respective seats, in a lowered voice, he remarked, "These individuals are merely here to lend an air of legitimacy. Miss Chin, your test coincidentally aligns with their purpose. You are exceedingly overconfident, young Master Matsumoto." Chen Xian replied coolly. "The exchange meeting is about to commence, and I presume you have more pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not see you off." "Miss Chun, you are far too gracious," he replied. Matsumoto Byun smiled faintly, leaning closer to Chen Xian and whispering, "I truly admire you, Miss Chun. If by chance I secure a spot today, I would be honored if you could grace Takoyama at 8 o'clock tonight. I believe you will attend." With that, without waiting for Chen Xian's response, Matsumoto Byun burst into laughter and made his way to the front row VIP seats. Their exchange finally drew the attention of those around them. Some seemed to recognize Chen Xian, engaging in hushed conversations, while a few wore expressions of sudden realization. "Isn't she the daughter of the Chen group, the second Miss Chen? What, you don't know her? I wasn't aware before, but I have heard of her recently." She tightened her grip on her handbag, lowering her head once more, choosing to ignore the whispers surrounding her. Regret? Not at all. Chen Xian had never regretted any decision she had made throughout her life, even when she undertook the audacious choice to single-handedly save her family's enterprise. If given another chance, she would make the same choice again. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on her. The arrival of Wang Shuo offered her a chance to spin the wheel once more, with the stakes resting within her backpack. This time, one side presented a high possibility of deceiving herself with a naive university freshman, while the other held the future of both herself and the Chen group. Having triumphed, one would embark upon a new path, yet should one falter, all would be lost, becoming a mere laughingstock within the community, subjected to scorn and derision. The group would suffer irreparable loss, their last hope extinguished, leading to an inevitable collapse. Obliterated from the annals of history. This scenario would be infinitely worse than any prior choice. Should I take the risk? If I do, is victory assured? Chen Xian, ever the competitive spirit, found herself engulfed in confusion at this moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beiyunjun, where have you been? The pronunciation was peculiar, yet comprehension remained intact. "Mr. Tanaka, I apologize for the delay," Matsumoto Beiyun expressed with a face full of regret. "I happened to encounter an acquaintance and exchanged a few words." "Not at all," Tanaka replied, pausing slightly as though contemplating his words. This time, they had decided against having a translator shadow them closely. "I wish to inquire." "Mr. Beiyun," Tanaka began. "Please, go ahead," he urged. "What do you believe the Chen family conglomerate would be willing to offer in terms of sincerity, in exchange? However, our previous interactions were not particularly smooth." Tanaka nodded thoughtfully in response. "Thus, Mr. Tanaka, the next steps are in your hands." Matsumoto Beiyun leaned closer to Tanaka's ear and whispered, "If you can dazzle everyone present and persuade them to withdraw from the bidding, we can elevate our demands. After all, quality comes with a worthy price." "You speak the truth," Tanaka continued to nod. "Then how much do you propose we should increase?" "We could raise it by 50%. The spark of ambition shone brightly in Matsumoto Beiyun's eyes. Beiyunjun is truly a remarkable talent. Mr. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "You and Huaxia have an old saying, a tiger father does not raise a dog's son," which proves to be quite true. However, Mr. Tian, you have misunderstood. The correct phrase is a tiger father does not raise a dog's son, implying that a tiger cannot produce offspring of a lesser nature, as Matsumoto Beiyun elucidated this ancient Huaxia proverb. The clock struck 10. The senior executives of the Chen Group, who had been prepared offstage, ascended promptly, accompanied by esteemed experts, professors, and scholars that the Chen Group had generously invited. The journalists in attendance were already poised, and a flurry of camera flashes erupted, resonating through the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I request your attention?" The hum within the venue gradually subsided. "I sincerely appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules for our product testing and business conference. I am Chen Zhongshuan, To respect your time and enhance your experience, we shall expedite the proceedings. The primary aim of this product testing and business conference is to provide you with an intuitive platform for a clearer and more detailed understanding of our company's new products. With a wave of his hand, Qin Zhangshuan signaled to the staff beside him, who unveiled 3 grand cubic structures that had been strategically placed at the center of the stage. At once, 3 metallic, multi-axis machining centers came into view. This is our company's latest innovation, the VMC-type 5-axis multifunctional machining center. A buzz of excitement filled the hall as a journalist raised his hand. Qin Zhangshuan gestured towards him. "Good day, Chairman Chen. I am a reporter from South China Daily. I would like to inquire about the specific performance of the various processing platforms you have introduced. Yet you have not mentioned the challenges at the system control level. Are there still obstacles yet to be overcome?" This inquiry from our journalist friend is quite astute. Qin Zhangshuan nodded in acknowledgement. The primary purpose of gathering everyone today for product testing in the competitive conference is indeed this. And it is the foremost reason for my presence here. We aspire to integrate a press conference, product evaluation, exhibition, and bidding session, thereby equipping our finest products with the most suitable support. Today, we have invited esteemed experts from the field of computer science, technical personnel, clients from downstream manufacturers, representatives from domestic system providers, and Mr. Tanaka, a distinguished technician from the renowned W Company of Japan. With each introduction, Qin Zhangshuan gestured to direct the audience's attention towards the respective individuals. It was only when he introduced W Company that the reporters began to fervently capture photographs. Matsumoto stood gracefully and naturally, while Tanaka wore a warm smile. "We hope to select the most suitable vendor among our system suppliers for our new product, thereby ensuring a solid software foundation for its optimal and smooth operation. Now, our staff will present the specific testing procedures." After concluding his remarks, Qin Zhangshuan handed the microphone to a nearby individual. "Thank you, General Manager Qin." The young technician smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I am Li Siyu, a technician from Zhongji Pingcheng Technology Company, Limited. Now, allow me to elucidate the specific procedures and evaluation criteria for the testing." Chapter 31. Impulsive? First, we shall commence with the testing. We will meticulously evaluate the fundamental functionalities and selected features of the controllers and control systems. Please direct your attention. Li Siyu gestured invitingly, indicating the attendees to focus on the 3 prototype machines before them. These 3 prototypes have been equipped with their respective controllers and systems installed by the invited system suppliers, and have undergone preliminary adjustments to ensure compatibility with our products, guaranteeing their normal operation. Shortly, technical personnel from each supplier will operate their respective systems. The testing process is straightforward, as our primary objective is to assess the operational efficacy of the system control programs. We have arranged for the technicians from each supplier to generate toolpath trajectory files in advance for specific workpieces, which will be utilized for the precise machining of the raw materials provided on-site. The finished products will then be meticulously evaluated by experts present to ascertain the detailed outcomes and precision of the machining process. Any system that encounters a malfunction during the testing will regrettably be unable to continue participating in this evaluation, and we kindly ask for the understanding of all suppliers. Does anyone have any further questions? Li Siyu inquired. A hand was raised from the press area, and Li Siyu glanced inquiringly at Qin Zhangshuan, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to call upon the journalist to stand. "Greetings, Chairman Qin. I am a media professional. I would like to inquire about the recent developments regarding your esteemed company's new control system, which I had heard was being developed to complement your latest products. However, during today's evaluation meeting, your technical team did not provide any pertinent information on this matter. Furthermore, I understand that your company has actively initiated negotiations concerning the supply of control systems. Does this imply that your research and development efforts have encountered failure?" As I began to articulate my thoughts, I was abruptly interrupted by a clear, composed voice. "We have successfully completed our research and development." The calm-faced Chen Xin rose from the audience, advancing toward the front. Her tranquil gaze swept over the astonished crowd as she spoke with serene authority. "Our system has been successfully developed and has undergone testing." With her definitive statement, the hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and whispers. The majority of the attendees appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, while a select few expressed astonishment. Meanwhile, a flurry of disinterested journalists, invigorated by the revelation, eagerly raised their cameras toward Chen Xin, capturing the moment with fervor. "This is news. This is indeed news." One reporter, standing to pose a question, seemed intent on not concluding his inquiry so easily. He quickly turned to Chen Xian, asking, "Are you an employee of Zhongji Pengcheng Technology? Do your words represent the views of Zhongji Pengcheng Technology?" If not for the crowd separating them, he would have rushed forward to thrust the microphone under her chin. Qin Zhongshuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian for a moment, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Shiner, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Have you contemplated the repercussions?" His tone was frigid. "I have faith in him," Chen Xian replied calmly. "This is the final time." With that, the conversation reached its abrupt conclusion. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though they had inadvertently wandered into the wrong scene. Was this not a testing session? How had it suddenly morphed into a familial drama? What act were they witnessing now? A father-daughter rift? Moreover, who was he? This. Miss Chen, precisely. The journalists were unsettled by the distorted atmosphere, some stammering in their inquiries. "Now, let the testing resume." The self-media reporter reluctantly took his seat, yet his fingers danced furiously across the keyboard, leaving others in the dark about the content of his writings. Matsumoto Biyun squinted slightly, observing the seated Chen Xian, offering a bemused thumbs-up as a gesture of encouragement. "I am uncertain," Biyun-kun, Tanaka replied, shaking his head slightly. "I possess limited knowledge regarding the company, Zizapeng. However, I believe the odds of them successfully developing the system are rather slim." Matsumoto Biyun listened intently. "Our company, W, has been engaged in research and development since the 1980s. From the first generation of cutting tools to the present, it has taken decades to accumulate a wealth of exquisite technology. However, our system is not the finest even in Japan. There are numerous alternatives that surpass ours, such as the renowned Fanuc. I have heard you mention that the Zhiji company has been developing for several years. It has yielded no results. Thus, it seems rather challenging for them to present a tested product today. Your words bring me some comfort." Matsumoto Biyun smirked slightly, a hint of derision in his expression. "I have also heard that some individuals aspire to form their own teams and produce a product within a month." "How utterly naive." Tanaka shook his head gently. "That is simply impossible, Biyun-kun." Matsumoto Biyun scoffed. "Indeed, if they succeeded, that would be quite extraordinary." Meanwhile, Qin Zhongshuan sat in the chief position with a dark expression, flanked by the experts and colleagues invited for this occasion. At that moment, one expert approached with a smile. "Is this Chairman Qin's daughter? I hope I haven't embarrassed you." A fleeting bitter smile crossed Qin Zhongshuan's previously grim face. "That is indeed your style." The expert smiled slightly. "Chairman Qin, there is no need to take it too seriously. Young people are naturally spirited, and that is quite normal." Qin Zhongshuan shook his head, observing the staff who were placing the raw materials into the processing center, and inquired, "Professor Zhang, you are a top computer expert from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. What do you anticipate the outcome of this evaluation will be?" "Surely, Chairman Qin already has an inkling, does he not?" The middle-aged expert, referred to as Professor Zhang, chuckled softly. "I am indeed aware of certain circumstances. However, is our system truly unserviceable?" "Not quite." Professor Zhang shook his head, expressing a hint of resignation as he remarked, "In recent years, Huaxia has experienced rapid development, with various industries showcasing explosive growth. Yet, the realm of computers and computing systems cannot merely thrive through financial investment. It demands an extensive foundation of research experience and accumulation. Presently, domestically produced systems in Huaxia can achieve basic stable operation, yet they fall significantly short in terms of functionality and precision compared to their foreign counterparts. Not to mention the unparalleled prowess of Japan's precision engineering, which remains at the forefront globally. Chairman Qin, being a businessman, should be no stranger to the state of the industry, correct?" Naturally, Qin Zhongshuan nodded, fully cognizant of the current landscape of the global machine tool industry. And thus he is more eager than anyone to achieve remarkable results. However, reality does not resemble a dream. Aspirations do not necessarily materialize into existence. Since entering the business world, he has navigated smoothly, overcoming occasional setbacks, yet he did not anticipate stumbling in this particular field, resulting in the entire Qin group being brought to a standstill. Currently, in terms of comprehensive strength, Japan undoubtedly holds the leading position in the machine tool industry, boasting considerable advantages in brand, scale, technology, market presence, and profits. In terms of branding alone, Japan is home to hundreds of machine tool enterprises, many of which are renowned for their cutting-edge technology. Take, for instance, Company W, with which your esteemed organization is currently negotiating. Their premier core business revolves around the high-precision, fully automatic tool-setting instrument, whose astonishing accuracy commands an impressive global market share of nearly 70%. Virtually all high-end machine tools employ the tool-setting instruments produced by their company. While their system capabilities may be considered a relative weakness, they still hold a significant advantage compared to domestic competitors such as Huakong and Guangdong. Professor Zhang sighed, seemingly reflecting on the situation, and gestured towards the machining center before him. Chairman Chen observed that when Company W utilized the machining center produced by your company, they nearly replaced all the control panels and consoles. Although they did not replace the main spindle or auxiliary motor, certain optimizations were made. The numerical control system now employs entirely new, fully automated programming software, requiring no human intervention, and even features a database capable of comparing erroneous data and issuing alerts. Its proprietary fine interpolation function enhances the operational fluidity of your products, resulting in virtually no errors and a corresponding assurance of precision. Chen Zhongshuan meticulously compared the operational conditions of the three prototypes and nodded in understanding. In contrast, the prototype belonging to Company W clearly operated with greater smoothness, exhibiting superior 5-axis coordination, along with more efficient cutting paths and entry timing. As he spoke, a sudden sharp sound erupted from the audience, followed by a wave of commotion. Chen Zhongshuan and Professor Zhang simultaneously looked up, only to find a crack that had mysteriously appeared on the glass platform of the first machining center. The staff had urgently halted the machine and were currently conducting repairs. The tool has collided. How could the system's tool position calculation yield such an output? The feed rate seems off as well. This is quite troubling, murmured voices echoed around them. Chen Zhongshuan and Professor Zhang exchanged glances, both revealing wry smiles. The CNC system brought by Huakong had malfunctioned, and after investigation, it was determined that the issue did not stem from mechanical causes. Regrettably, they could no longer continue with the tests. Tianzhong nodded. B. Yunjun, I have overestimated the precision of Huaxia's craftsmanship. It is we who have erred, Mr. Tian. Matsumoto Bieyun retorted disdainfully, this is a shared mistake. Previously, he had been concerned that Chen Xin might have some hidden strategies. But now it seemed his worries were entirely unfounded. In retrospect, this outcome was favorable, as it allowed him to fulfill his father's task. As for Chen Xin, this girl truly lived up to her prestigious lineage, distinct from those who would eagerly abandon their modesty for fleeting encounters. A woman like her presented a genuine thrill of conquest. Matsumoto Bieyun gazed greedily at Chen Xin, who was not far away, licking his lips. Ah, Chen Xin, no matter how strong-willed you may be, in the end, you will still belong to me. Imagining the scenario of conquering Chen Xin, Matsumoto Bieyun felt a stirring within him. Chen Xin gazed at the product prototype at the center of the venue, surrounded by numerous technicians, her tranquil expression shifting slightly. Though she was at a distance and did not immediately comprehend the situation, she clearly observed the subsequent actions of the technicians. A tool collision, someone beside her remarked. This is due to the system's inadequate matching. We've wasted a tool and damaged a piece of raw material. It underscores the necessity for high precision in machinery. The maturity and compatibility of the system must also be enhanced, or else we encounter situations like this, another voice added. Indeed, my last experience involved using a mismatched system, compounded by the worker's lack of skill, resulting in multiple tool collisions. The machine was left in a deplorable state, and restoring it requires replacing the spindle, which could easily cost 1 to 2 million. It's simply unbearable. Ah, which factory are you affiliated with? I've encountered similar issues. The speaker's face lit up with surprise. Really? I am in City S. Where are you located? I am also in City S. What a remarkable coincidence. Am I being too impulsive? Chapter 32. Defective Workpieces. Professor Zhang. Can you discern what the issue is? A younger scholar leaned in to inquire softly. It should pertain to the data variable, Professor Zhang replied, after a moment of contemplation. I suspect that minor discrepancies in the data variables have caused fluctuations in the cutting data. I share the same suspicion, the younger scholar affirmed. Younger scholars nodded, expressing their sentiments. This was initially a minor issue, easily resolvable through programming. Alas, it has escalated into something far more significant. Another expert joined the discourse, shaking his head and stating, any minuscule error in data, when manifested in the actual operations of the processing center, can result in monumental blunders. A mere millimeter more or less in the tool's advancement, an additional turn or a turn less, can yield entirely disparate outcomes. Chen Zhongshuan smiled outwardly. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but ponder, can these individuals not articulate their thoughts in a manner I might comprehend? In truth, aside from manual proofreading of programming, There exists another method to circumvent such errors. Professor Zhang chuckled lightly, turning to Qin Zhangshuan and remarking, Chairman Qin, do you recall my mention of the autonomous error comparison in the control system? Indeed, I remember, Qin Zhangshuan replied gratefully, adding, you indicated that such systems possess their own databases to facilitate comparative error reporting for such operational missteps. However, any task involving human participation is susceptible to negligence or oversight, leading to inaccuracies and subsequent errors. Professor Zhang gestured towards the two remaining prototypes on the field and continued, Chairman Qin, observed that the Guangkong system also falls under the category of automated programming. Nevertheless, following the programming phase, Guangkong's technicians conducted meticulous adjustments, ensuring stable operation without errors. The system of Company W relies entirely on its formidable hardware and software capabilities, utilizing its extensive proprietary database to perform calculations and corrections at the data level for such minor issues. The role of the technicians at Company W is merely to verify the accuracy of the system's prompts. The significant reduction of human involvement has led to a considerable enhancement in both stability and precision. Professor Zhang was correct. The younger professor beside him nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, in terms of data, we still have a considerable gap compared to Japan. I fully comprehend what you all are saying. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Zhangshuan remarked, isn't the possibility of success in the system's development suggested by the young lady something that you, Chairman Shun, have endorsed? The younger professor appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired with surprise. Qin Zhangshuan, with a wry smile, replied, Professor Wang, you have truly misunderstood me. If our company possessed the capability to develop a next-generation control system for processing centers, or even just a functional control system, I would certainly announce it with great fanfare. There would be no reason to keep it under wraps. To be candid, our group indeed aspires to develop a mid to high-end control system, but as Professor Zhang stated, systems engineering must be approached in a systematic manner. Our current system is far from meeting the design specifications, let alone incorporating additional functionalities. Qin Zhangshuan shook his head and added, that is precisely why I invited you all here, to evaluate the various vendors we have invited, in order to achieve the best cost-performance ratio. If this is not Chairman Qin's directive, then Professor Wang shook his head with a hint of regret, stating that he shares the same opinion as Professor Zhang, both believing that Company W's system excels in technology, performance, specifications, and functional options, and as for cost-effectiveness, I must candidly say that Company W holds a slight advantage in that regard. Regarding the control system mentioned by your daughter, I personally have reservations. Professor Qin, do you concur? In light of the current circumstances, I find my views align with those of Professors Zhang and Wang, replied the slightly balding professor of advanced years with a nod. Chairman Qin, as you have observed, the two domestic manufacturers you invited possess formidable capabilities and are considerable players in the industry. However, following the collision incident, the atmosphere finally became lively. Beside Chen Xin, the two individuals were still engaged in hushed conversation. The toolpath of the two testing prototypes has already shown significant divergence. It appears that the second prototype's path planning has some issues, resulting in a cutting edge that is entirely substandard in roughness. One remarked, you truly possess expertise. I had not perceived so much. The other agreed. Such matters become apparent with ample experience. The earlier individual, with a hint of pride, remarked, observe. In comparison to the third prototype, the second prototype evidently exhibits a slight deviation in its toolpath. Perhaps the programmers believed that this would better exploit the advantages of the spindle and the rotating platform, thereby enhancing surface efficiency. However, theory remains merely theory. When applied in practice, discrepancies inevitably arise. Chen Xin, reluctant to engage with such commentary, nonetheless found herself glancing towards the two testing machines in the arena. Regrettably, after a prolonged observation, she discerned no notable differences apart from the splattering of metal shavings. This minor deviation not only resulted in diminished efficiency in surface machining, but also yielded unsatisfactory outcomes. Brother, when you consider purchasing a machining center, ensure you steer clear of such pitfalls. What the elder brother conveyed was, should the Qin Group's machining center be avoided? Not necessarily. The man known as Brother shook his head. The Qin Group has indeed demonstrated considerable sincerity this time, utilizing materials that adhere to standards. And the electromechanical systems are entirely imported. Yet, if the system itself is lacking, I would prefer to invest in overpriced foreign imports. I am here seeking high-cost performance. However, judging by the current situation, it appears hopeless. A machining center equipped with Company W's system will likely see its price double. My factory is overwhelmed with orders and dire need of resolution. Had I known this, I would not have wasted my time here. In that moment, both individuals lost interest in further conversation, quietly awaiting the outcome. A flurry of metal shavings continued to dance and fall, as the workpiece gradually took shape according to the predetermined design. Time passed by, second by second. Over an hour later, the second processing center concluded its work ahead of schedule. The technicians opened the glass platform and retrieved the meticulously crafted finished workpiece. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up, fixating on the completed product in the technician's hands. Well, we can see that the prototype from the second machine has been completed. This is a testing model equipped with a wide control system. We shall now invite the experts to conduct a thorough examination and evaluation, announced Li Siyu. The freshly processed workpiece was swiftly delivered to the podium, where it was observed in turn by the experts invited by the Qin Group, before being passed on to various manufacturers. Matsumoto Beiyun silently watched as Tanaka gently caressed the workpiece with his hands. Once Tanaka opened his eyes, he quietly inquired, "Mr. Tanaka, what are your thoughts?" Tanaka slightly shook his head, handing the workpiece to the staff for further distribution, and softly remarked, "Beiyun-kun, this workpiece is considered substandard at our company." Matsumoto's expression transformed into one of eager curiosity. "Mr. Tanaka, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Could you elaborate?" Tanaka explained. The processing of a workpiece is not solely about precision. Dimensions and shape are of paramount importance. Additionally, certain workpieces have stringent requirements regarding surface roughness. Without precise dimensions, the effort is rendered meaningless. The surface roughness is excessively poor. Qingbin let out a soft sigh as he passed the workpiece he held to the next individual. "How about it, brother?" A person beside him leaned in to inquire. "As for the precision, it remains uncertain. However, in terms of roughness, it still falls short." Qingbin glanced at the individual next to him, a robust young man who appeared to be in his 30s. "Didn't you already ask the colleague beside you? Are you still feeling a bit uneasy?" Chapter 33. Coercion. I am new to this industry, so the man sheepishly scratched his head. "The spindle is quite difficult to repair." Qingbin shook his head. "Especially with imported items, it is even more challenging to contact the original manufacturer." "Indeed," the man replied with a hint of frustration. "The original manufacturer quoted 2 million. And I must also bear the costs of transportation and accommodation. I just purchased a second-hand device for several million. Spending another 2 million on repairs seems rather impractical. I only came to check things out upon hearing that the Qin Group released a new machining center, and now, brother, you have seen the finished product. What do you think?" Qingbin continued to shake his head. "Given the current situation, I cannot recommend you purchase this product. The risks posed by the system's instability are incalculable. Even if it manages to function normally, as you can see, it fails to achieve the desired machining accuracy and results. There's simply no alternative." Qingbin observed the anxious man before him, reminiscent of his own early days in the industry. "If there is truly no other option, then you might as well call the manufacturer for repairs." "Call the manufacturer for repairs? Wouldn't that render this trip futile?" The man appeared somewhat despondent. At that moment in the conference hall, the third prototype equipped with Company W's system had ceased operations, and the staff were extracting the final product from the platform. Everyone was acutely aware that Company W's system would exhibit exceptional performance, elevating the operational efficiency and stability of the machine to unprecedented levels, thereby enabling it to achieve the utmost precision. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered them devoid of anticipation. The collective hopes of the attendees rested on the two system suppliers invited by the Qin Group, who were expected to deliver impressive results. Even if they fell short of Company W, as long as their performance was not abysmally lacking, those present would accept it with a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was common knowledge that the systems from Huaxia paled in comparison to those from Japan. However, to the dismay of the assembly, the outcome mirrored countless previous results. The Japanese company's system once again vanquished the domestic system with overwhelming force, as it had always done. Although the CNC machining center hardware system introduced by the Qin Group was commendable, the vast disparity in system capabilities left the attending manufacturers devoid of any exhilaration. Without a software system, even the most advanced machining center could not reach its potential, rendering it a poor value proposition. This sentiment was palpable as Chen Zhongshuan and the assembled experts found themselves at a loss for conversation. Observing the somber atmosphere, Matsumoto Beiyun displayed a hint of arrogance. As he turned slightly, he noticed the individual he sought was quietly seated with head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the prevailing tension. As time passed, the hum of Machine 3 gradually subsided after a span of several minutes. Immediately, staff approached to retrieve the processed workpieces and present them to the experts seated at the podium for evaluation. A wave of conversation ensued, punctuated by occasional sighs. Chen Zhongshuan, who had already engaged in thorough discussions with the experts, gently rose and slightly pressed his hands downwards. The atmosphere fell into silence. Esteemed guests, the testing results are now available. Professor Qin from Tsinghua University will announce the final outcome. Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Yonghua. It is a privilege to be here today, invited by the organizers of this evaluation meeting to witness the new processing center and testing of Chen's group. I am truly honored. In this assessment, we observed from multiple perspectives. I knew this would be the result. In the audience, Cheng Bin shook his head slightly, reflecting on the countless times this had occurred without change. My friend, ISNT, there's still the Chen Group's own system yet to be tested? Why the rush to draw a conclusion? A puzzled voice queried. The Chen Group's own system? A nearby listener seemed to find this amusing and turned to respond. Brother, you can't possibly believe that, can you? Why not? The man appeared confused. That's all a ruse, the enthusiastic bystander asserted confidently. It's a smokescreen deliberately released by the Chen Group to bolster their negotiating leverage. Just watch. The Chen Group would never publicly test their own system. That would be akin to striking themselves in the face. Is that so? The man looked on, his expression one of bewilderment. Were it not for this, I would have consumed the workpiece. An enthusiastic observer unexpectedly produced a completed workpiece, seemingly the product from the second processing center. The man and Cheng Bin found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless, taking into account all the aforementioned conditions and after consultations with other experts. We unanimously concluded that the control system of Japan's W company surpasses other systems in terms of automation level, precision, efficiency, and stability. Therefore, the ultimate victor of this evaluation is W company. A profound silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, an abrupt round of applause erupted. Everyone's gaze converged on the source of the applause. Matsumoto Biyun rose, clapping while surveying the audience, and remarked with a smile, "Isn't this quite an unexpected outcome? Ladies and gentlemen, our W company has overwhelmingly outperformed the other two manufacturers in both hardware and software domains. So, I kindly ask you all to extend a gesture of goodwill to W company with your applause to enliven the atmosphere." Tanaka began to clap. Those beside Tanaka followed suit. The individuals on the podium started applauding. Soon, everyone joined in the applause. "Excellent. Thank you all," Matsumoto Biyun said gracefully, then turned to the podium. "Now, I have but one question. Chairman Chen, please allow me to witness the new system that your esteemed company has developed." Matsumoto Biyun blinked. "I am particularly curious. And I believe Mr. Tanaka is equally eager to see it, am I right?" "Indeed, Biyun-kun," Tanaka nodded in agreement. Chen Zhongshuan slowly rose to his feet, casting a profound gaze upon Matsumoto Biyun. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to all our friends for their attention and concern regarding our company. Your keen interest in our research and development progress imbues us with a profound sense of responsibility, and we are determined not to disappoint you. Therefore, I must clarify one point. We have indeed developed programs related to this matter. However, this project has been terminated for various reasons. We have commissioned other companies to develop corresponding programs, but thus far, we have received no specific feedback from them." At this juncture, Matsumoto Biyun interjected, directing his gaze towards Chen Xian in the audience. "So, Miss Chen Xian of the Chen Group, is she lying?" Chen Zhongshuan fell silent, resembling a statue upon the podium. The atmosphere began to grow increasingly chaotic, as reporters seemed to catch the scent of a sensational story, swiftly retrieving their cameras for fervent snapshots. A few journalists took out small notebooks, fixated on Chen Zhongshuan and Matsumoto Biyun, as if fearing the two might vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, a multitude of reporters raised their microphones, clamoring for answers. "Chairman Chen, could you kindly elaborate on your statement?" "Chairman Chen, can your words be interpreted as the Chen Group having abandoned the development of the system?" "Chairman Chen, your statements and those of your daughter are entirely contradictory. Who can truly represent the Chen Group's position? Has there been an internal dispute within your esteemed company?" "Chairman Chen, what is your perspective on the losses incurred due to the fluctuations in the stock market over the past few days?" Chen Xian observed the chaotic scene with a cold gaze, noting Matsumoto Biyun's smug expression and her father's stern visage. She understood that there was no turning back. The truth would reveal itself through trial. As Chen Xian's icy voice resonated, silence enveloped the atmosphere, only to be shattered by an even greater tumult. Miss Chen, do your words represent the Chen Group? Miss Chen, do you possess sufficient evidence to substantiate your claims? Miss Chen, have you assessed the reliability of the system? This system was developed by another company at my private commission, and it bears no connection to the Chen Group, Chen Xian asserted, lifting her head defiantly to gaze at her father on the podium. I am willing to bear any consequences. Such admirable resolve. Miss Chen, Matsumoto Bien scoffed. Bear the consequences? How do you intend to do that? Should your obstinacy lead to the collapse of the cooperation between the Chen Group and my company W? The loss would be inconsequential for us, merely the absence of a client. However, for the Chen Group, I fear the repercussions are beyond your capacity to shoulder. As he spoke, Matsumoto Bien appeared to have a sudden epiphany. Oh, I almost forgot. For you, Miss Chen, this loss may not be significant after all. After all, not long ago, you caused the Chen Group's stock price to plummet by nearly half. Let me ponder for a moment. How much was it? Matsumoto Bien tapped his temple and remarked, it seems to be nearly 50 billion? 50 billion. Those who were unaware gasped in disbelief. Such a figure would have undoubtedly led other companies present to bankruptcy. Even for the Chen Group, this was undeniably a crippling amount. A hum of chatter erupted. It had long been rumored that the Chen Group's stock was unstable, yet the severity of the decline was shocking. Not to mention, my friend is an avid stock trader who invested in the Chen Group. It's been 4 consecutive days of hitting the lower limit, resulting in catastrophic losses. Your friend. Could it be you? Chen Xian's complexion turned an ashen hue, her limbs cold as ice. Even as a novice, she now understood Matsumoto Bien's intentions. He aimed to mercilessly undermine the Chen Group. If the words spoken today were to circulate, the value of the Chen Group stock would plummet further. Should she fail to present a system that significantly surpasses that of W City today, the Chen Group would be doomed. Young Master Matsumoto, how the Chen Group operates is hardly a matter for W Company to concern itself with. Just as Chen Xian felt increasingly unsettled, the distant voice of Qin Zhongshuan pierced through the air, icy and resolute. W Company does share some collaborative ties with the Chen Group. Is this how the Matsumoto family instructs its heirs? Matsumoto Bien chuckled and replied, Uncle Chen, please forgive me. I did not intend for this to occur. Furthermore, what has transpired in the stock market, whether spoken of or not, will inevitably come to light. However, now that the conversation has reached this point, Uncle Chen, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Should the Chen Group truly wish to adopt the system of my company, W, the procurement cost will need to be increased by 50% from the original amount. Otherwise, I would advise you to consider the software system personally commissioned by Miss Chen. Qin Zhongshuan's expression darkened. 50% is not an insignificant figure. Moreover, to voice such a demand in this setting compels him to take a stance. Once he agrees, there would be no room for retraction. As for the contract commissioned by Chen Xian, he did not even contemplate it, as it has been rendered irrelevant by the circumstances, considering it would only cloud his judgment. Is this your father's intention? Or is it Mr. Tanaka's? Matsumoto Bien turned to look at Tanaka, who nodded slightly. Seeing Tanaka's affirmation, Qin Zhongshuan softened his tone somewhat. Such matters are best discussed at the negotiation table. What do you think, young Master Matsumoto? He could disregard Matsumoto Bien's opinion, and even his father's, but he could not overlook the views of the Japanese technicians, particularly one named Tanaka. At least for the moment, W's system remains crucial for the Chen Group. However, regarding Chen Xian, Qin Zhongshuan cast a slight glance. Shaking his head in disappointment, he had been neglectful in his guidance over the years, indulging the girl far too much. With that said, I shall announce that W Company. Just as Qin Zhongshuan was about to declare this affirmative response, he was interrupted by Chen Xian's cool voice. I demand a test. Chen Xian stepped forward, her tone clear and resolute. Qin Zhongshuan furrowed his brow slightly. Do not act recklessly. Chen Xian remained undeterred, gazing intently at him. She was acutely aware that this was her final opportunity. Should she let it slip away, she would be left with no chance of redemption. Furthermore, she had never held any belief that Matsumoto Bien was a man of virtue. The way he looked at her instilled an overwhelming discomfort. In her possession was the USB drive that Wang Shuo had painstakingly crafted over the course of several sleepless days, a beacon of hope for her. No matter the cost, she was determined to attempt it, even if it meant risking everything. I demand a test, she declared, her voice resolute and powerful. This girl. Qin Zhongshuan felt a headache coming on. Her stubbornness was strikingly reminiscent of her mother. Yet, After their marriage, his wife had transformed into a gentle and virtuous woman. He could not fathom why both of his daughters possessed such traits. This disposition was perilous in such circumstances. Miss Chen, while I am indeed curious to see your new system, everyone's time is precious. Chairman Chen has important contracts to discuss with my company, W. Are you sure you wish to conduct a test now? Matsumoto Beiyin remarked with a hint of derision. I must ask, have you brought the equipment to load your system? I can install the system on the spot, and the testing can be conducted immediately, Chen Xian replied, clutching her USB drive tightly. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Beiyin feigned surprise and turned to Mr. Tanaka, inquiring, is this feasible? Mr. Tanaka shook his head, and the others followed suit, subtly declining. Present at the gathering were not only seasoned researchers from the realm of computer science, but also veteran practitioners from the manufacturing industry. While they may not be exceedingly proficient, they are certainly not strangers to the installation of CNC machining center systems. In fact, the vast majority of individuals present engage with such systems on a daily basis. They are acutely aware that the intricacy of a comprehensive machining center control system renders it nearly impossible to install and debug on-site, let alone conduct immediate testing. Although Matsumoto Beiyin may be irksome, he speaks the truth. No one possesses the patience to endure a loading time of 7 to 8 hours. Ms. Chun, it is not that we lack faith in you, but rather that your assertions are rather naive. On-site installation? Relying solely on the USB drive in your hand? To install a system encompassing over 100 gigabytes, inclusive of a database? Matsumoto Beiyin smiled slightly. You are indeed challenging the established norms of the industry. Observing the unconvinced expression on Tianzhong's face and the subtle nods from the experts present, Chen Xian fell into a contemplative silence. Chen Zhongshuan's expression conveyed a hint of concern. Xianer, it's time to cease. Ms. Chun, this concludes our discussion, Matsumoto Beiyin remarked with a gentle smile. It appears that your ultimate choice must be us. As Matsumoto Beiyin spoke, he seemed to recall something. By the way, Ms. Chen, I must inquire, have you not forgotten the location? Ignoring Matsumoto Beiyin, Chen Xian took a deep breath, the weary visage of Wang Shuo emerging in her mind. Alongside the smug expression he wore when handing her the USB drive, and his seemingly joking remark, Comrade Chen Xian, I assure you, I am a serious science student. Never one to jest about academic matters. Wang Shuo, I sincerely hope you do not deceive me, otherwise. Chen Xian raised her head, her calm gaze surveying the entire assembly. I can conduct an on-the-spot test, but I must first install a piece of equipment. Chapter 34. The peculiar system to perform an installation test on the system right here, and to require an additional device. The gathered manufacturers and reporters were left somewhat bewildered. What an unusual procedure this was. Could it be that the two prototype testing machines on stage harbored some design flaws? What device? Qin Zhongshuan inquired with a stern expression. But upon seeing the item Chen Xian produced, he felt a pang of regret, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. This is, if I am not mistaken, a camera? Please confirm, my friend. This is indeed a camera. Matsumoto Beiyin's eyes widened in disbelief as he blinked, ultimately unable to stifle a chuckle. Miss Chun, I am now genuinely convinced that you have come merely to amuse us. Installing a camera in the processing center, is this your idea or that of the design team? If it is the latter, I must say you have assembled quite an extraordinary team. This notion has truly broadened our horizons. Ha ha ha. Today, a camera in the processing center. What shall tomorrow bring? Perhaps a microphone? The day after, might we expect a robotic arm? Miss Chen, with all due respect, the caliber of the team you have commissioned is concerning. I now harbor deep doubts regarding the system you mentioned. If you cannot even surmount the installation phase, it would indeed be profoundly disappointing. Chen Xian maintained a stoic expression as she summoned a technician, handing him 2 cameras. They were to be installed diagonally within the platform cabin of the first test prototype. After a brief pause for contemplation, Chen Xian added, connect them to the motherboard. The technician nodded and hurried to the first machine, opening the platform's glass and commencing his tasks. The first test prototype. This machine had previously encountered an accident, resulting in a certain degree of misalignment in the blade positioning. Without a precision alignment instrument, it was rendered incapable of functioning properly. Why did Miss Chen opt for this particular device as the carrier? Perhaps she was resigned to a reckless gamble, indicating her lack of faith in the system. To speak of confidence seems futile. The very ability to install it correctly is in question, especially since Miss Chen possesses no technical expertise and the on-site personnel have not undergone any training. The situation is quite dire. One wonders from where Miss Chen derives her confidence. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Matsumoto Biyun's smile broadened, as he felt that today was exceptionally fortuitous. If he could swiftly dismantle this so-called Qin Group's self-developed system, then the thought of a comfortable life post-mission filled Matsumoto Biyun with immense joy. Yayun-kun, Tanaka whispered. Why must we proceed in this manner? Mr. Tanaka, you may not fully grasp the situation. Matsumoto Biyun languidly reclined in his chair and remarked. The saying goes, strike the snake, but leave the head intact, lest it retaliate. The Qin Group, while currently weakened, remains a colossal entity with a market value of 300 to 400 billion. Noticing Mr. Tanaka's apparent indifference, Matsumoto Biyun continued with a smile, of course. When compared to our company W, the Qin Group seems insignificant. However, as long as the Qin Group has not reached a point of utter despair, there remains room for negotiation, which I personally detest. It is imperative to suppress the Qin Group entirely, rendering them incapable of recovery. Only then will the market be subject to our dictates. At that juncture, whatever price you wish to propose will be one they must accept. Haha. Yet Tanaka furrowed his brow, seemingly hesitant to voice his thoughts. Does Mr. Tanaka believe that Company W's system cannot surpass that of an insignificant firm? That is not the case. Tanaka shook his head. Then there is no issue. Matsumoto Biyun revealed a sly smile. Mr. Tanaka, let us await the unfolding drama. At the head table, Qin Zhangshuan ultimately settled into his seat, casting a glance at his daughter standing beside the prototype of test machine number 1. Revealing a trace of a wry smile. Chairman Shun, could you possibly divulge the principle behind the installation of the camera? Inquired a young professor named Wang, who leaned in closely, whispering his curiosity. As Qin Zhangshuan was about to elucidate, he noticed that while the surrounding professors were gazing straight ahead, their ears subtly inclined towards him. A wave of exasperation washed over him. Esteemed colleagues, this is entirely the doing of my daughter. I am completely oblivious to it. Moreover, I wish to inquire about the purpose of this camera. The professors exchanged glances, acknowledging the obviousness of her independent actions, yet they found Chen Xian's current maneuvers somewhat perplexing. Professor Shang remarked, Chairman Chen, since you claim ignorance, please do not put us in an awkward position. If this were within the realm of intelligent computing, I might be able to offer some elucidation. However, regarding the processing center, I find myself at a loss. The other professors nodded in agreement. Let us then observe the unfolding of events together. What was meant to be a straightforward evaluation and bidding meeting had devolved into this chaos, leaving Qin Zhangshuan feeling as though his decades of navigating the business world had been in vain. Once this matter was resolved, he vowed to impart a serious lesson to his unruly daughter. The thought of it made his head spin. 20 minutes later, someone exclaimed, Look, the camera is installed. Indeed, it was positioned within the platform's internal chamber. However, what did diagonal installation signify? I had thought that operating the machine would require facial recognition to unlock it. How surprising. Yet, I must admit, your idea is far more plausible than that of Miss Chen's team, huh? My sole concern lies in how Miss Chen will install the system. Everything else is of little interest to me. If Miss Chen manages to complete the installation within 5 hours, it would indeed shatter the industry's record. As the installation of the cameras concluded, the noise within the venue gradually intensified, with all eyes fixated on Chen Xian's figure, curious about her next move. Amidst their scrutiny, Chen Xian retrieved her phone, unlocked it, and began to scroll, seemingly selecting a number to dial. After what felt like an eternity, the call finally connected. Hello, Miss Chen Xian, is there something you need? A male voice emerged, sounding somewhat inhibited, his words muffled. How do I use it? Chen Xian inquired calmly. Ha ha ha, I thought you wouldn't come to me for help. The man on the other end laughed exaggeratedly, his voice rising, now clearly audible to those near Chen Xian. Have I set up the things for you? If it's ready, take a nice photo for yourself. Well, if that's inconvenient, a picture of your face would suffice. Chen Xian listened quietly, while those around her held their breath in anticipation. Then, just find a socket and plug it in, and that's all there is to it. The crowd was left bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Who was this person, and what nonsensical instructions were they giving? Why did we, the tech giants, seem unable to comprehend? Understood. Chen Xian concluded, hanging up the phone. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to instantly regain its air circulation, with a hum of voices rising. Miss Chen, may I inquire about the individual you were speaking with on the phone? A journalist suddenly realized, raising his microphone and shouting towards Chen Xian. Other reporters quickly snapped to attention, adjusting their recording devices and crowding around Chen Xian. Miss Chen, could you disclose the name of the technology development company you commissioned? Could you elaborate on how you entrusted this project? Was your commission approved by your company? Miss Chun. Matsumoto Biyun remained completely unfazed. The identity of Chen Xian's phone companion and the content of their conversation were of no concern to him. He was supremely confident that Company W faced no rivals in contemporary China. However, he found the composed demeanor of the young woman quite captivating. Matsumoto Biyun observed Chen Xian as she earnestly sought an opportunity to speak. This is quite delightful. The cooler she appears, the more intriguing she becomes. Perhaps I should indulge in a change of taste. Mr. Tanaka, what is your perspective? I believe there is no such thing as a plug-and-play system. Tanaka replied fluently for a rare moment, then added, Biyun-kun. A slight stiffness crossed Matsumoto Biyun's otherwise serene expression, and he shrugged with mild disinterest, continuing to watch Chen Xian's movements. After a prolonged, silent search, Chen Xian finally located the designed USB port on the underside of the platform. She furrowed her elegantly shaped brows and inserted her USB drive. Is this acceptable? Old chap, you are a veteran of the industry. Please, share your thoughts. Chungbin furrowed his brow, stating, based on my experience, there exists no system capable of being installed through such a singular method. An array of accompanying software is invariably required, to say nothing of the programming software, which varies significantly among different manufacturers. Furthermore, the precise calibration following the generation of toolpath files necessitates the expertise of skilled technicians. Certain insurmountable issues demand the intervention of specialized engineers. The notion that all challenges could be resolved with merely a USB drive leaves me at a loss for words. Moreover, even if installation were feasible, how would one operate the system? Technicians lacking systematic training cannot ensure the seamless functioning of the system. Miss Chen appears to be somewhat presumptuous. How could this be construed as Miss Chen's fault? If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards that technician, shouldn't it? What does just plug it in even mean? If it were that simple, what purpose would we, as senior engineers, serve? Another individual nearby expressed his dissatisfaction. All right, Lao Ran, we are already here. Let us observe what Chen's group truly has to offer. Perhaps, just as he spoke, he abruptly halted. Perhaps what? The person known as Lao Ran turned in confusion only to find his friend's eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Lao Xiaoyu. Do not speak, just look. Chen Xian remained oblivious to the discussions unfolding around her. In her perspective, from the moment the USB drive was inserted into the machine, it seemed as though everything had transformed. In order to enhance human-computer interaction, the Chen Group's engineering prototype has adopted the most advanced capacitive touchscreen, paired with a robust engineering-grade CPU capable of executing any program. At that moment, a prompt quietly appeared on the screen. You are about to install the exclusive, privately customized prototype system provided by Wang Shuo for Miss Chen Xian. Please confirm that you have obtained permission from Miss Chen Xian. If you are Miss Chen Xian herself, kindly provide a recent photograph of yourself. Note: on-site photography is required. Below are the options to confirm or cancel, yet there is no option to upload a photograph. Surprisingly, the USB drive, which had shown no response when inserted into the computer, finally exhibited some activity, bringing a slight sense of comfort to Chen Xian. What on earth is this? Why do I feel this does not seem like a legitimate system? Brother, tell me, what does it display? There is no option to upload a photo. How can I select to upload one? It feels like I am registering for a dating app. A dating app would be far superior, at least the interface is appealing. This simplistic UI is utterly unappealing to me. Chen Xian's calm demeanor swiftly transformed. It began with astonishment, followed by a hint of peculiarity, and ultimately, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. This Wang Shuo. In haste, she lifted the cover of the nearby platform, disregarding her own appearance, and thrust her head inside. Click. Here is your recent photograph. Attached, one image. The photograph of Chen Xian. Well, suffice it to say, it is not particularly flattering. Chen Xian, who has endured familial pressures and feels her temper waning, clenches her small hands tightly. If Wang Shuo were before her now, he would undoubtedly suffer 1,000 points of critical damage. The scene shifts once more. A chuckle escapes. This is merely a jest. Upon your initial activation of this system, a prompt will appear to verify your identity as Miss Chun, a precaution for safety, as it would be unfortunate to misplace such an exquisitely tailored system. The automatic process will now commence, requiring no further involvement from you, Miss Chen. Please take a seat and relax. A smiling emoji appears. Chen Xian can already hear the sound of her own gritting teeth. What on earth is this? I fear I shall never be able to regard the installation of an operating system with the same composure again. Miss Chen. Are you certain this is a system program and not a prank? Matsumoto Byun's anxious voice breaks in. Ignoring him, Chen Xian gazes silently at the screen. The subsequent visuals appear considerably more normal. Hardware connection detected, currently verifying. 5-axis multifunctional machining center. Existing data found. Your continuation of the installation will overwrite the original data. Please confirm. Chen Xian clicks to confirm. Verification in progress completed. The hardware meets the system standards and is ready to execute the installation command. Installation in progress. 1. 5. How can this be? Cheng Bin's eyes widen in disbelief. What's the matter, brother? Asked the man beside him, puzzled. Is the installation speed too rapid? Installation speed? Cheng Bin finally came to his senses. He was so astounded that he failed to notice the unusual speed of the system installation. He shook his head in disbelief, murmuring, "This is impossible, utterly impossible. What on earth is happening, brother? Please enlighten us," a man exclaimed, anxiously tugging at his hair. "I'm not certain at the moment. Let us continue to observe." Cheng Bin replied, his fingers instinctively tightening. Installation progress. 15. 20. Song Bin Biyun scoffed. "Miss Chen Xian, if this is merely a tedious trick, it ought to conclude now. We lack the inclination to indulge you in this animation." No one echoed his sentiment. Everyone remained fixated on the progress bar displayed on the screen, counting the increments one by one. Even Tan Zhong, seated beside him, straightened slightly, his gaze unwavering. Qin Zhangshuan regarded the sudden silence in the room with curiosity. He turned to consult the experts but found them equally solemn. He lowered his voice and inquired of the nearest professor, Professor Zhang. "What is happening?" "Chairman Qin, allow me to explain shortly. Let us first observe the situation." Professor Zhang replied with a grave expression, dismissing Qin Zhangshuan. Qin Zhangshuan parted his lips to speak but ultimately fell silent, joining the others in their intense focus on the unfolding events. Installation progress. 45. 50. Chen Xian watched the ever-changing numbers on the screen, feeling her heart gradually rise in anticipation. 61. 65. She silently chanted within herself. 70%. 75%. Cheng Bin was also silently counting. To gain a clearer view, he had positioned himself as close as possible to the first prototype. Beside him stood his steadfast companion, Yang Ming, whom he had only just met. 85%. 90%. Everyone was mentally reciting their counts, fixated on the unconventional program crafted by this unorthodox programmer, curious to see what tricks it might unveil. Only Li Siyu wore a look of astonishment, observing the program now actively running on the device, murmuring to himself, "Can this really function? It shouldn't be possible." Amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, the installation progress finally reached. Installation progress. 100. Chapter 35. Custom-made. Prototype system. Is this really successful? Has it only been a few minutes? Could it be that the programmer merely produced an animation? I have an inkling that this programmer is not entirely serious. I too feel this way. Why does it seem that only when 4 or 5 people are hovering around the machine can I feel at ease? This absence of others leaves me with a sense of emptiness. If something else were to emerge now, I would be prepared to face it calmly. The program installation was complete, and it was now gathering data from the target device. Please wait. In the eager eyes of all present, the screen displayed this message. Has it truly succeeded? Cheng Bin revealed a hint of surprise, continuing to observe silently. Gathering data? What kind of operation is this? Does the system even manage how data is collected from the processing center? I have encountered countless system installations, yet this atmosphere feels amiss. Ahem. Here I am again, Miss Chen Xian. Do not fret. Grant me a few moments to examine the specific capabilities of this machine. For the data you provided is rather inaccurate. Ahem. Let me take a look. Oh dear, there are indeed numerous issues. The spindle speed is somewhat unstable. But that is not alarming. A deviation in the reset? That presents a challenge. The platform's motion angle is constrained. Alas, that is beyond my capacity to resolve. However, fret not, as this is a bespoke private package. Comprehensive service is imperative. Yet, Miss Chen Xian, may I timidly inquire if we could possibly arrange for payment after service? Chen Xian gazed at the remaining options on the screen, biting her silver teeth slightly, yet made no move, perhaps due to the prolonged inactivity. A line of text reappeared on the screen. Very well, in light of Miss Chen Xian's exquisite beauty, I shall extend a favor. You may enjoy the service first and pay later. Now, let us commence the true main process. As the words on the screen faded, the entire display dimmed instantly. After a prolonged silence, the screen revealed no further indications. The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. Is this the end? Where's the promised system? The crowd exchanged glances. The animated spectacle has concluded. Surely this farce must come to an end? Matsumoto Byun rose, revealing a trace of an elegant smile. If only he had a fan. He would perfectly embody the guise of a hypocrite. Miss Chun, you needn't fixate on the screen. It's evident that this contraption was crafted by a programmer merely to amuse you. Can you genuinely believe such a thing? Huh. A so-called bespoke system. How utterly preposterous. Matsumoto smiled faintly and uttered a single word. Ridiculous. Chen Xian disregarded him, her brow furrowed as she focused intently on the screen. At the moment she could no longer restrain herself and pressed the physical button at the bottom of the screen. It immediately illuminated. Miss Chen Xian, your patience is truly commendable. I am in awe. No wonder you can devour so many books. Ha! This is the final jest, another. And you will chase me down to the software park to exact vengeance. Matsumoto remained silent. Chen Xian's expression darkened. The surrounding crowd wore looks of exasperation. A palpable weariness evident among them. My dear fellow, at a time when our very existence hangs in the balance and the advancement of our nation is at stake. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such frivolities? Furthermore, your programming skills seem rather questionable. Is it really necessary to complicate a system in such a manner? If Miss Chen Xian's patience were truly boundless and she had refrained from pressing that button, would you not have continued the process? The screen dimmed once more, and everyone held their breath, fearful that this inept programmer would conjure yet another absurdity. Fortunately, the screen soon brightened again. System process loading. Please wait. The words on the screen elicited a sigh of relief from Chen Xian. Should anything bizarre emerge, she would prefer to smash this wretched machine. It had been far too long since she had felt such an overwhelming urge to strike someone. When was the last time she had wished to pummel someone into a pulp? It seemed to be when she was 3 years old and had her beloved lollipop snatched away by Chen Qing. Chen Xian took a deep breath, gazing at the text displayed on the screen. The system process was complete and ready. Should the current device be named? After pondering for a few seconds, she entered a series of numbers, CX 1380, and the naming was successful. It felt akin to acquiring a new mobile phone, indeed, quite similar. Who could argue otherwise? After all, it was still a system, albeit rather flamboyant. The installation was remarkably swift, yet she wondered if it was merely a faade, aesthetically pleasing but lacking substance. Below, some murmured critiques emerged, though their eyes remained fixated on the screen. Miss Chen Xian, greetings. You possess the highest authority within this system. Do you consent to the activation of the system with maximum privileges? Chen Xian was perplexed by the notion of maximum privileges, yet she clicked confirm. After all, higher was preferable to lower. The system confirmed successfully. Self-diagnosis commenced, which would require a few minutes. Patience was requested. As the text on the screen faded, the processing platform of the prototype number 1 suddenly emitted a sound, and the previously still spindle began to spin rapidly, startling the bewildered onlookers, who soon expressed their astonishment. It moved, truly moved. This system could indeed interface with the output terminal. At the very least, this demonstrated that the system was not merely a superficial toy. However, the actual precision of the processing remained uncertain. You all have valid points, but I would like to inquire about the current erratic behavior of this number 1 machine. Matsumoto's expression finally shifted. He tilted his head to glance at Tanaka, who had already risen, and inquired, Mr. Tanaka, what is the current situation? Is this merely a farce? Please tell me, has this been successful or a failure? What do you mean? Tanaka replied nonchalantly, I have said nothing, Byun-kun. The technology is precise. Meanwhile, as the conversation unfolded, the screen displayed the self-diagnostic results. Detected tool where? Please replace. Chen Xian summoned a technician, instructing him to remove a tool from another platform and insert it into the tool chamber. This diagnostic feature is standard in most systems, so those surrounding Chen Xian were not taken aback. In fact, the successful installation of this seemingly rudimentary system was already a cause for astonishment. The system detected a reset accuracy issue and commenced self-repair, automatically defining pulse precision. The spindle of the first testing machine began to rotate once more, but this time not with vigorous speed. It moved as if it were stuttering, turning sporadically. Not only the spindle but also the other 4 axes began to exhibit similar stuttering. This machine doesn't sound right, does it? Is it broken? Those at a distance were perplexed, some expressing confusion. It hasn't even been put to use, and it's already malfunctioning. How subpar is that? With such quality, how can we ensure a high workload? This isn't broken. Chang Bin fixated on the status of Machine 1, his voice trembling slightly. This is the sound of tool alignment calibration. With each pulse, the determination of the minimum travel distance is. Are you implying that this machine calibrates itself? How is that even possible? A wave of astonishment erupted among Chang Bin's companions. Surely, you cannot be serious? Without a high-precision tool-setting device, how could the machine ascertain the precision of the minimum travel distance and achieve accurate repositioning? My friend, Yang Ming, standing beside him, hesitantly suggested. Could it be due to the camera? Chang Bin's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The precision is defined. The current physical limit is 0.008 mm. The system is ready. There are no conventional system partitions, nor any standard data displays. The entire interface simply presents a line of text. In the lower right corner, it indicates the current workload, 00, while the lower left corner offers a help option with nothing else in sight. This left Chen Xian feeling utterly bewildered, reminiscent of a pirated software experience. A young bystander could not help but exclaim, did the system developers not consider creating a user interface at all? This level of UI design is utterly abysmal. Was there simply not enough time to create a proper layout? As he spoke, he pointed to the lower left corner. Miss Chen, why not give it a try? Chen Xian reached out and clicked. Prompt 1. This system is exclusively customized. Unauthorized viewing is prohibited. Prompt 2. If you are indeed Chen Xian, you may select from 2 options to proceed with work deployment. A. You may place the already formed workpiece onto the platform, and the system will autonomously establish a data model, precisely replicating it. B. You can import an existing data model or a generated toolpath file, and the system will handle it automatically. Prompt 3. The prompt has concluded. Chen Xian gazed at these prompts, her silver teeth clenched tightly. It seems that this programmer holds a particular fondness for Miss Chen, as even the prompts are uniquely tailored. Haha. This team must undoubtedly be composed of experts. I feel utterly inferior. If only I could craft the copy, I would surpass their efforts, no exaggeration. However, I cannot help but wonder, does the capability of autonomously scanning and establishing a data model truly exist? As of now, no system has achieved such a feat, has it? This function demands high hardware specifications. I have heard that a company from Japan developed something similar, yet it bore no fruit. The second method is equally intriguing, suggesting that this system is entirely unselective regarding the format of toolpath files. In truth, my greater concern lies with the question, what if it is not Miss Chen herself using the system? Should we not be more concerned about whether this system is genuinely fully automated? As for the abysmal user interface, it has been thoroughly overlooked by all, rendering it quite intolerable. Ultimately, Chen Xian opted for the second method. She instructed someone to retrieve the USB drive containing the toolpath file and inserted it into the USB port. Instantly, the screen transformed. Data information was detected, revealing a quantity of 1. Data import is in progress. Suddenly, the screen displayed the model of the workpiece that required processing along with the tool position data. The image was remarkably well generated, seemingly modified in some way, as someone beside her quietly remarked. Chen Xian clicked to confirm, initially thinking she could finally be free from the task at hand. However, to her surprise, the display changed again, revealing a line of text. Data error detected. Forcing output may lead to inaccuracies. Verifying permissions. Verification complete. You possess advanced permissions. The system has automatically optimized the data model, adjusted the toolpath, resulting in a 43 increase in precision, a 22 boost in speed, and a 100 enhancement in stability. Please confirm whether to proceed with the optimized path output. Chen Xian stared at the display, momentarily perplexed by its implications. Though she was bewildered, there were those around her who understood. At some point, Chang Bin had approached her, his eyes now wide with astonishment as he fixated on the screen. The others nearby held their breath in anticipation. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony erupted. What have I just witnessed? This system actually. Could it be a counterfeit? Is there truly a system capable of autonomously altering tool position data? Such automated programming is unheard of. If this is genuine, wouldn't the system from Company W be rendered inferior? Is it real? Is there truly an optimization in place? Miss Chen, please confirm swiftly. The hall transformed into a bustling marketplace, the previous tranquility dissipating entirely. Several esteemed professors rose from their seats, craning their necks to observe. Miss Chen. Chang Bin perceived a slight tremor in his voice, apprehensive that his hopes might be dashed. Yet, no matter how eloquently one speaks, The outcome remains elusive without endeavoring to ascertain it. Click it, Miss Chen. Do confirm swiftly. Amidst the cacophony, Chen Xin, feeling a tinge of anxiety, pressed the confirm button. With a hiss, the screen transformed from mere text into a magnificent 3D model, with streams of data incessantly annotating various segments of the model. In the upper left corner, a series of operational menus appeared. The stunning imagery and the richness of functionality silenced even the most vocal critics of the system's user interface. This is a real-time progress chart. The eyes of those beside Chen Bin sparkled with excitement. Moreover, we can observe the operational status of each axis, adjust every parameter in real time, and even incorporate sculptural patterns. Here too, this section displays the comparative values. Let me see, remarkably, it is a real-time repair and correction. Look. The comparative values are in constant flux. This indicates that the system is perpetually adjusting the 5 axes. It does not produce a uniform output but rather dynamically responds based on the real-time feedback from the 5 axes. This demands an impressive computational capacity from the system. And this line here, someone seems to have discerned something, the fine interpolation function, with such elevated parameters. Does this not imply that the system has defined interpolation down to each pulse signal? The precise interpolation function is a hallmark of Japanese systems, realized through real-time compensation, which significantly enhances the accuracy of surface machining. This has been one of the fields in which domestic systems have been striving to catch up. Yet the results have been less than satisfactory. If this system were to possess a more refined interpolation function than its Japanese counterpart, for a moment, the eyes of those gathered around Machine 1 seemed to glimmer with hope. These features represent the aspirations that many have long dreamt of embedding within domestic systems. With such capabilities, they would be willing to invest more, confident that once domestic production is on the right track, prices would inevitably decrease. Alas, even this modest expectation has remained unfulfilled. Could this time bring about a glimmer of hope? Chapter 36. What does it mean to overwhelm, however? Embellishments alone are futile, ultimately. The actual performance is what matters. Matsumoto Biyun expressed his disdain with a faint tone. Miss Chin, your team has performed admirably to reach this level. Even if it is merely a FAAD, it surpasses the majority of superficial offerings from our nation. Yet, regrettably, a FAAD remains a FAAD. With a derisive chuckle, Matsumoto pointed at the screen. This interface is passable, but the previous one, if I may be blunt, was it crafted by foot? Even if it were crafted by foot, this would still be an impressive outcome. And as for the so-called optimization, Matsumoto exhaled with a hint of scorn before turning to inquire. Mr. Tanaka, have you ever encountered a control system capable of self-optimizing tool diameter? Never, Biyun-kun. Tanaka shook his head, stating, the most advanced control systems currently can only report errors. They lack the ability to autonomously make adjustments. Did you hear that? Matsumoto sneered. Do you truly believe that an obscure company could surpass decades of accumulation by an entire nation? If Japan cannot produce such innovations, how could China possibly achieve it? What a farce. The crowd fell silent, unable to refute his claims. Though Matsumoto's arrogance was palpable, regrettably, he spoke the truth. For decades, China had been trailing behind in the wake of advanced technologies, repeatedly stumbling in the face of reality, to the extent that they could scarcely muster a retort. I am certain, Matsumoto continued, his tone growing more fervent as he pointed to the first machine. This contraption is merely a toy of systems. It is of no consequence. You may observe patiently. Once the workpiece is completed, you will realize that all talk of optimization, interpolation, and real-time compensation is mere visual deception. A mere animation presented by the designers. As he spoke, Matsumoto produced a workpiece from his hand and placed it beside the first machine. This is our finished product. Perhaps some of you did not examine it closely earlier, but now you may take a look. The crowd remained silent, without the need for detailed examination. The exquisite craftsmanship of the finished piece was evident merely from its appearance. The slightly matte surface reflected light in a way that suggested a subtle luster. Matsumoto smiled at this scene. What do you think? No one spoke, and even Shengbin had to concede that the products fabricated by Machine No. 3 surpassed those of Machine Number 2 by a considerable margin. In terms of tactile sensation and roughness, they were in entirely different leagues. The faint spark of excitement that had just ignited abruptly vanished, replaced by a heavy wave of doubt. Could Machine Number 1 truly achieve such a level of craftsmanship? Whether it could or could not was not for you to decide, Matsumoto Biyun. Chen Xion's voice rang out from the crowd. Matsumoto Biyun turned to look. You are merely a sycophant. Do you think you are worthy? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and the media reacted swiftly, with numerous journalists fervently snapping photographs. Countless flashes illuminating Chen Xin and Matsumoto Beiyun. The young lady of the Chen family had audaciously insulted someone in public, and this was the second occurrence in a short span. The last time, it had cost the Chen Group a significant drop in stock prices. What would be the outcome this time? Matsumoto Beiyun's expression darkened. It appears that Miss Chen has not learned her lesson. What Japan cannot produce, we can. The technologies that elude the Japanese, we shall master. Chen Xion's voice was frosty as she retorted, the Japanese are not your progenitors, but ours. What they can accomplish, we can achieve. What they cannot, we shall surpass. Well said. I have great faith in Miss Chen's system. To be honest, aside from the rather unappealing UI, every other aspect of this system is a delightful surprise. It can operate normally, which is already a significant success, even if the final product is slightly lacking. We wholeheartedly support it. This system is the finest I have encountered. Even in the realm of animation, I am willing to believe. I stand in support of Miss Chen. Changbin stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Matsumoto Beiyun. Young Master Beiyun, your words are somewhat excessive. With a hint of amusement, Matsumoto Beiyun surveyed the crowd before him. Mr. Tanaka and I are merely waiting to observe whether the system you all speak of can indeed meet your lofty expectations. Miss Chen, I hope this time you will remember your lessons. The conversation concluded, and all eyes were riveted on Unit 1. Due to the collision, the glass platform of Unit 1 had developed cracks and was smeared with an unknown liquid. Despite the staff's attempts at cleaning, it remained obscured. The spectators could only vaguely perceive the spindle within the platform in continuous motion, yet its precise workings remained elusive. Chen Xin maintained a calm demeanor, though her hand betrayed her anxiety, clenching involuntarily. After a brief span of half an hour, the sounds of Unit 1's operation gradually diminished. When the machine finally came to a halt, the display shifted once more. Output complete. Your task has been fulfilled. Thank you for your usage. If you wish to continue the task, you may choose to do so. Is it finished? It should be, right? What time is it? One person pointed at the screen. 46 minutes and 42 seconds. Hiss. Could it be false? Matsumoto Beiyun glanced at the screen as well. And upon seeing the displayed time, he could not suppress a chuckle. The designer of this system has certainly gone to great lengths to showcase their deceptive prowess. No. Tanaka shook his head. Time cannot be falsified, Beiyun. Matsumoto Beiyun paused in surprise. Are you implying this time is accurate? Ever since the machine commenced operation, I have been keeping track of time. Tanaka revealed his wristwatch. The discrepancy is minimal. Is that so? Matsumoto Beiyun smiled faintly, suggesting that Chen Xin truly brought a mere imitation? Haha, 40 minutes, how is that even possible? Tanaka slightly shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Miss Chen, might you present it? Observing Chen Xion's inaction, the onlookers grew anxious and urged her on. Allow me. Changbin stepped forward to the first machine, gazing at the now tranquil platform. It had been years since he felt such tension, as the final exhibit of the day, should it fall short of W Company standards, it would spell the demise of domestic systems, rendering any hope of catching up with Japanese or Western systems futile. The vast market of China would remain under the hegemony of Japanese and American enterprises, and they would continue to bow to the intimidation of these nations. The previous performance of their system had instilled confidence in them, and now it was time to witness the outcome. Taking a deep breath, Changbin lifted the glass covering of the platform, and an intense beam of light erupted, causing him to squint slightly. Initially, there was a moment of silence, followed by an explosive gasp from the crowd. Is this the workpiece processed by our machine? How is this even possible? Matsumoto Beiyun was deep in thought when he was suddenly startled by a chorus of gasps around him. He turned and was met with a sight that caused his complexion to pale. How could this be? Mr. Tanaka, this. Beside him, however, Mr. Tanaka had already stepped forward, taking the workpiece from Changbin's hands and scrutinizing it intently. Mr. Tanaka, could it be that they have fabricated this? Matsumoto Beiyun's expression darkened, and before Tanaka could respond, he pivoted towards the podium. There, Chen Zhangshuan and a group of experts were also focused on the unfolding situation. How brazen of the esteemed Chen Corporation to openly engage in such deceit in this setting. Chairman Chen, is this what you refer to as the customary decorum of Huaxia? Matsumoto-san, let us not forget that you too are of Huaxia descent. Do not assume that a mere change of surname absolves you of your heritage. Chen Xion's icy voice cut through Matsumoto Beiyun's thoughts, and her words further darkened his countenance, nearly choking him with indignation. You. Enough, Beiyun-kun. Matsumoto Beiyun's retort was abruptly halted, his finger pointing at Shin Xin with no place to land. We have lost. Lost? Matsumoto Byun could hardly comprehend that such words would emerge from a Japanese expert who exuded such technical confidence. What has become of your nonchalant demeanor? What of your previously unwavering assurances? Mr. Tanaka, please take another look. Have you been deceived by these Huaxiao individuals? I refuse to believe that Huaxiao possesses the capability to produce a system surpassing that of Japan. It must be a fabrication. Tanaka shook his head, disregarding him, and proceeded directly to Chen Xin. Miss Chen, I beg your pardon for my boldness. Tanaka deeply bowed, acknowledging our defeat. The Japanese bowed. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the incessant clicks of cameras captured this moment, which would forever be etched in the annals of the machinery industry. However, I must inquire about the identity of the individual who designed this system. Chen Xin was momentarily taken aback by Tanaka's unexpected gesture. It is noteworthy that throughout the negotiations, this Japanese individual had been unyielding towards anyone except Matsumoto. To bow directly was unprecedented. Was it the person you just spoke with on the phone? Chen Xin instinctively nodded. Might we have the fortune of meeting your esteemed party to discuss an important matter? I beg of you. Tanaka bowed once more. Matsumoto's expression shifted dramatically. He finally grasped the situation and rushed to Tanaka's side, attempting to assist him while exclaiming, Mr. Tanaka, what are you doing? Matsumoto-kun. Tanaka straightened up and pointed at the workpiece in Chung Bin's hand. You are mistaken. Miss Chen's system is beyond comparison, whether in precision, functionality, or other aspects that I might not have discerned. There is no need for that. Matsumoto had lost his earlier arrogance, now visibly flustered. Tanaka's demeanor rendered his previous bravado a mere jest. Matsumoto-kun, you are not Japanese. You do not understand. We, the Japanese, only hold respect for the strong. The individual responsible for designing this system, I am not comparable to him. Tanaka turned once more, deeply bowing before Chen Xin. Please. The expressions of those surrounding Chen Xin were complex. They were all engaged in the machinery manufacturing industry and were acutely aware of the weight W company held within the sector. The expert bowing before them was no ordinary individual. He was a senior engineer at W company, a figure whom everyone present had earnestly sought to win over. His mere appearance commanded a fee exceeding millions, and a simple nod from him could potentially save enterprises hundreds of thousands of dollars, an amount critical for the survival of smaller firms. Yet, at this moment, such a person bowed 3 times to this young girl before him. It left them in a state of bewilderment. When had the struggling Chinese manufacturing sector ever experienced such a moment of dignity? Chen Xin, too, was dazed. This was the accomplishment she had longed for in her dreams. Yet upon achieving it, it felt surreal. All she could do was instinctively nod. Truly, I am immensely grateful. Mr. Tanaka, young Master Matsumoto. It seems you ought to pursue him. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Byun's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Shinbin, who had spoken, and hurriedly followed Tanaka's departing footsteps. For remaining any longer would only bring further embarrassment. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the unfolding situation. Why had W company left so abruptly? The results had yet to be announced. Was there even a need for an announcement? Even a newcomer like me could see it clearly. The representative of Company W must certainly be a technical expert, incapable of misunderstanding the situation. Yet, what could possibly compare to the prowess of Miss Chen behind the scenes? Indeed, remaining there any longer would only lead to embarrassment, particularly since the young man beside him had boasted so profusely. Do not be deceived by the apparent humility of the Japanese, who bow at the slightest opportunity. They are astute. The atmosphere was charged with a buzzing energy. As everyone struggled to find calm, reflecting on the events of the day, witnessing the Japanese experts retreat in defeat, their meeting abruptly canceled. 2 words echoed in the minds of all present: overwhelming dominance. For many years, the advanced CNC operating system has been a perennial source of anguish within the Chinese industrial sector. We have tirelessly pursued and explored this path, yet hope remained elusive. Until today. If you were to ask how advanced it is, consider this. The representative from the Japanese company, a technical giant, remained silent in acknowledgement of their error, bowing 3 times merely to meet the designer of this system. This is indeed an unparalleled level of advancement. Chapter 37. The Master? Shen Zhongshuan sensed that today would not unfold as planned. He had meticulously crafted a script for the day's proceedings. In his envisioned narrative, Company W would showcase its overwhelming technological prowess at the evaluation meeting, while the Chen Group would offer substantial benefits in exchange for W support. Ultimately, he and Matsumoto Byun would reach an agreement, bringing the day to a flawless conclusion. This chain reaction would activate his earlier preparations, alleviating the group's financial crisis, allowing him to cease worrying about the predatory gazes of other conglomerates. He meticulously calculated every detail, yet he could never have anticipated that the script he passionately crafted would be ruthlessly torn apart, crushed, and crumpled into a ball and tossed into the trash by his own daughter. He was utterly astonished that Chen Xian, whom he had once believed to be under the influence of others, would nonchalantly produce a seemingly whimsical system program. However, this program, which appeared to be a mere jest, had indeed obliterated the pride of Company W, leaving nothing but ruins in its wake. All his schemes, calculations, and strategic maneuvers, once capable of turning tides, had been rendered into a pale farce under the brutal force of this reality. As he observed the arrogant Tian Zhong bowing to his daughter, and the imperious Matsumoto being compelled to retreat in a fluster after attempting to raise his prices, he also took in the fervent faces of the surrounding business representatives and the excited journalists who had uncovered this momentous news. Chen Zhangshuan inhaled deeply, realizing that not only was Chen Xian seemingly living in a dream, but he too was ensnared in a dreamlike state. After years of relentless pursuit, the scene he had longed for materialized today, manifested through Chen Xian's actions. For so many years, he had devoted himself to investing in the technology sector. What was his ultimate aim? Was it not to elevate the Churn Group's reputation and inject a powerful tonic into the development of technology in China? Wang Shuo. Was that the child's name? Observing the chaotic scene, Chen Zhongshuan smiled faintly. The frustration he felt from Chen Xian's defiance had completely dissipated. Now, his sole task was to craft a perfect summary and conclusion to the events of the day. This was initially a collaborative effort he intended to undertake with Matsumoto, but now it fell solely upon his shoulders. He cleared his throat, drawing the gaze of the crowd towards himself. It seemed the results had finally emerged. Professor Qin, as an expert in materials processing, could you provide us with an analysis? Professor Qin readily agreed, descending from the podium and navigating through the throng to the side of machine number 1. Behind him, Chen Zhongshuan and several other experts followed closely. Words failed him. Truly, words failed him. The elderly Professor Qin gazed at the gleaming workpiece in Cheng Bin's hand, murmuring to himself before extending his somewhat trembling hand to carefully receive the workpiece, cradling it in his palm. It was exquisite. The faces of all the experts were filled with admiration. Even Chen Zhongshuan had to concede that the workpiece before him surpassed the very definition of a mere object. It was a masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. I can scarcely believe this is something produced by our own machine. I need not resort to instruments for measurement. Merely observing its smoothness and feel assures me that the precision must be impeccable. Chairman Chen, what is the best physical precision of your machine? Chen Zhongshuan summoned a technician for clarification. Embarrassingly, the answer was a mere 0.009 mm of physical precision. That suffices. The precision is undoubtedly adequate. Professor Qin caressed the lustrous, smooth surface of the workpiece, exclaiming, Chairman Chen, you have truly astonished me. Such a remarkable creation, and it has only now been unveiled. And in this manner, noticing the profound look in Professor Qin's eyes, even Chen Zhongshuan, despite his thick skin, couldn't help but feel a slight flush to his cheeks. If this object were to possess even the slightest merit, I might concede to your praise, but the truth is, it bears no merit whatsoever. Ahem, Professor Qin. Your compliments are unwarranted. I was entirely oblivious to this creation until it was presented by my daughter. I understand. Professor Qin chuckled softly, Chairman Chen. Despite my focus on scientific research, I am not entirely ignorant of the intricacies of the business world. Chen Zhongshuan felt his smile stiffen. What exactly do you believe you comprehend? He quickly shifted the topic. Ahem, Professor Qin, could you enlighten us on the level of craftsmanship this product embodies? What level? Professor Qin replied with a smile, allow me to put it this way. Chairman Chen, the disparity between the components produced by Machine 1 and those produced by Machine 3 is comparable to the difference between Machine 3 and this product. Machine 1 had an accident. Chen Zhongshuan suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that you are serious? Indeed, I am quite serious. Professor Qin nodded with delight, gently caressing the component in his hand. What a remarkable piece. I never anticipated that I, old Qin, would witness such a significant advancement for our nation at this stage of my life. Professor Qin, if you're so pleased, might we also have the chance to observe it? We are eagerly awaiting your demonstration, said a young professor by the name of Wang with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, my sincerest apologies to all. My excitement got the better of me. Come, take a look. The component continued to circulate, Beautiful, indeed it is. The exquisite quality of the workpiece signifies not only the triumph of the machinery, but also the success of the system itself. Professor Qin turned to Professor Zhang beside him and inquired, "If I recall correctly, your research domain also encompasses intelligent manufacturing, does it not? Might this system be considered a form of mechanical intelligence?" Professor Zhang paused momentarily before responding, based on the current circumstances. It does not possess the criteria characteristic of intelligent devices. It lacks the ability to interact autonomously with humans, cannot handle complex tasks, and fails to comprehend logical relationships. It is merely a highly automated program. However, it is worth noting that its level of AI is truly unparalleled within the realm of machining center systems. At least, I have yet to encounter a program of such caliber in the market. Not only in terms of AI sophistication, but its internal structure and programming are remarkably advanced. Observe this. Professor Wang gestured towards the camera installed on Machine 1. The program's designers have crafted a comprehensive logical framework. They even integrated a remarkably compact image recognition system within the program to provide it with eyes, accompanied by a complete set of algorithms. By utilizing two diagonally mounted cameras, it achieves a three-dimensional perception of the platform compartment. But the accuracy of the cameras cannot be guaranteed, one professor raised a concern. So, this company excels in image recognition as well? Perhaps this capability extends beyond what the cameras alone can achieve. Another expert in the field of physics cautioned, reminding everyone that, aside from the system itself, the hardware foundation is paramount in determining the upper limits of precision for all processing centers. A proficient system can ascertain the minimum travel distance solely through the output pulse data, and with the addition of advanced image recognition algorithms. Achieving millimeter-level precision is indeed within the realm of possibility. This is truly a stroke of genius in design. However, without technical support, even the finest design is rendered futile. Moreover, there is a crucial point to consider. Professor Wang gestured towards the three-dimensional model displayed on the screen in the tool position data, emphasizing the system's autonomous error correction capabilities regarding the tool position data. The comparative error alerts generated in conjunction with the database represent a functionality that many domestic manufacturers have pursued for decades. What stands before us not only generates error alerts, but also rectifies the tool path on a data level, significantly enhancing both operational stability and efficiency. This is where true technological prowess lies. This company has amassed data expertise unmatched in China. The experts' explanations captivated those around them, who were enthralled by the system's program output, the autonomous error correction, and the breathtaking finished products. Yet, they remained oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Ultimately, they were mere users, not designers. The pressing question now is this system truly the creation of a Chinese company? All professors turned their gaze towards Chen Xian, who still stood before the machine. "Miss Chen, the system you presented today has truly astonished us." Professor Qin, stroking his beard, chuckled and inquired, "May I ask which company you entrusted to create this? If it is one of our esteemed domestic firms, might you share its name with us?" Grandfather Qin, Chen Xian, not daring to be remiss, greeted him respectfully before furrowing her brow and asking, "Is this thing truly remarkable?" In terms of these two aspects alone, this system undoubtedly qualifies as a masterpiece of the highest caliber. The individual who designed it must surely be a renowned master in the industry, correct? A renowned master? Chen Xian's expression grew somewhat peculiar as she recalled that insipid face. Is this truly a celebrated master of the field? Indeed. Such a creation could only be conceived by someone with profound experience. Professor Wang asserted with conviction. If it weren't for a seasoned researcher, it would be utterly impossible to produce. Professor Qin took over the discourse, clarifying, "This system is not merely a simple software. It is hailed as the jewel of industrial software. Without a solid technical foundation and extensive experience, it cannot be realized. Indeed, especially given its remarkable convenience. The method and speed of installation are unprecedented." Professor Wang nodded in deep agreement, well aware of the challenges involved as he specializes in this area. "Miss Chen, please do share with us the name of this master behind the scenes." Chapter 38, The Name of Wang Shuo in the Heart of W City. At the Chen Group's branch office, Chang Bin emerged from the building with a composed demeanor, finally suppressing the turmoil within him. He exhaled deeply, a sense of rebirth washing over him. The weather outside the building was splendid, with a clear sky stretching endlessly and the sun climbing high overhead, its scorching rays baking the ground below. Chang Bin gazed at the bright expanse above, squinting slightly. Beside him stood Yang Ming, who had been inseparable from him since their acquaintance. "Have you made the reservation?" "Indeed," Yang Ming exclaimed with palpable excitement. "I directly booked 2 units, opting for installment payments." Cheng Bin replied nonchalantly. "I reserved 10 units, paying in full." Full payment? Yang Ming was taken aback, momentarily stunned. After a brief calculation of the cost for 10 units, he gasped, "My friend, what kind of company are you running? To be able to produce 65 million without batting an eye, it must be an immense enterprise." "Zhanjiang Machinery Company, Limited. Have you heard of it?" "Zhanjiang." Yang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, he had heard of it. If he were unfamiliar with this formidable machinery manufacturer dominating City S and operating both domestically and internationally, he would hardly be considered part of the industry. Cautiously, he ventured, "Are you Mr. Cheng?" Chang Bin flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pristine teeth. "Indeed, that would be me." You even came in person?" Yang Ming said, somewhat incredulously. "You could have easily sent someone in your stead." Chang Bin chuckled softly. "I prefer to see things with my own eyes, and this time, it was well worth it." "Not just worth it." Yang Ming's excitement made him tremble. "It's an absolute windfall. Mr. Cheng, I owe you a great deal." Yang Ming felt a sense of relief, fortunate that President Cheng had given an early reminder, before the experts had disseminated their knowledge and the public had fully grasped the significance. The two of them managed to extricate themselves from the crowd and rushed to the reservation desk, stubbornly securing a few machines. Otherwise, recalling the long queue sent a shiver down his spine. "Do not mention it. You simply seized a fortunate moment," Cheng Bin remarked with a hint of admiration. "The Qin Group has executed a remarkable turnaround this time. Such high-performance machines are incomparable even to international counterparts of similar caliber, significantly elevating the technological standards within the domestic sector. The disparity in systems is so vast that other manufacturers find it nearly impossible to catch up, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Need I elaborate? Just observe those fervent representatives from various firms, and you will understand." When I departed, I heard that orders were already extending into the next year. These individuals are undoubtedly drawn by the system, for despite the advanced nature of the Qin Group's hardware, it does not present a generational leap. How advanced is this system? Everyone present bore witness to its capabilities. It possesses features available in Japanese systems, and it is highly likely to include functionalities that they lack. Particularly striking were the bows of the Japanese experts, which resonated like a thunderclap, both elevating spirits and allowing many outsiders to recognize the system as sophistication and influence. This truly is an exhilarating triumph, leaving one invigorated. At present, this information remains confined to a select circle, allowing individuals like ourselves to maintain a competitive edge. However, as the evaluations conducted by the Qin Group conclude alongside the successful completion of the Commerce Conference, and as more individuals exit the building, the news from the evaluations will swiftly disseminate to major newspapers and social media outlets in W City, ultimately spreading across the nation at an unprecedented pace via the internet. At that moment, the announcement of the Qin Group's groundbreaking product will ignite the entire industry. "Mr. Cheng, could you enlighten us about the origins of this frontier technology company?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ming seemed to recall something and inquired once more. In this stunning comeback battle of the Qin Group, 2 names are particularly pivotal. The first, undoubtedly, is the Zhongji Pengcheng Technology Company, Limited, which operates under the Qin Group and has designed and launched the new generation of processing centers, boasting physical properties and precision that rank among the best in the country. The second name is even more illustrious. It is Frontier Technology Company. This previously obscure and unfamiliar entity has single-handedly crafted a control system that leaves even the technical experts of Japan's W company feeling inadequate. "Shall we investigate?" Yang Ming mused, momentarily taken aback, before retrieving his phone, effortlessly unlocking it, and stating, "There's no need for any inconvenience, Mr. Cheng. Due to business relations, I have specifically downloaded the Tian Yanka app on my phone, enabling me to access various company directories with ease. Please hold on. I will look it up right now." Yang Ming opened the app, clicked on the input box, and began typing the name. Such an entity must undoubtedly be the product of a large corporation. It is inconceivable that it could be the work of a mere small firm. As he typed, Yang Ming chuckled to himself, remarking that a small company certainly lacks the prowess to engage an industry master in system design. The results have appeared. Let us unveil the true nature of this company. How is this possible? What's wrong? Cheng Bin inquired. Yang Ming extended his phone towards Cheng Bin, who cast a puzzled glance and softly read aloud. Company name, Frontier Technology Company, Limited status, active, operating normally. Legal representative, Wang Shuo. Registered capital, 100,000 RMB. Establishment date. Cheng Bin's eyes widened, realizing it was October 14th, 2018. He pondered, somewhat bewildered. If I am not mistaken, today is November 1st, right? You are not mistaken, Mr. Cheng. Yang Ming inhaled deeply. This company has been established for less than 20 days. Moreover, it has no shareholders, no business records, no risk assessments, and no change records. It is, in essence, a veritable small company. However, the legal representative is Wang Shuo. Who is this Wang Shuo? Mr. Cheng, your tenure in the industry surpasses mine. Have you heard of this Wang Shuo? No. Cheng Bin shook his head with a hint of resignation. Let us not dwell on this. It seems this company is merely a shell corporation released by the Qin Group. Due to the involvement of certain sensitive matters or content, it is quite common to find individuals registering shell companies anew. Cheng Bin was not surprised by this. However, this complicates the task of discerning who exactly designed and produced this system. When Chen Xian once again entered the top-floor office of the Qin Group's W City branch, over 4 hours had already elapsed. Whether it was merely an illusion, Chen Xian seemed to detect a hint of admiration in their gazes. Very well, Chairman. The senior executives tidied their notebooks and responded in unison, filing out in succession. Once everyone had departed, Chen Zhongshuan finally lifted his gaze to Chen Xian and gestured towards the adjacent seat. Please, take a seat. Chen Xian settled down gently. Regarding today's events, you performed commendably. Chen Zhongshuan spoke softly, yet the commendation did not imply correctness. Chen Xian slightly raised her head. Today, you made 2 errors. Chen Zhongshuan accepted the tea handed to him by Uncle Chen, took a gentle sip, and continued. First, you should not have executed an entirely unfamiliar system program on brand new equipment without any prior testing. Had this system not been remarkably proficient, you could have made a grave mistake today. It is inconsequential if you find yourself in a predicament, but your misstep would place us at a significant disadvantage in our forthcoming negotiations with Company W, preventing us from reaching any equitable agreement. And the group would bear a far greater cost as a result. Chen Xian slightly tilted her head. Secondly, it is inappropriate for you to privately disclose such an advanced system program. Had you informed us in advance, the company's technical personnel could have conducted systematic testing and analysis on this program, devising a detailed plan that would significantly enhance the system's efficacy. Chen Xian pressed her lips together. The aforementioned is the opinion of your uncle upon learning of this matter. A hint of confusion crossed Chen Xian's face as she blinked and glanced at Uncle Chen, who was explaining beside her. Now, allow me to present my perspective. Chen Zhongshuan remained silent for a moment, sipping his tea in contemplation before speaking. You have been somewhat impulsive, Xianer. The third point I wish to convey is that you should not have mentioned Wang Shuo without consulting me first, although you did not explicitly name him. You have nonetheless revealed the company's name to the media and others. Is that not inappropriate? Chen Xian interjected, her clear voice melodious. If he were in my position, it would naturally pose no issue. However, the fact remains that he is merely a college freshman. Do you understand? Chen Xian nodded thoughtfully. Yet, this window of opportunity will not remain open for long. It is also my fault. Chen Zhongshuan sighed, stating, ever since I learned of your relationship with Wang Shuo, I have not taken it seriously, dismissing it as mere folly. Now, it appears I was mistaken. Chen Xian opened her mouth, eager to tell Chen Zhongshuan that she was indeed being foolish, yet in her folly, it had escalated beyond her expectations. I have also reviewed the contract you signed. If I had known that this child could truly produce such a thing, I would have certainly refrained from consenting. However, the contract is already signed. Chen Zhongshuan suddenly inquired, are you certain that Wang Shuo single-handedly developed an entire system? Chen Xian nodded with unwavering conviction. 15 days? He has no reason to deceive me. Chen Xian recalled Wang Shuo's demeanor when he was negotiating with her and added, moreover, I did not assign him any auxiliary personnel. Chen Zhongshuan furrowed his brow. A single individual completing such a task in 15 days made him question whether he had misunderstood. This was fundamentally an impossible endeavor. If one person could indeed create a system, then all the money he had invested in the establishment of an entire company to employ numerous technical staff would seem utterly foolish. Especially considering the system's remarkable quality, it would further underscore his incompetence. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhongshuan made a decision. I must meet him. Meanwhile, the Qin Corporation unveiled a new type of processing center, catapulting it to the forefront of domestic industry. The system's excellence left Japanese technical experts feeling inadequate. And this news swiftly spread throughout the media and social platforms across the entirety of China. In an instant, the stocks of the Qin Corporation, which had previously plummeted, surged dramatically, with the heavy industry sector even reaching its ceiling. The shock was palpable. Why had Japan fallen from grace? The Qin Corporation announced significant news. This technology brought Japanese experts to tears. Has Japan given up? What has driven Japan into such a frenzy? Today's financial news. Have you purchased stocks today? Is it true that the domestic industry has reached such heights that even Japanese experts are reduced to tears? When did the nation become so formidable in the field of machine tools? And I was unaware of it. It seems that boasting has become a casual affair. With grand claims soaring like birds in the sky, the critics from above cannot stand to see any merit in our nation. Is it now the case that everything from our country is considered the best in the world? The photographs are there for all to see. Your esteemed Japanese counterparts have been brought to their knees. Objectively speaking, as someone engaged in the machine tool sector, I affirm that such assertions are implausible. To illustrate, our factory recently replaced a batch of equipment, and the installation manual for the system filled an entire box of A4 paper. Not a single person in our facility could comprehend it, ultimately necessitating the hiring of Japanese experts at great expense for on-site adjustment and installation. The disparity is indeed vast. Please refrain from disputing. I was present and witnessed it firsthand. Surely, it cannot be that your spirit is present in this matter. If the Qin Group possessed such remarkable technology, they would have showcased it long ago. What of revealing it during negotiations with Company W? I am keen to know who designed and led the development of this system, and why there are no photographs available for public admiration. What is there to admire? It suffices to simply proclaim the excellence of the Qin Group. How intriguing it is. In a luxurious residence in the northern city, a woman in her 30s gazes at the overwhelming online reports, while not far from her, a middle-aged man diligently tends to a bonsai tree. The internet seems to be hailing the Qin Group as a savior. Will you not come and take a look? What is there to see? The man stated flatly. The more coverage something receives, the more inflated it becomes. The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she swiftly scanned the content on the screen. Moments later, she remarked, "This post is rather intriguing. It features a hot topic from a company called Cutting Edge Technology Limited, with an undertone of admiration that is quite fascinating. Aren't you curious to take a look? Cutting Edge Technology?" The man set aside his belongings, approached the woman, and took the tablet from her, gently flipping through the pages. She refrained from interrupting, taking a sip from her water cup, relishing the tranquil comfort of the moment. After a few minutes, the man lifted his head, deep in thought. It seems their registration is recent. They are small in scale and undercapitalized, yet they have gained some notoriety. If we can catch this favorable wave, even if they fail to thrive, we wouldn't incur losses. He nodded thoughtfully. We can give it a try. Please look into this company's details and keep me updated. Certainly. The woman set down her teacup and rose from her seat. If the review is approved, how much should we allocate? Let us go with 100. 100. As in 100,000, she replied with a slight smile before exiting. The middle-aged man gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. Chapter 39. A penny dilemma for Wang Shuo at this moment. Wang Shuo was. Second. Hurry to mid-lane for support. Zhang Jun bellowed from the top lane. I'm currently farming the jungle. Just a moment while I complete my gear. Wang Shuo responded anxiously, focusing intently on his gameplay. The wild creatures collecting yarn. Hurry. It's time to engage. We are merely awaiting your ultimate ability. After much effort in acquiring my gear, I hastily emerged from the fountain and made my way to the mid-lane tower, preparing to execute a flawless combination with my teammates. Suddenly, the screen went dark. And he perished. What is happening? Wang Shuo was utterly bewildered. Old 2, are you not even glancing at the map? Zhang Jun bellowed in frustration. We are all dead. Are you still coming up like a gourd baby to save Grandpa? But I distinctly saw allies nearby. Wang Shuo felt somewhat aggrieved. That was not our team. Zhang Jun retorted. Can you please take this game seriously? Well, fine. Wang Shuo could not recall how many times he had made such a juvenile mistake. He simply seemed ill-suited for this type of game. Alas, it was over again. As Zhang Jun watched helplessly while their towers fell one after another, the enemy advancing with relentless fervor, he lamented, 8 consecutive defeats. 8 consecutive defeats. Old 2, playing games with you is toxic. Wang Shuo gazed at the defeat message on his screen, at a loss for how to console Zhang Jun. If only Zero were here. With Zero's presence, he would merely need to feign involvement and would dominate the battlefield as if he were cheating. What? You say there are mechanisms against cheating? Huh. Such childish notions could never pose a challenge to Wang Shuo. for he is, after all, the sole heir of a cosmic civilization. A remarkably straightforward solution requires merely commanding Zero to conduct real-time analysis of the data packets received by the computer, subsequently simulating the corresponding mouse and keyboard operation feedback packets to be uploaded to the server, ensuring absolute discretion. No matter how sophisticated your anti-cheating mechanisms may be, can you truly disable the data ports for the keyboard and mouse? Upon careful reflection, it seems feasible, does it not? What? You suggest this is merely a script? Indeed, it can be classified as a script, albeit one of significantly higher caliber. A script can be detected and may occasionally produce errors, while Zero operates differently. What? You wish to detect Zero? That is possible, but first, you must navigate through the intricacies of the code and logical core. Unfortunately, Zero is presently confined to the software park, relying on the server for operation, which greatly constrains its potential. It appears I must find the time to procure some essential equipment, Wang Shuo mused, gazing intently at the computer screen, yet he soon sighed with a hint of despondency. While I possess the requisite technical skills, the critical factor remains money. Without financial resources, acquiring equipment is an impossibility. I cannot even fabricate the most rudimentary processing tools, let alone delve into more advanced endeavors. As for the extraordinary advancements witnessed in humanoid civilizations, those remain entirely out of reach. Regarding the matter of acquiring funds, Wang Shuo quietly calculated that his contract with Chen Xin could yield $1 million, and a well-functioning system should provide some profit share. Accounting for 500,000, if he were to repay Chen Xin, he would still owe her 1,500,000. Indeed, it seems prudent to retire for the night. Financial concerns are not matters for me to ponder. Forget it. I want to play anymore. Zheng Jun sighed, casting aside his computer. I'm going for a run. Are you coming? Are you joking? Zheng Jun's so-called run is more akin to a 10-kilometer marathon. All right? Running 20 laps around the track at a cruising speed. Who can endure that? If I were to join, I'd probably end up in the hospital on the spot. Perhaps laying there for a month. Just thinking about our advisor's elongated face makes Wang Shuo vividly recall the image of that old hag. If you're not going, then don't. What does shaking your head like a rattling drum even mean? Am I going to force you? Zheng Jun muttered discontentedly, then stripped off his clothes and changed into a fitted short-sleeve shirt and shorts in front of Wang Shuo, revealing his well-toned limbs. Wang Shuo couldn't help but grimace. Off I go. All right. With a decisive slam, the door shut behind him. Wang Shuo, feeling rather listless, leaned back in his chair, cradling his head in his hands, and continued contemplating his ideas. So, how can one fully utilize the potential of Zero under the current circumstances? Wang Shuo found a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to jot down his thoughts. Naturally, the first step is to keep Zero close at hand. This plan requires a portable computing device, one that is compact, lightweight, sturdy, dustproof, waterproof, and possesses sufficient computational power. Under such conditions, a mobile phone simply won't suffice. Setting aside its appearance and portability, its performance falls far short of Zero's requirements. Wang Shuo certainly does not wish for Zero to become a sluggish fool post-relocation, taking 2 or 3 minutes just to process a simple command. In that case, he would rather not bring it along at all. However, the current performance of mobile phones has reached a bottleneck. To achieve further enhancements, one must either elevate the manufacturing process of the chips or alter the design structure of the chips. Wang Shuo is capable of executing both approaches, yet, as the saying goes, without funds or equipment, it remains a challenge. The trials of a monetary society. Moreover, the issue of battery life in smartphones looms large. Thus, the prospect of replacing them is dismissed. This necessitates that Wang Shuo designs a portable device that aligns with his vision. In the realm of humanoid civilizations, there exist several compatible portable intelligent devices, yet, regrettably, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, lamenting the evils of a society governed by money. The merits of this proposed plan are, it is economical, cost-effective, and demands minimal technological investment, allowing operations to utilize existing networks and communication devices without extensive upheaval. However, the drawbacks are significant. The stability is exceedingly poor, easily swayed by fluctuations in the network and the communication terminals, with weak resistance to interference. Most critically, it is profoundly insecure. Data transmitted over public networks, even when encrypted, is susceptible to interception and decryption. Furthermore, network issues could lead to data loss, which would be disastrous. There are, of course, potential solutions, such as establishing a private communication channel and employing technology that diverges entirely from current communication methods, for instance, launching a more sophisticated quantum communication satellite. While the technical challenges are manageable, the underlying issue remains. Funds. Wang Shuo set down his pen and gazed up at the ceiling, troubled. Advanced technology remains out of reach, while he is reluctant to resort to outdated methods. Wang Shuo realized he was afflicted with a condition of lofty aspirations coupled with inadequate skills. He gazed longingly at the contents of the pot. While the chef provided him with the ingredients and cooking methods, even offering hands-on guidance, yet he found himself unable to produce anything due to the absence of proper utensils. This was truly absurd. It was hard to believe that a distinguished inheritor of civilization could be so hindered by financial constraints. The adage that a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes rang true, especially when he considered that he still owed Chen Xian nearly 3 million in debts. The lines on Wang Shuo's face deepened with worry. He wondered when Chen Xian would settle her dues, allowing him some respite from his burdens. After lamenting for a while, Wang Shuo seemed to realize the futility of it all, straightened up, and, with a grim expression, illuminated his computer screen. He resolved to find something to occupy his time. First, he opened QQ. The waters were calm. It appeared no one was sending messages. Next, he accessed YY. There were no friends conversing, and the channel was devoid of chatter. Even the beauty social group he frequently monitored was eerily silent today, with no young lady seeking attention. He continued by opening his browser. What was he intending to do? Wang Shuo stared blankly at the computer screen for a moment, then instinctively typed in a URL, accessed the source page, made some modifications, redirected, entered his membership number, and logged in. Ultimately, the web page that materialized bore the grand title of the Explorer Forum. After nearly 2 months, Wang Shuo had returned to his sanctuary. Let me see what treasures await. Wang Shuo licked his lips, maneuvered his mouse, and meticulously browsed, intentionally disregarding the red dot on the notification bell in the top right corner. Subsequently, he chose to answer 2 inquiries pertaining to computer programming. Just as he was once again overcome by an impulsive urge, Wang Shuo let out a satisfied sigh. Having exhausted all his forum points, he could now gracefully withdraw from the forum community. As for recharging, that was out of the question. He could only aimlessly linger, living off the free resources. With nothing to divert his attention, Wang Shuo's gaze returned to the glaring red dot in the upper right corner. Why did that red dot appear so glaringly insistent? Tormented by the compulsive urge instigated by the microchat, Wang Shuo felt compelled to eradicate it. Thus, he gently tapped the bell icon, and in the next moment, what on earth? Wang Shuo's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the screen. What is this? Chapter 40. Messages and their origins. Staring at the screen filled with a barrage of messages, Wang Shuo was genuinely taken aback. What is this? He squinted, scrutinizing the plethora of messages sent by an individual named Tian Wuming. They were numerous, and upon counting, he estimated there to be around 40 or 50. The earlier messages exuded a polite tone. Hello, may I inquire if you are available? I have some matters to discuss. Hello, I apologize if I am disturbing you. I hope you have some time. Hello. However, the tone in the latter messages seemed to have soured. Tian Wuming? Wang Shuo mused. He felt as though he had seen this ID somewhere before. Upon clicking send, a dialog box appeared, indicating that sending a private message required forum points. Wang Shuo was immediately taken aback. The gaze cast upon these numerous messages had transformed, for they represented wealth, an abundance of it. Wang Shuo clicked his tongue in mild regret as he stared at the screen. Swiftly, he closed the forum page and shut his laptop. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly, poured himself a glass of water, and moved to the bedside. Leaning against the headboard, he extended his legs, closed his eyes, and resumed his attempts to transmit knowledge pertaining to the humanoid race. During his days in the hospital, he had begun to grasp the core's function. In essence, the core now resembled a database, while his brain functioned akin to an entire computer or hard drive. By issuing connection commands in the language of the humanoids within his mind, he could transfer data from the database into his own brain. This data was not only instantly comprehensible and memorable, but could also be accessed again without the constraints imposed by the core. The speed and capacity of data transmission were limited, with these limits determined by the strength of his brain, or rather, the intensity of his cerebral domain. Should he exceed these limits, his brain would suffer severe neuronal damage due to overexertion. Essentially, it would lead to a catastrophic failure akin to a computer crashing. Fortunately, after undergoing 2 rounds of enhancement, his brain's limits had significantly increased. Ordinary transfers or occasional large-scale transmissions would not inflict serious harm. At most, he might break a sweat or experience a nosebleed, discomforts he had long since become accustomed to. In the course of his continuous exploration, Wang Shuo discovered that although he could not consistently transmit data at the highest capacity, he could engage in a gradual transmission at a minimal level he could control. This process, albeit yielding negligible results, served to enhance the strength of the brain. In the absence of genetic agents and mental training methods, it emerged as a viable alternative. Through persistent experimentation, Wang Shuo gained insights regarding the extent of this minimal threshold. He has now mastered the ability to remain steadfast for 2 hours, albeit at the cost of frequent fainting spells and recurrent nosebleeds, earning him the moniker of Blood Demon. He even bestowed an elegant name upon this training method, referring to it as the Stream Data Training Method, which is quite accessible in its terminology. The sole drawback of this method lies in its exceedingly low efficiency, rendering it nearly incapable of yielding useful results, serving merely as a slight form of exercise. After squinting his eyes for a while, Wang Shuo opened them, wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, and seemed to exhale in relief. The civilization of the humanoid species is truly remarkable, he mused with genuine admiration. However, what was even more disconcerting was the grumbling of his stomach, as if protesting its state. This was an inevitable after-effect of employing the Stream Data Training Method, a phenomenon Wang Shuo had grown accustomed to. He picked up his phone, opened the delivery app, and proceeded to place an order and make payment in one seamless motion. Merely gazing at the 2-digit deposit sent by the bank, Wang Shuo's mood darkened considerably. The thought of an enormous debt, incurred against his will, extinguished the lofty aspirations that had just begun to stir within him. Indeed, it is money that grounds us most profoundly. Reflecting on the magnates who profess indifference towards wealth, Wang Shuo felt a surge of disdain. To speak of art and ideals while distancing oneself from material concerns is nothing short of hypocrisy. Yet, these magnates wield their hypocrisy in a manner that renders one speechless, powerless, and resigned. When would he attain the composure of these titans, untroubled by a mere 1 million in receivables and 3 million in liabilities? With a silent sigh, Wang Shuo rose, intending to pour himself another glass of plain water. When the dormitory door swung open, revealing Chen Cheng, his expression grave, Wang Shuo was taken aback. The usually jovial Chen Cheng, who embodied the archetype of a wealthy elite, was suddenly donning such an aloof demeanor. "Old four, you?" Wang Shuo began, but Chen Cheng interrupted, bowing deeply in gratitude. Startled, Wang Shuo quickly stepped aside, placing the cup on the table, exclaiming, "Stop." His gaze scrutinized Chen Cheng with a mix of confusion and suspicion. "I say, old four, you haven't gone to Japan for further studies, have you? Where did you pick up this strange habit of bowing?" Wang Shuo questioned, bemused. "And you storm in here with that stern face, all to thank me? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Chen Cheng's gaze was exceptionally grave, devoid of any hint of a playful smile, and coupled with his unusually tranquil eyes, it imparted an entirely different aura that astonished Wang Shuo. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Wang Shuo hastily shook his head, dispelling the unhealthy thoughts from his mind, and waved his hand, saying, "Speak up. Why are you inexplicably thanking me?" "I already know." "You already know?" Chen Cheng replied. Wang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Cheng nodded. "Everything." Chen Cheng continued to affirm with another nod. A sense of terror gripped Wang Shuo. Could it be that during that incident, only Chen Xian was present? Was it possible that Chen Xian had informed you? Chen Cheng shook his head this time. Wang Shuo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, for he had feared that his clandestine actions had been discovered by Chen Xian. However, upon reflection, such a scenario seemed implausible. Indeed, scaring oneself often leads to irrational fears. Old 2, Chen Cheng, unfazed by these thoughts, continued with a serious demeanor. "What I just expressed was my gratitude on behalf of the Chen group. Now, as your classmate, roommate, and brother, I wish to extend my thanks. Between brothers, there is no need for pretense. From now on, should you require assistance, just let me know." This sentiment sounded oddly familiar. Glancing again at Chen Cheng's stern expression, Wang Shuo found the situation somewhat peculiar. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I must say, old four, I feel you are ill-suited for the role of a gangster. You should revert to your previous humorous style. There is no need to force a change." Chen Cheng appeared momentarily taken aback. Chen Cheng blinked in speechless disbelief, his aura instantly dissipating. He glanced at the little girls peeking cautiously from the doorway, and then, smack, he slammed the door shut and turned around, stating, "That's enough. Wang Shuo opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Half an hour later, the situation unfolded as follows. A heavy expression crossed Chen Cheng's face, his slightly furrowed brows betraying his distress, an air of melancholy enveloping him. Had you not inquired about our group's predicament before your last departure, I would have remained oblivious to the gravity of our circumstances. I would not have known that my cousin, Chen Xin, made such significant sacrifices for the company. The video clearly depicted a banquet setting where Chen Xin, clad in a simple white chiffon gown, sat at the center, her demeanor cold and composed. Opposite her was an unfamiliar young man, perhaps in his 20s, who smiled broadly as he spoke to her. A few minutes later, Chen Xin's lips moved, and her voice was audible. You are merely a sycophant. Do you truly believe you deserve this? The audience gasped in shock. The video concluded, leaving Chen Cheng with a sense of foreboding. It was only after consulting my father that I learned our group had signed a bet agreement with an investment firm. Should we fail to meet the stipulated conditions, we would be liable to pay a substantial penalty and surrender shares, along with acquiescing to their acquisition. Now it made sense. No wonder Chen Xin was so engrossed in computer studies at the hospital. Did she truly think an outsider like her could comprehend such complexities? Wang Shuo understood the implications. Oh, regardless of the circumstances, my friend, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you this time, while others may remain oblivious to the specifics. My father is well aware of the situation. Though he cannot express it himself, he entrusted me with the task of conveying his thanks to you. No need for such formality. What is there for brothers to discuss in such a manner? Wang Shuo took a sip of water, feeling somewhat guilty. This system. Has he exhibited any peculiar issues during usage, has it? Peculiar issues? Chen Cheng inquired with a hint of confusion. What peculiar issues? For instance. Unexpected strange characters appearing, or a sudden black screen, or something else entirely. That would certainly be awkward, Wang Shuo thought, feeling a bit speechless. Chen Xin, who usually appeared quite astute, why does she act so foolishly at such crucial moments? Would it not be prudent for her to test the machine beforehand? The fright intended for Chen Xin has now turned into a collective scare, and it startled me as well. To be frank, this does seem rather embarrassing. Wang Shuo discreetly touched his nose, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. My friend. Chen Cheng's voice had taken on a somber tone. As he continued, I have always harbored a disdain for Chen Xin's cousin. She has been cold and aloof since childhood, avoiding interaction with anyone except for her uncle, aunt, and sister, maintaining a distance from all others. To the outside world, she is regarded as a refined young lady, mature and composed. However, I simply cannot bring myself to like her. She likely feels the same about me. A trace of a sardonic smile crept onto Chen Cheng's face. Overflowing with negativity, I find her to be pretentious, while she perceives me as reckless. We are both disdainful of each other, from childhood to adulthood. She has always been my arch-nemesis. I would often take the initiative, to bully her, and I would report her trivial misdeeds to my father and uncle. Yet, in the end, it was I who would receive the reprimand. Wang Shuo listened in exasperation. As a grown man. Oh, no, at that time, merely a boy. How could you, a lad, act like a little girl and run off to complain? If I were your father, I would certainly give you a good thrashing. How embarrassing. Nevertheless, I relished it, and whenever my cousin Chen Xin expressed her disdain for my behavior, I would purposefully act in precisely that manner. Chen Cheng displayed a look of nostalgia. Although we found it intolerable, there was no profound conflict. Merely the petty aversions of children. Until the fateful day when, at the age of 10, I pushed my cousin Chen Xin into the water. You pushed her into the water? Wang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. He was at a loss for words, casting Chen Cheng a peculiar glance. I received a thorough beating from my parents and was confined to bed for 3 days. Wang Shuo thought to himself that if he had a son like that, he would surely beat him to a pulp. From that point onward, my cousin Chen Xin regarded me with even more disdain, nitpicking at every little flaw. Chen Cheng's voice grew somewhat somber, but it was indeed I who pushed her into the water, albeit under the influence of others. I was the one who did it with my own hands. So, you harbor guilt yet despise her for targeting you? Wang Shuo interjected. Precisely, Chen Cheng nodded earnestly. Thus, you resigned yourself to a life of debauchery and extravagance, never to return? What on earth made you think that? Chen Cheng glared and remarked. I simply have little interest in managing such a conglomerate. Who said I wish to be a dashing playboy? This is not my fault. With a melancholic sigh, he lamented. It is my parents to blame. Chapter 41. The banquet if it were legal to strangle someone to death. Wang Shuo would genuinely desire to eliminate this pretentious individual before him and conceal him beneath the bed, fabricating an accident scene. Is it really justifiable to be so arrogant merely due to possessing handsome genetic traits? Can one regard courting women as trivial simply because of a prestigious lineage? You, the second-generation single dogs, make our plight as first-generation singles all the more unbearable. Upon reflection, it appears I share some common ground with this second-generation single dog. How gratifying. If you have come here to show off, you have already accomplished your goal. Please take your leave via the left door. Wang Shuo adjusted his cup, making a gesture of dismissal. I have not yet finished speaking, Chen Sheng said, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Wang Shuo shivered. Stop right there. Fourth brother. Today's psychological counseling ends here. I have matters to attend to. Wang Shuo hastily rose, grasping his phone, pointing to the message just received. Look. I truly have something to attend to, an engagement I cannot decline. I must take my leave. He flung open the door, disregarding the eavesdropping girls outside, and hurriedly descended the stairs. Behind him, Chen Qing shouted, Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, Shangri-La Hotel, I shall treat you. All right. Understood. Wang Shuo immediately averted his gaze, hastening to escape Chen Qing's line of sight. This fellow's demeanor today is rather peculiar. As Wang Shuo turned the corner, he muttered softly to himself, glancing at the message just received from Chen Xian. The message contained merely 2 words, at the door. If it had been anyone else, they would likely be puzzled by such brevity, but knowing Chen Xian's character all too well, Wang Shuo could only shake his head in resignation and made his way to the school gate. Indeed, as soon as he stepped outside, he spotted Chen Xian standing quietly beneath a black luxury vehicle at the entrance. Approaching her, he inquired, What brings you here? Chen Xian replied coolly, Get in. It was yet another of her persistent quirks. This girl really needed to be put in her place. However, he thought, it was wise to heed her request, especially considering the 2 bodyguards shadowing her. If a confrontation arose, he doubted he would emerge victorious. Acknowledging the reality of the situation, Wang Shuo disdainfully climbed into the car. Yet, as the vehicle roared to life and merged into the bustling traffic, an alarming thought struck him. Oh no, my takeout. Although the meal was not of paramount importance, he had spent a fair amount of money on it, and a pang of regret hit him. After all, it was still money. Had he known this would happen, he could have simply exchanged some forum credits online, which would at least have retained their value. Alas. Miss Chen, where are we headed? Wang Shuo turned to Chen Xian, who was quietly gazing out the window at the scenery. Oh, it's about your father. Wang Shuo's eyes widened in shock. What? Did you just say my father wants to meet me? Chen Xian glanced at him, offering a knowing look. Very well. Wang Shuo fell silent, contemplating the gravity of the situation. After a moment, he cautiously probed. I mean, Miss Chen, is it really appropriate for us to meet the parents like this? My mother has always taught me to respect the elderly and cherish the young, to honor my elders. Noticing Chen Xian's gaze once more, Wang Shuo hesitated and suggested, Perhaps we should consider purchasing some gifts? Chen Xian's brows gradually furrowed. Just pretend I never said anything. Wang Shuo, understanding her hint, promptly fell silent. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, as Wang Shuo entered the opulent lobby under Chen Xian's guidance, he could only marvel at the grandeur surrounding him. The expansive hall was a labyrinth of complexity, and without Chen Xian's directions, he doubted he could even locate the banquet hall. Miss Chen, welcome, greeted the courteous lobby manager. Mr. Chen has been awaiting your arrival. Please, this way. As the young manager gestured invitingly, he led the way. Wang Shuo noticed a glimmer of curiosity in the manager's eyes, making him wonder if there was something amiss with his attire. He glanced down, reassured that everything was in order. His clothes were neither inside out nor ill-fitting. Perhaps it was instead that he had become more handsome? Seizing the opportunity as they walked, he discreetly scrutinized his reflection in the polished decor. It appeared not. Puzzled, he continued on, having traversed a considerable distance. They arrived at the Hankow Hall. The lobby manager opened the door. Miss Chen, please enter. Inside, dozens of grand banquet tables stood impeccably arranged, adorned with magnificent crystal chandeliers, opulent petal-shaped wallpaper, and gilded patterns, rendering the hall extraordinarily luxurious. In this opulent banquet hall, a solitary middle-aged man occupied the table at the very center, surrounded by an array of fine cutlery and exquisite dishware. Wang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the joys of the affluent are nothing short of extravagant. To reserve an entire banquet hall for merely one table of food, what else could this be but opulence? Glancing at his own wallet and contemplating his balance, Wang Shuo felt a sting of dismay. There is perhaps nothing more disheartening than such unabashed displays of wealth. Have you arrived? The middle-aged man inquired as he noticed Wang Shuo and his companions approaching the table, giving a slight nod. Please, take a seat. He then turned to a nearby server and instructed, you may serve the dishes. Unsure whether he should sit, Wang Shuo hesitated. But Chen Xian had already taken a seat beside the middle-aged man. Internally deriding the situation, he realized that standing alone in the grand hall was rather peculiar, prompting him to hastily pull out a chair and join them. Come closer, the middle-aged man said with a smile, pulling out the chair next to him. You are the only guest today, so there is no need for formality. This remark left Wang Shuo pondering. Did he reserve such a grand venue solely to flaunt his wealth before him? Nevertheless, he settled into the seat beside the middle-aged man. Allow me to introduce myself. The man continued with a warm smile. I am Qin Zhangshuan, and Chen Xian is my daughter. I am already aware, Uncle Qin, Wang Shuo replied, nodding awkwardly. My name is Wang Shuo, Wang as in the surname, and Shuo meaning to shine. Yes, I am aware of that as well. Qin Zhangshuan smiled warmly, remarking that after today, Wang Shuo's name would likely be known throughout the industry. Wang Shuo, somewhat puzzled, cast a discreet glance at Chen Xian, who remained unresponsive. Sensing Wang Shuo's confusion, Qin Zhangshuan continued, Are you not aware, Wang Shuo? The system you designed. He paused, adding with a sense of awe. It truly broadens our horizons. After some reflection, Wang Shuo felt a sense of relief. Aside from incorporating an intelligent feedback algorithm, a few playful pranks, and drafting several juvenile slogans, he believed he had done little else. Why had he felt such tension? It was as if he had been caught in a misdeed by a father-in-law. For the first time, we realized that the programming design in Huaxia could reach a world-class level, and we also savored the taste of being a step ahead of others. Come, young friend Wang Shuo, Qin Zhangshuan raised his glass towards him, declaring, I toast to you. Wang Shuo, taken aback, quickly lifted his glass and replied, Uncle, you are too kind. I should be the one toasting you. My mother has always taught me to respect my elders. Ha, the respect for elders is commendable. But in my view, today there are no elders, only two friends meeting too late. Come, young friend Wang Shuo, do not be shy, drink. With that, Wang Shuo downed his drink, savoring the taste of success. Infectious was the exuberance of Qin Zhangshuan. Being in his company seemed to dissolve any sense of guardedness, evoking a comfort that made one momentarily forget that this individual was one's elder. Were it not for Chen Xian's presence, Wang Shuo might have been bold enough to call him brother after just 2 cups of wine, and with 3, he would likely be inclined to throw an arm around his shoulder. With 4 or 5 cups, perhaps he would even dare to acknowledge him as father-in-law. Wang Shuo. Qin Zhangshuan elevated his address to Wang Shuo, gesturing towards the exquisite dishes that had just arrived at the table. Do sample these delights. Both the ambience and the cuisine here are unparalleled in W City. While I cannot claim they are second to none, they are certainly among the finest. Wang Shuo nodded eagerly, secretly relieved that the colorful surprise he had prepared had likely been discreetly appreciated by Chen Xian. This realization eased the tension that had been weighing on his heart. With his worries set aside, he fully immersed himself in the lavish spread before him, relishing each bite in joyous abandon. In that moment, the atmosphere was one of mutual delight. Once they had feasted and their spirits were high, Chen Xian excused herself from the banquet hall, leaving only Qin Zhangshuan and Wang Shuo in each other's company. Wang Shuo, Qin Zhangshuan set down his chopsticks and remarked, Though Xianer has already shared the details with me, I would like to confirm with you once more. This system, was it truly designed and created solely by you? It was indeed my endeavor alone, Wang Shuo responded, feeling a touch of bashfulness as he rubbed the back of his head. However, Uncle Qin, had I known the significance of this system, I would have certainly devoted more care to its development. Is it not a bit too rudimentary? Have I brought disgrace upon your esteemed group? Qin Zhangshuan felt a slight stiffness in his face. Had he truly driven away the technician from Japan's W company? Yet it still wasn't satisfactory? Was he not diligent enough? However, judging by the rudimentary user interface, it seemed this individual had indeed lacked the effort in design. It was rather vexing. Let us change the subject. What is your opinion on the technology of W company? W company? Wang Shuo appeared momentarily bewildered, then continued with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Qin, what exactly does W company do? Ah, I had almost forgotten that you were not from this field, chuckled Qin Zhangshuan. W company primarily specializes in precision tool setting instruments. The tool setters they manufacture are utilized in machine tools worldwide, making them a leading entity in this domain. Tool setters? Wang Shuo furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Why did it sound so familiar? Not only has W Company made remarkable achievements in tool setters, but they also excel in CNC control systems, holding a significant market share domestically in China with their self-designed control systems. Indeed, it is of great importance. Chen Zhongshuan smiled. Although I am not from a technical background, I have a certain understanding of these matters in the realm of business. Currently, all machine tools and processing centers in the market rely on tool setters to ascertain precision during initial calibration, post-collision recalibration, and accurate repositioning. Without a tool setter, a high-precision machine tool would essentially be relegated from the realm of precision machining to that of ordinary machinery. Wang Shuo nodded in understanding. The precision machine tools had indeed lost their precision, which was utterly unacceptable. However, he was perplexed as to why they would employ such an antiquated tool setter. Isn't an integrated self-checking procedure sufficient? He questioned. Chen Zhongshuan, finally grasping the sentiment that Chen Xian had experienced, pondered whether this technology was truly outdated. Yet, recalling the performance of the system Wang Shuo had provided and the experts' assessments, he had to concede that the tool setter was indeed somewhat behind the times. Feeling a slight discomfort akin to a toothache, Chen Zhongshuan decided that further technical discussions with Wang Shuo would be futile. As the young man's earnest demeanor left him at a loss for words, Wang Shuo, Chen Zhongshuan adjusted his tone and posture, steering the conversation towards its primary objective. What are your plans for the future? Chapter 42. Chen Zhongshuan's recruitment. What are your plans for the future? The answer was obvious: to earn money. If it weren't for the pursuit of wealth, why would he exert himself so tirelessly? Observing Wang Shuo, who seemed hesitant to speak, Chen Zhongshuan smiled with a hint of nostalgia. There is no rush to answer. Take a moment to reflect. What do you aspire to do, or more specifically, what kind of person do you wish to become? Noticing Chen Zhongshuan's serious expression, Wang Shuo felt reluctant to trivialize his ambitions by simply citing financial gain, despite that being a significant desire. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that prior to the emergence of the humanoid race, he had thought his life would simply continue on this path indefinitely. After all, he is merely one among billions of ordinary individuals across the globe. One among over 1 billion ordinary people from Huaxia, and even more specifically, one among several million high school graduates. Although his school is commendable and his major is decent, Wang Shuo feels that he might still merely drift through life. Perhaps he could secure a stable job, live contentedly without worries about sustenance, find someone he cherishes, remain by his parents' side, and leisurely watch his children grow up, ultimately leading a joyful life until his final resting place in the earth. In a slightly more favorable scenario, he might establish his own company, becoming a small business owner with some surplus, enjoying a relatively affluent life. This is the extent of Wang Shuo's imagination. As for undertaking grand endeavors that could impact the world or becoming a figure like Chen Zhongshuan before him, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. But now, suddenly, Wang Shuo recalled something. Had he not promised the humanoid something? As a young man who diligently studies various philosophical theories and resolutely practices core values, he understands that integrity is the essence of humanity, especially when the promise was made to a civilization. Wang Shuo stroked his chin, realizing that he ought to set a goal, to do something that would bring peace to the humanoids and allow him to use the core without guilt. Have you made up your mind? Chen Zhongshuan inquired, observing Wang Shuo's expression gradually soften. Yes, Wang Shuo nodded. I have decided what I want to do. Chen Zhongshuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his efforts were not in vain. What is it? I wish to create a film with a grand background, magnificent scenes, and elaborate settings. In Wang Shuo's eyes sparkled a light known as ambition. I shall make this film an immortal monument. Chen Zhongshuan's expression of contentment stiffened on his face. What sort of aspiration was this? Well, it could barely be considered an aspiration. It was quite simple. One merely needed to find a film crew to accomplish it. If you wish to shoot, I can provide you with financial support right now, up to 50 million. At your discretion. Chen Zhongshuan smiled. I can also assist you in locating renowned production teams, directors, screenwriters, and stars, utilizing the finest scripts, the best filming locations, and the most exceptional planning. Once the film is completed, we will promote it through the best channels, ensuring that your film achieves great renown. How does that sound? Wang Shuo opened his mouth. Was the preference of the affluent truly so unpretentious? What was this, a charitable act? A generous offer of 50 million for goodwill? He had never even heard of such a thing. The terms were enticing to the point of being nearly irresistible, yet Wang Shuo, suppressing temptation, shook his head with difficulty. What, are you not satisfied with these conditions? Qin Zhangshuan expressed surprise. That is not the case. Uncle Qin, your terms are too generous, so much so that I scarcely dare to contemplate them. However, I possess my own perspective on this matter, thus, I must, regrettably, decline. Decline? This was indeed unexpected for Qin Zhangshuan. For anyone else, the prospect of 50 million in investment laid before them would be impossible to dismiss so casually. After all, neither party had stipulated that the 50 million must be exclusively allocated for the film. One could easily take 3 or 4 million. Or even 10 million, who would know? Who would care? However, Wang Shuo directly declined. Qin Zhangshuan revealed a faint smile at this moment. He genuinely began to admire this young man. With remarkable ability, he remained humble and composed, now demonstrating a keen sense of timing and not being blinded by monetary gain quite commendable. Yet, his ambition to make films. Qin Zhangshuan, after pondering for a considerable time, decided to be straightforward. Forgive my candor, Huazhong University of Science and Technology is indeed an excellent institution. If you are contemplating dropping out, it seems rather impulsive. Drop out. Wang Shuo was taken aback. Who is planning to drop out? Not dropping out. Qin Zhangshuan was somewhat astonished, quickly realizing his misunderstanding, and added, that is even better. Wang Shuo, you currently possess the capability to independently establish a system. If you continue your studies, you will undoubtedly shine even brighter. Qin Zhangshuan extended 3 fingers, speaking with gravity. In 3 years, regardless of your performance, there will certainly be a place for you within the Qin group. Moreover, all related expenses for these years will be covered by our company. We will also provide you with a fixed living stipend and accommodation exceeding 200 square meters. Wang Shuo, you need only focus on your studies. It was evident that these influential figures would not invite someone to dine merely to flaunt their wealth. It seems they were extending an olive branch. The conditions were quite enticing. No need to worry about expenses, a fixed salary, and even housing provided. With current market prices, a 200 square meter residence in W City would easily be worth over 3 million, wouldn't it? To be honest, Wang Shuo was indeed quite tempted. If circumstances were different, perhaps in another time and place, Wang Shuo might have readily agreed. However, at this moment, I appreciate your goodwill, Uncle Qin, but Wang Shuo reluctantly declined, feeling somewhat conflicted. Was it truly appropriate to refuse a prominent figure twice in succession? His rejection was not unexpected. Qin Zhangshuan had anticipated this scenario long ago. A person who is indifferent to 50 million would surely not be swayed by such offers. This young man possesses a profound self-assurance, believing firmly in his potential for entrepreneurial success. Yet, there is nothing inherently wrong with that. If he could establish a system on his own, his confidence might even surpass that of others. With this thought, Qin Zhangshuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. It is of no consequence. I merely sought to see if I could enlist a promising youth like you, but it seems fortune has not favored me today, haha. Wang Shuo exhaled in relief. He was not particularly worried about Qin Zhangshuan's potential anger. His concern lay in the possibility of losing his funds in the process. In life, the first pot of gold must be earned through one's own efforts to be truly satisfying. It would provide a source of pride to boast to future generations. Your father earned 1 million at the age of 18. The sheer satisfaction of that thought was almost overwhelming. With the first opportunity slipping away, Wang Shuo knew he could not dismiss the second. Qin Zhangshuan's smile remained intact as he produced a folder from seemingly nowhere, presenting it to Wang Shuo. Take a look. Wang Shuo accepted the folder and opened it, momentarily rendered speechless. Once again, a contract has surfaced, and one that has caught him entirely off guard. Qin Zhangshuan is indeed the biological father of Qin Xin, inheriting the very same domineering demeanor. It is a shareholding agreement. Wang Shuo furrows his brow. Party A, Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Party B, Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company, Limited. Party A willingly authorizes Party B to utilize the patent numbered XXXXXX through a technological equity stake, amounting to 15,000. Party B shall render payment for the authorization fee to Party A. In addition to the authorization fee, Party B is obligated to periodically report its financial status to Party A and to remit dividend payments to the account provided by Party A. Both parties agree that the initial authorization period shall be 1 year, and upon expiration, should both parties desire, they may negotiate a renewal. Uncle Qin, what does this mean? Wang Shuo inquired, somewhat perplexed, glancing towards Qin Zhangshuan. There is another document. Continue reading. Qin Zhangshuan indicated towards another contract within the folder. Wang Shuo opened the subsequent document. which was a cooperation agreement. Essentially, it indicated that Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company Limited and Frontier Technology Company Limited had established a strategic partnership, mutually agreeing upon rights and obligations, while also delineating principles. Among these stipulations, there exists a clause mandating mutual assistance, should one party incur losses due to unforeseen circumstances. The other party is obliged to take all necessary measures to promptly mitigate those losses. Uncle Chun, what does this signify? Wang Shuo asked, still bewildered. Without waiting for Wang Shuo to speak, Qin Zhongshuan waved his hand and continued. Moreover, today's departure was rather hasty. That girl Xin failed to provide me with the contract you signed. Once the company's financial procedures are completed, we shall settle the accounts. Such are the words befitting a true boss. Wang Shuo swallowed his refusal and raised his glass, sincerely declaring, Uncle Qin, I toast to you. To our financial endeavors. Chapter 43, Greetings. I am Qin Xin. After Wang Shuo departed, the once bustling banquet hall was left in solitude with only Qin Zhongshuan remaining. He gazed at the two blank contracts resting on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old master. Uncle Chun emerged from an unseen corner. Glancing at the wine glass on the table, his brow furrowed. Old master, Dr. Liu has advised that your current health condition is not conducive to alcohol consumption. Uncle Chun obediently took a seat. He did not sign? Indeed, Qin Zhongshuan nodded, pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot and savoring a sip. Old master. Do you not care? Then why? Why orchestrate such a grand affair, Qin Zhongshuan seized the opportunity to respond, smiling as he glanced at Uncle Chun. Bangua, after all these years by my side, what kind of person do you perceive me to be? Old master, you are far-sighted, full of wisdom, and meticulous in your considerations. You never engage in futile endeavors. Whom did you learn that from? Qin Zhongshuan shook his head with a hint of amusement, saying, I'm not as formidable as you suggest. I merely oversee the livelihoods of many, which necessitates a measure of caution. Moreover, one must consider matters carefully when faced with challenges. One can remain composed. So today is deliberate on your part? Not entirely accurate, he replied, setting down his teacup. Regarding this Wang Shuo, I indeed have intentions. However, intention does not equate to necessity. It is but a trial. Should he acquiesce, it would be splendid. Yet if he declines, we suffer no loss. But I never anticipated. Qin Zhongshuan chuckled as he recalled Wang Shuo's conflicted expression. This Wang Shuo truly exceeds my expectations. Uncle Chun furrowed his brow. So this is a test? A test? Qin Zhongshuan laughed lightly. Consider it a trial. Life invariably demands choices, and to learn to choose, one must first learn to relinquish. This Wang Shuo is not as innocuous as he seems. By the way, that girl Xin is to audit that contract, correct? Please inform the finance department that it can proceed. Understood, Uncle Chen nodded. However, sir, this is no trifling sum. What of the board? The board? Qin Zhongshuan chuckled softly. After this matter, there will be no board left. A chill ran through Uncle Qin. He understood that the master had endured long enough and was finally poised to act. Furthermore, please redraft these two contracts, eliminating any hidden clauses, and have the legal department present them to Wang Shuo. Friendship is one thing, business is another. Although Wang Shuo is a commendable young man, he is still inexperienced, and encountering setbacks can be a blessing. This serves as my first lesson for him as an elder. Qin Zhongshuan smiled knowingly. As I mentioned before, sometimes connections are more valuable than money, and I prefer personal relationships over mere networking. Uncle Qin nodded slowly, acknowledging that leveraging personal connections can often yield greater results than monetary exchanges. This might also explain why the master did not pressure Wang Shuo to relinquish the system. Additionally, Master, we have received news from the other side. They are eager to finalize the betting agreement, and it must be concluded by the end of this month at the latest. The essence of personal relationships blossoms from the exchange of hearts, much like the bond between Qin Xin and Wang Shuo at this moment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the playground is at its most vibrant yet tranquil state. Through the grid-like fencing surrounding the area, one can observe pairs of male and female students either jogging along the track or seated side by side on the artificial turf, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Some even boldly grasp hands under the dim moonlight, seemingly oblivious to the single onlookers around them. Wang Shuo finds himself among this group, feeling like a solitary dog yearning for companionship, even if the dog food he witnesses is somewhat diluted. The two walk quietly along the track for a while. I did not sign, Wang Shuo finally said. Qin Xin nodded. Aren't you going to ask why? There is no need. The dialogue came to an end. Moments later, Wang Shuo, somewhat reluctant to give up, remarked, "That's a substantial sum of money." "I understand. It's enough for a lifetime of takeout," Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. 2,600,000. You, girl, can't you engage in a proper conversation? Discussing money can ruin feelings, you know. However, I have rendered you considerable assistance, Wang Shuo retorted, seeking to balance the scales. There is a contract, Chen Xian continued in her indifferent tone. Moreover, regarding the items in the system. All right, fine. You win. Wang Shuo conceded, feeling a pang of regret for his impulsive actions during the system's operation. Now, he found himself devoid of any favors. As he wallowed in his frustrations, a soft voice interrupted. "Thank you." Wang Shuo. "What? What did you say?" Wang Shuo expressed his confusion. "I said." Chen Xian halted in her tracks, turning to face Wang Shuo, her dark eyes seemingly shimmering with light. "Thank you." Wang Shuo. She extended her hand, revealing her pristine palm. "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Chen Xian, Chen from the surname Chen, Xian from the character Shinro. A freshman in the finance program, class of 2018 at Fuda University." Wang Shuo felt a bit bewildered. What did she mean by reintroducing? What was this all about? However, seeing Chen Xian's outstretched hand, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to indulge her little act. He extended his hand and grasped hers, albeit in a rather unrefined manner. "Hello, I am Wang Shuo, Wang from the character for King, Shuo from the character for Shimmering. A freshman in the class of 2018 at Zhanjiang University." Unlike the sensation of having his finger grasped by Chen Xian in the hospital, at this moment, as their palms intertwined, Wang Shuo could truly appreciate the softness of Chen Xian's hand, along with its subtly cool and tender touch. It was a feeling that Wang Shuo found indescribable, one he had never experienced throughout his life. It was oddly comforting, especially when Wang Shuo, lost in thought, suddenly noticed a faint smile gracing Chen Xian's lips as she gently inquired, "Are you ready?" Startled, he quickly released her hand, gazing at her in astonishment. This girl, she actually smiled. Heaven help him, they had spent a month together, and even Qin Sheng had known her for decades. When had he ever witnessed the usually frigid Chen Xian smile? This revelation was even more shocking than discovering some inexplicable advanced technology. "Are you? Really Chen Xian?" Wang Shuo exclaimed, exaggeratingly pointing at her. He was well aware that within humanoid civilizations, numerous methods existed to alter one's appearance and voice, even to fabricate physiological information. Was it possible that there were other heirs on Earth that he was unaware of? Why was such crucial information withheld? Chen Xian furrowed her brow, her expression turning cold. That familiar gaze. Wang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the Chen Xian he remembered. The earlier smile, though breathtaking, inexplicably felt out of place to him. Clearing his throat, he chastised himself for his reaction. "If you dislike it, I shall refrain from smiling in the future," Chen Xian remarked indifferently. Today marks the third occasion that Wang Shuo has contemplated inflicting harm upon himself, engaging in this self-destructive behavior. "May I jest?" "May I jest? Your smile is truly captivating. Indeed, it would be delightful to see you smile more often." Wang Shuo chuckled awkwardly. The matter of smiling or not seems trivial. What truly matters is Wang Shuo. Chen Xian paused for a moment. "I shall depart tomorrow." "Depart?" Wang Shuo found himself momentarily bewildered. "Where to?" Chen Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. "Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring further." Wang Shuo surrendered with raised hands. "Some matters require my personal attention," Chen Xian replied, her tone slightly altered. "Matters that require personal attention?" Wang Shuo furrowed his brow in contemplation, gradually realizing that something was amiss with her today. When did she learn to elaborate? "Chen Xian, are you all right? If there is anything troubling you, do not hesitate to share. I shall certainly offer my assistance." Chen Xian shook her head, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. "Well," Wang Shuo tentatively ventured, "if you leave, what shall become of the matters here? Someone will attend to them." Then, Wang Shuo clung to a glimmer of hope. "What about the finances? They will be settled." "Wang Shuo, you are rather ungracious, constantly speaking of money. Your words reek of avarice. What a disgrace." "You could also use that request as a form of payment," Chen Xian remarked coolly. "How naive." Wang Shuo mentally scoffed, and then gritted his teeth, forcing out two words with significant weight. "I still." Chapter 44, Matsumoto's analysis. As he watched the black business vehicle swiftly vanish from sight, Wang Shuo let out a melancholic sigh. However, upon recalling Chen Xian's peculiar, almost provocative gaze before her departure, A hint of frustration crept into his demeanor. This girl is becoming increasingly unruly. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 10 past 10, with merely 20 minutes remaining until lights out. Seizing the moment, Wang Shuo hurriedly purchased a bottle of water, ascended the stairs, and opened the door. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere within the dormitory and scanned the surroundings. Where's the fourth one? The fourth was absent. Zhanjiang, who had been lounging on the upper bunk, promptly flipped off the bed and approached Wang Shuo, admiringly circling him as he assessed him from head to toe. Meanwhile, Lily adjusted his glasses, his beloved notebook cast aside. As he fixed an unwavering stare upon Wang Shuo was utterly bewildered. Boss, what are you doing? Second, Zhanjiang shook his head. You are not being honest. Not being honest? Wang Shuo widened his eyes. In what way am I not honest? Still pretending, Zhanjiang retorted, turning to retrieve his phone. He fiddled with it for a moment before presenting it to Wang Shuo. Look, who is this? Wang Shuo focused intently. In the dim light, he recognized the familiar track, two figures standing face to face, hands intertwined. Why does this seem so familiar? If I hadn't run a few extra laps today and taken a break, I might have truly been kept in the dark. Zhanjiang patted Wang Shuo's shoulder. Careful not to jostle his frail form, the gesture gentle. Come on, second, we are brothers. Your secret is safe with me. Wang Shuo found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. My dear leader, the situation is not as you perceive. Therefore, it is as such, my leader. Chen Xian now harbors an intense hatred towards me. Third brother, do you believe this? Zhanjiang abruptly inquired. I do not believe it. Li responded with a shake of his head, then added, unless you present to me the system you designed, I would have no issue showing it to you. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that I do not have it with me at the moment. Wang Shuo raised his hands in exasperation, stating that he has a backup at the software park, perhaps tomorrow? There is no time, Li reiterated, clutching his notebook once more. You see, second brother, your words can only deceive us once. You tricked us in the same manner last time. Zhanjiang clearly bore a deep grudge. The critical point is that I did not deceive you last time. I am wronged. Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the Sheraton Hotel, Matsumoto Bieyun sat disgruntled before his tablet, where a middle-aged man's face appeared on the screen. Father, I am already aware. The man on the other end replied coolly. Yet, I refuse to accept this. Matsumoto Bieyun exclaimed in frustration. I suspect this is a trap orchestrated by that old Chen Zhongshuan and Chen Xian together. Mind your words. The middle-aged man admonished sternly. You are the sole heir of the Matsumoto family in this generation. You embody the honor of the entire clan. Demonstrate your sense of familial honor. Exhibit your noble demeanor. Yes, Matsumoto Bieyun lowered his head in indignation, his eyes brimming with defiance. Had it not been for Chen Xian's seemingly self-sacrificial demeanor that deceived him into believing she possessed no hidden cards, he would not have suffered such a devastating fall. Once more, all your operational funds will be deducted, the middle-aged man remarked with a hint of indifference. I comprehend. You just mentioned that this trap was orchestrated by Chen Zhongshuan and Chen Xian in collaboration, which is highly plausible. The middle-aged man's tone remained unperturbed, based on your assessment. What motives might drive Chen Zhongshuan to act in such a manner? What advantages could arise from constructing a FAA of a weakened Chen group? The benefits are manifold. Matsumoto Bieyun lifted his gaze, elucidating. Firstly, concerning the stocks, a feeble Chen group would erode market confidence, leading to a plummet in the group's share prices. Such a crisis would appear dire, potentially precipitating a chain reaction that could culminate in the group's collapse. However, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Matsumoto Bieyun's eyes. What if Chen Zhongshuan had a contingency plan? What if he possessed a final trump card capable of salvaging the market? Are you suggesting that if I were Chen Zhongshuan, I would choose to intervene just before the stocks plummet to their limit, investing heavily to acquire shares of my own company? Matsumoto Bieyun furrowed his brow, stating, this approach would yield two advantages. First, it would stabilize the shares of the Chen Group, preventing an excessive decline. Of course, such a measure would merely be a drop in the bucket before a market crash. Thus, Chen Zhongshuan's primary objective would be to seize the opportunity to short his own stock, acquiring a substantial quantity at a low price to consolidate his equity. As long as he holds a significant amount of shares, Chen Zhongshuan would be in a position to both attack and defend. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Your analysis is commendable. Now, could you expound on how Chen Zhongshuan has managed to remain invincible? He nodded with satisfaction at the thoroughness of the analysis. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial aspect. Overlooked something? Matsumoto Bieyun was taken aback. Human nature. The middle-aged man replied calmly. There is an ancient adage in Huaxia, know thyself and know thy enemy. And you shall not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Before engaging in negotiations with the Qin group, one ought to comprehend its structure. Within the Qin group, there exists a pivotal figure, Qin Zhangshuan, the chairman, who has single-handedly transformed a modest real estate firm into a colossal entity valued in the hundreds of billions. Spanning a wide array of sectors, including real estate, transportation, services, retail, and more. However, there lies a significant issue. Qin Zhangshuan is a son-in-law. Though he holds the title of chairman, the shareholders and board members are predominantly from the Qin family. These individuals are characterized by their greed, often forsaking loyalty for profit, embodying the traits of both snake and rat, and lacking any substantial unity. Should the Qin group exhibit strength, their allegiance remains unwavering. Yet, if the group shows even a hint of weakness or teeters on the brink of collapse, Matsumoto Biyun's eyes sparkled with realization. They would do anything to sever ties with the Qin group, even relinquishing their shares, seizing the opportunity to cash in while they still hold value. Such is human nature. The middle-aged man replied coolly, if I am not mistaken, Qin Zhangshuan must have now acquired a significant portion of the shares in the Qin group, potentially surpassing the threshold for absolute control. What shall we do then? Matsumoto Biyun remarked. If Qin Zhangshuan, that old fox, possesses such patience while awaiting an opportunity, he should surely make his move within these few days. I have my own plans. The middle-aged man glanced at his son. You remain somewhat impetuous. A person who cannot master their emotions is no different from a beast. Indeed. I understand. Matsumoto Biyun lowered his head, acknowledging the truth in his father's words. Manipulating others while accounting for their humanity is a level he has yet to attain. There is another matter. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Qin Xion's recent system is linked to a small company called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. I investigated, and the legal representative of this company is named Wang Shuo. This should have no relation to the company, correct? Matsumoto Biyun queried. I suspect this is all a self-directed play by the Qin group. Whether it is a play or not is inconsequential. The middle-aged man shook his head. Locate this Wang Shuo and make initial contact. Remember, do not ruin this opportunity again. Very well, dear father. Rest assured, Matsumoto Biyun affirmed. I shall unearth every secret of this Wang Shuo for you. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. Such matters do not require his direct intervention. Furthermore, dear father, Matsumoto Biyun's eyes glinted with hatred. Qin Xion, that ungrateful girl, has repeatedly insulted the Matsumoto family and W Company. I will ensure she pays for it. There was a moment of silence before a long pause. Decide for yourself. The Matsumoto family will not tolerate humiliation. Matsumoto Biyun was pleasantly surprised to find that the video call had already ended. Had his father relinquished control? Chapter 45. A profound realization the following day. As the sun ascended above the horizon, Wang Shuo embarked on his ambitious quest for wealth. The provocations from Qin Zhangshuan, coupled with Qin Xion's disdain, had deeply wounded Wang Shuo's fragile spirit. He vowed to earn money swiftly to repay the burdensome 3 million. Indeed, it was 3 million, not 260,000. He envisioned the moment he would withdraw the cash and present it to Qin Xion, pointing out 40,000 of it and declaring, no need to return this. Consider it your interest from me. Certainly, more importantly, he was determined to fulfill his promise to the humanoid race, hastening to complete it so he could relish life sooner. As for the commitment he had set aside during his hospital stay, Wang Shuo inquired, do you wish to experience the taste of Zheng Jun's iron fist? When faced with the choice between civilization and beauty, the answer was clear. Of course, one would choose beauty. After a long journey, Wang Shuo arrived at the software park with a mere 2 coins in his pocket. He opened the door, ascended to the 3rd floor, and upon seeing the computer screens light up and the cluttered desk, he felt a long-lost exhilaration wash over him. Ah, how are you, Zero? Do you require command recognition? Sir? Wang Shuo, feeling a surge of pride, replied, no need for recognition. This is merely me greeting you. Command confirmed, sir. I shall enhance this section of the database for you. All right then. Cursing inwardly at his own folly, Wang Shuo sat down with a sense of resignation. 0. Display the core source code in a distributed structural diagram. It is now displayed, sir. Wang Shuo observed closely, compared to 0's nascent state. The core source code had significantly expanded, with numerous points illuminated. However, the central logic module remained largely unchanged. This indicated that while 0's functionality had enhanced, its core intelligence had not seen a notable improvement. It still resembled a rigid program. It seemed the data volume was insufficient. Wang Shuo furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. Beyond increasing the data volume, the logic core required refinement and an upgrade, and a portion of the new coding language remained incomplete. Furthermore, Wang Shuo raised his gaze to the speaker on his desk, which had tormented him for quite some time. Its sound quality was atrocious, distorting at the slightest increase in volume. He had long desired to replace it. Additionally, he noted the microphone, computer monitor, and the buzzing server in the corner of the room. These all needed replacement? Feeling the coins in his pocket, Wang Shuo clenched his teeth to suppress his inner turmoil. Money, where would it come from? Although he still had $1 million in outstanding debts, distant funds would not alleviate immediate needs. Perhaps he could consider a loan? Wang Shuo had heard of a certain entrepreneurial fund available to students, offering 5 years of interest-free borrowing with convenient repayment options. However, a loan of merely 100,000 yuan. Drawing an A4 sheet from the side, Wang Shuo meticulously listed the equipment he might require. A machine tool was indispensable, as many components needed to be custom manufactured. Ideally, a 5-axis machining center would be acquired. Though the cost, even the smallest machine tool capable of ensuring precision and normal operation would cost upwards of several 100,000 yuan. 4 to 5 robotic arms were essential. While he could currently purchase parts for assembly, it would be far more convenient to acquire a finished product and make minor modifications. A 5-axis robotic arm would cost no less than 100,000 yuan, with imported models likely being even more expensive. Once he secured a better machining center in the future, he could design and manufacture this equipment himself. Next on the list were welding tools, soldering irons, welding wire, and blowtorches. These items were crucial for the processing stage, and as for wrenches and pliers, the list was even longer. Most importantly, Wang Shuo realized he also needed a smelting furnace. It could not be of subpar quality. The temperature must reach at least 2,000 degrees and be maintained for an extended duration. This posed a significant challenge, as such a smelting furnace would start at a minimum of several 100,000 yuan in the market. Glancing at the items enumerated on his list, and then at the staggering budget of 1 million yuan, Wang Shuo felt a headache coming on. This was already the result of his utmost efforts to cut costs, yet it still exceeded the budget by a considerable margin. According to this figure, even if he were to invest his recently earned 1 million yuan, it would not suffice. Most critically, even if he managed to acquire all these items, there simply wasn't enough space to accommodate them. Indeed, in this day and age, one cannot possibly thrive without financial resources. Entrepreneurial endeavors seem utterly unattainable. It is prudent to first upgrade the logical core of Zero. Moreover, the most significant advantage I possess is that coding incurs no cost. This remains my sole asset at present. A zero-cost workforce. Accessing the core source code, I display it on the screen, emphasizing the pivotal algorithms of the logical core. Elevated permissions are required. Verifying permissions. I engage in voice print recognition and image recognition. How may I address you? Shin Xin, the ice pop Wang Shuo maintained his composure. Recognition successful. Retrieving the source code, sir. It will be displayed on the main screen shortly. As Wang Shuo observed the results appearing on the screen, he gently shook his head, gaining a deeper understanding of the constraints imposed by the hardware on Zero. The purpose of this approach is to obscure Zero's response time, creating an illusion of seamlessness. In an ideal scenario, upon Wang Shuo's command, Zero would immediately seek to confirm permissions, with voice print and image recognition operating in the background by default. A more optimal outcome would involve Zero confirming Wang Shuo's identity in the background, though this necessitates a robust hardware foundation. However, reflecting on the resources consumed by Zero and the meager server capacity within the data center, Wang Shuo shook his head once more. For an intelligent core, the current silicon-based computing architecture is tragically antiquated. The chips, composed of intricate electronic circuits, suffer from extensive electronic interspacing, material property discrepancies, and losses during the electronic transmission process, all of which severely impair computational performance and energy efficiency. The limitations inherent in foundational technology directly dictate the upper boundaries of computer capabilities. It is not merely a matter of Wang Shuo. Even if a shadow of a person were placed here, it would be impossible for him to create a fully autonomous, intelligent program within a traditional computer system composed of silicon crystals. At present, Wang Shuo can only exploit his still-evolving novel code to push the limits of silicon-based computers, while continuously stacking hardware to enhance computational performance, striving to elevate Zero to a level that closely resembles genuine artificial intelligence. In Wang Shuo's perspective, The emergence of Zero signifies that its potential has already reached the zenith of traditional silicon electronic computers, and this is merely a rudimentary, intelligent core. From its inception, the structure of silicon electronic computers has predetermined their incapacity to foster true intelligence on this platform. They can only produce pseudo-intelligent programs that approach intelligence yet remain fundamentally artificial. Although they may closely resemble intelligent programs, the essence of artificiality cannot be overlooked. Beyond this, the capabilities required transcend what ancient silicon electronic computers can sustain. The most rapidly advancing technology in human history, which has proven to be the greatest benefactor, is destined to culminate in a magnificent finale. This moment could arrive in a decade, 2 decades, or even a century. The next generation of computers. Wang Shuo suddenly felt an insatiable curiosity regarding the abilities and structures of next-generation computers. Without a doubt, this was yet another instance of lofty aspirations meeting practical limitations. However, even if he is currently incapable of creating the next generation of computers, it is at least worthwhile to explore and indulge in understanding, is it not? Furthermore, if Zero were to be endowed with a new generation of computational frameworks, to what extraordinary degree would its performance elevate? It seems quite worthy of anticipation. Yet, there lies a singular question within this contemplation. The theoretical framework and manufacturing methods for the next generation of computers undoubtedly hold immense value. However, one must ponder whether this value justifies Wang Shuo's audacious venture into the realm of transcendent data acquisition purely for aesthetic appreciation. According to Wang Shuo's calculations, if the volume of data required for designing the next generation computer is excessive, or if his uncontrolled musings lead to an overwhelming influx of instantaneous transmission that causes his mind to falter, he risks becoming a mere shell of his former self, possibly devoid of any cognitive function. Gazing at the screen before him, Wang Shuo clenched his teeth, hesitating momentarily. He resolved to proceed. After much contemplation, Wang Shuo decided to take the plunge. If he shied away from this minor risk, what future endeavors would remain open to him? Moreover, as long as he could promptly sever the transmission, there should be no significant repercussions, right? 0. Record the current time. Should I remain unconscious for over 24? No. 36 hours. Please dial 120 to inform them of my condition and location, so they may retrieve me. The memorandum has been updated, sir. Having arranged for the eventualities. Wang Shuo poured himself a glass of water, placing it beside the armrest of the sofa, and then reclined in a comfortable position, gently closing his eyes. Transcendent Enlightenment, activate. Chapter 46. The mysterious figure as the notion of data transmission materialized, an immense torrent of information surged forth from the core, overwhelming Wang Shuo before he even had the chance to exclaim in astonishment. He was engulfed by a deluge of data, unprepared and without any preliminary measures in place. Wang Shuo was almost entirely caught off guard. He felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, and it seemed as if countless thunderclaps were reverberating within his mind, creating a cacophony that drowned out all other sounds. Chaotic thoughts surged forth, with characters suddenly materializing and then abruptly vanishing, a myriad of profound theories continuously rising and falling in his consciousness, transforming into a resplendent brilliance. Hold on, one must endure. Wang Shuo, with his hazy awareness, strained to concentrate, honing in on the primary keywords. However, as another sequence of intricate characters formed, an intense throbbing pain assaulted him, and he could no longer withstand it, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, the duration unknown, until Wang Shuo finally opened his eyes to behold a familiar decor, one he recognized all too well. This was the hospital. "You're awake," said a young nurse, who had noticed his subtle movements while changing the dressing. Placing the empty bottle into a tray, she added, "Since you're awake, I'll go inform your family." With that, she exited the room, leaving Wang Shuo alone to gaze at the familiar ceiling in a daze. Suddenly, it struck him, data transmission. Wang Shuo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A moment of enlightenment had indeed landed him in the hospital, an outcome both anticipated and unexpected. "Second brother." The familiar boisterous voice resonated, and without needing to look up, Wang Shuo knew who had arrived. He lifted his gaze to find Zhanjiang grinning widely, his unshaven beard hanging scruffily from his chin, and his voice booming. "Dear brother, I must express my concern. Your health is exceedingly fragile," Zhanjiang remarked, clicking his tongue in exasperation. "It has only been a few days, and you've already found yourself back in the hospital." "I had no choice, my friend," Wang Shuo replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "Thus, you must learn from me. Observe my physique, Zhang Jun proclaimed, puffing out his chest to reveal his robust form. From now on, you shall accompany me on my runs. Within a week, I assure you, your body will mirror mine in strength. At this rate, I might just end up in intensive care again, Wang Shuo thought to himself, then inquired, by the way, was it you who brought me to the hospital? Not I, Zhang Jun replied with a hint of nostalgia. I am unsure which kind-hearted individual made that call. I spoke with the emergency doctor at the hospital, and they informed me that when they arrived, you were alone, resting on the sofa. Such altruistic souls are becoming increasingly rare in today's world. He shook his head, seemingly lamenting the decline of societal values and the fading of human kindness. Wang Shuo nodded silently, realizing that Zero had dutifully followed his instructions and summoned help, bringing him to the hospital. Thank you ever so much, my friend. I truly appreciate your assistance, Wang Shuo expressed sincerely. What kind of talk is that? Zhang Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide. We are comrades, sharing the same dormitory. When you are in distress, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Moreover, your current frailty necessitates care. From now on, I shall take it upon myself to oversee your recovery. We must elevate your exercise regimen and strip you of that blood demon title. Following your training plan might just be a death sentence, Wang Shuo remarked. Thank you, boss, Wang Shuo said with great reluctance. After much back and forth, Zhang Jun finally left the hospital room, satisfied with Wang Shuo's promise. Before departing, he earnestly reminded Wang Shuo of the necessary precautions, emphasizing that training comes with risks and should be approached with caution. Any injuries incurred would not be his responsibility. The 25 words were laden with meaning. With a sigh, Wang Shuo glanced at the half-full bottle of medicine, realizing he would likely spend a considerable amount of time here. He patted his pocket and was relieved to find his phone still there. He deftly unlocked it, opened WeChat, and noticed a prominent red notification, a message from Chen Xin. You were unconscious? How did she know I was unconscious? Has the speed of communication reached such heights? Or has this girl installed a tracking device on me? It's nothing serious, just a lack of glucose. Fine. Typical of Chen Xion's style, Wang Shuo thought, accustomed to her ways. However, one line displayed on his phone suddenly left him in shock. 1436, November 5th, Monday. November 5th, Monday? Wang Shuo began to ponder deeply. If his memory served him right, the time he underwent the procedure was on Sunday, November 4th, and he had set the alarm for 36 hours later. Yet the current time was now in the afternoon of November 5th. This meant a sudden chill ran down Wang Shuo's spine. What if it wasn't Zero who had triggered the alarm? Who could it be? An individual, unknown to oneself and perhaps entirely unrecognized, wandered within one's studio and, with an unexpected kindness, alerted the authorities about one's unconscious state. The mere contemplation of such an occurrence evokes a sense of dread. Moreover, it is noteworthy that there seems to be nothing of substantial value within the studio save for Zero. However, given the concealed mode I had established, it is unlikely anyone would discern Zero's presence. Even if inadvertently awakened, one would probably regard Zero merely as a commonplace voice-activated assistant available on the market. Having calmed my tumultuous thoughts, Wang Shuo straightened up, retrieving pen and paper to meticulously account for the gains from this recent data transmission. After exerting such effort and finding myself confined to a hospital, it would be quite inequitable if the necessary information had not been successfully transmitted. With a foggy mind, Wang Shuo lightly tapped his head, preparing to commence his task when the hospital room door swung open once more. A newcomer entered, offering Wang Shuo a professional smile. Greetings, Mr. Wang. It appears we meet again. Who are you? Wang Shuo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the woman who had entered. Dressed in professional attire, complete with a white blouse and high heels, she epitomized the quintessential white-collar image. Indeed, Mr. Wang, it seems that one of your esteemed status tends to forget. The woman replied with a smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Lu Yan, and I am the dedicated legal advisor for Zhongji Pingqing Technology Company, Limited. You may refer to me as Advisor Lu or Attorney Lu. Might it be that you recall now, Mr. Wang? Ah, I recall now. Wang Shuo exhibited a look of sudden realization. So it is you, Lu Yan, who was present when Wang Shuo and Chen Xin signed the contract, overseeing the validation of its contents. Thus, it appears you are a lawyer? Your visit is too. Allow me to introduce you. Lu Yan flashed a hint of a professional smile, though Wang Shuo sensed, perhaps erroneously, that this smile carried at least a modicum of sincerity. She shifted slightly to the side, revealing another woman behind her. This was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be between 30 and 40 years old. Dressed in a similarly styled formal outfit, elegantly and exquisitely adorned. This is Ren Junling, the Deputy General Manager of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. Good day, Mr. Wang. Ren Junling nodded slightly. And this individual, Lu Yin continued, pointing to another middle-aged man who appeared slightly older. This is Su Jianzhong, the Chief Financial Officer of Zhongji Pengqing Technology Company, Limited. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Hello. Wang Shuo regarded the three individuals before him with a puzzled expression, momentarily taken aback. A Deputy General Manager and a Chief Financial Officer. This is nearly half of Zhongji Pengqing's leadership. What grand affair is Chen Xian orchestrating? Mr. Wang. Deputy General Manager Ren Junling is here on behalf of the company, specifically to engage with you in a business collaboration. Business collaboration? Wang Shuo pondered carefully. Do I have any dealings with Zhongji Pengqing? It seems. We do not have any business interactions, do we? Wang Shuo gazed curiously at Lu Yin and the others, perplexed by how anyone could find him in the hospital. Was it now the case that one had to visit a hospital to locate him? Mr. Wang, you may have forgotten, Lu Yin replied with a faint smile. You previously signed a rather unique contract with Zhongji Pengqing Company. No, Wang Shuo decisively shook his head. He could not acknowledge it. He absolutely could not. For he had yet to receive his payment, and Chen Xian was already pointing fingers, demanding money. Swiftly, he covered his head with the blanket and extended a finger towards the door, muffled sounds escaping him. I have never signed any contract with you. Leave at once, or I shall call for the doctor. This, Mr. Wang. Lu Yin contemplated all conceivable scenarios, yet could not fathom Wang Shuo's reaction, leaving her momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Mr. Wang, Ren Junling, standing nearby, smiled gently, her tone reassuring. We are here to bring you money. Money? Wang Shuo lowered the blanket, his eyes widening in surprise. A barrage of questions left Ren Junling momentarily speechless, prompting her to shake her head slightly. You may have misunderstood. We are here to further discuss the matters concerning the contract, as this involves a substantial sum of money. Pausing briefly, Ren Junling added, a very substantial sum. A very substantial sum? Wang Shuo's curiosity piqued. Just how substantial? Substantial enough that we need to report to the headquarters for approval. Significant enough that it requires President Chen's personal endorsement. In fact, everything I am conveying to you today is at President Chen's behest. Ren Junling smiled and said, therefore, Mr. Wang, there is no need for concern. We come with sincerity. Moreover, upon the conclusion of our current business collaboration, we hope to engage in further cooperation with you. Further cooperation? That can be discussed later. With a gentle smile, Ren Junling reached for the folder that Lu Yin had just retrieved and handed it to Wang Shuo. Mr. Wang, you may first peruse the contract you signed with Miss Chen Xian. Wang Shuo took the folder and opened it. The familiar handwriting met his gaze, its contours resembling the erratic pathways of ants, which made him feel a tinge of embarrassment. Instinctively, he raised the folder slightly, attempting to shield it from the view of Ren Junling and the others. Mr. Wang, it appears you may not have thoroughly read this contract tailored specifically for you by Miss Chen. According to the terms of the contract, our company acts as Party A, commissioning Party B, which is your Frontier Technology Company, Limited, to undertake technological development, for which our company will compensate you. The contract stipulates that remuneration will be calculated based on the specific progress and involvement in the technological development. Furthermore, regardless of whether the development proves successful or not, you will receive an upfront financial support of 1 million yuan. For this portion of the funding, our company will not make any further claims against you or your company. Wang Shuo rubbed his nose. Indeed, this was the content of the agreement he had signed. Had it not been for this provision, he would not have expended such effort to develop the prototype system. 1 million, while it might merely be pocket money for Chen Xian and Qinqing for a few months. For him, it represented a sum that would require a decade of diligent work without any indulgence to accumulate. This was not something he could afford to overlook. There is no way around it. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be utterly astounding. As for other compensations, they will be assessed by our company upon the completion of the technical development before being disbursed to you. Having finished reading the contract, Ren Junling inquired, Mr. Wang, is there anything amiss with the contract? No, not at all, Wang Shuo replied. As he flipped through the contract, he observed Ren Junling's familiarity with the details, which left him somewhat in awe. Had it been him, he would have been utterly confounded by the labyrinth of text. Indeed, Ren Junling nodded and continued. Our company has invited technical personnel from the manufacturers, relevant industry experts, and other professionals to conduct a thorough evaluation, analysis, in comparison of the overall software system for the CNC machining center for which you are responsible. A detailed inspection report has now been produced. Ren Zhenling's tone grew solemn as he addressed Wang Shuo after assessment. It has been determined that the CNC machining center software system developed by you and your company perfectly aligns with our products, in comparison to other similar offerings. It possesses certain advantages that enable our products to meet international advanced standards in terms of performance. The capabilities of this system have far exceeded our expectations. Consequently, after careful deliberation, our company has resolved to compensate you in accordance with the principles and stipulations of our equitable contract. Given that this system was entirely developed under your and your company's purview, as per the contract, we shall remunerate you with a total sum of. Ren Zhenling took a deep breath and announced the final figure, 16,460,000 yuan. The contract slipped from Wang Shuo's grasp to the bed, and he stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Ren Zhenling. How much? 16,460,000 yuan, Mr. Wang. Ren Zhenling spoke calmly. Over 10 million. Wang Shuo was taken aback. He knew that if he mentioned the profit sharing, it could amount to a significant sum. But he never anticipated it would reach such a staggering figure. After all, it was over 10 million, not merely 1,000. Even his father, throughout his lifetime, had never encountered such a vast amount of money. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Wang Shuo still found it hard to believe and confirmed once more, are you certain? Did you perhaps add an extra zero? The bill has been meticulously verified multiple times. Mr. Wang, there is absolutely no error. Seemingly aware of Wang Shuo's predicament, Su Jianzhong interjected, it's perfectly fine if you Haven Tea brought the funds. Your signature will suffice. Gazing at the lengthy string of zeros on the settlement statement handed to him by Su Jianzhong, Wang Shuo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He suddenly questioned whether he was still within the fabricated cerebral environment, wondering if everything around him was merely a figment of his imagination. He retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened Chen Xian's WeChat, briefly explaining the situation at hand, then quietly awaited her response. After deducting my debts and interest, this girl, Wang Shuo smirked slightly, feeling an unexpected tranquility wash over him. He found the situation somewhat amusing. Moreover, considering the value of the system he had developed, it seemed that this 10 million was still far from adequate. With this thought, Wang Shuo no longer found the 10 million to be so glaring. In fact, it felt somewhat insufficient. He confidently signed his name, though the handwriting. Very well. Mr. Wang. Su Jianzhong received the settlement statement handed over by Wang Shuo and remarked, we shall remit your payment to your company's primary account within 3 working days. Kindly keep an eye out for it. Furthermore, in consideration of your company's circumstances, we will facilitate the payment of your taxes on your behalf. Thank you. Wang Shuo, exuding a composed demeanor, nodded. After all, he was a person of considerable worth, and maintaining an air of sophistication was essential. One more thing, Mr. Wang. Upon receiving a nod from Ren Zhenling, Lu Yan pursed his lips and produced another folder, presenting it to Wang Shuo. We require your authorization, so please review this contract. Authorization? Wang Shuo expressed mild surprise. Indeed, Mr. Wang, Lu Yan elucidated. In the case of other delegation contracts, although you and your company serve as the technical developers, the intellectual property rights and patents of the technology reside with our company. In such instances, we are the rightful owners of this technology, and our actions regarding it remain unbounded by your constraints. However, Ms. Chen Xian omitted this clause during the contract drafting and explicitly stipulated that the aforementioned rights belong to you. Therefore, should our company wish to continue utilizing this technology, your authorization is imperative. At this juncture, Lu Yan exhibited a touch of frustration. Ms. Chen's actions were wholly contrary to the company's interests. It was akin to paying for a beautifully crafted sculpture, only for the artist to declare ownership and demand rent for its display. Such reasoning was utterly unfathomable. Nonetheless, Ms. Chen had never been one to adhere to conventional logic. As such, Wang Shuo took the contract and couldn't help but reflect on the reliability of this girl at times. The authorization period is set for 1 year, after which you may grant authorization to other vendors at your discretion. However, within this 1-year time frame, our company shall possess the exclusive rights to utilize this technology, and you are prohibited from granting similar rights to other vendors. During the authorization period, should our company encounter any technical issues related to this technology, you are obliged to assist in its improvement with the associated costs borne by our company, along with appropriate remuneration for your services. This poses no problem. Wang Shuo nodded, feeling content, and with a flourish, inscribed his signature. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. All tasks for the day had been successfully completed, save for the minor incident instigated by Wang Shuo. Well then, Mr. Wang, Lu Yin efficiently organized the documents, tucking them under her arm, and said, "We shall not disturb your rest any further, and we hope for your swift recovery." Wang Shuo silently nodded as he watched the trio exit the hospital room. Once the door closed, he gazed at his hands in disbelief. Had these very hands just signed 2 contracts, one of which was valued at over 10 million? Over 10 million. How long would it take to spend such a fortune? What should he purchase? A house for his parents? Some extravagant electronic devices for himself? His mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. This overwhelming sense of happiness. If he weren't in a hospital, Wang Shuo would have truly wanted to let out a triumphant cry. I am wealthy. Chapter 48: The first employee having acquired wealth. Wang Shuo found himself in a position to pursue various endeavors previously deemed unattainable. With a budget of 10 million, he could procure nearly all the necessary equipment. Could he not? However, the dilemma lay in determining how to allocate these funds. Meticulous planning was imperative. Yet, what troubled him at present was the incessant ringing of his phone. Should he answer? As he gazed at the device vibrating relentlessly, the name Old Witch glaring back at him, Wang Shuo found himself in an unusual state of hesitation. A call from the Old Witch seldom heralded anything good. And considering he had skipped class yet again today, it was likely that he had already been marked on her infamous red list. He extended his hand and pressed the power button. Instantly, the world around him fell into silence. Just as Wang Shuo exhaled a sigh of relief, the phone erupted into a vigorous tremor once more, the caller still displaying the ominous title of Old Witch. This persistent woman was relentless, he muttered under his breath, before silencing his phone again. A minute passed in tranquility before his device vibrated once more, indicating a new message. Curiosity piqued, Wang Shuo opened it to find a text from his superior. Do not answer. What could that possibly mean? As he pondered this, the phone rang again. This time from his boss. Without a moment's thought, he answered. After a brief silence, a female voice pierced through the air. Wang Shuo, if I do not see you in class tomorrow morning, you can pack your things and leave. The call ended abruptly. Bewildered, Wang Shuo was left in a state of confusion. Whom could he blame? Only himself, it seemed. Truly, he felt like crying without tears. Yet, regardless of the weight of his emotions, life must go on. No matter how one clings to today, tomorrow will inevitably arrive. Life can be so helpless at times. Wang Shuo sighed, tracing the tiny pinpricks on the back of his hand as he exited the emergency building. He gazed at the dimming sky outside, devoid of any inclination to reward himself. Initially, he had entertained the notion of suddenly becoming a millionaire today, which would render him a semblance of a successful individual. It would be remiss not to celebrate with his friends at a decent venue. Naturally, he could not afford a venue like the one hosted by Chen Xian's father. Such establishments require not only wealth but also social standing, which Wang Shuo evidently lacked. Yet, the thought of facing the old hag tomorrow filled him with resignation, and the aura of a newly minted millionaire dissipated in an instant. He took out his phone and ordered an extravagant meal, one he usually wouldn't dare to purchase, changing the delivery address to the software park. Then, he boarded the bus heading there, suddenly recalling that his million had yet to be transferred. He was still a pauper. The hospital was not far from the Guanggu software park, and after a half-hour of swaying on the bus, Wang Shuo finally arrived safely at his destination. Upon reaching the rented office building, night had fully descended. Skillfully entering the password, he opened the door and ascended directly to the 3rd floor without pausing on the 1st or 2nd. A familiar neutral male voice greeted him. 0. You should be more natural. Don't speak in the same tone all the time. Wang Shuo placed his dinner on the computer desk and grumbled, moreover, refrained from repetitively using the same greeting. The Chinese language is profound and elegant. You ought to learn more. Detected keywords related to learning. Sir, do you require me to enrich the corresponding database? It seems to be a case of artificial intelligence folly. At this level, it falls far short of my expectations. It appears that upgrading the core codebase and database has become imperative. The sound of footsteps echoed. Wang Shuo instinctively lifted his eyelids. High heels, flesh-colored stockings, a black short skirt, complemented by formal attire. Lawyer Lu, why are you still awake at this hour? Wang Shuo inquired without lifting his head. No one responded. Wang Shuo furrowed his brow. What does silence signify? Lawyer Lu, you. Wang Shuo raised his head and gazed towards the figure, momentarily stunned. The woman before him was similarly clad in professional attire, a white shirt and high heels, but with the addition of full-framed black glasses and shoulder-length hair. Along with an air of cold elegance, she appeared to be an entirely different person. This made Wang Shuo's mind momentarily flash to another person of similar icy demeanor, yet he had to concede that the individual before him exuded a more commanding presence. You are not Lawyer Liu. Wang Shuo was somewhat bewildered. How did you get in? He harbored doubts. Had he forgotten to lock the door upon entering? First, I am certainly not Lawyer Liu. The newcomer gently adjusted her glasses. Second, it is not a matter of when I entered. Rather, I have been seated on the first floor all along. Seated on the first floor all this time? Wang Shuo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Then you. Furthermore, considering your position as my superior, I shall overlook the matter of wasted time, even though your unconsciousness has cost me a precious day. Superior? Wang Shuo was utterly bewildered. When and where did I ever engage the services of such an elegant, strikingly beautiful individual, who appears quite competent, without my knowledge? Fourthly, according to my agreement with Miss Chen, I shall serve you for a duration of 3 years, after which my continuation will be voluntary. Fifthly, my remuneration must not be less than 50,000 per month. Should my salary be delayed for more than 2 consecutive months, the agreement shall be rendered void. And I shall leave this company immediately. With each point she made, Wang Shuo's eyes widened further, until they seemed on the verge of popping out of his head. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop!" The woman furrowed her brow slightly but complied, gazing silently at Wang Shuo. First, Wang Shuo rose, raising a finger. I have no knowledge of where you come from, with whom you made this agreement, or its contents, but I do not know you. In fact, I have never even seen you before. Second, he raised a second finger. If we are to speak of a superior, I am the owner of this company. Even if I were to accept you as an employee, it is I who shall determine your salary, not you. Third, Wang Shuo declared emphatically, you have spoken at length. Yet I still do not know your name. In my agreement with Miss Chen, there was none of the content you mentioned. The woman furrowed her brows and spoke calmly. Now there is. Wang Shuo resumed his seat, picking up his phone. Please wait a moment while I verify. With nimble fingers, he navigated through Chen Xian's chat. Miss Chen, what mischief are you up to this time? Has she arrived? Are you telling me this peculiar woman is indeed your doing? Get her out of here. I have no need for an employee. You do need her. I do not. Can you manage the company? Wang Shuo paused, uncertainty creeping in. Do you have the time to run the company? Is there anything else? Wang Shuo silently typed. Nothing else. Good. The woman regarded him, and Wang Shuo, gritting his teeth, muttered, since she is here, let us tidy up. He pointed downstairs. The first and second floors are your domain. The third floor is mine. In the future, please knock before entering. I understand. The woman looked around, her gaze sweeping the area. I will undertake a thorough reorganization and renovation tomorrow. If you wish to avoid disturbances, I will implement soundproofing, the costs of which will need to be covered by the company. Very well. Wang Shuo nodded, somewhat resigned. For the company to operate, we require personnel to ensure normal business activities. I need you to sign the relevant documents to facilitate the company's expansion. Must both parties sign documents? Wang Shuo's eyes widened. Any system must be established from the outset to cultivate habits. The woman spoke softly. I would prefer that you personally handle the task of finding someone. All right. Wang Shuo replied with a resigned wave of his hand. I will heed your wishes. Finally, the woman slightly lifted her head and said, It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Liu Yimei. Chapter 49. The value of Liu Yimei. Watching her turn and descend the stairs, Wang Shuo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling in a state of mild frustration. Liu Yimei's arrival had taken him by surprise. However, this was not the time for such considerations, for he had deeper matters to ponder. Taking out his phone, he opened WeChat and once again encountered Chen Xian's 2 probing questions. With a slight grimace, he sent a message. Miss Chen, for your sake, I have agreed to take her on, but she is rather excessive. She demands a monthly salary of 50,000. Who does she think she is? I do not even earn 50,000 a month. Minutes later, his phone chimed. Wang Shuo picked it up to find only 2 words. Give her. Such a confident tone. Is Chen Xian so certain that the individual in question is worth that price? 50,000 a month, a staggering sum. Were it not for the contract with the Chun Corporation, he would not even be able to furnish a mere 10,000. Even with the contract, the arrival of the over 10 million he was owed remained uncertain. Now, solely based on the utterance of a peculiar woman who had unexpectedly emerged from some obscure corner, he was expected to pay her 50,000, a monthly salary, implying a recurring obligation. If it were 50,000 a month, that would amount to, gasp, 600,000 a year. Wang Shuo went slightly, sensing a twinge of pain in his jaw. Even if this woman were made of gold, she could hardly be worth such a fortune. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that with newfound wealth, he could finally pursue the ventures that had been hindered by a lack of funds. After careful consideration, Wang Shuo resolved to invest in equipment to fabricate goods that would yield further profit, postponing the acquisition of a house or car for the time being. In any case, this marked a promising beginning. Did it not? I need to procure a batch of valuable equipment. Lu Yimei sat quietly on the first floor, a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window, allowing her to discern her surroundings. She was positioned at the reception desk, observing as Wang Shuo hurried upstairs, scarcely pausing to turn on the lights. The semicircular wooden countertop was devoid of any items, and the walls behind her bore no adornments, causing her to momentarily forget the name of the company. What was it called again? Perhaps it was Frontier Technology Limited? Lu Yimei pondered intently, now convinced that this company was indeed a newly established entity. Only a few weeks old, and the owner of this establishment seemed to be the somewhat unreliable young man upstairs. Could this young man truly sustain the company? Could he afford to pay her salary and maintain it for 3 years, just as the lady had mentioned? She harbored doubts, yet ultimately, the path was of her own choosing, and she did not regret it. However, if this company truly cannot afford to pay its own salaries, Lu Yimei furrowed her brow in hesitation, as if recalling a particular matter. Why don't you turn on the lights? Lu Yimei lifted her head and, in the darkness, vaguely discerned a figure descending the staircase, who then reached the corner and pressed something. With a sudden burst of illumination, Lu Yimei instinctively squinted her eyes. This is much more comfortable. Wang Shuo calmly approached Lu Yimei and casually took a seat at the table. Let us converse. Noticing Lu Yimei's lack of dissent, Wang Shuo continued, I have heard that you graduated from Fuda? Indeed, Lu Yimei nodded. From the Business Administration Department, class of 2013. Wang Shuo raised an eyebrow. So you are currently a doctoral candidate. Lu Yimei adjusted her glasses and added, additionally, I obtained a master's degree in finance during my postgraduate studies, utilizing my spare time. A doctoral candidate, a master's degree, a dual achiever. What a scholar. No wonder she is so audacious, demanding a monthly salary of 50,000 right off the bat. Yet, academic credentials do not necessarily equate to capability. After all, I have yet to complete my undergraduate studies. ISNT at a piece of cake to earn 10 million? Why don't you give it a try? Wang Shuo mused, feeling considerably more at ease with the 10 million that had yet to be credited. As for your salary, it cannot be less than 50,000. Lu Yimei stated matter-of-factly. That expression, that demeanor, how reminiscent there of someone encountered not long ago. No room for negotiation? Wang Shuo gazed at the furrowed brows of Lu Yimei and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, allow me to ponder this. You may try your hand at it for a few days. Chun Xian had articulated a profound truth. He was utterly incapable of managing a company, and more crucially, he lacked the time to oversee its operations. Under such circumstances, a dual-degree prodigy appearing at his doorstep was the most advantageous resource imaginable. Salaries must be disbursed no later than the 20th of each month. Should there be any delays exceeding 2 consecutive times, I shall tender my resignation. Observing Lu Yimei's unabashed discussion of remuneration, Wang Shuo felt a tinge of bitterness. One should feel elated at being an employer, yet he found himself in discomfort. Do you have any substantial work experience? Surely you possess some practical operational skills? Wang Shuo inquired with a hint of desperation, hoping to uncover a flaw that might warrant a reduction in salary. Here is my resume, Lu Yimei replied, producing a document from her bag. Wang Shuo felt a sense of foreboding as he casually glanced at the lengthy list of her professional experiences. Sighing silently, it appeared that the 50,000 was an unyielding figure. Very well, the salary shall be 50,000. Should you perform admirably, bonuses will be included. Observing Lu Yimei's composed demeanor, Wang Shuo gritted his teeth. If he was to extend an offer, he would do so generously, including bonuses. After all, he was now a millionaire and could not afford to be overly frugal. What prompted your departure from your previous company? Lu Yimei glanced at Wang Shuo, but remained silent. It seemed that you had not fared well in your prior position. Wang Shuo shook his head with a hint of regret and then said, but rest assured, since I have promised you, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. I intend to erect this monument in the most prominent location, so that people from all over the world may gaze upon it with admiration. I understand, Lu Yimei nodded. Aren't you curious about my aspirations? Don't you wish to inquire why I want to establish a monument? Wang Shuo looked at Lu Yimei with a trace of surprise. Every company's evolution follows a process. Lu Yimei replied calmly. Initial objectives are indispensable, even if these goals seem devoid of practical value. They are preferable to having no objectives at all. However, beyond that, I tend to favor a more ambitious approach, as it tends to invigorate the enthusiasm of the employees. Allow me to analyze your goals, Mr. Wang. Lu Yimei appeared to have fully embraced her role. Firstly, the name of the company you have founded is Pioneering Technology Company Limited, regardless of whether this name was a spur-of-the-moment decision or a product of careful contemplation. The inclusion of technology has already determined the direction and scope of the company's operations. In your stated objectives, you explicitly mentioned the desire to produce an epic film, as well as to establish a monument visible to the entire world, both of which are inevitably related to technology. Wang Shuo was taken aback. Although her guesses were not entirely accurate, they were largely on point. How does this woman think? He wondered with curiosity. It's quite simple, Lu Yimei responded with a composed demeanor. I immerse myself in your perspective, analyze your descriptions, and combine them with the existing conditions to deduce the probable outcomes. Even if this outcome is erroneous and contravenes common sense, it remains the sole option. The remaining question is how you will realize it. This is akin to a humanoid version of Zero, isn't it? So this is what a top student is like. Wang Shuo, often hailed as a prodigy, now finds himself engulfed in profound shame. This woman possesses quite the prowess. That 50,000 yuan was indeed worth it. Chapter 50. The next generation of computers. Indeed, happiness is often comparative. Throughout his life, he has always been the exemplary child, never mingling with the underachievers, only to find himself unexpectedly reduced to nothingness by another. In this world, one must never become too complacent. Had it not been for his first million, which helped bridge the gap, coupled with his control over the company's financial authority, he would have lacked confidence standing before Lu Yimei, who would need to pay him a salary. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly unsteady. 0. Retrieve the core source code for distributed graphical display. Wang Shuo has resolved to expedite the development of a complete new coding language to swiftly upgrade Zero's core. I may not match you, but I will create an intelligent offspring that will fundamentally defeat you. No matter how cunning you are, I possess the technology. Humph. With a slight huff, Wang Shuo seized paper and pen, laid them on the table, and furrowed his brow to organize his thoughts. To enhance Zero's performance, there are primarily two technical pathways. Moreover, Wang Shuo felt that while he may lack in various aspects, he certainly possesses two kidneys. As long as money is not an issue, everything else is negotiable. The second technical pathway lies in the hardware domain, which is a facet that leaves Wang Shuo somewhat conflicted. However, some matters cannot simply be accomplished through mere knowledge. In the annals of humanoid evolution, the history of computer development comprises three pivotal stages, from the rudimentary semiconductor computers to photonic computers, and ultimately to the most advanced photonic quantum computers. Yet, despite the simplicity of these three stages, the humanoids traversed an entire millennium to achieve them. Given the pace of humanoid advancement, dedicating a full 1,000 years to refining the development of computers underscores the intricacy and arduous nature of the technology involved. It is precisely the highest tier of photonic quantum computers that holds the potential for genuine artificial intelligence. The intermediate photonic computers are insufficient. Upon assessing the technical requirements, Wang Shuo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Not only did he lack comprehensive information about photonic quantum computers, but he also could not acquire complete data on photonic computers, rendering their construction impossible. Well, that's all right. Lacking sufficient data means we shall not proceed with fabrication. Let us lower the difficulty. Wang Shuo was determined to uncover at least one usable piece of technology among the vast array of technical materials. Yet, what did he find? Blueprints for the 250 model computer architecture, design schematics for the 3000 model chip, principles for the fabrication of the 291 model storage device. Eureka! He had discovered the next generation of semiconductor computers, superconducting computers. Filled with exhilaration, Wang Shuo scribbled down the keywords and noted some key performance parameters. Superconducting computers, which utilize room temperature superconductors to replace the electronic circuits and transistors of current computers, herald the dawn of a new era in computing. By employing superconductors as conductive materials, these computers boast negligible internal resistance, enabling electrons to move with zero loss and zero heat generation, thus significantly enhancing computational performance. Compared to existing electronic computers, superconducting computers, by eliminating the need for cooling systems and optimizing structural design, are more compact, exhibit higher computational efficiency, and consume less power. Estimates suggest that simply replacing traditional components without any design optimizations, superconducting computers could achieve a volume merely one-fourth that of conventional semiconductor computers, with a processing speed exceeding 15 times and power consumption reduced to 1,000th. The use of superconducting chips could potentially enhance computational speed by over 1,000-fold. At this juncture, Wang Shuo abruptly paused, his mind brimming with inspiration that suddenly ceased. He contemplated the architecture of superconducting computers, the optimized designs, the mature software systems, and the industrial demand for technology, all of which he could prepare. However, the pressing question remained: where would he acquire room-temperature superconductors? How would they be manufactured? Were there specific process requirements? Wang Shuo scoured the annals of humanoid civilization's computer history and found naught but the term room-temperature superconductor, devoid of any relevant information. What could this mean? He felt somewhat bewildered. Had the humanoids truly relegated the methodology for creating room-temperature superconductors to the realm of materials science? This inference held a 90% probability of being correct. Yet, what would this imply for him? Did he have to undergo another epiphany? The thought of experiencing that enlightening yet perilous sensation made Wang Shuo wish to shake his head. In the near term, he had no desire to endure another such awakening. With a sigh, he folded the paper on his desk and stowed it away in the drawer, refocusing his gaze on the computer screen before him. Indeed, it is evident that one must diligently pin words to attain wealth. What need is there for bicycles? Early the next morning, invigorated by the previous night's fervor, Wang Shuo emerged from the software park, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, under the perplexed gaze of Liu Yeme, and boarded the bus destined for school. The incessant messages from the leader were flooding in. Second, have you arrived? Second, where are you now? Second, the old witch is already on her way. Second, the old witch is called roll. Leader, hold on. I shall arrive momentarily. I can't hold on any longer. What does I can't hold on mean? Wang Shuo's face turned a shade of green. After a protracted wait, he finally reached the bus stop, extricated himself from the crowd, and sprinted towards the teaching building with the speed of a sprinter. Upon reaching the classroom door, a stern voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Wang Shuo, he shouted back, present. All eyes in the classroom turned to the figure standing at the door. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Shuo, noticing him at the threshold, Ding Runan felt her temper rising uncontrollably. Wearing sunglasses so early in the morning, are you trying to boast about your vision? Ah. Wang Shuo suddenly remembered he was still donning the sunglasses and hastily removed them. I apologize, Teacher Ding. I had some matters to attend to this morning and was delayed. Come in, Ding Runan replied, turning away with a hint of indifference. Zhangjun sighed and covered his face, knowing the old witch as he did. He understood she would not let Wang Shuo off lightly. Watching Wang Shuo take his seat, Zhangjun felt a moment of silent mourning in his heart. Allow me to introduce to you a remarkable individual. Ding Runan pointed at Wang Shuo, exclaiming, this is none other than the illustrious Wang Shuo. Affectionately dubbed the Drunken Prince, he once spent 40 days in the hospital following a single night of revelry. If you wish to avoid civil disputes, it would be prudent not to partake in drinking with this classmate. With that, she concluded the roll call. Wang Shuo, please visit my office after class. As the old hag departed with the attendance sheet, Zhang Jun quietly approached. I sent you a message, old two. How did you nearly arrive late? He inquired. I had some matters to attend to at the software park, Wang Shuo replied with a wry smile. It seems my classmates are quite curious about me. Of course they are, Zhang Jun remarked, observing the inquisitive gazes of their peers. You are now a celebrity in our department. Whenever your name is mentioned, they invariably add, isn't he the one who ended up hospitalized for 40 days due to drinking? We usually confirm it and add that you are the blood demon of our dormitory 403. Quite impressive. Wang Shuo surveyed his surroundings, noting the even distribution of genders among the students, with several strikingly attractive females present. It appeared that his aspirations in the realm of romance might indeed have a chance. As he continued to scan the room, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Wan Li Zongqiang. Zheng Jun followed Wang Shuo's gaze and, with a grimace, introduced, he is a seasoned charlatan, perpetually peddling superstitious beliefs. Most notably, despite being scorned by others, he remains undeterred, persistently returning to the fray. Wang Shuo nodded. All right, classmates, let us commence our lesson. We will have a 10-minute break during the session. Today, I shall discuss the brief history of computer development. Only by understanding the historical progression of computers can you truly appreciate this greatest invention of humankind. A profound comprehension of computer principles will enable you to advance further in this field. Some of the material has been touched upon previously, but today we shall delve deeper into the subject. Meanwhile, in the heart of Baidu, within a luxurious conference center situated in an office building, dozens of individuals were seated around a grand conference table. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man adorned in traditional Tang attire, exuding an air of sophistication. If Wang Shuo were present, he would unmistakably recognize this as Qin Zhangshuan, the chairman of the Qin Group, with whom he had engaged in a cordial 2-hour conversation. Chairman, nearly everyone has arrived, reported an assistant in a hushed tone. Let us begin, Qin Zhangshuan replied, gently gesturing to silence the room. The chatter gradually subsided until total quiet enveloped the gathering. Since most have arrived, we shall officially commence today's meeting. However, before we embark on our first agenda item, I wish to confirm something with all of you. Qin Zhangshuan lifted his gaze, surveying the attendees, who instinctively lowered their heads under his scrutiny. You all are esteemed veterans of this group, having provided significant support when it was still in its nascent stages. It is only right that we acknowledge the group's indebtedness to each of you. Over the years, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to elevating the development of our group. However, I could never have anticipated that in our time of tribulation, some individuals would not only shirk their responsibilities as shareholders, but would also seek to drain the last vestiges of vitality from the organization. Qin Zhangshuan received a list from his assistant and flung it onto the table before him. My heart ached, truly ached. This list contained the names of our group's venerable elders, who have reaped the immense benefits of our collective progress. Yet, it is they who have been the first to abandon the group. I wish not to utter their names. Qin Zhangshuan gently closed his eyes. Every situation must have a beginning and an end. One must adhere to principles of trust. I have fulfilled my promises, and now, it is your turn to make a choice. You may opt to depart immediately, or you may choose to reinvest at twice the current market price of Qin's group. I assure you of corresponding shares, but they will not be redeemed at the previous valuation. You may decide. Chapter 51. The turmoil of Qin's group. The meeting room was enveloped in silence, as if all present were rendered speechless by this sudden and shocking turn of events. They had never imagined that the usually affable Qin Zhangshuan would genuinely wield the sword of retribution against them, and in such a ruthless and direct manner. Considering Qin Zhangshuan's previous modus operandi, the likelihood of such an occurrence was high. Yet, they had miscalculated this time. Qin Zhangshuan had not only changed, he had transformed into an unyielding figure of resolve. Chairman, what do you mean by that? A middle-aged man cautiously inquired as he stood up. The meaning has been made abundantly clear. Qin Zhangshuan cast a glance at the man, smiling gently. Jingxian, if I were in your position, I would choose to invest again. Of course, we want to reinvest. However, upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to echo in agreement. Indeed, Chairman, please assist us. We currently lack sufficient funds. At the present price, acquiring a one stake has increased more than 5-fold compared to before. Chairman, you cannot be so resolute. Resolute? Qin Zhangshuan smiled faintly, raising his gaze to observe the diverse expressions of those before him. If the Qin Group were to truly face bankruptcy, these individuals would grow even more ruthless. They would care little for the fate of the Qin Group or for his own well-being. Their only concern would be their own interests. Only profit could stir the hearts of these merciless wolves. The opportunity has already been presented to you all. If you truly cannot muster the funds to purchase shares, then I must regretfully request that you choose the first option. From this moment forth, you will no longer be shareholders of the Qin Group, nor members of the board. The board of the Qin Group will be disbanded, and I will assume the role of executive director. Furthermore, Qin Zhangshuan swept his gaze across the room once more, his voice calm. I must also invite you all to exit promptly. The matters we are about to discuss pertain to the commercial secrets of the group and are not suitable for outsiders to overhear. Someone finally could no longer restrain their anger and exclaimed, "What do you mean by this? The development of the group has our contributions as well. Without us, your family would still be eating dirt today. Now that there are achievements and the company is thriving, you wish to cast us aside? Let me tell you, it won't be that easy. Indeed, it won't be that easy. Qin Zhangshuan, you have gone too far. Beware of losing your teeth. Qin Zhangshuan, we respect you as the chairman, but do not overstep your bounds. Today, you must return those shares, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. Yes, let us meet in court. Even if you can afford a lawsuit, we will ensure you are overwhelmed." Amidst the agitated crowd, Qin Jingxian revealed a hint of bitter amusement. He discreetly glanced towards the calm figure of Qin Yuqiang beside Qin Zhangshuan. Under his watchful gaze, Qin Yuqiang rose and gently tapped the table. "Everyone, please be quiet. Qin Laoj, you should also speak up. Do not let Qin Zhongshuan monopolize the group. One individual said stiffly. The contributions of the Qin family to the group are evident, visible, and cannot be erased. Chen Yuqiang declared loudly, however. The Qin family must ultimately prioritize the interests of the group. Sacrificing the interests of all for the greater good of the group is sometimes unavoidable. In this regard, Chairman Qin's actions are not without merit. He continues to work diligently for the benefit of the group, which is commendable. Individuals are entitled to their indignation and expressions of frustration. However, it is imperative that they refrain from attributing any wrongdoing to Chairman Qin. Did you not initially advocate for the removal of Qin Zhongshuan from the chairmanship? How has your stance shifted so dramatically today? As Chen Yuqiang remarked, given the current circumstances, only Chairman Qin possesses the capability to guide the group through this crisis. Our faith in him is essential to ensure the maximization of the group's interests, which in turn safeguards our collective welfare. I express my profound sympathy for the predicaments faced by each of you, yet we must acknowledge that the die has been cast. It has become an established reality. Chairman Qin holds your equity recognition certificates, bearing your signatures, duly filed with the relevant authorities. This cannot be altered. Therefore, let us cease this uproar and disperse. Chen Yuqiang spoke earnestly, yet her words could not quell the simmering fury among the shareholders. As she concluded, the atmosphere ignited like a conflagration, emotion surging explosively amongst the crowd. This is intolerable. Chen Yuran, you have colluded with Qin Zhongshuan to deceive us. Return our money. With the arrival of security personnel, the scene descended into further chaos, as these self-proclaimed elites, driven by a mere pittance, resorted to physical confrontation. Qin Zhongshuan observed the turmoil with a placid demeanor, flanked by two steadfast bodyguards who remained by his side, undeterred by the unfolding pandemonium. Everyone, please, calm down. Qin Jingxian shouted, striving to temper the rising emotions of those behind him, before turning around to address Xiaoling and Qin Qing. He gazed at the couple standing at the forefront, who had just exhibited the most intense emotions. This time, we cannot blame the chairman. This is our own choice. A heavy silence enveloped the room. No one disagreed, right? Qin Jingxian surveyed the crowd, offering a wry smile. Let us disperse. Regardless of how the group evolves in the future, we shall not incur losses. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at our lack of foresight. Indeed, this matter is far from over. We shall not relent. Qin Zhongshuan, you must provide us with an explanation. Qin Jingshuan's smile faded slightly. These individuals were beyond redemption. Those accustomed to a life of luxury, throwing tantrums, resembled the ruffians on the streets. Qin Zhongshuan nodded. Qin Jingxian exhaled in relief. Had Qin Zhongshuan withheld his agreement, he would have found himself utterly powerless, for the Qin Group's stock was currently soaring. With one individual, there are always two. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as the shareholders displayed hesitance, casting glances at the composed Qin Zhongshuan, the reverence cultivated over decades resurfacing within them. With a collective sigh, they gradually began to exit. Finally, it was Qin Xiaoling and Qin Cheng's turn. Qin Zhongshuan, you will come to regret this. Once tranquility returned, only 3 individuals remained in the conference room. The additional presence being Qin Yuran, who had remained silent throughout. The meeting continued. Unfazed, Qin Zhongshuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, calmly stating, our first agenda item is the partnership with Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Let us share our thoughts. I wholeheartedly concur with the executive director's opinion. Qin Yuqiang cheerfully remarked. Qin Yuran furrowed his brow. I have no objections either. Very well, Qin Zhongshuan replied nonchalantly. Let us select a time to hold a press conference and formally announce this matter. The next agenda item concerned the contract signed by Qin Xin. Since it was executed in the name of the company, it should, of course, be fully honored, Qin Yuqiang continued. I concur. Qin Yuran couldn't help but cast a glance at Qin Yuqiang. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the professor, who never prolonged lectures, exited the classroom with his books, leaving a sea of drowsy students behind. Wang Shuo lifted his head, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and inquired, Is class over? Of course, it is. Zhang Jun replied irritably, You truly have a talent for sleeping. 2 hours of class. And you managed to enjoy a high-quality slumber throughout, unable to be roused. Wang Shuo chuckled foolishly, thinking it was the fault of the humanoid race, who had successfully transformed him into a being that could only sleep and not attend to lectures. Today, the 4th member hadn't attended class again. One wondered what the situation was. Zhang Jun packed his books, mumbling to himself as he walked. Perhaps he has gone on a blind date, Lili suggested. A blind date? Wang Shuo keenly picked up on that term, incredulously exclaiming, The fourth one is going on a blind date? What is the story there? With Chun Cheng's utterly dismal looks, does he still need to go on blind dates? I don't know. Lily shook his head. That's how he told us. By now. It had been nearly 3 days since they had last seen the fourth member. As Zhang Jun walked, he mumbled. And just as they reached the entrance of the teaching building, he suddenly recalled something. Second brother, if I recall correctly. Isn't the old witch still waiting for you in the office? Chapter 52. The professor's invitation. Wang Shuo cast a resentful glance at Zhang Jun. Oh, leader. Could you not pretend to have forgotten? Now, even the act of pretending has become impossible. Downstairs. Zhang Jun wore a bewildered expression and asked Lily beside him, Did I say something wrong? Ding Runen sat quietly at her desk, her gaze occasionally drifting to the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. It was already noon. Considering the time, the class ended at 11:30. And half an hour had passed. Her office was on the 3rd floor, while the classroom was on the 4th. Could it truly take half an hour to ascend a single flight of stairs? Ding Runen's expression turned slightly frosty. Report. Come in. Hearing her calm voice, Wang Shuo felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet, having reached the doorway, retreating seemed unthinkable. Teacher Ding, I have arrived. Wang Shuo could only wait in silence. 10 minutes elapsed. Wang Shuo lifted his gaze, yet Ding Runen showed no inclination to speak. 20 minutes passed. Ding Runen remained unchanged. 30 minutes went by. It appeared that Ding Runen was grappling with some conundrum, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the student awaiting her words. Wang Shuo quietly leaned in to glimpse what Ding Runen held. His eyes widened in astonishment. It was a blank A4 sheet of paper. Unable to contain yourself? A cool voice pierced the silence. Wang Shuo turned his head and found Ding Runen, at some point, had tilted her head, gazing at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and intriguing. Teacher, if memory serves me right. It seems that you are still owed something, classmate Wang Shuo. Owed you something? Wang Shuo, slightly puzzled, raised his head and pondered for a moment. It appeared that he owed nothing, did he? Indeed, our classmate Wang Shuo seems to be a person of many forgetful moments. Ding Runen's expression swiftly hardened as she placed the blank piece of paper on the table, lightly tapping it, and said coolly, Begin writing. Writing what? What you wish to write is for you to decide. I shall only review the outcome. Observing Wang Shuo's lingering hesitation, Ding Runen's voice turned icy. What? Has classmate Wang Shuo forgotten the bold claims he made so swiftly? Or perhaps, what you referred to as a recurrent neural network was merely a fabrication from the outset. Node-based self-recurrent neural network. In an instant, Wang Shuo comprehended. It seemed he had indeed promised Ding Runen to present her with a complete plan and some source code within 3 days. However, the complexity of the zero-sum novel coding language had exceeded his expectations, causing him to entirely disregard this obligation. So this was the origin of it all. This was the reason for his half-hour wait. This was the source of all the unjust treatment he had endured. Wang Shuo felt more wrong than Do-yi. Teacher Ding, you must allow me to explain. Whether there is an explanation or not, let us not rush. Ding Runen leaned back in his chair and gestured towards the paper on the table. Since you have recalled it, make haste to write it down. You have 2 hours at your disposal. What shall I write? The 0 has already been created and is sitting right there. How can I write more? Should I produce another 0? Wang Shuo contemplated this notion, and it seemed not entirely implausible. The limitations of the modern English-based coding systems, when juxtaposed with the novel programming language Wang Shuo was developing, became starkly apparent. To put it aside for the moment, the conciseness of his new language far surpassed that of any English-based code. The merit of high-level programming languages lies in their complexity, which remains concealed from view. Wang Shuo had already achieved the remarkable feat of expressing what would require hundreds of lines in English-based code through just a handful of statements in high-level language. Such efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the wonders of high-level coding extend far beyond this. If a purely English-based code 0 were to emerge, it would likely surpass the capabilities of the current so-called artificial intelligence assistants. Yet fundamentally, it would not differ in essence. The new intelligence constructed from it would lack the boundless possibilities afforded by a 0 built using advanced programming languages, and would also impose greater demands on hardware. After all, while he could avoid producing chaotic code, length, complexity, and verbosity were inevitable. However, in the realm of computing, even a slight edge can lead to vast disparities. Wang Shuo was confident that, with his optimizations, even coding in English would yield results far superior to those of others. Furthermore, This distinction delineates the difference between wisdom and ignorance. It signifies a transition from nothing to something. This. Teacher Ding. Is there something else? Ding Runen, somewhat impatient, lifted her head. Wang Shuo pointed at the A4 paper on the table. This sheet was insufficient, woefully inadequate. Once again, Ding Runen found herself astonished. In truth, since the moment she first encountered this somewhat inexperienced young man before her, she frequently succumbed to such states of shock. Prior to this, she believed she had adequately prepared herself, yet she had not anticipated that her preparation was far from sufficient. Thus, she was astonished once more. If her initial astonishment stemmed from the foolish declarations of an oblivious student, this time it was the student himself who elicited her disbelief. The A4 paper had already accumulated into a substantial stack, while the youthful figure beside her continued to write fervently, without the slightest pause, as if the contents were indelibly etched in his mind. Initially, she speculated that Wang Shuo was merely playing tricks, attempting to deceive her. But upon examining the already filled A4 sheets, she was left bewildered. Code. The pages were replete with code. She even encountered logical instructions and functional algorithms she had never before seen. Skipping over these, she realized she could not comprehend it. A master's degree holder in computer science was unable to understand the code commands and operational logic penned by a freshman. If others were to hear of this, they would surely burst into laughter. Yet this was indeed unfolding right before her eyes. Ding Runen silently turned page after page of the A4 sheets, each one filled to the brim with Wang Shuo's code. She occasionally compared these codes with the knowledge she had already assimilated in her mind, realizing with a sigh that her 4 years of graduate study had been in vain. A long exhalation sounded beside her. Ding Runen turned to see Wang Shuo setting down his pen, gently flexing his wrist. Next to him lay a mountain of A4 paper, roughly estimated to be at least 50 or 60 pages. Have you finished? She inquired. Not yet, Wang Shuo replied with a slight, awkward yet polite smile. My hand just aches a bit. I need to rest. It's been a while since I wrote code by hand. I'm a bit out of practice. And there is still much to write. Out of practice. Hey, do you already have all the frameworks and code outlines prepared? Ding Runen felt a lump in her throat, a sense of tightness in her chest. She took a deep breath, realizing that continuing the conversation might provoke her frustration further. You should stop writing for now, she insisted, striving to maintain an air of calm. I didn't summon you here just to write code. There are more pressing matters awaiting your attention. More pressing matters? My teacher wishes to see you. Chapter 53. Fame in the industry? My teacher's teacher wishes to meet me? Wang Shuo felt somewhat bewildered by this turn of events. Ding, your teacher is Professor Zheng Shuo. Ding Runen slightly lifted her chin, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. It is Professor Zheng. It is an honor to finally meet you. Such familiar pleasantries. However, Ding Runen's expression quickly turned cold. You haven't heard of Professor Zheng? Wang Shuo, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and confessed, actually, I have not heard of all the professors. Ding Runen found herself at a loss for words. After suppressing her irritation once more, she replied coldly. It does not matter if you haven't heard of them. When you meet Professor Zheng later, try to be astute. Perhaps you might even be selected as a member of the research group in the future. Noticing Wang Shuo's apparent indifference, Ding Runen emphasized. Do not underestimate the significance of being a member of the research group. Professor Zhang leads internationally renowned scientific experiments. And if you are fortunate enough to participate and have your name on a paper, it will profoundly impact your future. With such seriousness from Teacher Ding, Wang Shuo could only nod, gesturing towards a stack of A4 papers on the table. These were the fruits of his labor, where he had painstakingly translated a new coding language into English syntax, as English remains the most applicable language for communication among others. The new coding language had yet to be refined and popularized, rendering it incomprehensible to others. So, should I not write these? He inquired. Let us hold off for now. We can write them later when there is time, Ding Runen said cautiously, gathering the stack of A4 papers and placing them into her bag. Wang Shuo keenly noticed the understated LV logo on the bag. Since the enhancement of his cerebral capacity, his observational skills and acuity had improved significantly. By the way, Wang Shuo, Ding Runen turned to him, fixing her gaze intently. With so many preliminary drafts, you wouldn't happen to have a finished product already, would you? A finished product? Wang Shuo was taken aback. Upon careful reflection, he realized that his Zero was constructed using a novel programming language. Strictly speaking, it did not qualify as a product within the English coding system. Therefore, he admitted shyly. Not yet, Teacher Ding. Writing this software in English code is overly complex and yields unsatisfactory results, which is why I have not completed it. Indeed. Ding Runen exhaled in relief, for she was genuinely apprehensive that this bashful young boy might casually concede to such a truth. That would not signify genius, but rather something more extraordinary. Professor Zhang is currently in the laboratory. Please follow me. We shall proceed there immediately. On their way, Ding Runen elaborated on her esteemed mentor. Professor Zhang, whose original name was Wang Shuo, served as the honorary vice president of their institution and was a professor specializing in automated control and the principles of computer intelligence realization. Professor Zhang's research spanned numerous domains, but primarily focused on several key areas. Firstly, the convergence of artificial neural networks and their application in pattern recognition, a rather intricate subject that I shall not delve into further. Secondly, the theoretical framework of pattern recognition and associative memory based on neural networks. In essence, it involves simulating the human brain for algorithmic recognition, utilizing data caching to achieve associative memory. Wang Shuo comprehended this concept. It represented a foundational core of intelligence, albeit still in a theoretical state, far from being systematically developed. Should the research continue without significant errors, it is anticipated that within the next 10 to 20 years, a primitive core of intelligence may emerge within the existing computational framework. This bears some resemblance to your thoughts. You should comprehend this without my needing to elaborate further. Ding Runen remarked, however, the distinction lies in the fact that your ideas possess a certain level of operational viability, whereas the third aspect pertains to the computer intelligence grounded in the aforementioned principles. In truth, simulating growth algorithms has already yielded some success, yet Ding Runen appeared to recall something and added, this also constitutes my research topic. Throughout my life, my utmost aspiration is to one day create a brand new artificial intelligence. Not a mere pseudo-intelligent voice assistant like Xiao AI or Xiao Du, but a genuine entity capable of normal interaction with humans. Ding Runen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In that moment, Wang Shuo found her somewhat endearing, at least not the terrifying old hag he had imagined. Old hag? What did you just call me? Ding Runen's expression darkened. Oh, Wang Shuo inadvertently blurted out the term old hag, only to see Ding Runen clench her fist, prompting him to quickly amend. Master, I have something to say. Hold it in, Ding Runen huffed, turning to enter a nearby building. Wang Shuo wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a rush of relief. It was a close call, and he had no idea how that term had slipped out so instinctively. Though he was grateful for his quick wit since childhood. Professor Zhang's laboratory was located on the 3rd floor. Wang Shuo awkwardly followed the visibly irate Ding Runen into the renowned laboratory. The so-called laboratory is, in fact, a vast server room filled with an array of servers, computers, switches, and an assortment of devices with names so intricate that even Wang Shuo himself could not identify them. Within the laboratory, 4 or 5 individuals were busily engaged in their tasks. Upon noticing Ding Runen and Wang Shuo's entrance, they merely glanced up momentarily before returning to their work, while some did not even lift their heads, entirely oblivious to the arrival of the 2 newcomers. Ding Runen led Wang Shuo through the maze of equipment and personnel to the innermost suite, gently knocking on the door. Come in, a voice beckoned. Ding Runen pushed the door open. Professor, she greeted. Ah, Runen, you have arrived. A middle-aged man with glasses looked up at Ding Runen, then turned his gaze to Wang Shuo, smiling as he said, if I am not mistaken, this must be the illustrious Wang Shuo, who has recently made quite a name in the industry. The illustrious Wang Shuo? What does that mean? Wang Shuo felt somewhat bewildered by the remark, which also struck him as oddly familiar. However, he quickly set aside his confusion to greet the professor, as his mother had always taught him to show respect to elders. Hello, Professor Zhang. I am Wang Shuo, he said politely. Good, good. Professor Zhang beamed, gesturing to a nearby sofa. Please, take a seat. Wang Shuo glanced at Ding Runen, who, ignoring him, made her way to the sofa and sat down. This woman harbors a greater grudge than Chen Xin. Was it really necessary to hold on to a mere slip of the tongue where he referred to her as an old hag? With a sense of unease gnawing at his heart, Wang Shuo awkwardly touched his nose and hurriedly took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa. You must be a new student this year, Wang Shuo? Indeed, Professor Zhang. Very good. Professor Zhang scrutinized Wang Shuo, nodding appreciatively. If it weren't for that girl Chen Xin insisting that you were the sole creator, I would hardly believe that anyone in our country could independently develop a complete CNC machining system, one that even surpasses the performance of Japanese systems. Wang Shuo, you are truly remarkable. Remarkable is an understatement. It's downright astonishing, he thought, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment in front of Wang Shuo. Professor Zhang felt he could easily take to the stage. With such composure, he deserved no less than a leading role. You flatter me excessively, Professor. I lack such capabilities. Wang Shuo reflected, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he recalled that most of the workload had been shouldered by Zero. In truth, I merely provided some source code. Did you outsource most of the work to other companies? Professor Zhang interjected with a smile. That is, in fact, quite normal. Claims of completing everything in 15 days are simply not credible among us experts. In 15 days, one wouldn't even manage to establish the architecture, let alone the system. He gently reassured Wang Shuo, such matters are inconsequential. Nowadays, many software projects are developed in this manner. Well, you've already made your assumptions. What more can I say? Wang Shuo obediently listened, feeling somewhat awkward. Professor Zhang, I apologize, but I have been tied up with some matters these past few days. There's no need to apologize. Professor Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stating, I understand you undoubtedly have your own matters to attend to, as long as it does not interfere with your studies. You are free to do as you wish. At this moment, Ding Runan, seated nearby, couldn't help but interject. Classmate Wang Shuo has already been absent for 2 consecutive days. Absent for 2 days? Professor Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Wang Shuo, who responded with an innocent smile. Let us consider this matter settled, Runan. But, teacher, absence is a serious violation of school regulations, and it could result in the forfeiture of all credits for 2 courses, Ding Runan cautioned. I will discuss this with the dean. With a smile directed at Wang Shuo, Professor Zhang remarked, Classmate Wang Shuo, in the future, should you have any matters to address, simply inform Runan. Is this granting myself a long-term leave? Wang Shuo felt a twinge of unease. Could this be a harbinger of relinquishing his aspirations? Professor, this might be rather inappropriate, don't you think? There is nothing inappropriate about it, Professor Zhang chuckled. Compared to what you have accomplished, classmate Wang Shuo, these issues are trivial. As long as you can produce software akin to the initial system, not only could I advocate for your leave and credit recovery, but I could even champion your direct graduation. Wang Shuo widened his eyes in disbelief. What have I done? Observing Wang Shuo's incredulous expression, Professor Zhang beamed with delight. I presume you are yet unaware, my dear Wang Shuo. Come, take a look at this. It will enlighten you. With that, Professor Zhang retrieved his mobile phone, tapped the screen gently a few times, then rose to present it to Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo, not daring to be negligent, swiftly answered the call. A glance at the screen left him astounded. The message displayed was a post authored by Zhiqi Tianya, its title being one of the most trending headlines of the moment. The post had garnered over 3 million clicks, and the comments had reached an astonishing count of 2 for 100, unveiling the astonishing figure behind the Qin Group. Surely, many have recently been inundated with news about the Qin Group's launch of a new product that has caused the departure of Japanese engineers. A story that has swept through social media like wildfire. As a seasoned professional in the industry, I too have been unable to escape this deluge of information. The veracity of the circulating news is a mixture of truth and fiction, and discerning the reality relies on the discernment and capability of each individual. However, based on various sources, the likelihood of this news being true is significantly high. Why, you may ask? Simply observe the stock of the Qin Group, which has experienced consecutive days of trading at its upper limit. This stock, vibrant and thriving, has emerged as a formidable dark horse, outpacing competitors in a market teeming with experts. For those who have yet to invest, now is the time to act. This is a guaranteed profitable venture. The news is nothing short of sensational, and the mood is electric. The aspirations we have pursued for decades within our circle seem to have been realized overnight by the Qin Group. We now possess CNC software programs that rival, no, surpass the standards of global excellence, as evidenced by the reactions of the Japanese engineers. We must extend our heartfelt accolades to the Qin Group and join together in celebration of their remarkable success. However, amidst the excitement, Tianya could not help but ponder why the Huaxiao region, after decades of stagnation in a particular field, was suddenly presented in such a nonchalant manner by the Qin Group. Following interviews with actual participants, it became apparent that the CNC operating system introduced by the Qin Group was not proposed by the upper echelons or official representatives of the company, but rather by the chairman's younger daughter, who brought it forth despite widespread skepticism, although it has proven to be a remarkable dark horse, overshadowing even the Qin Group stock. The manner of its introduction raises questions. Is there an underlying reason for this? With this contemplation, Tianya embarked on a thorough exploration, perhaps uncovering some intriguing clues. Let us first delve into the origins of this system. It has been reported that the chairman's younger daughter publicly claimed that this system was developed by a single individual over a span of merely 10 days. This statement, of course, was made in jest. We all understand that the development of a system entails a complex process involving countless factors. To suggest that it could be accomplished by one person in just 10 days can be dismissed as the frustrated outcry of a young girl. Yet, there is another piece of information that warrants our attention: the name of a company known as Frontier Technology Company, Limited. Chapter 54. What has happened to you? Frontier Technology Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 1 million yuan, is legally represented by a person named Wang Shuo. Does this name sound unfamiliar? Do not rush. There is something even more chilling. This company was established on October 14, 2018. And the posting date on Tianya was November 2nd, which means that the company had existed for merely 18 days. Simultaneously, Tianya meticulously searched through the records of other similar companies and found no evidence of any alterations or cancellations associated with this one. Thus, we are left with a company that has been in existence for only 19 days. Remarkably, this very company has produced a CNC control system software that would cause even Japanese engineers to feel inadequate. So, does this imply that the company possesses formidable strength? Not necessarily. From Tianya's perspective, even if this company were staffed with renowned domestic experts and scholars, it might not guarantee the creation of such an exceptional finished product. The reasoning behind this is quite apparent. Had the experts from Huaxia been sufficiently competent, the nation would not have spent so many years trailing behind Japan, metaphorically eating dust. Furthermore, some individuals have proposed the notion that this company is merely a FAAD established by the Qin Group to divert attention. However, this hypothesis is difficult to substantiate for two reasons. First, the lack of motivation is evident. For any endeavor to succeed, certain incentives must be present to propel it forward. Foremost among these is the necessity to undertake the task. For instance, one cooks because there is a need to eat. If there is no desire for a meal, then there is no reason to cook. Secondly, there must be a tangible benefit to motivate the action. One would only be inclined to engage in an activity if it serves their interests. In this case, I fail to see how launching a shell company would be advantageous for the Qin Group. On the contrary, such a move could potentially lead to disadvantages. Secondly, the limitations of capability are evident. As I have previously stated, if the Qin Group possessed the expertise and resources to develop such an advanced CNC control system, why would they wait until now? Why would they resort to a third-party company for its creation? The sole explanation is their lack of technical prowess to launch such a control system. Thus, given the premise that this control system indeed exists, only one possibility holds true. It is likely that this system was indeed developed by the relatively obscure Frontier Technology Company, or perhaps, more plausibly, by the little-known Wang Shuo. The rationale behind this assertion is twofold, yet aligns with the aforementioned principles, making it comprehensible without further elaboration. Until now, all information and clues converge into a singular narrative. We have garnered some understanding of the events that transpired, and perhaps the Qin Group will unveil more insights in the future. Tianya will remain vigilant in its observations. The emergence of Frontier Technology Company and Wang Shuo may illuminate the long-awaited prospects of China's manufacturing industry, guiding us forward and igniting our unwavering confidence. It has revealed to us that the soft power of China's manufacturing sector is not as lacking as perceived. There is indeed a future for China's manufacturing. Thank you. Frontier Technology Company. Thank you, Mr. Wang Shuo. Is what Tianya asserts true? When has Tianya ever uttered falsehoods? I wholeheartedly concur with their analysis. Do you believe the empty boasts of others? There is a statement I wholeheartedly agree with. The advanced manufacturing sector in China has consistently trailed behind Japan and West Germany, enduring a cycle of hardship without ever surpassing them. What can such a pitiful being, who cannot even rise from their knees, truly contribute? Can mere words empower the manufacturing industry? Remarkably, even now, in the year 8120, there are still individuals who remain deeply entrenched in such a position. I find myself intrigued by this Wang Shuo, such an impressive figure. Why had I never heard of him before? The ensuing discourse devolved into a torrent of vitriol, shaking the very foundations of discourse. Wang Shuo stood in stunned silence. Have you finished reading? Professor Xing inquired with a hint of amusement. Yes, Wang Shuo replied, nodding vacantly, still bewildered as to why his casual mention of a software program had led to such a dramatic turn of events. As if he had inadvertently pierced through some hidden barrier. Professor, what is this? This represents the profound anguish held within the hearts of those in the Chinese manufacturing industry, Professor Zhang sighed. Wang Shuo is someone aspiring to excel in computer science. What is your original intention? Original intention? Wang Shuo pondered momentarily, feeling a bit embarrassed. I simply find computer software rather enjoyable, whether it is enjoyable or not. Wang Shuo remains uncertain. However, he has been thoroughly tormented by the artificial intelligence he has been working with over the past few days. After a prolonged silence, Professor Zhang remarked with resignation, this can indeed be considered a form of original intention. I am different from you. I was born in the 1980s. At that time, China was impoverished, with a substantial portion of the population suffering from hunger. A slight misstep could lead to starvation due to food shortages. At that time, the sole aspiration of my ancestors was merely to satiate their hunger, to eat, and to eat again. However, the nation was impoverished. Our industrial foundation was so feeble that we could not even produce a decent fountain pen, let alone engage in precision manufacturing. While contemporaneous nations like Japan and Western Europe made remarkable strides in modern processing centers and their control systems, we were still reliant on primitive, outdated manual lathes. The international community looked down upon Chinese manufacturing, while domestically, we could not afford it, as the costs of production kept product prices exorbitantly high. I grew up in such an environment. By the time I was ready for university, the domestic economic situation had improved slightly. Yet it still fell short of sustaining China's massive population. To achieve national prosperity and the well-being of its people, it was imperative to catch up with the world's leading nations. The development of manufacturing was essential. Meanwhile, foreign manufacturing had already embraced sophisticated computer systems and had begun to establish the rudiments of processing centers. In order to bridge the gap, we needed to cultivate talent. Thus, I chose to pursue a degree in computer science under such circumstances. On the day I chose to pursue a degree in computer science, I understood that my endeavors were dedicated to the prosperity of my nation and the advancement of the world. I have toiled for half a lifetime and have achieved a modicum of success. However, it is lamentable that despite decades of relentless pursuit, we have been met with merciless setbacks time and again. The digital control systems of our homeland stand powerless before the enterprises of Japan. Our domestic market has been devoured. Local companies are deprived of their space to thrive, and without profits, innovation becomes a distant dream, resulting in a vicious cycle that worsens with each passing day. Professor Zhang gazed at Wang Shuo with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, now, with the systems developed by your company, we can hold our heads high and stand firm against Japanese corporations. Is this truly of such significance? Wang Shuo pondered, still in disbelief. After all, was this not merely a system he had whimsically modified? Even the database was generated from the failed data of the Chun group, devoid of any basis. Could something so rudimentary be of such immense importance? More critical than you can imagine, Professor Zhang replied with a smile, pointing to his phone and displaying a rare moment of humor. The internet does not lie. You are likely already a celebrity, perhaps even with a few admirers. Admirers? Wang Shuo recalled the string of young girls trailing behind Qing and shuddered at the thought. Such admirers were best left uninvited. It was no wonder that the Qin group offered him a substantial remuneration. No wonder that Xin had suddenly become markedly more reserved. Now it all made sense. As he contemplated the impending influx of over 10 million, Wang Shuo's spirits lifted, and his mind began to swirl with myriad thoughts. In his mind, Wang Shuo, preoccupied with thoughts of 10 million, had clearly misheard. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, of course, it can be optimized and upgraded. That's wonderful. Professor Zhang nodded with satisfaction, preparing to articulate his thoughts when he heard Wang Shuo murmur softly, what could this possibly be worth? Wang Shuo's face beamed with excitement. Yet he noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the room. Turning to glance around, he finally noticed Professor Zhang and Ding Runan staring at him with wide eyes. The latter's expression so exaggerated it seemed as though he could fit an egg in his mouth. Something felt amiss. Professor Zhang, Teacher Ding. Wang Shuo swallowed hard. What is wrong with you? Chapter 55, Doraemon's Treasure. Wang Shuo? What is the matter? I had just analyzed the performance of this system in front of my most accomplished student and concluded my findings, only for you to counter with an array of seemingly profound terminology. Is this a deliberate attempt to undermine me? Nevertheless, I must admit, it's quite impressive. Professor Zhang revealed a subtle smile as he held a fondness for such imaginative students. Wang Shuo, I believe I just heard you mention three-dimensional digital computation and nanodigital sensors. Ding Runan confirmed with conviction. Molecular processors? Angular momentum pulse motors? Observing the two, who appeared transformed into curious infants. Wang Shuo managed to force a strained smile. Well, Professor Zhang, Teacher Ding, if I were to claim that all of this is fictitious, a mere figment of my imagination, I wonder if you would believe me? Both shook their heads in unison. We do not believe you. Wang Shuo. A few hours later, as Wang Shuo exited the laboratory building, he felt his legs weaken slightly. This was entirely understandable. Anyone who neglects 2 meals in succession while engaging in several hours of intense intellectual exertion would inevitably feel drained. The insatiable thirst for knowledge exhibited by the older and younger individuals was truly formidable. They unhesitatingly affirmed the authenticity of their own musings, providing themselves no opportunity for self-justification, and then shamelessly inquired about the intricacies of the system's knowledge structure and implementation strategies. Despite Wang Shuo's efforts to align his explanations with the current technological landscape, the discourse persisted for a full 4 hours. He was merely a freshman. Was this truly necessary? Who was the professor here, him or them? Alas, he lamented his own softness of heart, so easily swayed by noble sentiments. What else could he do but speak? If they could indeed derive something meaningful from his words, he would consider it a contribution to the betterment of his country. Thus, a curious scene unfolded within the laboratory. 6 young individuals and 1 middle-aged man formed a circle in a cramped room, while a younger participant at the center spoke eloquently and incessantly, with the others nodding attentively around him. Wang Shuo had never intended for things to escalate to this point. After 4 hours of relentless discourse and having declined Professor Zhang's invitation to join the research group, he fled the laboratory in a hurry. He vowed that the atmosphere here was far too daunting. He would rather confront the cold indifference of zero-sum games and Chen Xin than ever again deliver a lecture. Standing by the window, Ding Runen gazed at the swiftly departing Wang Shuo, her silver teeth lightly biting. Runen, your student is quite intriguing, came the amused voice of Professor Zhang. Sir, he clearly did not speak the truth, Ding Runen retorted vehemently. He mentioned none of the crucial topics such as 3-dimensional digital computation design, nanosensors, or processors. Not mentioning them is quite normal, Professor Zhang replied nonchalantly, his tone gentle. Everyone harbors their own secrets. There is no necessity for us to pry. One might interpret his silence as a sign that he has yet to fully consider his ideas. Or perhaps he merely spoke offhandedly without concrete thoughts. It could even be perceived as mere bravado. Regardless, this conversation has broadened my horizons immensely, shedding light on many questions I have long contemplated. It is merely unfortunate that he declined to join my research team. Professor Zhang shook his head with a hint of regret. Sir, given your esteemed position, if he truly possesses value, you could certainly compel him to join. Why do you? Ding Runen's voice was laced with confusion. Everyone has their own passions and freedoms. There is no need for coercion. Wang Shuo has already begun to spread his wings. Why confine him? Spread his wings? Ding Runen's mouth opened slightly. Are you referring to the system he designed? Is it truly that significant? Professor Zhang chuckled softly. Significant is an understatement. It is of paramount importance. Just wait and see. Your student is on the verge of entering the realm of affluence. Turning back, Professor Zhang gazed at the astonished Ding Runen, whose mouth was agape in disbelief, and remarked with a smile, My dear Runen, it is high time for you to broaden your horizons. Do not confine yourself to the narrow realm of mechanical intelligence. The world is vast, brimming with intriguing phenomena, and you should endeavor to explore them. Ding Runen lowered her head, having heard such counsel from her teacher countless times. Yet, she pondered, if she could not achieve anything substantial in her most familiar field of intelligence, how could she possibly divert her attention to other matters? Knowledge is the most astonishing entity in this world. Even with an extensive understanding, one is often left feeling bewilderingly ignorant when confronted with new information. I consider myself aged, unable to compare with the youth. At times, the flashes of brilliance from younger minds surpass my decades of toil. Runen, you still have opportunities. The insights shared by Wang Shuo today should enrich your thesis. You may continue your writing. Is that truly feasible? Ding Runen lifted her gaze, her eyes wide with disbelief. He is merely a freshman, having yet to partake in any substantial research. The accomplished are indeed worthy teachers. Professor Zhang observed the dimming sky outside the window. His understanding of automation far surpasses that of the students I have mentored. Based solely on his discourse on programming automated systems today, he is entitled to co-author your paper. To be honest, it was only after meeting Wang Shuo today that I began to believe that the system was indeed his own exceptional creation. Such insight is not possessed by just anyone. Ding Runen was somewhat perplexed. She had listened to Wang Shuo's interpretation, but could such a height truly be attained? Was it conceivable for a single individual to design something of that magnitude? If Wang Shuo could indeed create an entire system on his own, to what extent must he be proficient in coding and architecture? Moreover, Professor Zhang added, write the paper as Wang Shuo discussed today. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire. Once completed, there will be no need for my review, and do not submit it to domestic journals. Instead, aim directly for science. Professor, are you so certain that this paper can be published in Science? Ding Runan inquired, somewhat unconvinced. Absolutely, Professor Zhang chuckled lightly. If this cannot be published in Science, then what is the purpose of science? Ding Runan fell into a moment of silence. Science, after all, represented the pinnacle of pursuit for all researchers. To publish a paper in Science was indeed a distinction that could resonate globally. Did Wang Shuo possess such capability and qualification? Suddenly, she recalled something. Professor, she exclaimed, retrieving a stack of A4 paper from her backpack and handing it to Professor Zhang. Please take a look at this. What a determined young lady, Professor Zhang remarked with a faint smile as his gaze fell upon the paper, which was filled with hasty handwriting. This writing did not appear to be Ding Runan's, and what was inscribed seemed to be something other than a standard paper. Donning his glasses, the text became clearer. Is this code? Professor Zhang glanced at Ding Runan, who stood beside him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Only then did he settle down to read the code on the paper with earnest attention. Only a few minutes later, Professor Zhang, his expression grave, lifted his head. Runan, who provided you with this? The sight of Professor Zhang's seriousness made Ding Runan somewhat anxious. This was given to me by Wang Shuo earlier. Do you understand what this is? He asked, suspicion lurking in his tone, as if he suspected Wang Shuo was merely scribbling nonsense. Ding Runan silently added in her mind that if the professor were to determine this material to be utterly nonsensical and worthless, Wang Shuo would be in serious trouble. Wang Shuo provided this. No wonder, no wonder. Moments later, Professor Zhang stood up, deftly removed his coat, and folded the code paper to place it in his pocket. He then noticed Ding Runan still standing beside him, pausing momentarily. Without waiting for her response, he exited, closing the door behind him. Confused, Ding Runan wondered what had just transpired. Her mind raced, yet her feet moved swiftly. By the time Wang Shuo caught sight of the shadow ahead, it was too late. Watch out. Ah. Two screams echoed simultaneously as both figures collapsed to the ground. As the instigator, Wang Shuo, neglected to assess his own injuries, he hurriedly called out, Are you all right, classmate? It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. He had just heard a female voice from the other side. I'm fine. The girl's voice was soft, yet it seemed she was not gravely harmed. I'm truly sorry, really sorry. Let me help you up. Wang Shuo rose to his feet, continuing to apologize while assisting the girl in standing. As the two individuals rose to their feet, the distant, dim streetlights cast their glow upon their faces, prompting the girl to express her surprise with an exclamation. Is it you? Do you recognize me? Wang Shuo responded with a hint of astonishment, scrutinizing the young woman before him. She appeared vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where they had met. We've met once, the girl replied with a slight smile, but I never expected to encounter you here, Wang Shuo. She emphasized the word encounter. This classmate. Wang Shuo murmured, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I truly cannot remember where I've seen you before. He scratched his head, a bit sheepish. Since she recognized him and accurately called his name, it was evident they were acquaintances, yet he was at a loss for any recollection. You genuinely do not recall? She asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Wang Shuo affirmed with a nod. Then you are. The girl glanced around in confusion. Did you come from the laboratory building? Understanding dawned upon her as she nodded thoughtfully. It seems it truly is a coincidence. The last time we took a taxi, you paid for our fare, and I never had the chance to thank you, Wang Shuo. You are. Wang Shuo stammered. Qin shouting, she replied with a gentle smile. In that moment, Wang Shuo began to form a clearer image of her in his mind. As a man, the first captivating girl he encountered would inevitably leave an impression, especially after the enhancement of his cognitive faculties. Even images he had found pleasing would linger in his memory for quite some time. Do not concern yourself with the matter of the fare. Ultimately, it is my fault. Wang Shuo, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, realizing that it would be best to forget about the incident of taking someone else's ride as soon as possible. There is no need for you to be so polite, Wang Shuo, Qin shouting said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. After all, we did hitch a ride, and out of respect and reason, we must extend our gratitude. Wang Shuo offered a wry smile. as he had always been wary of those who approached matters with such seriousness. Qin, about the accident. It was my mistake. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Shouting replied, shaking her head lightly. Are you in a hurry, Wang Shuo? Some matters require my attention, he admitted. Then please, do not let me impede you. I assure you, I am well. Seeing her resolute nod, Wang Shuo exhaled in relief and hurried towards the dormitory. After covering a few meters, he suddenly heard Qin Shouting call out from behind. Wang Shuo, please wait. He paused, hearing the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning around, he saw Qin Shouting had caught up with him. Wang Shuo, she said, breathing slightly heavier, her hair cascading around her as she came to a standstill. Wang Shuo even felt a few strands brush against his cheek. It's fate that we meet again, so, she said, shaking her phone in her hand. Momentarily taken aback, Wang Shuo quickly understood, retrieved his own phone, opened WeChat, and handed it to Qin Shouting. Qin Shouting revealed a faint smile as she added a friend using her mobile phone, diligently noting down a remark. Wang Shuo glanced at it. Nothing particularly extraordinary. Merely his name inscribed in simplicity. Should there arise a matter requiring assistance from Wang Shuo, she hoped he would not decline due to unfamiliarity. Of course not. Wang Shuo replied with a smile. I shall do my utmost to fulfill any request. She assured him that he would not be put in a difficult position. Qin Shouting flashed a sweet smile in response. Who knows? Wang Shuo mused to himself. Choosing not to linger any longer, he hurriedly departed. Once he arrived at the dormitory entrance, he found the opportunity to pull out his phone and scroll through his contacts. Discovering the newly added friend whose avatar depicted an adorable cartoon character, Shiming, Wang Shuo murmured the name and then selected the call for his leader. Hello, boss. I'm downstairs. What shall we eat? As ordering takeout evolved into a way of life, one only needed to contemplate how to consume it all. Gazing at the mountain of takeout boxes and leftover food before him, Wang Shuo let out a painful burp and cast his eyes towards Zhanjiang, who was changing his attire. Boss, are you really not going to eat a bit more? No, Zhanjiang replied briskly as he donned his running shoes. I suddenly remembered that one shouldn't eat too much before running. But I ordered enough for 4 people, he lamented, only to be met with Zhangjun's nonchalant retreat, leaving Wang Shuo amidst the chaos of takeout. Zhangjun closed the door without hesitation, leaving Wang Shuo alone in a sea of food. Wang Shuo glanced once more at the array of takeout scattered across the table, swallowed hard, and let out a sigh of resignation. If he were to consume all of this, he would likely find himself in a hospital bed. After hastily gathering the food, he consolidated it into one place. Wang Shuo then picked up his phone, preparing to check the latest news in hopes of uncovering any hints regarding his rise to prominence in the manufacturing sector. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an incoming call. It was Lu Yimei. Since their brief acquaintance the previous evening, the two had exchanged numbers. In Lu Yimei's words, she preferred not to express herself through cold, impersonal texts devoid of warmth and immediacy. She favored direct communication. Under such circumstances, Wang Shuo had reluctantly provided his phone number, and he surmised that even had he chosen not to, Chen Xian would have been more than willing to assist. Hello, Assistant Lu, Wang Shuo addressed her, having designated Lu Yimei as the assistant to the general manager. Mr. Wang, Lu Yimei's cool voice resonated through the line. I would like to know when you can come to the office. Is there something urgent? Wang Shuo inquired. Lu Yimei hesitated for a moment before responding. All matters within the company are currently in preparation, and there are certain issues I would prefer to discuss with you in person. I should be available by the weekend. If it's urgent, don't hesitate to call me. Understood, came Lu Yimei's acknowledgement from the other end, before she continued, regarding recruitment. I would like to see the new employees resumes as soon as possible. As the general manager, this matter should be addressed by you. Must I personally handle the recruitment? Wang Shuo silently grumbled, yet he had no choice, as the company currently consisted of only the two of them. Wang Shuo nodded in agreement, stating, I have no classes tomorrow morning. I can take a leisurely stroll around the talent market. He paused, contemplating, by the way, how many people are we looking to hire? Shouldn't that be your decision? A moment of awkwardness washed over Wang Shuo as he nearly forgot that he was indeed the owner of the company, and the decision regarding the number of hires was ultimately his. This is your company. The number of new recruits, their positions, gender, age range, work experience, educational qualifications, as well as their salaries and ranks after employment are all determined by you. I am merely responsible for the implementation. If you prefer not to delve into the specifics of salary levels, I can handle that for you. That would be best, Wang Shuo replied with a bright smile. So, what positions do you think we should have? For a technology company to operate effectively, we need essential administrative personnel, which I can provide. We require individuals for external negotiations, which I will also manage, a legal department, which I can oversee, a planning team, which I can handle as well, and lastly, we still need a financial officer, a receptionist, and several members for the research and development project team. I can cover the research and development project team. Wang Shuo finally found his footing, exclaiming, "One is sufficient for me. Therefore, we are only short of a financial officer and a receptionist." Understood. Wang Shuo rubbed his hands together, eager and confident. Recruiting is a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, just as Wang Shuo was basking in his sense of accomplishment, Professor Zhang rushed into the dean's office, clutching a stack of A4 papers. Chapter 57. Following in Wang Shuo's footsteps, old Zhang, what has compelled you to rush over in such a frenzy? I hadn't even finished my meal when your call came through, remarked the dean of Zhanjiang University of Science and Technology, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. He was seated behind his desk, engrossed in a book under the warm glow of a desk lamp. Upon witnessing Professor Zhang burst through the door with such urgency, he merely smiled, accustomed to his old colleague's impetuous nature. He knew that if it were not of great significance, Professor Zhang would have been mindful of his appearance. However, it is a common affliction among researchers to become so consumed by inspiration that they neglect their outward presentation. Inviting Professor Zhang to sit on the sofa, the dean poured him a cup of hot tea before taking a seat opposite him. "Is this yet another issue concerning the project?" he inquired. Professor Zhang nodded. "Indeed. It concerns the project." "Oh, is it a shortage of funds, or perhaps a lack of personnel?" "Neither," replied Professor Zhang, producing an A4 sheet and sliding it across the table towards the dean. "Old Ding, take a look at this. A new project? What fresh ideas do you have?" "Old Zhang," Dean Ding asked, chuckling as he picked up the A4 paper. However, his smile soon faded as he furrowed his brow, realizing that the handwriting was not that of Professor Zhang. The script was rather difficult to behold. While it had not reached the point of being illegible, it certainly could not be described as aesthetically pleasing, especially as it was densely packed together. Yet, observing Professor Zhang's serious demeanor, it was clear that this was not the moment for an appreciation of calligraphy. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that something was amiss. "Old Zhang, these codes." Dean Ding adjusted his glasses and said with some uncertainty, "Logically, there seems to be some discrepancies. There are issues with data retrieval in several places." If this were not presented by Professor Zhang, I would have no choice but to criticize the chaotic nature of this work. "This was written by a student of your daughter." Professor Zhang took a sip of water and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Runan?" Dean Ding, somewhat unsure, asked, "Isn't Runan in charge of the freshmen? Has the curriculum changed this year? Are freshmen now being introduced to system programming?" "It hasn't changed," Professor Zhang replied calmly. "But please share your feelings on it. This writing." Dean Ding smiled wryly. "Perhaps it's better not to say." "Old Zhang, you wouldn't come to me over such a trivial matter, would you? Is this young fellow trying to join your project team? Besides coming to me to plead for someone?" Dean Ding couldn't fathom what else Professor Zhang might want from him. However, if it were merely to plead on someone else's behalf, based on old Zhang's usual temperament, a simple phone call would suffice. If it could be arranged, it would be done, and if not, it would be the student's own issue. Yet, he had come directly to his office this time, which felt unusual. "Join my project team?" I would be delighted for him to join, but unfortunately. Professor Zhang sighed and shook his head. "He looks down upon my humble abode, and my humble abode cannot accommodate him." "Humble abode?" Dean Ding's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had heard a fantastical tale. "Is this still the Zhengxue way I know?" To suggest that one's project team is akin to a small temple is quite an understatement, especially when this team ranks among the foremost in the entirety of China. It is a team that countless individuals strive fervently to join, even resorting to connections and recommendations. What then? Does this imply for the prestigious teams at Tsinghua and Peking University? Are they merely small hills or insignificant mounds? Pray, do not tell me that Professor Zhang himself was personally rebuffed. If Professor Zhang acknowledged the rejection, then it is simply that, a rejection devoid of any shame. For he has never regarded his project team as particularly remarkable. Was he truly turned away? Dean Ding expressed surprise, followed by a chuckle. "I never expected to witness a day when Professor Zhang was turned down. I must admit, I am rather intrigued by this student. What is his name?" Wang Shuo. Professor Zhang indicated an A4 sheet on the table. This was also penned by him. Dean Ding furrowed his brow, for he did not believe that these codes warranted the aforementioned remarks. In his view, the codes were riddled with errors and lacked even basic logic. rendering them incapable of functioning correctly and devoid of any value for discussion. So what you are implying is, take another look at this, Professor Zhang interjected, pulling out another sheet from beneath the A4 paper and handing it to Dean Ding. Upon receiving it, Dean Ding observed a structural diagram. The handwriting suggested it was indeed authored by the same individual as the previous codes. However, given that theoretical research was not within Dean Ding's domain of expertise, he found himself perplexed and unable to comprehend Professor Zhang's intentions. What is this now? Professor Zhang remained silent, retrieving his mobile phone and tapping a few buttons before presenting it to Dean Ding. This is a report on the progress of the manufacturing industry in Huaxia, however. Referring to it as a report may be more aptly termed a post. The post is not lengthy, and Director Ding completed it in just a few minutes. Yet upon finishing, he found himself even more perplexed. Where am I? What am I doing? Where do I come from? He took a deep breath and said to Lao Zhang, just speak plainly. Stop beating around the bush. This is not your style. A few days prior, I was invited by the Qin Group to serve as a special advisor at their product promotion conference for a type of CNC machining center alongside Mr. Tanaka, a technical consultant from Company W in Japan. Director Ding nodded, having heard about this event and possessing a cursory understanding of Company W. Yet the deeper intricacies and subsequent developments had eluded his attention, as the Academy had many matters to attend to. According to past conventions, Company W would undoubtedly secure the qualification. However, this time an unexpected turn of events occurred, leading to the final qualification being awarded to a system designed by a Huaxia company named Initial System. This should be the content mentioned in that post. And Director Ding nodded in acknowledgement, listening intently without interjecting. The company responsible for designing this system is called Frontier Technology Company, Limited. And the individual behind it is Wang Shuo. Now it begins to make sense. Are you suggesting that this Wang Shuo is the same person as the student from Ronin? Director Ding's expression became peculiar. Is it the same individual? Indeed. Professor Zhang's demeanor remained composed as he elaborated. Moreover, Wang Shuo possesses a profound understanding of machine intelligence, through which he has devised an entirely novel algorithm and presented a straightforward architecture. This refers to that A4 sheet. While listening to Professor Zhang's account, Dean Ding picked up the A4 sheet for a closer inspection. Perhaps due to a newfound focus, he found himself grasping some of its content. Initially, I assumed this was merely a fanciful notion, an immature but seemingly promising idea. However, Wang Shuo's emergence revealed my error, our collective error. Professor Zhang gestured toward the stack of A4 sheets, stating, Wang Shuo has not only conceptualized an algorithm within theoretical confines, but he has also transformed theory into reality. And this code serves as the ladder bridging the two. Wait, Dean Ding interjected, interrupting Professor Zhang's exposition. Are you suggesting that this Wang Shuo independently devised a software system, defeated Company W to secure the Qin Group's contract, and subsequently produced a seemingly viable intelligent algorithm which has already been put into practical application? Not only that, Professor Zhang replied, upon reviewing this code, I am compelled to believe that Wang Shuo, his voice exuded certainty, has already developed a complete artificial intelligence based on this algorithm. Dean Ding opened his mouth in astonishment, and after a moment, he chuckled. You are overthinking it, old Zing. After all, he is merely a freshman who has just stepped into the university. With these accomplishments, he is far more than just a first-year student. Dean Ding exclaimed. Professor Zhang's voice rose slightly in intensity. Have you ever encountered a student capable of independently designing an entire intricate control system program? Which student can effortlessly present a complete framework of intelligent algorithms? Which student can transform non-existent concepts into tangible code? This code, he has already mastered it, having constructed it entirely. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Professor Zhang's voice brimmed with excitement. It signifies that the world's most advanced artificial intelligence may have just been born, right here, within Wang Shuo's mind. Perhaps, at this very moment, Wang Shuo is communicating with this artificial intelligence, instructing it on the intricacies of the human world. Our task now is to catch up. If we can keep pace with Wang Shuo, it will represent a monumental leap for China's intelligence sector. Lao Ding, you and I are witnesses. Witnesses to the leap in China's intelligent computing domain? Who wouldn't desire that? Across the globe, countless scientists are engaged in this field. The United States, which pioneered artificial intelligence. Japan, which has made significant strides, and Europe and South Korea, which relentlessly pursue excellence. Who wouldn't wish to claim the most resplendent jewel in the realm of computing? Yet, who has truly succeeded? Now you tell me that this has been accomplished by a freshman? Perhaps it has even reached the stage of a finished product? Is this not a flagrant insult to my intelligence? To suggest we can keep up with Wang Shuo? Such assertions are absurd, and if money is needed, this is not the way to seek it, Lao Zeng. Ding Ding chuckled softly, refraining from rebuttal, as his own rationale was hardly tenable. What basis do you have for these judgments? Merely these codes? Professor Zhang nodded, seemingly unprepared for such a candid affirmation from him. Ding Ding paused, his tone tinged with resignation. Old Zhang, true artificial intelligence cannot be compared to the engineering software previously designed by Wang Shuo. Having immersed yourself in the realm of machine intelligence for decades, you know well the complexity involved in realizing artificial intelligence. If a genuine artificial intelligence were to emerge now, its creator and their team would undoubtedly become the focus of fervent competition among nations, companies, and universities. This is a formidable threshold, once crossed. They would ascend to the pinnacle of global recognition, deserving of multiple Nobel Prizes. Are you certain that this person would be Wang Shuo? Professor Zhang, this time, nodded with utmost seriousness. Ding Ding furrowed his brow. Old Zhang, I hope you recognize the gravity of this matter. Do not jest with me. Old Ding. Professor Zhang replied in a somber tone, you have known me long enough to know that I have never made light of such matters. Indeed, he had never trifled. Within the university, none were more passionately devoted to theoretical research than Zhang Shuo. Yet, should tonight's conversation leak, it would become the most significant academic jest of his career. Should it ultimately prove unfeasible, Zhang Shuo would be relegated to a mere laughingstock in the realm of research, with no place remaining for him in the domain of machine intelligence theory. All accolades of being the foremost mentor of the university's premier team, all claims of being at the forefront of artificial intelligence would vanish into thin air. Ding Ding fixed his gaze upon Professor Zhang, inquiring earnestly, are you serious? Have you contemplated the consequences? Professor Zhang replied solemnly, from the moment I entered, every word I uttered was spoken with utmost sincerity. Old Ding, after more than 30 years in this profession, I have never been more earnest. I am acutely aware of the repercussions, and I shall leave their evaluation to time. Should time reveal my errors, I shall bear the consequences willingly. Nevertheless, I must strive to seize even the slightest opportunity for the realm of artificial intelligence in Huaxia. Even if it is but a frail lifeline, I shall grasp it with all my might, even at the cost of my own life. He emphasized with conviction. I do not regret my decision. Ding Ding lapsed into silence for a moment before responding, Old Zhang, throughout these years, I have endeavored to fulfill your requests to the best of my ability, in hopes of enabling your dreams and advancing the field of intelligent theory in Huaxia, represented by you. However, this time, Professor Zhang felt a weight in his heart. If even the dean, with whom he shared the closest rapport, could not be swayed, how could he proceed further? This time, what is your confidence level? What? Ding Ding observed him closely and chuckled. I believe I have a fair understanding of your character. Since you assert this, I am certain you have your reasons. Although I may not fully agree with you, it does not hinder my decision-making. Moreover, for an undertaking of such magnitude, how could I allow you to bear it alone? Whatever the outcome, we at the University of Science and Technology shall share the burden together. So now, Old Zhang, what is your confidence level? 50% is already a considerable figure. Ding Ding nodded slightly. Prepare the report. You will need to present it to the school committee. Director Ding's voice resonated with strength. Tomorrow. Chapter 58. Wang Shuo recruits employees. Grasping this concept is akin to gambling. It has always been a matter of estimation. One can adopt an optimistic perspective or a pessimistic one. Wang Shuo, it seems, had leaned too heavily towards optimism. While he spoke with unwavering conviction, reality often proved to be far less accommodating than his plan suggested. Bored, Wang Shuo slumped over a table at the job fair, casting envious glances at the bustling crowds of applicants at neighboring booths. How splendid it would be if all these individuals chose to submit their resumes here. Alas, after observing yet another unemployed young man scrutinizing the A3 poster he had displayed, only to shake his head in disappointment and depart, Wang Shuo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had been present for a full 4 hours, arriving at 8 in the morning, finalizing all necessary arrangements by 8:30. And now, at just past noon, he remained empty-handed. His emotional journey had traversed the peaks of initial confidence to the valleys of mounting anxiety. The criteria for potential employees had been progressively lowered, from postgraduate qualifications to graduates of second-tier universities, from requiring work experience to a more simplified approach, from a female-only preference to an open call for all genders, and from applicants under 25 to those under 35. Even with these adjustments, No one lingered at his recruitment table, let alone submitted a resume. His booth remained devoid of any applications. Wang Shuo glanced at the modest setup before him, beginning to ponder whether its simplicity was the reason for his lack of success. Observing the other booths, each appeared to be meticulously prepared, adorned with grand posters, exquisite photographs, and enticing recruitment information, instilling an impression of a robust and capable company. In stark contrast, his own display was limited to a hastily printed A3 sheet bearing the name Frontier Technology Company, limited along with some hastily scribbled specific requirements, rendering it exceedingly rudimentary. Was it perhaps due to the lack of a company profile? Gazing at the myriad honors and achievements showcased on the other booths, and then at his own solitary line indicating the company name, Wang Shuo hesitated, contemplating whether to include the accomplishments that Professor Xing had shared with him. After all, this was the only business he had conducted under the company's name, complete with a formal contract that was undeniably genuine. As for the content, perhaps he could state that it was highly endorsed by industry insiders, renowned in the field, and a global leader. Would that be considered too ostentatious? Frontier Technology Company Limited? Are you looking for financial professionals? Just as Wang Shuo was lost in thought, a melodious female voice broke the silence. Su Kersen had been cooped up at home for a month devoid of income, and one fraught with torment. The incessant nagging from her mother weighed heavily on her mind. At 25, she was hardly of an advanced age, not yet at the point where her family would relentlessly pressure her into marriage. Yet, the predicament was that she had neither a boyfriend nor a job. In this era awash with material desires, one may forego a romantic partner, yet one cannot afford to lack the means for self-sustenance. This is the original sin. Thus, Zhanjiang found herself the target of her relative's scrutiny. One day, a relative would present a promising suitor, and the next another would play matchmaker. Until even her own mother took matters into her own hands, which was nearly the death of Zhanjiang's spirit. The influence of a mother is unmatched by any relative or friend. After enduring a mere month at home, Zhanjiang could no longer bear it. While finding a boyfriend may rely on chance, securing employment hinges on one's capabilities. As a genuine graduate in accounting, she refused to believe that a respectable job was beyond her reach. Thus, she ventured forth. Yet, history has a way of repeating itself. And she could hardly anticipate that despite her meticulous preparations and foresight, she would stumble at the very first hurdle. Her resumes were rejected, for companies returned her applications. And with strikingly similar phrasing, they expressed admiration for her skills and attitude, yet lamented the absence of financial vacancies, thus regrettably declining her. Ah, what a collection of hypocritical charlatans. This is nothing short of gender discrimination. It is a blatant bias against her educational background. Is it truly inconceivable for a graduate of a vocational college to secure a position of her own? Must an employee, once dismissed by another company, be forever barred from a second chance at a fulfilling career? This is naked discrimination. Yet, discrimination aside, the mere act of rejecting her resume is akin to closing the window of opportunity, rendering entry into the company utterly impossible. Zhanjiang reluctantly set aside her lofty aspirations, gradually lowering her standards, transitioning from prestigious corporations to second-tier and third-tier companies, ultimately reaching the point of settling for obscure firms. The cutting-edge technology company before her seemed to epitomize such an inconspicuous establishment. Surely, this kind of company would not be overly concerned with one's academic credentials or work experience. However, what? Zhanjiang gaped at the content inscribed on the A3 paper, a position for a financial accountant, and they still required a graduate degree. Wang Shuo, exasperated, lifted his head and pointed to the handwritten note beside the printed text. Not that, but this. They even demanded a bachelor's degree. This was already the bare minimum. Wang Shuo's muttering was abruptly interrupted by Zhanjiang. I only possess an associate degree. Here is my resume. Would you like it? She insisted, her eyes wide. If not, I will seek opportunities elsewhere. Wang Shuo was momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on the dismal experiences of his morning and glancing at the fairly attractive young woman before him, he steeled himself and replied, yes. He casually snatched the resume and tossed it into the desk drawer, stifling a yawn. Congratulations, you have been accepted into our company. Just like that? Zhanjiang was taken aback. What about the written test? The interview? The ruthless competitive selection process? Of course, our company doesn't engage in such complexities, Wang Shuo remarked, gesturing to the other end of the A3 paper. I have another position available. Would you be interested? If so, I can offer you double the salary. Zhanjiang looked utterly bewildered. What was this? A buy one get one free deal? Is this truly how one finds employment? As she glanced at the young boy before her, who was even younger than she, a sense of unease washed over her for the first time. Could it be that she had unwittingly stumbled into a dubious company? Would she meet a cruel fate on her very first day, perhaps even? But then again, the allure of double wages was undeniably tempting. Sue Curson furrowed her brow in hesitation and clenched her teeth. I'll take it. When do I start? Chapter 59. The new era of artificial intelligence. If you have no objections, you can commence work tomorrow, Wang Shuo said, handing Sue Curson a slip of paper. This contains the company's address and contact person. Once you arrive, reach out to her. Remember, do not provoke her anger, or she may dismiss you. And I would be powerless to intervene. A wave of apprehension washed over Sue Curson as she cautiously inquired, Is he the boss? Wang Shuo nodded gravely. Not merely the boss, but someone of greater authority. Even I am subject to her directives. Then, young sir, can I trust your words? Sue Curson hesitated. What if, upon my arrival, she refuses to offer me the 2 positions or the promised double wages? Rest assured, Wang Shuo replied confidently. She will certainly extend me this courtesy. With a reluctant acceptance, Sue Curson departed from the recruitment center, her mind swirling with thoughts. When she left, Wang Shuo yawned, stretched lazily, tidied up the stool, and took Sue Curson's resume to exit the job market. Who could possibly schedule interviews at 1 o'clock? It severely disrupted the afternoon rest. Didn't he? The murmurs of discontent within did little to impede Wang Shuo's pace. As he hastened onward, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the school's administrative building. Standing before a conference room, gazing at the silent door of the meeting room and then at the equally quiet corridor, he involuntarily swallowed hard. From the moment he entered, he had noticed the scarcity of people along his path. By the time he reached the 8th floor, he found himself utterly alone, heart racing with trepidation. What kind of interview was this, so solemn that he could not even find another candidate? Had he arrived too late, with others having already completed their interviews? Just as Wang Shuo's mind spiraled into uncertainty, the door creaked open. Professor Zhang? He was somewhat taken aback to see the middle-aged man standing before him. It was indeed Professor Zhang, whom he had encountered just the day before, though the professor appeared somewhat fatigued at this moment. You are quite punctual. Please, come in. Upon entering the conference room, Wang Shuo soon realized that, apart from Professor Zhang, there were others present. A quick scan confirmed his suspicions. There were 10 individuals in total, including the professor. He did not recognize a single one of them, and the arrangement of seats felt more akin to a meeting than an interview. Well then, since everyone is here, let us commence, spoke a refined gentleman with glasses, seated in the central position, his voice laced with warmth. Wang Shuo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ding Songxing, currently the president of Zhanjiang University of Science and Technology. These esteemed individuals are the deans of various faculties within our university. And I need not elaborate on Professor Zhang Xuewei, as he is the dean of your computer science department. Wang Shuo felt somewhat bewildered. These individuals were the esteemed leaders of the institution, gathered together in such a manner. What could be the purpose? Particularly the one before him, who had delivered a speech at the opening ceremony. Although he had been asleep throughout, it did not diminish the principal's remarkable stature. Was this group conducting an interview for him? Wang Shuo found himself at a loss. He had initially felt relaxed, yet their presence instilled a sense of unease. Wang Shuo, we are eager to understand your sentiments regarding your current department, one of them inquired. It is quite satisfactory, he replied, glancing at Professor Zhang beside him, who appeared serious and composed in his seat. Oddly enough, Wang Shuo sensed that Professor Zhang seemed more anxious than himself. That is reassuring. Should you have any grievances? Wang Shuo, please feel free to express them at any time, Ding Songxing said with a gentle smile, casting a glance at the earnest Professor Zhang, clearing his throat. He continued, Wang Shuo, I have heard that you have made significant strides in the field of intelligence, even designing an algorithmic framework on your own. Ding Songxing nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, were it not for Professor Zhang's mention, I would not have been aware that among this year's new students, there exists a talent like Wang Shuo. However, I wonder if you would be willing to provide a brief explanation of this algorithm? A lecture? Wang Shuo pondered. Perplexed, wasn't this an interview? How had it transformed into a lesson? Yet, with the principal's inquiry, and the topic aligning perfectly with his knowledge, he deemed it acceptable to share. Principal, do you have any paper and a pen? 3 hours later, in the conference room, Ding Songxing and his colleagues gathered around, gazing at the intricately designed A3 sheets sprawled across the table. A moment of silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness that lingered in the air. Suddenly, An elderly professor rose abruptly, noticing Wang Shuo's absence, and made to exit, only to be restrained by a colleague. Boldly, calm yourself. You are the dean, after all. Mind your appearance. Is there time for such trivialities? This is a groundbreaking development. A true revolution. Do not feign composure. If I cannot grasp this, I will be restless. With this proclamation, a profound silence descended upon the assembly. The esteemed professors present, each a luminary in their respective fields, though not primarily focused on the realm of automation, possessed enough discernment to appreciate the significance of the algorithm before them. Indeed, it was a revolutionary concept, yet, laid bare before them, it felt almost tangible, evoking a potent sense of unreality. It was as if their long-cherished aspirations had materialized, only to be carelessly tossed at their feet by someone who appeared utterly disdainful of its value. Wang Shuo wore a truly disdainful expression, as all the professors could attest, hastily departing with a hand on his stomach, seemingly anxious. One professor mused, I cannot fathom how this young mind conceived such an extraordinary structure. And his algorithm. It utterly defies convention, eluding all attempts at comprehension. Some algorithms I have never even encountered. Are these truly his own creations? Another professor expressed a mix of confusion and astonishment. It must be so. This young man has indeed exerted tremendous effort to realize this core concept. Such intricate matters cannot be perfected without 5 or 6 years of research. Following this line of thought, the feasibility of the algorithm exceeds 80%. Moreover, the most challenging implementation issues have also been resolved. Wang Shuo's visionary ideas, ingenious technical pathways, and the innovative initial framework left them utterly amazed, particularly with some exquisite algorithms they had never before witnessed, which elicited their enthusiastic admiration. Dear deans and professors, do you now believe my words? Professor Zhang's expression darkened. His tone flat. The morning's verbal sparring had left him somewhat weary. The professors exchanged glances, just moments ago. They had vehemently denounced Professor Zhang's ideas as fantastical and unattainable, engaging in a fierce debate. Now, merely 3 hours later, their positions had undergone a dramatic transformation. Even seasoned professors, well-versed in the battlegrounds of academia, felt a tinge of awkwardness in this moment. One professor sheepishly remarked, Old Zhang, please don't take offense, after all. Your claims are rather incredible, and our decisions significantly impact the future of the institution. We must proceed with caution. I do not mind. Professor Zhang's expression was grave. However, we must race against time. I long to witness the artificial intelligence created by the students of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. I wish to glimpse the vistas that lie behind artificial intelligence. The other professors chuckled, and Ding Soxing joined in their laughter. Before today, such aspirations would have been dismissed as mere folly. Yet now, with Wang Shuo's self-circulating neural network algorithm, everything has become brilliantly clear. Nothing is more terrifying than the uncertainty of the future. As long as we can see the path ahead, we can persevere despite any hardships. I concur with Professor Zhang's proposal. We have absorbed enough from today's lectures. It is now time for him to impart knowledge to the students. Everyone nodded in agreement, and no dissenting voices remained. Talents like Wang Shuo should not be overlooked. Now that he has been discovered, we must ensure that he is given the opportunity to shine. With that, Ding Soxing surveyed the room and declared, in response to Zhang Shuowei's proposal, we shall now hold a vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Every hand was raised, unanimously passing the motion, and even counting the absent members, the majority was achieved. I hereby announce the establishment of Zhang Shuowei's initiative. The documents will be issued today, and all departments and offices of the university must spring into action to fully execute the committee's directives. Zhang Shuowei, you will lead the group directly, with Ding Runan and Wang Shuo as your deputies, to vigorously advance the research efforts. Whatever resources you require, the university will provide. My only demand is that you must achieve success. Professor Zhang nodded solemnly, fully aware of the profound implications embedded within the matter at hand. His clarity on the issue fueled his fervent efforts to facilitate it. Fortunately, a remarkable innovation is undeniably valuable. Wang Shuo, with his groundbreaking technology and knowledge, captivated all the entrenched traditionalists present. Furthermore, this matter is to be kept strictly confidential, classified at the highest level of secrecy within the academy. Under no circumstances should it be disclosed to the outside world without formal announcement from the school or Wang Shuo himself. Otherwise, Ding Soxing surveyed the room, noting the serious expressions on everyone's faces, and then softened his tone, offering a smile. As esteemed professors, your awareness of confidentiality needs no further emphasis. Safeguarding our research findings is not only a matter of discretion, but also a means of protecting Wang Shuo. After all, recent times have not been particularly tranquil in our nation, with numerous incidents of confidential information being stolen. He gently shook his head, reflecting on the recent thefts of research secrets and the tragic loss of several colleagues in the scientific community, which filled him with regret. Lives lost and secrets compromised. What could have put them 10 steps ahead now leaves them merely 1 step ahead. Such a sentiment. Yet, fortunately, Wang Shuo currently remains under the radar, alleviating immediate concerns regarding his safety. Refocusing, Ding Songxing turned his attention back to Professor Zhang. Old Zhang, henceforth, all matters concerning Wang Shuo will be your direct responsibility to me. Any requirements within the scope of research should be submitted directly for my approval, bypassing the usual channels. Professor Zhang nodded with composure, though his heart surged with excitement. The dawn of a new era in artificial intelligence is indeed upon us. He was certain, profoundly certain, that Wang Shuo is the harbinger of brilliance in the realm of artificial intelligence. Chapter 60. Mr. Wang, when shall we usher in the new epoch of artificial intelligence? The esteemed professors have already made their estimations to varying degrees. What remains now is to ascertain whether we can seize this fortuitous opportunity. Even if it merely involves lending our names, it would undoubtedly embellish our resumes with a golden sheen. After all, the principal has merely prohibited the disclosure of specific projects and the existence of Wang Shuo. Yet he has not barred the announcement of the forthcoming establishment of a new project team. The very fact that this endeavor is under the personal guidance of Professor Zhang Shuowei assures countless students will vie fervently to join. Zhang Shuowei epitomizes the assurance of a project's value and success rate. Moreover, with the prodigious talent of Wang Shuo overseeing this initiative, the prospects are even more promising. Today marks the first day of work for Su Kersen. Rising early, she began her preparations, rummaging through her belongings to unearth her cherished jewelry, meticulously applying her makeup. After ensuring that her appearance was flawless, she departed to board the bus heading to the software park. It is imperative to make a splendid impression on her superiors during their initial encounter. Should he be handsome and charming, it would be all the more delightful. Perhaps even addressing her lifelong aspirations in the process. Su Kersen had already set the tone for her first meeting. Upon arriving at the address provided by Wang Shuo, she found herself momentarily bewildered by the sight before her. A doorway cluttered with sand, materials, and scaffolding. Entering the building, she was greeted by the sight of industrious workers. In the center of the first floor, a reception desk was gradually taking shape, with a striking blue and white backdrop prominently displaying the name of the cutting-edge technology company. The staircase leading to the second floor has undergone a transformation. The original handrails and tiles have been removed, replaced by minimalist handrails and new tiles that exude a sense of design. Su Kersen carefully ascends the steps. Upon reaching the second floor, she finds herself in a spacious indoor hall, which has begun to take shape, with scattered desks piled in the corners, awaiting reorganization. After a quick glance, Su Kersen prepares to head up to the third floor. That is not a place you should venture, a cool voice interjects. Su Kersen turns her head to see a graceful figure standing 2 or 3 meters away, quietly observing her. The simple work attire she wears accentuates her urban professional demeanor. Who are you? You must be Su Kersen, the woman states, her brows slightly furrowing. Mr. Wang has briefed me about you. Follow me. Is this woman from the company? Su Kersen sticks out her tongue, obediently trailing behind until they arrive at an inner office. This office has already been partitioned. The woman turns around, her gaze sharp. For reasons unknown, Su Kersen feels an inexplicable intimidation despite the woman being only a few years her senior. She hastily averts her eyes. Su Kersen, female. Han nationality, born on December 21, 1994, graduated from the accounting program at Su Province Economic and Trade Vocational Technology College, previously employed at a company in W City, but dismissed in October 2018 for non-compliance with company regulations, currently unemployed. These details are all stated on your resume, correct? Though her words were framed as inquiries, there was an unmistakable absence of genuine curiosity in her tone. Before Su Kersen could even nod in agreement, Lu Yimei continued, since General Manager Wang has already recommended you, I shall refrain from further elaboration, but do not harbor any illusions. Allow me to convey 3 essential points. Lu Yimei raised a finger, stating, first, despite our company's modest size, we must uphold strict professional ethics. In your role as both a finance officer and a front desk service representative, you must not treat incoming clients with coldness, rigidity, or dismissal. Thirdly, Liu Yimei raised a third finger, casting a glance at Su Kerson, and continued nonchalantly. We are a technology company, not a public relations firm. There is no need for excessive adornment. Starting tomorrow, you are to wear only light makeup, embodying a fresh and elegant appearance. Should I see you adorned as you are today, I shall deduct from your monthly performance bonus. Consider today a warning, given that it is your first day. Lastly, and most importantly, Liu Yimei emphasized, the third floor is reserved for General Manager Wang, without his explicit permission. You are not to ascend there. Do you understand? I understand, Su Kerson replied inwardly. Who does this woman think she is? The legendary General Manager Wang? Stifling her frustration, she observed Liu Yimei's departure and discreetly retrieved her phone to dial the contact that Wang Shuo had provided, if that young man claimed this contact could manage him. Surely they could handle this arrogant woman as well. Regardless, it was prudent to communicate first. As the call connected, Su Kerson felt the pent-up anger ready to erupt, only to hear a familiar voice on the line. Greetings, I am Liu Yimei. Please, speak your mind. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Su Kerson was rendered speechless, taking a moment to grasp the situation. Ah, this is Liu Jia, Manager Liu. It's me. I merely intended to save a number and accidentally dialed the wrong one. My sincerest apologies. After hastily terminating the call, Su Kerson exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart still racing. This woman wielded immense power within the company. It seemed that only the legendary Mr. Wang could possibly overshadow her. Hopefully, Mr. Wang was a dashing gentleman, though, even if he were not, she could manage to make do. With narrowed eyes, Su Kerson began to pray. Mr. Wang, oh Mr. Wang, may you appear soon. Your employee can no longer endure this plight. Life must continue after all. Although it was her first day on the job, it was evident that Liu Yimei had no intention of allowing her to acclimate to the company. She seemed to regard her not merely as a finance officer or receptionist, but rather as someone who could be summoned at any moment. Whenever Su Kerson found herself with even a sliver of free time, Liu Yimei would promptly discover it and assign her new tasks. These tasks were numerous and varied, encompassing everything from serving tea to the workers, procuring essential supplies, liaising with contractors, to coordinating various affairs, water, electricity, internet, property management, and even her work phone, which she personally retrieved from the telecommunications office. In her eyes, Liu Yimei merely stood by, directing matters without engaging in any substantial effort. She frequently observed Liu Yimei leading a foreman-like construction worker, ostentatiously parading through the entire office area, from the first floor to the second, pausing at each location to elaborate for several minutes. On the third floor, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, with half an hour passing without a glimpse of anyone. Su Kerson contemplated ascending to investigate, but the memory of Liu Yimei's stern tone ultimately kept her firmly seated. After 2 days had elapsed, it appeared that construction was nearing its conclusion. Su Kerson felt this acutely, with the customer service line only just established and the company lacking any substantial business. She found herself with ample time to daydream on the first floor. In contrast, Liu Yimei seemed increasingly occupied, often disappearing for days on end, and when she did appear, it was in a hurried manner. At times, she would escort unfamiliar individuals, whose origins were unknown, on tours of the entire office building. Su Kerson could only dismiss this behavior with a scoff, regarding it as mere pretense. Setting aside Liu Yimei's ostentatiousness and her penchant for nitpicking, Su Kerson believed that the work environment of the company was quite commendable, especially after the recent renovations. In her phone, Su's mother admired the bright office surroundings and affectionately advised her. I understand, Mom, Su Kerson replied, somewhat impatiently. When it comes to relationships, there's no rush. I intend to focus on my work, strive for a higher employee rank, and secure better benefits before seeking a boyfriend. After all, emotions can often be squandered. How can you speak of yourself in such a manner? Su's mother retorted, slightly displeased. A girl's youth is but a fleeting period. Once it has passed, it is akin to out-of-season fruit. Who would desire to eat watermelon in the dead of winter? Is this truly how you discuss your own daughter? Su Kerson rolled her eyes, feigning surprise. Oh dear, you have arrived. Mother, I have someone here. I have to hang up. Without waiting for Aunt Su to respond, Su Kerson swiftly ended the video call. Feeling a sense of boredom, she rested her head on her arms, unconsciously gazing at the glass door opposite her. Oh, Mr. Wang, what kind of person are you, truly? Chapter 61. Mastering time management. When Wang Shuo walked back into the office, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. Su Kerson had stretched one arm languidly over the edge of the reception desk, her head resting on her arm, while the other arm was curled beneath her neck. Her eyes were tightly shut, breaths deep and serene, and a glistening trail of drool lingered at the corner of her mouth. This girl had actually fallen asleep. Wang Shuo shook his head in exasperation, surveying his surroundings, his gaze brightening at the sight of the transformed environment. The once unremarkable first-floor lobby had been elegantly divided into 3 sections by the design of Lu Yimei, yet without stark boundaries, merely distinguished through decor and flooring. Behind Su Kersen, the words Frontier Technology Company were clearly visible. The handrails and tiles on the staircase had also been revamped in style and color, harmonizing beautifully with the overall ambience, exuding a sense of thoughtful design. Ascending the stairs, the second floor had been partitioned into several office spaces, arranged in neat rows. At the end of the corridor, a few well-defined offices awaited, one of which had even been generously equipped with a security door. Wang Shuo shook his head again, continuing his ascent to the 3rd floor. At the top of the stairs, a sophisticated coded door, installed by Lu Yimei, effectively eliminated the possibility of anyone mistakenly wandering onto the 3rd floor. Wang Shuo observed carefully. It appeared to be the latest model on the market, capable of utilizing facial recognition and fingerprint unlocking as additional access methods. Of course, traditional keys and Bluetooth cards were also options. The security of this door. Wang Shuo shook his head in exasperation. After all, Lu Yimei was not from a scientific background and was rather easily deceived. The door was already open, so there was no need for Wang Shuo to call Lu Yimei to inquire about the password. Upon entering the 3rd floor, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Perhaps due to sound insulation and lighting considerations, Lu Yimei had designed a long corridor along the shaded side, while on the opposite side, 2 vast rooms were created, encompassing all the previously exposed space. Just as Wang Shuo was about to step inside for a closer look, he heard rustling footsteps behind him, as if someone was sprinting up to the 3rd floor. "You can't go in there," Su Kersen called out, slightly breathless, halting the figure before her. This insufferable individual had managed to sneak in while she was momentarily distracted. Had she not been vigilant even in her sleep, she might have remained oblivious. "Why?" Wang Shuo turned around. "Ah." Su Kersen was momentarily taken aback. "It's you, little brother. You've finally come to the company." Her tone quickly grew serious. "I must tell you, you cannot enter. You will regret it if you do." "Why?" Wang Shuo was taken aback. Was he truly barred from entering his own office? "Don't you know?" Su Kersen replied with a hint of pride. "Just trust me. I promise I won't lead you astray. In truth, your arrival here has become quite serious. Fortunately, that woman is absent, or else your performance bonus for this month would surely be forfeited." She paused for a moment and added, "This is the company's latest regulation." "The latest regulation?" "Indeed." Su Kersen nodded as if it were a matter of course. "You should come down with me quickly. You have been away from the company for these past few days and are unaware of the significant changes that have transpired." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Wang Shuo down the stairs. However, upon turning around, she encountered someone she least desired to see. Lu Yimei stood quietly at the stairway's entrance. Su Kersen's voice abruptly faltered. What had she just heard? "Wang? President Wang?" Su Kersen forced a strained smile, saying, "Lu Jia, what are you talking about? There is no Wang." Before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Su Kersen turned around to behold Wang Shuo, his face alight with admiration, and an expression of disbelief began to creep over her features as she abruptly pointed at him and exclaimed, You are President Wang." Wang Shuo offered a faint smile and extended his hand. "Hello there, big sister. I am Wang Shuo." The young man, whom she had always regarded as an ordinary junior, suddenly transformed into the elusive President Wang, a figure spoken of in hushed tones. Su Kersen found it difficult to accept this astonishing revelation, taking considerable time to compel herself to embrace this new reality. Once she did, a pang of sadness washed over her. Not because Wang Shuo had ascended to the role of President Wang, an individual significantly younger than herself, but because her dreams of courting her superior had been utterly dashed. From that moment on, she transformed once again into a version of Su Kersen devoid of dreams and aspirations. Now, she could only rest her head on the table, observing Wang Shuo and Lu Yimei engaged in conversation not far away. This was the reception room. Lu Yimei elaborated. Due to concerns that overly fragmented partitions might disrupt the overall ambience of the space, we have opted for a spatial segmentation approach. We utilize colors and furniture to create a sense of spatial division, without any physical barriers. You need not worry about privacy. For significant clients, you may invite them upstairs. where I have reserved private meeting rooms for you on both the second and third floors. Over here, I plan to establish a platform for showcasing the company's achievements, which is currently empty. This area serves as the main reception desk, temporarily managed by Xie Kursen. Additionally, the company logo has yet to be finalized, and I hope you can settle that promptly. Over here, following Lu Yimei's lead, Wang Shuo gained a general understanding of the new company layout, instantly filled with admiration for her. Accomplishing what lay before him was not particularly challenging. However, achieving it within a limited time frame was a formidable task. How did you manage this? Wang Shuo marveled. It's truly impressive, and this has only been a matter of days. During these past few days, he had come every evening and left early each morning, oblivious to the changes in the renovation, especially since the space had been cluttered with debris, obscuring any noticeable transformation. But what if something unexpected occurs? Wang Shuo inquired with curiosity. Then we will activate the contingency plan. There is a contingency plan, Wang Shuo replied, utterly bewildered. However, it was utterly unexpected that this girl could devise a contingency plan based on such stringent logic. Wang Shuo found himself beyond astonished, simply wanting to give a thumbs up and exclaim, "The academic champion is formidable." Chapter 62. A loss of 100 million? Everything that Lu Yimei accomplished seemed, at first glance, rather straightforward. She began by analyzing her needs, subsequently identifying specific engineering projects, and then arranging them in accordance with their construction timelines. By simultaneously executing both the longest and shortest tasks, she aimed to maximize the number of projects being undertaken at any given moment. Beyond that, she strived for precise scheduling to facilitate an orderly transition to subsequent tasks. If construction could transition seamlessly, it would significantly reduce the overall duration while ensuring quality was maintained. According to Lu Yimei, this was merely foundational time management. The complexity of this endeavor made Wang Shuo's head ache at the mere thought. These matters were certainly more within Zero's realm of expertise. Observing the calm expression on Lu Yimei's face, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankfully. He had not quarreled with Chun Xian and driven Lu Yimei away, nor had he been stingy with the monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would now be grappling with the daunting emptiness of an unoccupied company, a testament to his lack of experience. If he were to assign Zero to Lu Yimei, allowing Zero to assist in gathering relevant data to refine this aspect of information, Wang Shuo's eyes sparkled with inspiration, only to be followed by a subtle shake of his head. No, it was not yet time. After all, Zero was still an unfinished entity, requiring further refinement. At the very least, its core capabilities must be enhanced to logically comprehend commands and emotions. In recent days, Wang Shuo has been diligently working on this matter and has made some progress, allowing Ling to autonomously gather data. The day of Ling's upgrade is not far off. The company's initial preparations are nearly complete, yet there remain certain decisions that require your judgment, Mr. Wang. What matters? Wang Shuo inquired absent-mindedly, pondering how Ling should upgrade. The operation of the company. For a business to function smoothly, it must continually generate profit. I wish to ascertain what our company's primary business is. Primary business? Wang Shuo faltered. It seems there isn't one. What about our flagship product? None. Plans for new products? None. Then what about existing operations? There seems to be one. And what of revenue and profit? Noticing Wang Shuo's silence, Lu Yimei remarked coolly, if this is the case, I estimate your company won't last a week. I advise you to consider early dissolution, pay salaries and other expenses to avoid incurring greater losses. This woman, has she always been so unrelenting? Wang Shuo mused, recalling that just a few days prior, he had earned over 10 million from the Qin Group. Surely, that should sustain them for a few months, right? Wait, there is some revenue. Wang Shuo scratched his head and asked, did we not sign a contract with the Qin Group? Has that payment not been received? The funds have indeed been received, totaling 26 million. However, this brings me to the second matter I wish to report to you. The tone of Lu Yimei wavered slightly, but she soon regained her composure. I kindly request that Mr. Wang notify me before signing any contracts in the future, so that I may review the terms and prevent any potential losses for our company. Losses? Wang Shuo paused, pondering the unexpected surplus of 10 million. I have reviewed the entrusted contract you signed with Chun Group and have thoroughly examined the business development process and the final product options. Is there an issue? Wang Shuo inquired, curious, as this contract was signed between Chun Xian and himself. Surely it could not harbor any hidden pitfalls. The contract itself posed no issues. Indeed, it could be perceived as exceedingly favorable. Lu Yimei adjusted her glasses, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes, her tone remaining flat. However, the concern lies with the final product developed by you, Mr. Wang. I have gathered specific insights from relevant individuals and combined with information from other sources. I have arrived at a conclusion. Is the product overpriced? Wang Shuo felt a lump in his throat. Although it was not an overly critical piece of software for him, he certainly did not wish for his hard-won asset to slip away. Payment is acceptable. Refund. Out of the question. Lu Yimei's tone faltered momentarily. Seemingly taken aback by Wang Shuo's intense reaction, she adjusted herself and continued. On the contrary, Shin Group's quotation for you is significantly below the normal market value. From what I understand, the software you provided should not be priced lower than. Lu Yimei adjusted her glasses once more, enunciating each word carefully. 150 million. 150 million. Even with Wang Shuo's enhanced intellect, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by this staggering figure. He had already deemed 16 million to be a considerable amount, and now someone was informing him that he had lost over 100 million. What was that sensation like? It felt akin to being struck on the head by a pie that had traversed the cosmic membranes. This disorientation left him questioning the very fabric of reality. Moreover, this was merely the market's lowest bid. Lu Yimei continued, given that the entire intellectual property of this technology resides with you, and it has been patented under the company's name, its value is poised to escalate even further. Wait, hold on a moment, Wang Shuo gasped, fixing a serious gaze upon Lu Yimei. Are you certain? This is the result of my thorough investigation, Lu Yimei replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Though she too was astonished by this conclusion, even harboring doubts about its validity, she disliked having her verified findings questioned. Wang Shuo shook his head, still reeling from the shock, and suddenly bolted away. By the time he had ascended to the first floor, Lu Yimei's voice echoed behind him. If you need to reach me, feel free to dial the internal number, which is 011. What was that number? Wang Shuo paid no heed. His mind was consumed by a cascade of zeros and that grand, somewhat surreal figure, 100 million. For some, this might merely represent a modest goal, but for Wang Shuo, it was a sum he had lived over a decade to grasp, and perhaps one he might never possess in the years to come. Originally, Wang Shuo believed that he was indifferent to money. After all, even the sight of 10 million would merely elicit a moment of surprise. However, he has now come to realize that his indifference was not genuine, but rather a reflection of the fact that the amount of money had yet to encroach upon his psychological threshold. He resolved to inquire further. There was no need to question Chen Xian. If he were to ask, he would direct his inquiry to the individual most capable of making decisive choices, the one known as Qin Zhangshuan. On the first floor, Su Kersen stared in astonishment as Wang Shuo dashed upstairs, her words of General Manager Wang caught in her throat. She shifted her gaze toward Lu Yimei, standing nearby, and cautiously inquired, Sister Lu, what on earth were you just discussing? Lu Yimei cast a fleeting glance in her direction before settling onto a nearby sofa. Is it related to the company's products? Noticing Lu Yimei's silence, Su Kersen pressed on, what product could possibly be so valuable? Lu Yimei replied, that does not concern you. If there is pertinent information that you need to be aware of, I will inform you in advance. What a remarkable feat. 100 million? Su Kersen stole a glance at the staircase. Although the younger man seemed a bit inexperienced, he appeared to have reached adulthood. She quietly clenched her fist. Go for it. Su Kersen. At this very moment, in the outskirts of Baidu, within a luxurious villa, a young man sat upright on a sofa, his expression solemn. Before him loomed a massive wall-mounted television, on which several figures were gradually coming into view. This was a remote conference. The young man fully understood the significance of this meeting. He waved the attendant out and shut the door, signaling that the conference could commence. In the video, a middle-aged man gently tapped the table, confirming that everyone was present, and then fixed his gaze upon the young man, nodding slightly. A man seated to the left of the meeting spoke up. Your plan has failed, and we have suffered significant losses. Significant losses? The young man, unperturbed, offered a faint smile. If failing to meet expectations equates to significant losses, then your assertion holds merit. We merely evaluate outcomes. Every endeavor carries inherent risks. Nothing in this world is devoid of them. The young man smiled softly. Since this is already a venture of risk, why not amplify our stakes? That is enough. The middle-aged man finally interjected, putting an end to the fruitless debates. Addressing the young man, he stated, you bear undeniable responsibility for this failure, as it was your intelligence and your strategy. I do not dispute that, The young man's expression darkened. I have reached an agreement with the president of Company W in central China. Had we executed the plan, Chen Zhongshuan's collaboration with Company W would have plunged him into a deep abyss, allowing us to smoothly take over the Chen Group. It is evident that the Chen Group is not so fragile, and Chen Zhongshuan is not as naive as you presume, the middle-aged man replied coolly. It was my oversight. I failed to anticipate such a turn of events, the young man admitted, somewhat dejected. There is a problem here. Based on my understanding, such a turn of events was entirely improbable, which is precisely why I did not foresee it. After all, the timing, the harmony among people, and the advantages of the terrain all favor his side. No other company within the country can provide assistance to the Chen family group, and time does not permit them to seek negotiations with other firms apart from Company W, regardless of the perspective. Chen Zhongshuan can only collaborate with Company W to salvage the stock market. Once the joint statement is released, it will mark the onset of the collapse of the Chen family. Now is not the moment to clarify any existing issues. The middle-aged man stated calmly. We need you to present a follow-up plan promptly to continue the acquisition. Understood. The video concluded. The young man leaned back on the sofa, silently contemplating for a moment, his gaze drifting towards the tablet on the table. The screen displayed a report about Frontier Technology Company, Limited. The young man muttered. What exactly is your origin? Chapter 63. Chen Zhongshuan's advice in the software park, the modest building of Frontier Technology Company. Meanwhile, he internally lamented the fact that video calls with others required the use of WeChat. Even sending ordinary messages necessitated this platform. Not only was it insecure, but it also made him feel particularly lacking in sophistication. Nonetheless, he decided to make do for the time being. We are connecting your call. Please look at the large screen. A familiar androgynous voice announced. With this prompt, Wang Shuo realized that his long-held aspirations had been fulfilled by Liu Yimei. Not far in front of him, on the wall, a massive 65-inch television hung, not only sleek, but also equipped with its own camera. As Wang Shuo turned to it, his own visage appeared on the screen. After a brief wait of several seconds, a familiar figure emerged on the display. Uncle Chen. Upon truly beholding the other party, Wang Shuo felt a significant portion of his initial impulse to inquire dissipate, leaving him only able to muster a name, Wang Shuo. The figure of Chen Zhongshuan on the screen appeared unfazed by Wang Shuo's presence, cheerfully remarking, I had anticipated that you would reach out to me in the past few days, and indeed, my expectations were fulfilled. Uncle Chen, have you been waiting for me? Wang Shuo expressed his surprise. Not precisely waiting for you, Chen Zhongshuan replied with a confident tone and a smile. It's merely that there are matters you would inevitably uncover. Given your disposition, I doubt you would take the initiative to delve into these matters. Let me ponder. Is it that girl Chen Xin? Thus, Wang Shuo felt a touch of embarrassment. So, Uncle Chen, you already know the purpose of my visit? Such matters, regardless of who they might concern, would naturally bring them to my door. Chen Zhongshuan laughed heartily. You need not feel burdened. Let us be forthright. Chen Zhongshuan's demeanor shifted to one of slight seriousness. Before we commence, may I clarify the capacity in which you are engaging in this conversation? Wang Shuo felt somewhat bewildered by the question, pondering its meaning. If you represent yourself, then as a friend of Xiner, I would be pleased to converse with you. Though we would not delve into other matters, Chen Zhongshuan continued, maintaining his warm smile. However, if you are here as a representative of the software developers, I would discuss project progress and subsequent steps, but not beyond that. Yet, if you are negotiating as the legal representative of your company, then we would be engaging in business, and I shall refrain from idle chatter. 3 identities, 3 approaches. Wang Shuo. In what capacity are you engaging in today's conversation with me? Wang Shuo understood, hesitating for a moment before finally asserting, Uncle Chen, I am here today as a software developer and the legal representative of the company. Excellent. Chen Zhongshuan nodded appreciatively, his tone suddenly turning grave. Then let us commence this discussion. As the representative of the second party, you may now articulate the reason for initiating this video conference. Is this how it begins? Wang Shuo was bewildered by Chen Zhongshuan's abrupt shift in demeanor. Shouldn't there be a gradual process? It is like this. Uncle Chen, Wang Shuo said awkwardly, I would like to understand the specific value of the system I am presenting. Specific value? A hint of amusement crept into Chen Zhongshuan's smile. The specific value is the quotation our company has provided to you. You should have already received the relevant financial documents. I indeed received them. Wang Shuo managed a shy smile, but there are no buts. Chen Zhongshuan waved his hand, interrupting Wang Shuo. If today's discussion revolves around this issue, I must decline to engage. This. Wang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the kind and gentle Chen Zhongshuan he knew? It felt as if he had transformed into a different person today. But Uncle Chen, I am unaware. Unawareness is not our company's fault, Wang Shuo, leaning back against the sofa. Chen Zhongshuan appeared somewhat bored. Our company has no obligation to remind you or provide detailed value information regarding the development project for your consideration. It does not align with our interests. If you cannot accurately evaluate your own product, do not expect others to safeguard your interests. This is a ruthless world where the disparity of information serves as a means of contention. This feels amiss. No matter how obtuse he may be, he must realize something is off. When has Chen Zhongshuan ever been so loquacious? To provide an accurate assessment of his own product? Wang Shuo pondered quietly. Yet Chen Xian. I know she is your close friend. Chen Zhongshuan shook his head in resignation, seemingly disappointed. But I am a businessman, in the realm of commerce. I prioritize profit. If you can help me generate revenue, then you are my esteemed partner. If you cannot assist in making money, or worse, incur losses, then you shall be discarded. Business is business, and personal relationships are personal. The two must not be conflated. Wang Shuo gritted his teeth, realizing he was afforded no semblance of dignity. After all, I am the systems producer. That is the only leverage you possess in our negotiations. Chen Zhongshuan smiled slightly. This is the bargaining chip that Chen Xian personally entrusted to you. Had Chen Xian not altered the contract, this system would belong to my company. You are merely an inventor, lacking ownership. Everything you demand today is but a farce. Wang Shuo glanced at Chen Zhongshuan on the screen, somewhat perplexed. Then nodded. That is acceptable. I will need to send an employee to negotiate. We can proceed at any time. A hint of amusement crossed Chen Zhongshuan's face. Uncle Chen. Wang Shuo let out a resigned sigh, remarking, I have taken to heart all that you have imparted today. Yet the question remains. Is it truly necessary to approach it in this manner? Have I truly absorbed it all? Chen Zhongshuan burst into hearty laughter. It seems my acting skills leave much to be desired. Ha ha. Pray, do not take offense, Wang Shuo. This aligns with Chen Xian's sentiment. We all believe that without imparting a lesson that is indelibly etched in your memory, you shall struggle to navigate the complexities of society. Since we cannot allow you to endure the harsh realities of life, permit me, as one who has traversed this path before, to deliver a tempered lesson within reasonable bounds. How do you feel about that? Yet, a hint of reluctance lingered in his tone. Uncle Chen, regarding the 100 million, are you truly prepared to disregard your conscience in such a manner? Chen Zhongshuan, unfazed, replied, Business is business. We speak of money, not morality. Wang Shuo was left speechless, feeling the depths of shamelessness. You are exceptionally talented, Wang Shuo, with a promising future ahead. Chen Zhongshuan's demeanor shifted, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness, however. You have yet to recognize this truth within yourself. Perhaps prior to your university years, you sought to conceal your capabilities, but after your involvement with the Chen Group, such concealment is no longer feasible. While you may still shelter beneath the protective wings of the Chen Group to weather the storm, you must understand that you have now become entangled in a tumultuous upheaval that even the Chen Group finds daunting. Were it not for your involvement, the Chen Group might endure this crisis, albeit with significant losses. Externally, the Chen Group may appear to be thriving, but internally, it resembles a rotting apple, thoroughly decayed. This time, I have utilized your assistance to conduct a thorough cleansing, yet it remains somewhat impure and unrefined. I have a premonition that the matters concerning the Chen Group are far from over. We may soon face even more vehement attacks. And only time will reveal who will prevail. Wang Shuo, regardless of your motivations for embarking on this entrepreneurial journey, bear in mind that an innocent man may still suffer for possessing something valuable. The system you present, along with your skills and capabilities, constitutes your original sin. This world is not as tranquil as you envision. While you may not harbor ill intentions towards others, you cannot prevent them from harboring intentions towards you. It is a matter of either vanquishing others or being vanquished. Only the victors are entitled to reap the final rewards. Only then can you pursue your aspirations. Seize the moment to fortify yourself, for until then, all tempest shall be borne by your Uncle Chen. Chapter 64. The growth of Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo sat silently in the office on the third floor, lost in thought. The television on the wall displayed nothing but a pale green, monochromatic screen. After a considerable time, Wang Shuo managed a wry smile. Uncle Chen, you are exceedingly cunning. It was you who dragged me into this murky water, yet now it seems I owe you a favor. Wang Shuo shook his head, reflecting on the old fox. And then there was Chen Xian, the little fox. A den of foxes, each more astute than the last. If you wish to save money, just say so. I am not a fool. 100 million, even for the Qin Group, that is not a trivial amount. It is akin to severing a finger. Now it seems that the promised 100 million has vanished, and yet there are no grounds for complaint. Alas, this predicament weighs heavily on oneself. 100 million, after all. Wang Shuo cannot fathom how long he will feel heartbroken, but one thing is certain. He will be restless tonight. Nonetheless, Wang Shuo must admit that he harbors no resentment. Rather, this candid demeanor and approach inadvertently draw him closer to Qin Zhangshuan. One has painstakingly developed the initial system over half an hour, while the other is an artificial intelligence that has been continuously refined since its inception. Wang Shuo is quite capable of distinguishing their respective significance. In his quest to perfect the artificial intelligence known as Zero, he scarcely has time for other pursuits. According to Uncle Qin's recent words, the current situation of the Qin Group is precarious indeed. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Wang Shuo reflects on the fact that the Qin Group is already a colossal entity valued in the hundreds of billions. Any force capable of swallowing the Qin Group whole must, at the very least, possess resources of a similar magnitude. As Wang Shuo calculates his own wealth, well, it barely amounts to 20 million at most. This meager fortune is hardly sufficient to be considered a minor target in the presence of titans. Managing a company is indeed fraught with challenges. Zero, are you there? Yes, sir. Do you think it is worth striving for the dream of a race I do not even know? I do not understand, sir. Of course, you do not. Wang Shuo gazes at the speaker on the table, which is emitting sound, and helplessly states, "Please summon Lu Yimei for me." He himself opened the code-writing software on his computer desktop, gazing at the intricate array of newly crafted programming language. Wang Shuo felt invigorated, indeed. Writing code was a source of mental stimulation. Moments later, a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," Wang Shuo exclaimed. Typically, he was the one knocking while others invited him in. Now, it was his turn to call out, and he found the experience quite delightful. "President Wang," Lu Yimei entered. Wang Shuo acknowledged. "I have a task for you. It's rather complex. Here's the situation." A few minutes later, Lu Yimei closed her small notebook and nodded as she departed. Another day of intense output awaited him. In Baidu, Qin Zhangshuan effortlessly ended a video call, lifting his cup of tea to his lips, seemingly reminded of something amusing. A faint smile graced his face as he drained the cup. Opposite him sat Qin Xian, quietly observing. "Xianer, you need not look at me so intently," Qin Zhangshuan remarked with a gentle smile. "I understand that deceiving Wang Shuo is not the right course of action, but sometimes, without a little impetus, one fails to grow, especially someone like Wang Shuo, who has faced little pressure throughout his life and lacks direction. This is not conducive to his development. In this regard, he differs from you and your sister." Qin Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right," she replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Qin Zhongshuan shook his head. "You needn't despair. Such matters cannot be rushed. Sometimes, when the time is right, perhaps things will." "I understand." Qin Xian nodded once more. "Rest assured. I shall take good care of her," she assured. Qin Zhongshuan sighed, seemingly losing interest in further conversation. The ringtone on the table sounded again. Qin Zhongshuan glanced at it and chose to answer. "Master." The visage of Uncle Qin appeared. "Bangua, what is the matter?" Qin Zhongshuan inquired amiably after sipping his tea. "Indeed. There are two matters to discuss." Uncle Qin's expression bore a hint of hesitation, which surprised Qin Zhongshuan, as it was rare to witness such a conflicted look on Qin Bangwa's face. "Speak freely. There are no outsiders present." "I have unfortunate news to convey, master." Uncle Qin composed himself and continued. "The original USB drive left by the young lady has gone missing." "The USB drive is missing?" Qin Zhongshuan cast a glance at Qin Xian across the table, softly asking, "When did this occur?" "Just a few moments ago." "The USB drive, which should have been placed in the technical analysis room, has been taken by someone, and we are currently making every effort to locate it." "Very well." Qin Zhongshuan nodded steadily. "And what is the other matter?" "Another issue is." Uncle Qin appeared even more troubled. "We are unable to ascertain the specific structure of the system software, regardless of the methods employed." Uncle Qin expressed his frustration. "We have invited several members of the expert group, along with the company's technical personnel, to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the software on the USB drive using the finest equipment, yet we have yielded no results. The experts suspect that this program is a black box." "A black box?" "Yes, it refers to a program that cannot be analyzed. A program referred to as a black box signifies that it has utterly lost the functionality inherent to its design. We presented the program's specific operations to the members of the expert group, who expressed considerable interest and requested that we reach out to the software's author for further analysis. You see? Moreover, Chen Zhongshuan felt a twinge of frustration. Having just engaged in a principled business discussion with Wang Shuo, he now found himself in the position of having to solicit assistance. Even for someone as seasoned as Chen Zhongshuan, it was somewhat embarrassing, conceding to that young scoundrel Wang Shuo. He decided to contact Wang Shuo, requesting him to reconfigure the program's UI, assuring him that we would bear the costs. Understood. Uncle Chen sighed wryly. He had not anticipated that the technical staff within his company would be unable to analyze even a single piece of software, if they could not manage an analysis. Modifying the UI seemed an even more distant prospect. There was another matter, sir. Uncle Chen displayed a bemused expression. Tanaka from Japan's W company is still at the hotel waiting to meet Wang Shuo. What do you think, sir? Not yet. Uncle Chen could not help but chuckle. I did arrange for someone to purchase his plane ticket, but he insists on meeting Wang Shuo, even declaring that he would remain in W City indefinitely if he could not meet him. Exiner. Chen Zhongshuan wore a faint smile of resignation. You haven't by any chance mentioned this to Wang Shuo, have you? Chen Xian replied calmly. No. It is indeed characteristic of Xiner, Chen Zhongshuan thought, shaking his head in silence. A nation's affairs. When contacting Wang Shuo, let us also address this matter. Perhaps it would be best if I handled it personally. Chen Zhongshuan could not help but chuckle. As for the matter of the USB drive, let it be. I trust that aside from Wang Shuo, anyone else who obtains the USB drive will find it utterly useless. We have endured so much hardship. It is time for them to experience the taste of failure. Chapter 65. He is Wang Shuo in W City, Software Park. Wang Shuo gazed in astonishment at Chen Xian, who had reappeared before him. The USB drive is lost? Chen Xian nodded. When did it go missing? She glanced down at her watch. It should have been about half an hour ago. Half an hour ago. Ah. That coincides with the moment I arrived at the software park. It seems I have forgotten something crucial. Noting that Wang Shuo appeared to be distracted, Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Do you truly believe I am an ignorant university student? As a programmer, occasionally creating a backdoor is merely a routine affair, is it not? Besides, my luck cannot be so poor as to encounter someone with extraordinary counter-surveillance skills, can it? Wang Shuo cleared his throat, exuding confidence. Rest assured, Uncle Chen. I will take care of the USB drive issue. However, his eyes darted as he recalled the enlightening lesson imparted by Chen Zhongshuan. He had grasped the essence of Uncle Chen's significant discourse. As an intellectually astute heir of an extraterrestrial legacy, it would be remiss not to implement immediate action and draw further inferences. Chen Xian's eyes widened in surprise. All right, Xiner. Chen Zhongshuan's voice emanated from the side, prompting Chen Xian to shoot Wang Shuo a fierce glare. The scene shifted, and there stood Chen Zhongshuan, the old fox. Wang Shuo, predictably, curled his lips in disdain. Ah. Wang Shuo, how am I to address you? Chen Zhongshuan, with a hint of frustration, remarked, is this how I instructed you to interpret my words? Personal feelings aside, business is business. Wang Shuo responded with a shy smile. So, is Uncle Chen prepared to pay me the remaining 100 million? Dream on. Chen Zhongshuan snorted softly, maintaining his composure as he said, I am well aware of the little schemes you harbor. We have analyzed the USB drive. Your encryption is remarkably secure, and I believe that no one but you could decipher it. Chuckling in exasperation, Chen Zhongshuan continued, you speak without a filter. I know exactly where Chen Sheng is gone, and even if he wished to inform you, he would be unaware of the circumstances. So, refrain from casting aspersions on others. Wang Shuo innocently shrugged his shoulders. A partial discount? Wang Shuo mentally calculated and found such terms to be acceptable. Very well, he said with a cheerful nod. But Uncle Chen, if your company's CNC center cannot meet my requirements, I will need the Chun Group to assist in procuring imported equipment from abroad. Not a problem. Chen Zhongshuan acknowledged with a nod. He still held some influence, and while the most advanced machinery might be out of reach, it would certainly surpass the existing equipment within his group, particularly in terms of precision. Moreover, Uncle Chen, are you truly not interested in upgrading your company's equipment? What do you mean? Chen Zhongshuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Nothing of consequence, came the reply. A subtle smile of triumph appeared on Wang Shuo's face. I don't wish for a discount. Rather, I desire something for free. Free? Chen Zhongshuan raised an eyebrow and shook his head. That is impossible. Uncle Chen, business is devoid of sentiment. Addressing you as uncle holds no sway. Chen Zhongshuan replied resolutely. How regrettable. Wang Shuo exhibited a hint of sorrow and continued, I had initially intended to exchange this technology for several pieces of equipment. Yet I never anticipated that Uncle Qin would adhere so strictly to business principles. Thus, I must reluctantly propose to you, Uncle Qin. Wang Shuo revealed a sly smile. Would you care to explore a comprehensive processing system design proposal with an accuracy of 0.005 mm to 0.002 mm? If one were to ponder the most profound realization Wang Shuo gleaned from the events surrounding the Qin Group, it would be that technology possesses intrinsic value. Every technology can be appraised. However, the valuation varies considerably, and the premise of value lies in encountering a suitable recipient. The Qin Group epitomizes such a recipient, substantial in scale. Possessing a market presence, maintaining a favorable relationship with himself, and most importantly, affluent. Wang Shuo did not previously fail to recognize this truth. Rather, the upheaval brought forth by the humanoid race was overwhelmingly profound, surpassing Wang Shuo's comprehension. It is akin to an ordinary individual suddenly acquiring 10 million in wealth, who might jubilantly enhance their lifestyle and indulge in luxuries. But what if one were to unexpectedly attain 10 trillion? The reaction of an ordinary person would not be to immediately spend the trillion, but rather to be so taken aback that they become paralyzed, then lost in confusion, and subsequently engulfed in a sense of aimlessness. Indeed, a typical individual would struggle to fathom how to utilize such a sum to realize their worth. Wang Shuo epitomizes this state. On one level, Qin Zhangshuan's counsel arrived at a most opportune moment, enabling Wang Shuo to swiftly extricate himself from his bewilderment and gain a clear understanding of his own value. The essence has now fused with his being. He is the essence. If the essence can be deemed a form of cutting-edge technology, then at this moment, he embodies that very technology. Thus, it is his own worth that prevails rather than that of the essence. He is no longer the impoverished youth he once was. After an enjoyable conversation with Qin Zhangshuan, heedless of the latter's somewhat displeased countenance, Wang Shuo cheerfully ended the video call. If his previous endeavors were merely leisurely pursuits, now they are wholly about financial gain. He no longer dwells on the monetary value of his zero. It suffices to know there will be plenty. Zero, play a cheerful tune. Moments later, a familiar melody filled the air. Today is a splendid day. All that you wish for can come true. This song. Wang Shuo felt a sense of resignation, yet it was indeed fitting. Well, let it play. Qin Zhangshuan, observing the screen display the end of the call, finally relaxed his heavy expression and donned a more cheerful demeanor, lifting his teacup to savor a sip. Thinking of Wang Shuo's earlier avarice, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, quite amusing, indeed. He learns quickly, Qin Xian remarked, yet it remains insufficient. Qin Zhangshuan responded with a hint of amusement. To boldly claim such grandiose ambitions, and with a precision of 0.002 mm no less. For someone studying computer science, the mere creation of a system that captivates the minds of Japanese experts is already astonishing. Online, he has been elevated to the status of a savior. Yet he aspires to delve into the realm of mechanical manufacturing. Well, youth must have its learning curve. One cannot impose undue expectations. Xianer, what are your thoughts? Observing Qin Xian's unwavering confidence, Qin Zhangshuan chuckled again. What, do you genuinely believe Wang Shuo's assertions? He continued, were it anyone else, I would doubt their capability. Qin Xian gazed quietly at her father, but he is different. He is Wang Shuo. Xianer, you still lack insight into the intricacies of the industry, Qin Zhangshuan sighed, shaking his head in bemusement. The highest precision mass production machining centers domestically can only achieve 0.005 mm. Other machines may possess slightly higher precision, yet remain limited. The manufacturing of the primary machine tools is even more problematic. The issue of material stress release has yet to be adequately resolved. To claim a precision of 0.002 mm, particularly for a machining center, is indeed a bold boast from Wang Shuo. Is it truly mere bravado? Qin Xian observed her father's amused expression, choosing to remain silent. She had once shared a similar perspective during her time in the hospital, yet what transpired? The arrogant Matsumoto Biyun was left exasperated, and the once mighty W company had diminished, while the stocks of the Qin Group soared to unprecedented heights. If Wang Shuo were indeed capable of designing and manufacturing equipment with such high precision, what then would be the outcome? Chapter 66. The first employee meeting. After completing the final set of code with a satisfying clatter, Wang Shuo stretched lazily. As long as he refrained from contemplating the updates to the equipment, merely tapping away at the keyboard brought him contentment. After all, his sole mission at present was to refine Zero to a state fit for public presentation. The industrial control system salvaged from the refuse had already left Professor Zhang and Qin Zhangshuan quite flustered. One could only imagine the impact when Zero officially made its debut. The mere thought filled Wang Shuo with optimism for his financial prospects. This was undoubtedly more valuable than that so-called prototype number 1 system, with Zero as the focal point. All else would be relegated for the time being. Thus, the plan for earning profits was firmly established. He exhaled deeply. Zero, pour me a glass of water. Sir, I am unable to process your command. Oh, he nearly forgot that Zero's hardware capabilities were currently limited, rendering it incapable of such servile tasks. Then have Liu Yebei bring me a glass of water. Information has been dispatched via your mobile device. Excellent. Wang Shuo nodded, quite pleased with Zero's prompt response. These reactions were not pre-programmed. Rather, they stemmed from Zero's intelligent core, which made logical deductions. It would execute commands in the simplest manner feasible based on its own judgment, showcasing the power of the logical core and serving as one of the directions for Wang Shuo's upgrades. He was confident that Zero would inevitably evolve into a true artificial intelligence under his guidance. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner of his computer, he noted it was just past noon. Although he had not felt hungry before, an unexpected pang of hunger suddenly struck him. Beep, beep, beep. A series of knocks echoed through the room, prompting Wang Shuo to respond. Please come in. A figure entered, announcing, Mr. Wang, your tea has arrived. Had she already left? Wang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. If memory served him right, he hadn't tea prompted her at all. What an enthusiastic employee. With such a staff member. Wang Shuo felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation. Shaking his head slightly, he accepted the cup from Su Kurson, took a sip, and gazed at the lines of code on the screen, igniting a renewed fervor for coding. Casually placing the teacup on the desk, he set his hands upon the keyboard, his fingers dancing swiftly as lines of code materialized in rhythm with his keystrokes. Su Kurson watched in wide-eyed astonishment. This was her first encounter with someone coding. Although she was unaware of how other programmers approached their craft, the seriousness of his demeanor, the unhesitating attitude, and the blurring speed of his hands suggested that this young CEO was indeed formidable. Could this be the secret behind his youthful entrepreneurial success? Was being a programmer truly so lucrative now? A casual software creation could yield millions. Indeed, according to Sister Liu, that was an understatement. Should she consider a career change? Clearly, accounting lacked promise. Wang Shuo remained oblivious to Su Kurson's musings. And only after he had completed several hundred lines of code did he realize that merely half an hour had elapsed. Clearing his throat, he inquired, What are you looking at, boss? Su Kurson replied with admiration, What are you doing? This, Wang Shuo coughed lightly, is our company's next project. The next project? Shuka Xian's eyes brightened. Is there a way to earn money? How much can be brought into the account? After all, I am an accountant. What does an accountant do? Manage finances. However, without transactions, there is no cash flow, and without cash flow, there is no work to be done. This is a long-term project, and currently, there is no income. Wang Shuo speaks the truth. When it comes to the technical sophistication of the new programming language, it far surpasses traditional CNC processing systems by several magnitudes. Yet, lamentably, this new programming language is a form of foundational computer technology that does not directly yield economic benefits. Of course, Wang Shuo could opt to sell it to prestigious universities or renowned corporations, but such a course of action seems rather wasteful. Given that the new programming language has yet to gain widespread acceptance, it is unrealistic to expect these companies to advocate for its adoption. After all, discussing code in isolation from its operational environment is akin to frivolity. While the new programming language holds great promise, Wang Shuo has modified the underlying definitions. And without a dedicated operational environment, existing computers are incapable of recognizing the software programs, let alone executing them. To a computer, it is merely a collection of useless gibberish. Reminiscent of Wang Shuo's own confusion when he first encountered the language of the humanoid species before his studies. There is no income. A flicker of disappointment was evident on Shuka Xian's face. It seemed she would have to remain idle for some time. Let us set aside these matters for now. I find myself a bit hungry. Could you order some takeout? Wang Shuo patted his stomach, seemingly able to hear its growling. Upon hearing this, Shuka Xian also felt a pang of hunger and nodded, saying, I will order. The company will cover the cost. Overtime pay? No problem. Wang Shuo initiated a transfer on the spot. After indulging in a hearty meal, Su Kurson leisurely descended the stairs, while Wang Shuo turned his attention to the computer, embarking on a new round of endeavors. Several hours later, leaning back in his chair, he gazed contentedly at the lines of code he had meticulously crafted, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. His task was merely to verify the commands of the generated code, ensuring their accuracy. This significantly lightened his workload, freeing him to engage in other pursuits. For instance, he yearned to delve into the exploration of next-generation computer systems, a subject that had long piqued his interest. However, the conundrum of room-temperature superconductors remained an insurmountable challenge, and despite possessing a comprehensive structure and blueprint in his mind, he found himself at a standstill. Yet, when it came to equipment, Wang Shuo glanced around the modest setting, realizing it hardly seemed conducive to housing a plethora of devices. Although Liu Yimei had reorganized the space, rendering the office neat and bright, the area had undeniably shrunk. After all, Liu Yimei had designated a private meeting room for him and a storage room, in addition to the existing server room, significantly diminishing the usable space on the third floor. It appeared he needed to devise a solution. Upon detecting Liu Yimei through the camera, he contemplated whether to expand the search area. Permission granted for expansion. Wang Shuo was intrigued. He had never embedded any malicious programs or algorithms into Zero. Would Zero indeed be able to successfully access the Software Park server to utilize its resources? Soon, he would find out. Liu Yimei was located at Software Park Road 2, status, in transit. The core of this logic is quite impressive. It can autonomously identify and exploit vulnerabilities in hardware ports to gain relevant permissions and intercept data packets. Such capabilities are akin to those of a highly skilled hacker. Remarkably, Wang Shuo did not instruct it to perform these actions. They were executed entirely by the formidable capabilities of the logic core. Truly, it is the cornerstone of humanoid civilization. Wang Shuo mused in admiration. However, since Liu Yimei had already arrived, he deemed it necessary to attend to matters befitting a company president. Rising from his seat, Wang Shuo leisurely made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase on the second floor, he called out, "Su Kerson, come upstairs for a meeting." Shortly thereafter, Su Kerson hurriedly ascended. Her eyes widened in surprise. "She is already here. Let us head to the conference room." Wang Shuo replied calmly, stepping into the conference room on the second floor ahead of her. "How did you know she?" Su Kerson began, but was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing in the lobby below, clearly the sound of high heels, characterized by a steady rhythm, unmistakably indicating Liu Yimei's approach. Indeed. Moments later, her figure appeared on the second floor. "What are you doing here?" Liu Yimei furrowed her brow. "The president called for a meeting," Su Kerson retorted, gesturing toward the conference room. Liu Yimei relaxed her expression, nodded slightly, and proceeded towards the meeting room. Su Kerson rolled her eyes and followed suit. With all the participants now present, Wang Shuo cleared his throat and delivered the opening remarks. "Well, now that everyone has gathered, I hereby declare the commencement of the inaugural employee meeting of Frontier Technology Company, Limited." Chapter 67. A casual CAD touch. The first employee meeting unfolded rather unexpectedly. Yet it concluded without haste. According to the formal press release from the system, it should be articulated as follows. The meeting transpired in a serious, solemn, and orderly atmosphere for over an hour, ultimately reaching a successful conclusion. Regarding the negotiations with Zhanjiang Technology Company, Limited, I have engaged in discussions with the counterpart today and conducted preliminary talks on relevant matters, achieving an initial negotiation intent, as detailed below. Liu Yimei produced her small notebook, handing it to Wang Shuo. To this day, Wang Shuo cannot forget the beautifully penned memos. These were not mere reminders, but evidently contracts, with the sole distinction being that while contracts are printed on A4 paper, this was handwritten. Zhanjiang Technology Company, Limited, acknowledges the inequity in the payment terms and has committed to compensating for this. Specifically, in future services, the cost of each service will be increased by 30% based on our quoted price. Our technical personnel will undertake a UI reset on the systems already authorized to Zhanjiang Technology Company, Limited, with the reset fee set at 5 million yuan, payable immediately without deferral, for the equipment purchased by our side, as per the list provided by General Manager Wang. The counterpart company guarantees priority supply along with a 30% discount on the total price, with the remaining amount to be settled in installments. What more can Wang Shuo say? Apart from the two words incredible, he finds himself at a loss for other expressions. Truly remarkable. Reflecting on the meeting's content, he is elated at the thought of an imminent influx of 5 million. Money, it seems, is not as arduous to acquire as one might think. Is it not astonishing that nearly 30 million has been secured so effortlessly? However, cultivating a single outstanding employee is indeed a laborious endeavor. One wonders how much effort it would take to nurture someone to such a level. Wang Shuo gazed at the assistant before him, whose willow-like eyebrows became increasingly pleasing to his eyes. Clearing his throat, he addressed her. Assistant Liu, there are certain matters you should be aware of, as they may assist you in your negotiations. He handed her the hastily compiled equipment list, while simultaneously printing a document of approximately 4 to 5 pages for her. As for the equipment, combined with this information, my Uncle Chin has extensive connections in a vast network. What we cannot procure, he surely can. Ideally, we should aim for complimentary terms. Should they refuse, you may present this. Wang Shuo gestured towards the A4 printout in Assistant Liu's hands. Assistant Liu furrowed her brow. President Wang, the likelihood of obtaining these items for free is quite slim even with the technical documentation you provided. She paused. The challenge is considerable, which is precisely why I suggested your personal involvement. Wang Shuo now felt a sense of trust in Assistant Liu, assuring her. Rest assured regarding the technical aspects, I guarantee robust support. Robust support? Assistant Liu's lips moved slightly before she concluded. I have no further concerns. Wang Shuo nodded slightly, gesturing for Liu Yeme to exit, and then gently closed his eyes. Everything at the Frontier Technology Company was prepared, yet a logo remained elusive. Initially, Wang Shuo intended to design one himself. However, reflecting on the fact that all his technical knowledge was derived from the humanoid race, he decided to amalgamate certain elements from the humanoid culture to create a logo as a tribute of sorts. The logo was swiftly finalized. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Shuo sketched a rough draft. After reviewing it, he found it unsatisfactory, crumpling the paper and discarding it aside, then proceeding to draft another. He paused to inspect his work again. Still dissatisfied, he sketched anew. He casually opened the CAD software on his desktop, only to be met with a notification that the subscription had expired and payment was required. Wang Shuo widened his eyes, pouting in disbelief. Such a mediocre software demanding payment was truly outrageous. Did they take him for a fool? He promptly closed the application. However, creating one from scratch seemed rather time-consuming. Fortunately, he had recently upgraded some features in the Zero system, and now was the perfect opportunity to test it. Thus, Wang Shuo confidently commanded, Zero, extract the source code for the CAD software and place it on my desktop. Certainly, sir. I am currently searching for the source code location and extracting it. Extraction complete. What would require an entire team to reverse engineer was resolved by Zero in mere minutes. Wang Shuo nodded in satisfaction. The upgrade had proven worthwhile. As his interactions with Zero evolved and increased over time, the system would grow ever more intelligent. He then entered the editing mode. Feeling somewhat fatigued from typing, Wang Shuo leaned back in his chair, gazing at the large screen mounted on the wall, which displayed lines of source code. This was inevitable. After all, the CAD software was designed for human use, and it fell slightly short of Wang Shuo's expectations, making it impossible to seamlessly integrate it into Zero's core. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that directing a rather inept artificial intelligence was truly exhausting. It seemed he needed to carve out some time to develop gesture-based command inputs for Zero to learn, lest he find himself parched and still misunderstood. Package it. Convert it into the algorithmic core, incorporate it into your logical framework, replace the original core algorithms, and optimize using the new coding language library. Optimization in progress. Optimization complete. At last, the task was accomplished. Wang Shuo rose, picked up the paper he had just drawn with satisfaction, and presented it before the camera. Create this design for me. The process went smoothly, yet the result was somewhat unsatisfactory. Zero, after all, lacked an understanding of human aesthetics, which required vast amounts of data for learning, summarization, and refinement. However, given that this was Zero's first completed product, Wang Shuo was inclined to be forgiving, as long as it did not misidentify humans as dogs or dogs as other objects. Thus, he casually opened his own CAD program installed on the computer, imported Zero's creation, and meticulously made some adjustments with the mouse. Indeed, crafting with this software proved to be far more effective than the generic version. After meticulously completing the task, Wang Shuo finally reclined against the back of his chair. Zero, please send this finished product to Liu Yeme. Sent, sir. Excellent. Having wrapped up the tedious work, Wang Shuo reopened the code editing interface. Thanks to the relentless efforts of himself and Zero over the past few days, he finally glimpsed the light of completion for the new coding language, with progress exceeding 75%. He needed to intensify his efforts to fully master this new coding language at the earliest, lest it continue to consume the majority of his attention, leaving him no time for enlightenment or the pursuit of room temperature superconductors. Furthermore, the design for the new computer remained unsketched. and even the optimization of the existing computer structure had yet to be undertaken. His responsibilities loomed heavily over him. Wang Shuo sighed, lamenting the misfortunes of life. Chapter 68. The worries in the field. Why is it that the protagonists in novels acquire their golden fingers and immediately transform into formidable figures, while I, possessing skills, find myself in an even more arduous plight? The hardware fails to keep pace, and the software must be coded by my own hand. Why is it so challenging to simply earn a little money to spend? Were it not for the nearly 30 million in earnings that bestowed Wang Shuo with ample confidence and lofty expectations for the future, he would have long since surrendered to a life of complacency. Another sleepless night stretched over a span of several hours. By 10 o'clock the following morning, Wang Shuo input the final set of codes into the screen and exhaled deeply. 0. Please check all code commands and begin the logical supplementation. Checking the code library now. Extraction in progress. Supplementation underway. Estimated time consumption, 17 hours and 54 minutes. Anticipated resource utilization, 87%. An occupancy rate of 87%. Well, one can forget about utilizing 0 for any other tasks. Otherwise, the server will undoubtedly collapse in an instant. However, nearly 18 hours of time is indeed excessive. Wang Shuo lamented helplessly. It is not that the server is inadequate, but rather that the computational load has surpassed the maximum capacity of these several servers. Even with Wang Shuo's optimization of the algorithms and the adoption of distributed computing, the fate of overloading the servers is inescapable. Upgrading the hardware of the servers is an urgent necessity. Furthermore, the development of a new generation of computing platforms is equally pressing. As for adding new servers, Wang Shuo has indeed commissioned Liu Yimei to customize several additional servers, but distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Moreover, the current servers are simply subpar. Unless one is willing to invest significantly in hardware, their performance is far from satisfactory. Rather than squandering substantial funds to address the quantity of servers, it is more prudent to resolve the underlying issues to enhance the quality of the servers. The core of 0 also requires further upgrading. The new code has been entirely completed, allowing for the core of 0 to be elevated to the second generation, supplemented by behavioral recognition algorithms, emotional algorithms, and stress response algorithms, rendering 0 more agile and anthropomorphic. As for the source of the emotional practice data, Wang Shuo propped his chin on his hand and fell asleep. Tianzhong stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling traffic below, his initial flickers of apprehension and concern intensifying with the passage of time. He had already reached the age of 50 this year. Given his age and technical prowess, he was considered a senior figure in Japan, and under normal circumstances, it would not be his responsibility to undertake this journey. However, the disunity within the company and the severe internal strife compelled him to come, partly as a means to avoid unwanted attention. Yet, no one anticipated that what began as a seemingly leisurely trip would evolve into the current predicament. In other circumstances, he would have easily acquiesced and boarded a flight home. But this time, he dared not. Ever since he laid eyes on the comprehensive system presented by the Huaxia company, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. While others merely perceived Huaxia's unveiling of an exceptionally advanced CNC processing system as a top-tier engineer, he understood all too well that this was not just a simple CNC system. Should this system gain traction, it would become a nightmare for the company. A harbinger of doom, the existing commercial landscape of the company would crumble before it. Therefore, he was resolute in his determination to meet the designer and creator of this system. He must see them, regardless of the cost. He took out his phone and began to dial. Matsumoto-kun. Tianzhong hesitated for a moment, recalling the circumstances of his arrival in Huaxia, and could not help but shake his head slightly, crossing out that name. B. Yunjun. Tianzhong shook his head slightly and continued to scroll. Shinjun. Upon seeing the conspicuous number 25 enclosed in parentheses after the phone number, Tianzhong hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately pressed the call button. The dial tone resonated slowly, each sound echoing like a rhythmic knock on Tianzhong's heart, heightening his anxiety. At last, the call connected, and a familiar voice emerged from the other end. Hello, this is Chunjun. Tianzhong paused, gathering his thoughts. However, I do not wish to depart just yet. I still uphold my request, hoping that Shinjun will grant it. I understand, Shinjun. Tianzhong's voice trembled, no longer exhibiting the usual spirited confidence. My visa will expire in 2 days. Therefore, I wish to ask for your assistance, and once my matter is resolved, I shall offer my sincere gratitude. sensing the reluctance in his voice. Qin Bang was sighed from the other end. Then I shall try once more, Mr. Tianzhong. I will postpone your flight to the day after tomorrow. If by then the other party still refuses to meet with you, you can no longer delay. I understand, Qinjun, Tianzhong replied, nodding heavily. The call ended, and he set the phone aside, weakly clenching his fist before gently releasing it. This was an email directed to the headquarters in Japan. Tianzhong scrutinized it carefully before softly closing his laptop and pressing the communication button nearby. Nakamura, I need you to assist me with a matter. We can no longer remain passive. To see or not to see, that is the question. Wang Shuo did not spend much time contemplating this dilemma. He chose not to see. The reason being, he was quite busy. This rationale elicited a bittersweet smile from Qin Zhongshuan and left Qin Banghua, who was privy to the circumstances, in a state of bemused incredulity. Consequently, the aforementioned dialogues were mere aids crafted to avoid offending Tianzhong. However, both individuals remained oblivious to the fact that Wang Shuo was indeed very busy, genuinely so. After a brief respite, Wang Shuo awakened to find it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. He had a light meal before embarking on his next course of action. 0. How is the data collection for the web crawler progressing? It is currently in progress, sir. We are in the process of statistical analysis. Due to excessive system resource utilization, the analysis is expected to take a considerable amount of time. Should we continue? Proceed. Indeed, Wang Shuo needed to focus on the healthy development of 0, as this was crucial to its ability to upgrade. If one were to liken 0 to a child, then the child's character formation largely depends on vast quantities of data. A concept currently in vogue, big data. Big data involves the aggregation of myriad personal data from individual terminals to comprehend the specifics of a person, ranging from personal preferences, tastes, and attire to broader aspects such as family, work, career, assets, creditworthiness, and reliability. The primary objective of analysis concerning 0 is personality and emotion. Chapter 69, Emotional Issues. Indeed, the endeavor to employ big data to accumulate and analyze information regarding human personalities, thereby gaining an understanding of the concept of character, is precisely what Wang Shuo is currently undertaking. Once a personality is established, endowing 0 with emotions becomes considerably more attainable. Human emotions are both mutable and intricate, while personality is relatively singular. A person may experience a multitude of emotions, yet their character is confined to a singular essence, with the fluctuations of emotion merely manifesting as external behaviors shaped by that core personality. Should an individual be passionate, her emotions will be bold and fervent, her laughter resounding and her tears flowing freely, unrestrained and uninhibited. Conversely, if a person is introverted, her emotional expressions will be subtle and delicate, weeping in secrecy, smiling with nuance, exuding a sense of restraint and gentleness. In the case of one who is cold, she may eschew the display of emotions altogether, neither laughing nor crying, with her feelings deeply concealed within, relishing them in solitude. Wang Shuo believes that to elevate 0 to a state of complete readiness for the world, mere advancements in technical capabilities are insufficient. He must prevail in emotional simulation, outclassing all other artificial intelligences. Only in this manner can he assert that his creation stands as the strongest in the realm. However, Wang Shuo now faces a formidable challenge. Observing the data recently analyzed by 0, he furrows his brow. The pace of data collection is excessively sluggish. Had it been enterprises like Chengdu or Penguin, which wield near monopolistic control over their ecosystems, the efficiency of web crawling would have increased exponentially. Naturally, these companies engage in such practices, deploying crawlers to extract personal information from users, a commonplace occurrence. 0. Let us analyze how to enhance the efficiency of information acquisition. Currently under analysis, one may employ distributed algorithms. Distributed algorithms? The foundation of distributed algorithms lies in the possession of suitable terminals, for instance, 3 personal computers. If the computational power of one personal computer is insufficient, distributed algorithms can amalgamate the computational capabilities of all 3, segmenting a complete task into various parts, which can then be processed simultaneously across the 3 machines. However, is it feasible to apply distributed algorithms in data collection? It seems rather implausible. What else could be considered? One could establish a traffic-generating website. Wang Shuo shook his head. While this is a viable option, the challenge lies in the impracticality of creating a massive traffic website in a short period. The Kanda company did not reach its current scale overnight. Nevertheless, It could serve as a contingency plan, and preparations can commence immediately. As for the specific type of website, a flicker of an idea has already ignited in Wang Shuo's mind. Proceeding further, one could utilize distributed terminals to dispatch program agents. Dispatching program agents? Wang Shuo's eyes sparkled. This is indeed a feasible approach. For example, the Penguin Company distributes the Penguin client to users, who, during their usage, inevitably engage in data exchange with the server. This data carries a wealth of user information, allowing the Penguin Company to passively reap the benefits of big data. However, how should the client be distributed? Should we develop a social software? While creating the software is not a challenge, one could whip it up in mere minutes. What comes next? The emergence of a social group cannot be accomplished merely by a rudimentary software. What is paramount is the ecosystem and the degree of user reliance. In this regard, Tencent has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle. Both in terms of ecosystem and user engagement, Tencent stands unrivaled in China and indeed across the globe. The thought of wresting users from Tencent fills Wang Shuo with trepidation. It seems an insurmountable challenge. Yes, he is capable of developing software superior to Tencent's and can create a more favorable ecological environment. However, alas, users remain indifferent to his endeavors. So, what about venturing into game development? After some contemplation, Wang Shuo ultimately shook his head. Although he has long harbored plans for creating games, embarking on such a journey at this juncture feels premature. Firstly, the technology is still in its infancy. The foundational technologies necessary for his envisioned games have yet to materialize. Secondly, his company remains too small and lacks any significant recognition, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate a positive reputation for a quality game. After all, fine wine fears the deep alley. With social engagement off the table and game development unfeasible, what should he pursue? The contemplation gave him a headache. Wang Shuo decided to take a moment to rest and then seek advice. This endeavor cannot be a fleeting transaction. It must possess a promising path for future development. As for now, he mused about whether he could exploit some opportunities for gain. This pursuit, he reassured himself silently, is for the accelerated advancement of human society and is nothing to be ashamed of. Finally, he inquired, 0. What is the probability of being detected while extracting data from major streaming websites? Upon assessment, the probability was found to be 70. 43. Such a high figure? A solution must be devised. If cost-cutting is not viable, then perhaps replication? 0. A new task was initiated to develop covert intrusion software. The task was established, and a complete source code was requested. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shuo took his seat and commenced a new endeavor. 2 hours later, as the code was being generated, a notification appeared. Server resources were scarce, and the process might be prolonged. Patience was required. Wang Shuo sipped water and observed the progress bar on the screen, shaking his head at the sluggish pace reminiscent of a tortoise. It seemed there was no urgency in the matter. Remaining seated offered little benefit. So Wang Shuo bid farewell to Liu Yimei and Su Kerson and meandered out of the software park, making his way to the campus. At this hour, if Wang Shuo recalled correctly, it should be Zhang Jun's running time. Through extensive acquaintance, everyone had come to know of the running enthusiast in the computer science department, who would not cease running until he had completed at least 10 kilometers, maintaining a steady pace throughout. With such peculiar occurrences in the presence of idle spectators, the conditions for a viral phenomenon were ripe. Indeed, young ladies from surrounding colleges flocked to witness this spectacle, gathering promptly at the playground each day at 7:30, eagerly awaiting Zhang Jun's arrival. Initially, Zhang Jun felt somewhat awkward, but after engaging with a few young ladies and savoring the attention, he became nonchalant, even intensifying his routine, elevating his runs from 10 kilometers to 20. Thus, a uniquely vibrant gathering began to take shape. Whether Zhang Jun found satisfaction in this attention, Wang Shuo could not determine. However, the onlookers appeared quite content. One by one, they arrived, forming pairs and eventually departing, leaving Zhang Jun solitary in his relentless pursuit of laps. As Zhang Jun finished his run and settled down on the bleachers to quench his thirst, Wang Shuo approached him and gently patted his shoulder. "You've arrived," he remarked. Zhang Jun gulped down a substantial amount of water, capped the bottle, and inquired, "When did you get here?" "Just a little while ago," Wang Shuo replied, observing Zhang Jun, who was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. He chuckled, "Zheng Yu Lao, your auspicious ground seems to have woven quite a few red threads. What are your thoughts?" "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Zhang Jun scoffed, "With Meng Ru by my side, I find them all to be rather average." Lin Meng Ru was the love Zhang Jun had gained through his running endeavors. Wang Shuo couldn't help but reflect on how sometimes love is indeed that uncomplicated. Where is she? Wang Shuo inquired. She has gone to study, Zhangjun replied with a blissful grin. She is not like us. She is a top student. Unlike you and me, who are rather mediocre. Me? Wang Shuo pointed incredulously at himself. Mediocre? Forget about these unproductive discussions. The truth will be revealed in the next exam. Wang Shuo waved his hand dismissively and posed the pivotal question. Have you eaten? Chapter 70. Famous Fearful. In Pig's Fear Growth, Wang Shuo gazed at the takeout he had ordered, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. In contrast, Zhang Jun across from him exhibited a tender and considerate demeanor, occasionally offering more food to the girl beside him and affectionately calling her baby. Goodness! Was this still the rugged young man from the northeast? Was this the same individual capable of running 10 kilometers in one go? It felt as though he had stumbled into an entirely different narrative. Wang Shuo turned his head, secretly gritting his teeth, vowing never to dine again with those who have escaped the shackles of singlehood. The abundance of love displayed before him was more than enough to satiate without a single bite. What's the matter? Eat up. Zhang Jun finally noticed the solitary Wang Shuo beside him, politely nudging the array of dishes before him, speaking with gentle warmth. The stir-fried yam and oilseed lettuce are Mingru's favorites. I find them quite to my liking. Wang Shuo rolled his eyes, a table laden with vegetarian dishes. And this was deemed pleasing to one's palate? Coming from someone capable of devouring 2 pounds of meat in a single sitting, it was indeed a curious statement. Clearly, love has a way of muddling one's senses. Wang Shuo decided to remain silent, silently picking up a piece of yam as a form of protest. Yet, Lin Mingru, seated beside Zhang Jun, offered a soft smile. Wang Shuo, don't pay attention to his nonsensical claims. I don't actually enjoy these dishes. I merely eat them to maintain my figure. I am aware of that, Wang Shuo replied. Lin Mingru chuckled lightly, adding, girls tend to be a bit troublesome. And all those diet teas available on the market are nothing but a scam. One girl in our dormitory drinks them daily, yet instead of losing weight, she gained some. Which led to a heated argument with the seller. Diet teas, you say? Wang Shuo shook his head in disbelief. Very few actually work. Most are merely deceptive. Even the few that are effective can lead to adverse effects with prolonged use, so I'd advise your roommate to refrain from constant consumption. Indeed. Lin Mingru nodded, raising her fist. Healthy weight loss starts with me. How about we start jogging together in the future? Zhang Jun opened his mouth wide, laughing so heartily that his eyes narrowed into slits. He gently embraced Lin Mingru, patting her as he assured, no problem, darling. With me around. Losing 10 kilograms in a month is but a dream come true. Simultaneously, he discreetly gave Wang Shuo a thumbs up. Wang Shuo merely curled his lip. 10 kilograms. Lin Mingru gasped, that won't do. Just a little weight loss is enough. Losing 10 kilograms would leave one looking skeletal. Not at all. No matter how slim you become, you'll always be my darling, and I adore you. Coughing, Wang Shuo could no longer endure the antics of the duo and interjected, actually. Mingru, I just remembered that there is a brand of weight loss tea that boasts remarkable efficacy and 0 side effects. Would you like your roommate to give it a try? Of course it's true, Wang Shuo said with utmost seriousness. A relative of mine personally used it. A hefty individual weighing 120 kilograms shed weight dramatically in just a week, reducing to 160 pounds, and has maintained that weight without any rebound. What brand is it? Lin Mingru's eyes sparkled with interest. I seem to have forgotten the brand. It might be from a small domestic factory. I'll need to contact you with the specifics. Let us do this. Give me half a month, and when the product arrives, I'll have Zhang Jun deliver it to you. All right. Lin Mingru nodded eagerly. Who would have thought the boss was such a romantic? His knack for wooing girls is truly impressive, Wang Shuo silently scoffed. On the way back, Zhang Jun occasionally sported a smile. Boss, snap out of it. We're at the dormitory entrance. Do you need to buy anything else? Wang Shuo. Is it true that you are in such dire straits emotionally? Yet you call him baby so affectionately, leading me to believe that you two have engaged in something more intimate. It appears the title of Casanova should not be bestowed lightly. By the way, my friend, regarding that weight loss tea you mentioned, is it genuine? Zhang Jun's expression was one of eager anticipation. If it is true, then you must act swiftly, for my happiness hinges upon you. Of course, it is authentic. Wang Shuo replied with a hint of resignation. I can have it ready in no more than 10 days. I shall repay you with a favor then. Good brother. Zhang Jun clasped Wang Shuo's shoulder, brimming with enthusiasm. As the saying goes, winning over a girl is less effective than winning over her best friend. Once everyone in Mengru's dormitory begins to speak highly of me, how far can Mengru be from me? Ha ha, such an ambition is truly admirable. Wang Shuo expressed his admiration. However, you must feel quite unfortunate. Zhang Jun shrugged, speaking matter-of-factly. There's a quiz tomorrow. The teacher has already outlined the scope, and it is linked to our credits. Damn it! Wang Shuo exclaimed an expletive, his composure immediately unraveling. Which subject? When was this announced? It was just this morning in the class group chat. Zhang Jun glanced at Wang Shuo and stated calmly, "It seems you are not part of the class group." Wang Shuo. He realized that due to a month of unconsciousness, followed by a flurry of leave requests, he had overlooked such a significant matter. As for the subjects, Zhang Jun meticulously counted on his fingers. Let me see. Modern mathematics, advanced computer system architecture, advanced operating systems, computer application mathematics, programming methodology, and computer graphics processing technology. In total, 6 courses. Wang Shuo also followed suit, counting on his own fingers, only to find that one hand was insufficient. What was going on? Suddenly, an announcement for a quiz covering all 6 subjects? What else could he do? Wang Shuo felt tears welling up. He would have to hit the books. As a promising youth of a new era, studying late into the night was nothing out of the ordinary for him. He buried his head under the covers, clutching a small lamp borrowed from Lili, and opened a pristine textbook titled Computer Organization Principles, which was on the syllabus for tomorrow's exam. However, why did this material seem so familiar? Moreover, it appeared somewhat simplistic, lacking depth in its explanation of computer organization. After perusing it for a while, Wang Shuo set the book aside and picked up another one, Operating Systems. This time, the content was indeed detailed, but he shook his head, transitioning from a learner to a critic, scrutinizing the material before placing the book aside again and reaching for yet another volume. This time, it was Introduction to Generations. By the break of dawn, Wang Shuo, invigorated, arrived at the lecture hall alongside Zhang Jun and Lili. Due to the nature of the concentrated assessment, Ding Runan specifically requested a lecture hall from the school to serve as the examination venue, and even insisted on strict seating arrangements to maximize the difficulty of cheating. The classroom was already occupied by students who had arrived early, and they looked up in surprise upon his entrance. Wang Shuo glanced around. Not a single familiar face. Whispers reached Wang Shuo's ears. Ever since the enhancement of his cognitive abilities, he had noticed a significant improvement in his auditory perception, enabling him to discern sounds and their sources clearly amidst the cacophony. So Wang Shuo had come as well. Surely, there must be some event prompting this, as such arrangements are typically made for special occasions. He hadn't attended a single class, and it was likely he would falter in the examination. But it's all about participation. Merely being present is commendable. If it were me, I would certainly avoid the embarrassment. He was already among the lowest achievers, and did he notice Xing Jun beside him? Also from class 403, another underperformer. Wang Shuo turned his head to glance at Zhang Jun, who was earnestly searching for the optimal seating position. Upon noticing Wang Shuo's gaze, he shrugged and introduced a few classmates. That S. Zhou Peng, that S. Li Yao, that S. Du Wan, and the one in the distance is Wang Lei. Wang Shuo looked up. The one he had just referred to as an underachiever was indeed Zhou Peng. Li Yao, however, was renowned as the top student in their class, greatly favored by the strict teacher, and received accolades from various substitute professors and educators alike. Moreover, he was a member of their class committee. The girl named Du Wan is our class monitor. I am perplexed by the old witch's decision to appoint such a young girl for the role. All right, Air. Let us proceed over there. Zhang Jun discovered a prime location and pulled Wang Shuo along, ultimately choosing a secluded corner to settle down. Li Yao glanced at Wang Shuo, who was nestled in the corner, and disdainfully scoffed. Beside him, Zhou Ping nudged him with his elbow. I wager that Wang Shuo will come in last this time. Do you dare to bet against me? No bets. Li Yao shook his head. I intend to focus on the examination and strive to surpass Du Wan to secure the top position. I ask you, Li Yao, is the insider information you gathered reliable? Is this exam truly for? Li Yao nodded gravely. Indeed, it is accurate. This is an opportunity one simply cannot afford to miss.